In the Lotus Pond of the purple bamboo forest, a small koi fish was punished to descend to the mortal realm for taking a bite of the pearl spit by the transformed qilin, which had turned into a lotus seed. She became a tragic supporting character who died young at the tender age of 3, yet was fortunate enough to have her mastery of the threefold magic restored by her senior sister. Her mother, deceived by a scheming villain, had her half-sister ascend to her father's bed, resulting in her mother's despair and untimely demise. Her father, used as a pawn by the king, fell victim to the machinations of his colleagues, while her stepmother manipulated him with emotional coercion. Each of her 5 elder brothers also met with misfortune. Her parents and 5 brothers could no longer endure this. They rolled up their sleeves to confront their adversaries. Eventually, even the antagonists became her loyal followers. It was then that she realized the lotus seed spirit, which she had once bitten, had safeguarded her through 3 lifetimes. Chapter 1. My scales left my mother in a state of faint. The second tribulation of the little koi had come to an end. With the recollection of memories, she found herself swimming in water. She believed she had returned to the Lotus Pond, but before she could fully relish the soothing embrace of the water, she was abruptly pulled out. Heavens, what manner of creature is this? The midwife exclaimed, throwing her unceremoniously onto the ground. The fall brought her to wail inconsolably, while the surrounding maids and matrons regarded her with expressions of astonishment. The woman, who had just given birth on the bed, was so frightened that she fainted entirely. It was only then that the little koi realized she had transformed into an infant once more, seemingly entering her third tribulation. She tilted her head to glance at the scales adorning her body and softly sang a tune, "Cool, cool," as a gift to herself. What on earth was going on with the king of hell? How could I emerge in a half-human, half-fish form? On the bridge of forgetfulness, he had vowed with utmost sincerity to ensure that my next tribulation would lead me to a favorable place, free from troubles. Truly, it was nothing but empty promises, and I refused to believe it. She sighed, hoping that in this life, she would not be mistaken for a monster and burned alive right after birth. Before she could ponder further, the scene appeared to freeze as an exquisitely beautiful woman clad in blue materialized out of thin air. Little koi, this is your final tribulation. Your senior sister is here to lend you a hand. As she spoke, the woman in blue swept her wide sleeves, and a beam of blue light entered the little koi's body. She felt her body become light and invigorated, her magical powers restored, along with the memories of her past lives. It was then she realized this was not a reincarnation but rather an entrance into a written story. Her entire family were mere supporting characters in the narrative of the male and female leads, destined to perish within 3 years. Tragically, she had not even lived past her 3rd year. Her scales faded away, replaced by the smooth skin of a human infant. The restrictions imposed by the great being are too formidable. I could only restore 1/3 of your power, but it should suffice, the woman said apologetically, adding, if you encounter matters beyond your capacity, seek out your senior brother, Shan Sheng. Thank you, dear Sister Long. The little koi wished to express her gratitude, but alas, she was but an infant and could not articulate her thoughts. However, she had no desire to seek out that hot-headed rogue. He had attempted to roast her for consumption on more than one occasion. In that fleeting moment, everyone in the room widened their eyes in disbelief as the little infant, who had just moments ago been covered in scales, now appeared pristine and unblemished, devoid of the wrinkled skin typical of newborns and free from the bloodstains of maternal origin. What is happening? Could it be that we collectively hallucinated? The midwife and the surrounding maidservants began to speculate. Before they could reach a conclusion, someone suddenly shouted, "A monster! Indeed, this child must be a monster. We have yet to bathe her, yet she has cleaned herself." Soon, the voices of doubt grew increasingly abundant. The little koi lay on the ground, wailing, and not a single maid dared to approach her. Some of the more malicious old women even contemplated suffocating her while she was still small. This is disastrous, utterly disastrous. I must be bathed. The little koi struggled to control her unfamiliar new body, attempting to crawl. Good heavens! A newborn can crawl already. She must be a monster. The midwife was utterly astonished. It was her first encounter with such a situation in her lifetime of delivering babies. Quickly, inform the side consort. We must capture the monster. A maid screamed as she rushed out of the room. The little koi was frantic. If it weren't for their insistence, which child would crawl around immediately after birth? All she desired was to seek her mother for salvation. What wrong had she committed? The little koi crawled to the edge of the woman's bed, but the height of the bed was daunting for her. Being without anyone to lift her, she was unable to ascend. Perhaps due to the bond between mother and child, or perhaps because of the ruckus created by the crowd, the unconscious Mrs. Pei gradually began to awaken. "Mother, save me, I must be bathed." Just as Mrs. Pei regained consciousness, she heard this plea. She sat up and cast a glance at the chattering maidservants, and the room fell silent. "Mother, I am going to be roasted by them." However, this mother is far too easily frightened. It is merely a few scales. Such ignorance. Humph. After letting out a sigh of relief, the little koi began to grumble. Mrs. Pei trembled slightly. Where did that voice come from? No one in the room had spoken, had they? Moreover, the only one who could call her mother was perhaps the little creature she had just given birth to. Upon recalling the scales covering the child, she instinctively recoiled, only to look down and see a white bundle desperately widening its eyes at her. Let me see what my fainted mother looks like. Mrs. Pei possessed a gentle beauty. The beauty of a sickly woman becomes more striking as she endures hardships, and now, pale from childbirth, she was an even rarer beauty. The morning light illuminated her, resembling a fairy draped in feathers. My mother in this life is truly a stunning beauty. She is extraordinarily lovely, even more beautiful than the fairies dancing by the Yao pool. Wow, mother smiled. Her beauty is a stunning blow. Mrs. Pei leaned down, scooping the milk bundle from the ground, and instructed the maidservants to bring swaddling clothes, personally wrapping her up. She believed that it must be the bond between mother and child that allowed her to hear the child's words. What a pity, beauty is of no use. With father gone, no one will cherish her and mother will soon face punishment. In the end, it is still for father's sins that she suffers. Tifeske, Mrs. Pei. Her heart tightened. There were many who wished harm upon their family, and she wondered who this time could be. One step at a time, let me first address the immediate matter. While she had been unconscious, she had caught snippets of the maidservants chattering, and although her daughter possessed some extraordinary abilities, she was still flesh and blood from her own body. Even if she were truly a monster, she would never allow anyone to harm her. You all saw nothing just now, did you? Mrs. Pei concealed her maternal gaze, confronting the maidservants with an icy demeanor that could freeze. The maidservants and the midwife trembled in fear, all shaking their heads. Mrs. Pei smiled slightly, parting her lips to speak. The world knows me as the daughter of the General of the Steed, yet few know that my birth mother was from the southern Qin kingdom, where men and women, young and old, are all versed in the arts of poison and sorcery. With that, she lifted the pillow, revealing a hidden compartment beneath the bed, containing a row of small porcelain jars, from which she selected one. Each person gets one. They will die within 3 days. Her enchanting laughter echoed like a fox spirit. The little koi felt a stream of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. How could her mother be so ruthlessly audacious? No, this plot, this character, how does it differ so greatly from the text? The book described her mother as the quintessential virtuous wife and good mother, gentle and demure. What is happening? Could it be that her crossing into the story disrupted the original plot, causing the character to collapse? The unscrupulous author never mentioned that her mother would resort to poison and sorcery. My dear mother, you are far too ruthless. Amitabha, may heaven show mercy. I have just been born. Please do not commit wrongful acts for my sake. The little koi cried out in desperation, attempting to intervene, yet she was unable to articulate a single word. Chapter 2. Failing to offer something would be deemed a breach of hospitality. Upon hearing this, Madame Pei found some merit in the statement and exchanged for another vial of medicine. This particular remedy, once consumed, would render one mute. After speaking, she mustered her frail body to rise from the bed, intent on distributing the medicine to everyone present. My foolish mother, if so many are rendered mute at once, surely suspicions will arise. This medicine is indeed potent. Let us reserve it for formidable foes. Leave these few maidens to me. Little Koi was anxiously tossing and turning on the bed. Madame Pei, curious to witness how the newly born babe would resolve the predicament, observed. Little Koi employed her magical prowess to erase the memories of those individuals. Yet this action was invisible to Madame Pei, who merely perceived that in the blink of an eye, the entire room of maidservants appeared dazed, their memories frozen in the moments preceding her childbirth. Little Koi had intended to erase Madame Pei's memory as well, but she soon realized her powers were insufficient for such a feat after this casting. She feared it would take until the following month to regain her full magical strength. Thus, if any calamity were to occur this month, she would be left to her fate. Devoid of her magical energy, her hunger soon surged, leading the wet nurse to take her away for nourishment. Madame Pei, momentarily distracted, recalled how during her pregnancy, the holy maiden Nanshin had forewarned her that this child was extraordinary, potentially a harbinger of chaos or a beacon of fortune for the people. She had even advised her to terminate the pregnancy, lest a malevolent being be birthed. Looking back now, she felt fortunate to have given birth to a little star of fortune. After nursing, Madame Pei cradled little Koi, soothing her to sleep. Our Lily is truly adorable. She will undoubtedly grow into a beautiful young lady. Little Koi paused in surprise. Is Lily my name? Nevertheless, it is quite pleasant that it echoes the name from my past life. June Lily has returned.
June Lily kekes joyously.
Before the mother and daughter could share more laughter, the maidservant who had rushed out to find the secondary princess hurried back, accompanied by the princess and a throng of noble women. Did you say the eldest daughter-in-law birthed a monster? One covered in scales?
We must see for ourselves.
Without Madame Pei's consent, the secondary princess led the group into the courtyard where the main residence was located. Your Highness, you cannot enter. The madam is currently nursing the young miss, protested one maid. Is our royal household so impoverished that we cannot afford a wet nurse? Must she personally attend to the infant? Retorted a woman beside the secondary princess with a sarcastic tone. Hearing the commotion outside, Madame Pei called out, Tao be respectful and open the door. She approached the entrance, cradling June Lily, and bowed gracefully. Upon closer inspection, June Lily noticed that among the group of noblewomen, the foremost was a regal side consort of the royal household, vibrant even beyond her 50s. The secondary princess widened her already dimming eyes and scrutinized June Lily with anger directed at the maid who spread the falsehood. The other women leaned in to catch a glimpse, their faces reddening with indignation, their prepared reactions to encountering a monster rendered utterly useless. The maid, undeterred by the skepticism, insisted it's impossible. I clearly saw scales all over the child, red, black, yellow, and white. She continued to raise a ruckus, dragging in the midwife who had assisted in the delivery. She was the one who delivered the child. She was the first to witness it. What did she see? The midwife retorted, perplexed. The young miss is merely an ordinary infant. After delivering for so many years, if I had brought forth a monster, would it still be alive? Yet, she had indeed dropped June Lily upon her arrival, and had it not been for the babe's resilience, she might not have survived.
How can that be?
The maid, unwilling to concede, turned to the other maidservants in the room. Seeing them all shake their heads, she suddenly realized, pointing at Madame Pei, I understand now. It must be her. She has bribed everyone in this room to fabricate lies on her behalf.
June Lily sighed,
relieved that she had used her powers to erase their memories. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated dramatically, potentially implicating her mother. Enough of this nonsense. I am embarrassed for you all. The secondary princess jabbed her cane into the ground, commanding silence. Madame Pei shot a disdainful glance at the maid. She was the only one in the room behaving irrationally. This maid was a rare individual whose memory had not been wiped clean. And Madame Pei recognized that even if no one believed her, she could not allow her to spread rumors of her daughter being a fish demon, tarnishing Lily's reputation. Moreover, the maid belonged to the elderly matron. She could not be allowed to remain. Mother, this maid seems to have lost her wits. Her commotion has frightened Lily. Madame Pei said, feigning weakness. In perfect synchrony, June Lily began to wail loudly. The secondary princess pinched the bridge of her nose and cast a stern glance at the maid, wearing an expression that suggested her fate was in her own hands. Eldest daughter-in-law, she is your maid. Do with her as you will, be it punishment or sale. She continued, we initially came to see Lily, and now that mother and child are safe, we shall take our leave. What had begun as an opportunity to find fault had transformed into the birth of a monster. Both mother and child would be condemned. With Madame Pei's demise, the eldest son would lose all support. Once the legitimate heir fell from grace, everything within the royal household would fall under the control of her and her own sons. However, the plan had backfired, leading to a disappointment that had been entirely unanticipated. The secondary princess shot one last glare at the maid, truly a dampener on the occasion. Do not use the pretext of visiting me to seek misfortune. Newborns receive red envelopes. Where is mine? What a cunning old hag, willing to resort to any means to achieve her goals. May she await divine retribution. After voicing her grievances, June Lily puffed her cheeks in indignation, resembling a plump fish. Madame Pei wholeheartedly agreed, fully supporting her daughter's sentiments. She had anticipated that the secondary princess and her companions had come with ill intentions. It would be considered poor hospitality not to extract something from them during their visit. Mother, sisters-in-law, today marks the birth of our Lily. Do the elders not intend to express their affection for her? Madame Pei said with an innocent smile. Since Lily has just arrived, it would be rather unfortunate if her father were to hear that you had not made any offerings. The sisters-in-law, already displeased at not being subjected to more severe consequences, were further infuriated by Madame Pei's audacity to demand gifts. Their expressions darkened significantly. The secondary princess, perplexed, wondered how the usually demure and compliant eldest daughter-in-law dared to solicit gifts. Very well, give her something, after all, in a few days. The eldest will repay her in kind. With that thought, she removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and offered it to Madame Pei. Just as Madame Pei reached out to take it, she heard June Lily's inner voice. Mother, we cannot accept this bracelet. It is jade from the lips of the deceased, which is inauspicious. Madame Pei, startled, quickly withdrew her hand, relieved to have avoided contact. Mother. Newborn should not wear jade. If they were to bump into something and break it, it would be a waste of a fine object, she explained hastily.
Yun lilira mocked.
Mother, your foresight is truly commendable. Mother, I desire gold. I adore that shiny material. It glimmers beautifully in water. Upon hearing this, Madame Pay's gaze shifted to the gold bracelet adorning her sister-in-law's wrist. Sister-in-law Sue was reluctant to part with it and glanced at the secondary princess, hoping for support. But the princess remained absorbed in her own thoughts, sighing. She had initially anticipated a profit from the eldest son, but now found herself at a loss due to Madame Pay's actions. Seeing that the secondary princess was ignoring her, Sue had no choice but to remove her jade bracelet and hand it to Madame Pay. Have the maidservants wash it before bringing it to me. This second aunt hails from a humble background and must bite the gold to verify its authenticity. It's too dirty to wear without washing. Madame Pay once again retracted her outstretched hand. Sue, thinking that Madame Pay had rejected it, was about to feel pleased when she heard Madame Pay instructing the nearby maid. You take this and have it washed before returning it to me. Chapter 3. The Undercover of Villains. They deserve their fate. Sue cast a furtive glare at Pay, then sighed in exasperation. Oh dear. Don't let Tower do this dirty work. Send for Xiaohong instead. She is also an undercover for the old lady. Upon hearing this, Pei immediately switched her choice. Tower is no longer needed. Xiaohong, you come forth. Tower shot a resentful glance at Xiaohong. If the lady no longer requires me, does that mean I am no longer favored? Am I to lose my standing? June Li found amusement in the situation, recognizing that not only was her mother beautiful but also astute. Perhaps she had foreseen that Xiaohong was also an undercover agent. Sue, having lost her golden bracelet, grumbled, Damn it, if you think I am dirty, then don't take it. Noticing her displeasure, Pei tenderly explained, Dear sister-in-law, do not overthink it. These ornaments, when worn for extended periods, bond with their owner. A good cleansing allows them to forget their previous master, thus better safeguarding the current owner. June Li thought to herself, My mother is quite the storyteller. Pei affirmed, Indeed, I am rather skilled at weaving tales. Sue retorted, If you find me unfortunate, just say so. The side princess remarked, Such a tiresome fuss over trivialities. Others chimed in, Lessons learned. When Xiaohong brought forth the golden bracelet, June Li eagerly reached out to touch it. This was a fine treasure. Possessing it would enable her to wield power at any time. After everyone begrudgingly presented their gifts, they hastily made their exit, wary of lingering in the main house for fear of leaving empty-handed. June Li shared the sentiment. Given her mother's ruthless nature, was it not merely to ensure her father's rightful claim to the title of heir that she refrained from poisoning the entire royal residence? What of her 5 brothers, who suffered from their mother's harshness? Her mother's years of forbearance must have had a purpose. She must do everything in her power to protect her mother and family, striving to alter the fates that had condemned them to be mere pawns or worse, to an early demise. As the side princess and others prepared to leave, a maid crawled over and clutched her leg. Your Highness, with your compassionate heart, please save me. After diligently gathering intelligence for you all these years, grant me my life. This maid was somewhat astute, aware that Pei would certainly see to her demise. Yet she was foolish, for the side princess was no benevolent figure. To liken her to a goddess would be an affront to divinity. Pei was well aware that within her courtyard, and even in each child's room, there were spies sent by the side princess. She simply had not confirmed their identities until today. Impudent. The side princess kicked her against the door. Do you think my legs are for you to embrace? I see this servant has truly lost her mind. Someone, drag her away and beat her to death. The side princess, cornered, could not afford to let her live to reveal the schemes against the main house. Otherwise, how would the other matriarchs in the city perceive her? Eldest daughter-in-law. This madwoman has been dealt with for you. You have no objections, do you? The side princess, a past victor in domestic strife, delivered her half-caring, half-threatening tone with precision. Of course not. Thank you, mother. Pei smiled softly, elated, relieved that she did not have to intervene herself, thus avoiding further bloodshed. Observing the maid being dragged away by several house servants without a hint of compassion, June Li felt no pity for her. One must not fear death if one dares to act as a villain. An undercover of villains is still a villain. Thus, their demise is deserved. With this throng of raucous individuals finally departed, peace was restored. Just as June Li contemplated sleep, a heavy golden lock was placed around her neck.
Lily.
This is a gift from your mother, wishing you a life filled with peace and joy. Pei felt a swell of pride, grateful that, despite limited funds at the time. She had crafted this golden piece. She was pleasantly surprised by her daughter's delight in it, truly a serendipitous encounter. Still touched by the gesture. Oh, the weight of this gold lock. My mother truly loves me. Not only is she beautiful and wise, but also generous. Mother, I love you too, moi. Pei asked, what is moi? Is that a chick? No, I believe chick-sake-luck. Alas. Yet what does it matter? In 3 short years, it will all be over. Once a woman develops a romantic fixation, her end comes swiftly. My poor mother in a few days. The undercover from the second house will bury a doll with grandfather's name beneath the camellia tree at our doorstep, with a needle thrust through its heart. That couple, with their black-hearted schemes, aims to harm father for the title of heir. And you, my love-struck mother, to shield father, bore 30 lashes while still in confinement. And during your recovery, that scoundrel father dallied with other women. But this is merely the first step towards your demise. Your half-sister, and that aunt who treats you better than her own flesh and blood. TSK. How difficult it is. Her mother's fate is truly tragic. Such is the plight of a beautiful woman. With memories from her previous 2 lives, she understood this truth all too well. The romantic fixation she had experienced in her past life led to an inevitable tragic end. How could it be described other than as a calamity? In this world, only a mother is truly good. Children without mothers are like withered grass. Her mother was fated to perish, to die even before her. As a mere infant, unable to speak or walk, how could she warn her mother to unearth the cursed doll? Before she could ponder further, fatigue overtook her. She did not wish to sleep. Yet this frail body could no longer withstand it. Alas, such is the nature of infants. They simply collapse into slumber. Pei listened intently to the thoughts in her heart and felt a sense of relief, having understood the reason for her lashes. After all, she was the legitimate daughter of a first-rank general, and she composed herself, beginning to devise a strategy.
Pei glanced her peacefully sleeping Lily,
gently caressing her chubby little face, lamenting, why must this child choose to sleep at such a critical moment? At least tell me how many undercovers there are, and who they are. She squinted. Though uncertain of the identity of the undercover agent or when the doll would be buried, she resolved to take preemptive action, repaying them in kind. She must demonstrate to her daughter that she was not merely a love-struck fool. She simply could not stand by while her husband was oppressed. Before her husband returned, she must handle these matters efficiently. Calculating the timeline, he should be back in 2 days. Could he have encountered an unforeseen mishap? Pei dared not dwell on these thoughts. After entrusting Jun Li to her personal maid, Tower, she ventured out of the residence. She had brought 3 maidservants from her family, Tower, Mi Jiaoer, and Mo Li. Yet she only trusted the first 2. She did not disclose her purpose for leaving to anyone. The following morning, however, the king of Jing erupted in fury, overturning the dining table and summoning all who could attend to gather in the main hall. As the primary wife of the main house, Pei was obliged to make an appearance. The king of Jing and the side princess sat prominently before the assembly, followed by several sons and daughters-in-law. Cradled in Pei's arms, peeked around curiously. Her grandfather appeared to be over 60. And the original text mentioned that he and the side princess were a full zodiac cycle apart. At the time of their marriage, her father and mother were already discussing their own union. Jun Li was not particularly fond of the uncle-little girl pairing. She preferred the aunt-young man combination, believing that one should amass wealth while young to indulge in the company of handsome youths in old age. Lost in her thoughts, she chuckled aloud. The previously somber atmosphere in the discussion hall abruptly thickened, with all eyes fixed upon her. Is this the Lily girl who was born yesterday? The king of Jing stroked his wispy beard and inquired. Yes, father, she replied. Pei nodded slightly. King of Jing? That title sounds melodious, reminiscent of a romantic hero. Yet, how it feels incongruous affixed to this old man. The king of Jing was momentarily stunned. The silence in the discussion hall made the girl's voice all the more striking. Who dares question my title? Chapter 4. After 60 years of cultivation, I have finally ascended to immortality. Observing the surroundings with curiosity, King Jing was met with a sharp remark from Jun Li, who quipped, well, at least I'm the only one who can hear you. King Jing retorted, dare you suggest that I have attention deficit disorder? This little girl must be seeking her own demise. Wait, what does attention deficit disorder mean? While scanning the area, his gaze landed on Jun Li nestled in Pei's arms. Eldest daughter-in-law, hand the child over to me, King Jing commanded. Pei complied and passed Jun Li to him. Old man, What do you want with me? June Lily thought to herself, harboring a dislike for this grandfather who had been unkind to her family, especially to her father, who had changed since acquiring a step-grandmother, soon to become a step-grandfather himself. Hearing her thoughts, King Jing became increasingly convinced that this little girl was indeed speaking. Noticing the stoic expressions of those around him, he realized that only he could hear her innermost sentiments. Rather than feeling alarmed, he was filled with joy. After 60 years of diligent cultivation, he had finally attained immortality. Indeed, King Jing, affectionately dubbed the carefree immortal, had not been dispatched to a fief like other princes, but remained in Dragon City, wholly absorbed in his quest for ascension. Both emperors of the Eastern Extreme Kingdom deemed him harmless to their thrones, allowing him to remain undisturbed. Their judgment proved correct, for he had devoted 6 decades to his pursuit of immortality. How splendid! Elated, King Jing returned June Lily to Pei, presenting her with a cherished elixir he had safeguarded for over 60 years. Eldest daughter-in-law, this elixir has accompanied me for more than 60 years. Bestowed upon me by the late emperor, my royal brother, and now I present it to Lily. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including the side princess, was left speechless. Particularly, Pei's sisters-in-law were nearly wringing their handkerchiefs in disbelief. It was well known that King Jing had immersed himself in cultivation for 60 years, neglecting all matters, and had never once held any of their children. Yet now, he not only embraced June Lily, but also gifted her a treasured elixir he had kept for decades. Regardless of who was present, envy consumed them. Thank you, father. Pei expressed her delight, as this gesture assured her of her father-in-law's affection for Lily. Gaining the favor of the head of the family brought them closer to a turnaround for their branch. I refuse to consume it. After being stored for 60 years, it must be expired. One bite, and I'd surely suffer a torrent of misfortune.
June Lily retorted inwardly.
If it were a turtle kept for 60 years, it would likely have evolved into a spirit. She mused. This grandfather of mine is truly a trickster, is he not? Pei found herself at a loss with the elixir in hand. King Jing chuckled heartily, convinced that his granddaughter possessed exceptional roots. If she pursued cultivation under his guidance, she would surely achieve great things. How remarkable that she even knew of his rank as the 6th prince, a matter he had never disclosed to his sons. Enough of your merriment, old man. What brings you to summon us today?
June Lily impatiently interjected.
Speak quickly, so I may return to my slumber. If not for her reminder, King Jing might have forgotten his purpose in his delight. With the atmosphere shifting back to tension, King Jing produced a delicate white cloth doll and tossed it to the ground. The onlookers gathered, bewildered. Pei merely feigned interest, choosing not to speak further. Your Highness, what has you so agitated this morning? The side princess inquired, her tone submissive. You've birthed a fine son and married a good daughter-in-law. King Jing bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at the side princess, his demeanor fierce, resembling an enraged leopard. The side princess stood bewildered, picking up the doll with trepidation. The doll itself held little significance, merely bearing King Jing's name, but the crucial detail was the silver needle embedded at its heart. It was clear. Someone had dared to curse the king's death. Second daughter-in-law, you had better provide me with an explanation. King Jing glared at the second daughter-in-law. Su. Suddenly singled out, Su was taken aback. Why was she being implicated? You wish for the king to perish, so that your second son may become the heir?
Such a clever scheme you have.
King Jing chastised her, without hesitation. The doll's stitching was exquisite, a skill only a professional seamstress could possess. Yet Su hailed from the south, where her mother had relied on her embroidery to secure her father's official position as a minor bureaucrat. It was precisely this remarkable skill that had caught the elderly lady's attention and led to her marrying her precious son. A sharp slap resounded as King Jing struck Su, leaving a vivid imprint on her cheek. You vile woman! You dare curse my father to death! I shall not let you escape unharmed, she cried, and a scuffle ensued. No, it truly wasn't me. I have no idea how that doll came to be.
Su protested, defending herself.
I found it in the garden this morning. Second, your household truly excels at this. King Jing was nearly beside himself with rage, questioning whether they wished for him to live forever. He resolved to cultivate diligently, consume more elixirs, and outlive them all.
Father, we had no part in this.
Please see reason.
Su repeatedly cultivated.
You alone possess such skill. Who else could it be? King Jing concluded without deliberation. June Lily understood that King Jing, devoted to his pursuit of immortality, could not tolerate any practices of malevolent sorcery within his residence. The second household had exploited this very aspect, leading to her mother receiving 30 lashes and her father being targeted by King Jing. Yet June Lily never anticipated that the calamity meant for her parents would instead befall the instigators of the second household. Was it truly her presence that altered the course of the original narrative? Without further ado, King Jing decreed, "You shall each receive 10 lashes in the ancestral hall." He swiftly imposed his family's punishment. "No, father. I am completely innocent. It was all Sue's doing." The second household hastily distanced themselves. Sue shot a glare at them, aware of the elderly lady's impending wrath, and gritted her teeth, declaring, "It was solely my doing. The second master had no involvement."
Hurry.
Drag Sue away and administer the family punishment. The side princess, fearing for her son's fate, urged Sue to take the blame. This second uncle is utterly despicable, forcing his wife to take the fall. Truly not a man. Yet, the second aunt seems not to be enthralled. Her acceptance of blame cannot be voluntary, June Lily observed. Continuing her musings, King Jing, disinterested in her chatter, swept out of the room. The side princess, preoccupied with her own troubles, paid no heed to King Jing or Pei. That night, the second master returned to find Sue, battered and bruised, and tended to her wounds. "My dear wife, I am so sorry for your suffering. Until the elder brother is expelled from the royal residence, I cannot afford to make a single mistake. Otherwise, father will not pass the throne to me."
Suriman silent.
Knowing that their family relied on the royal house's power to survive, to protect their lineage, she would endure this beating, and should her husband truly inherit King Jing's position, she would one day become the future princess, and their hardships would eventually yield rewards. "My husband, do you not find this situation rather peculiar?"
Supander.
Unable to comprehend who was orchestrating their downfall. "Indeed, were we not to have Ling Li bury the doll in our courtyard in 3 days? How did it end up in Father's courtyard?" The second household was not naive. They quickly grasped the issue at hand. Could it be that Ling Li has betrayed us? Sue immediately raised her suspicion. The second master nodded in agreement. Chapter 5. A pair of windswept parents. The following morning, the maidservants in Pei's courtyard reported that Ling Li had gone missing and they could not locate her. In the vast royal residence, the disappearance of a mere maidservant was hardly noteworthy, and no one paid it any mind. Pei thus realized that Ling Li had been the intended infiltrator meant to bury the doll in her courtyard. However, June Lily was not preoccupied with the fate of a mere servant. Her thoughts were consumed by a pressing matter. Why had her unworthy father not yet returned? Could it be that he had met with an untimely demise outside? Oh no! Could it be that I would be fatherless from birth? Unable to contain her tears,
June Lily wept inconsolably.
hearing her heartfelt lament, Madame Pei furrowed her brow in concern. "Tower, to the outskirts at Shirley Slope," Madame Pei commanded.
June Lily's spirits lifted.
"Yes, that is indeed the place. In the original tale, my uncle and aunt conspired to detain my father by framing my mother, employing a band of ruffians to beat him and trapping him in a snare for 3 days. Had it not been for a passing farmer's fortuitous encounter, my father might have starved to death. The colleagues accompanying my father had long been bribed by the second household, falsely claiming urgent matters at home, leading away all his guards. My father, that benevolent fool, naturally thought little of it and allowed them to take his guards, leaving him utterly alone. As a mere scholar, how could he possibly contend with those thugs?" As June Lily recounted this, Madame Pei's concern deepened, prompting her to urge the coachmen to quicken their pace. On this excursion, she had deliberately brought along the only maid skilled in martial arts, Mi Jiaoer, as a precaution. Yet, the journey from the Jingwang Manor to Shirley Slope would still take 2 hours at the very least. This was June Lily's first experience riding in a carriage, and the bumpy ride left her somewhat unsettled. Though she could not comprehend why her beautiful mother would bring her along as a mere bystander in her heroic rescue, the sensation of participating was delightful, igniting her desire to grow up quickly and share the burdens of her parents. As they neared Shirley Slope, Madame Pei lifted the carriage curtain and scanned the surroundings, finally spotting June Jingyan standing amidst a group of groaning ruffians behind a low hill. Madame Pei was horrified, initially mistaking the groans for those of her husband, and hastily jumped down from the carriage with June Lily in her arms, rushing towards them. She beheld her husband in his resplendent red official robes, tall and imposing, standing among the thugs like a crane among chickens, which brought her a sense of relief.
"Yanea."
Madame Pei called out to June Jingyan. Hearing the familiar voice of his wife, he initially thought fatigue from his relentless journey had driven him to hallucination. "Mother, raise your voice. Unleash your fiery spirit. Do not feign weakness." June Lily unceremoniously dismantled the moment. Madame Pei thought, this daughter truly does have a knack for disruption. June Jingyan was taken aback. How could he refer to his wife as mother? Was that a youthful voice? Madame Pei, heeding the suggestion, raised her volume, inadvertently attracting the attention of the ruffians. Jun Jingyan turned to see Madame Pei holding their child before him, unable to believe his eyes as he rubbed them in disbelief. Sister Shuang, what brings you here?
Yun Jingyan questioned incredulously.
Is this our child? He approached, gently caressing Jun Lily's tiny face.
Yun Lily smiled at him. Wow.
My father is indeed so handsome. No wonder so many women would want to share his bed. Strangely enough, you must not say if your vision is poor. That face is simply exquisite. Yun Jingyan? Could there be a martial arts expert lurking here? Is someone using ventriloquism? But all present were men, with only his wife and maid being female. Could it be that this child had spoken? As a fourth-rank official who had witnessed his share of tumult, he did not find it particularly astonishing that an infant could speak, though his expression remained one of confusion. Observing him thus, Madame Pei believed he could not hear her, confirming the bond between mother and daughter. That chiseled profile, that prominent nose, those obsidian-like eyes. He is undeniably the hero of my romantic dreams. Father and mother are truly a perfect match. From now on, whenever Jun Lily read novels, she could envision her parents' faces in place of the characters. Jun Jingyan touched his nose, realizing his daughter's keen eye for beauty was undoubtedly inherited from him. Yet, as handsome as he may be, blind to the fact that her half-sister is not even as lovely as my wife's Littlefinger, how could she ever entice him into her bed? Although Jun Lily had never seen what that scheming aunt looked like, and the original text offered scant description, she was convinced, through her daughterly lens, that her mother was the most beautiful in the world. Madame Pei. Yun Jingyan. He glanced at his wife, who remained unfazed despite their daughter's assertions, realizing he was the only one privy to his daughter's thoughts. Jun Jingyan felt a swell of pride. It seemed he and his daughter shared a profound connection. He had expected to confront a formidable opponent, but it turned out to be a woman cradling a child, conveniently escorting their family of 3 on their way. Across from them, a man wielding a large cleaver pointed at the trio. Brother, that little girl is truly enchanting. Keep her for me as a bride. Another man, with a face full of flesh, pointed at Mi Jiawa with a look of infatuation. The bruises adorning their bodies suggested they had recently endured a beating at the hands of Jun Jingyan, and seeing Madame Pei and the others approach, they likely thought Jun Jingyan would be distracted by the need to protect them, allowing them to dismiss him once more. Yenner, take our daughter and leave. I will handle these ruffians, with Mi Jiawa. With that, Madame Pei thrust Jun Lily into Jun Jingyan's arms and advanced to confront the thugs. Jun Jingyan stood there, utterly bewildered.
Who was he?
Where was he? He had always perceived his wife as fragile and incapable of handling burdens. How then was she capable of such martial prowess? Wow, the handsome man is frowning. Look quickly, he bears 5 parts doubt, 3 parts confusion, and 2 parts utter bewilderment. Observing Jun Jingyan's expression, Jun Lily felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Yun Jingyan. What sort of expression was that? But what did bewilderment even mean? If only Jun Lily could hear her father's thoughts, she would undoubtedly reply, bewilderment is precisely the expression you wear now. He could not allow his wife to fight on his behalf, so he tied Jun Lily's clothing around his waist and rushed forward. Exposed or not, he could not permit harm to come to his wife and daughter. In an instant, Jun Jingyan crouched to evade the man's long knife, then delivered a swift kick to the man's arm, disarming him in the process. Armed, he swiftly dispatched the remaining thugs, leaving them bloodied and battered. Father, cease. If you kill them, we will not learn of the mastermind behind this. Jun Lily interjected just in time. Were it not for the need to interrogate them about their master, Jun Jingyan would have relished the opportunity to eliminate anyone who had witnessed his wife and sister Shuang display martial prowess. They could not allow the knowledge of their skills to become public, for it would invite unwarranted troubles. How vexing. Perhaps he should simply sever their tongues. Just as he sliced off one man's tongue, the little dumpling on his back emitted a crowing sound. Heavens, this father and mother are truly formidable. Father, by severing their tongues, they will be unable to divulge the identity of the mastermind. Jun Lily was nearly beside herself, tugging at Jun Jingyan's hair to compel him to stop. Oh my goodness, this is terrifying, but it makes sense. If mother is so formidable, father must not be lacking either. Jun Jingyan, hearing this, glanced at his little darling wife.
Yanar, you.
Madame Pei was at a loss for words, yet regarding Jun Jingyan's martial prowess, she felt both astonished and yet unsurprised. Chapter 6. This is the result of a crooked beam leading to a warped pillar. She finally understood why Jun Jingyan had the audacity to allow that colleague to lead away all the guards. Truly, she was cursed to have been deceived by that scoundrel. This was no mere scholar. One of the ruffians cursed bitterly. Yenner, how should we deal with these men? Madame Pei quickly shifted the topic. Jun Jingyan brandished his knife menacingly at them, demanding, confess who it is that instructed you. Even if we ask them, they won't reveal anything. It's infuriating. If only I could speak, I would tell you, father. It is your second brother. Jun Lily could only wail in frustration. Jun Jingyan could naturally surmise. But he needed concrete evidence. Yun Ge, how do we take them back to the prison? Mother, we have ropes in our carriage. Naturally, we will bind them with ropes. Jun Lily was puzzled as to why her mother would pose such a simplistic question. Alas, mother, I thought you were quite clever. Why does it seem like your intelligence dwindles the moment you see father? It appears that love can indeed render one foolish. Pei Shi, what does a little child understand? This is called romance. Sister Shuang, are there ropes in the carriage?
Yun Jingyan asked deliberately.
Yes. Pei Shi nodded. Yun Ge, please fetch the ropes. I have a way to extract the truth from them. Jun Jingyan did not refuse. Knowing full well that his wife was no ordinary woman, Jun Lili was carried away by Jun Jingyan, and from a distance, she saw Pei Shi placing a small black insect on the thugs, presumably a form of the southern Xian kingdom's witchcraft. The male protagonist's mother in the original story was indeed a saintess from the southern Xian kingdom, married to the eastern extreme for a political alliance. She never imagined that her own maternal grandmother was also from the southern Xian kingdom. A rather luxurious carriage traversed the streets of Long City, while behind it trailed a group of battered men. Jun Lili was overjoyed, as anyone unaware would think there was a lavish banquet inside the carriage. Sister Shuang, you should head home first. I will deal with those men at the back of the carriage, Jun Jingyan said softly. All right, do take care, Pei Shi. Though aware her words were superfluous, had grown accustomed to saying them and momentarily forgot to refrain. Actually, looking at it this way, father is quite good. But how could a good man be so blind? How did he end up with that green tea ant? Jun Lili could not fathom it. Could it be that he had been drinking that night? Pei Shi, which ant are you referring to, my dear? Can we be a bit clearer?
Sigh.
But father is quite pitiful. After mother and I died, within a year, he also perished. Yet, father's death was unjust. He was truly devoted to the country and its people, yet he was used as a pawn by the king, schemed against by treacherous colleagues, and manipulated by his own brothers, ultimately being cast out by his stepmother and biological father. Truly tragic. Yun Tingyan, suddenly feeling rebellious. My dear child, do continue. What was his fate? And who are those treacherous colleagues? However, the most unfortunate were my 5 brothers, after mother and I passed. They too followed suit. Wow. Father turned out to be the one who lived the longest in our family. Jun Lili seemed to have discovered something monumental. Her gaze towards Jun Jingyan now laden with seriousness. She could hardly contain her eagerness to investigate further. With father's demeanor, he appears not particularly intelligent. So it's no wonder he met such a fate.
Sigh.
The little infant lamented. Why was she reincarnated as a baby, unable to do anything, merely watching her family perish? If only she had been reborn as a slightly older child, capable of speech and movement, she might have had a chance to alter their destiny. But now, she felt powerless. Father, mother, and my brothers did nothing wrong. They were merely unfortunate. Their existence itself was a mistake. Family, what must I do now to save you?
Yun Tingyan lovingly pets Jun Lili's little head.
Silently thinking, foolish child, such a heavy burden should not rest upon your shoulders. He then glanced at Pei Shi, who was absent-mindedly gazing out the window, and resolved, as the pillar of this family, I will ensure your safety, protecting our home. At that moment, Pei Shi was also suppressing her emotions, contemplating strategies. As soon as they disembarked, Pei Shi was called over. Sister Shuang, eldest sister. The voices of an elder and a younger woman reached everyone's ears. Pei Shi turned to find her aunt and 3rd sister before her. This must be the newborn little 6? The elderly matriarch, Pei, scrutinized Jun Lili with her murky old eyes. Come, let grandmother hold you. As she spoke, the old matriarch leaned closer to Jun Lili. Dressed in striking attire, her smile caused pearls of powder from the wrinkles at her eyes to scatter like raindrops. Bah, what kind of grandmother are you? You are not my real grandmother. Humph. Old women should really reapply their makeup. Jun Lili, without hesitation, began to wail. The moment the old matriarch approached, she cried uncontrollably. Pei Shi smiled at her child, perhaps feeling shy. How about I hold her? Pei Xiaoting also feigned affection for Jun Li. It's her. A young woman who cannot learn, envious of your bond, always attempting to climb onto your brother-in-law's bed, hoping to infuriate her sister and elevate her own status. Pei Shi attracted her earlier politeness, facing Pei Xiaoting with a hint of disdain. Hearing his daughter's thoughts, Jun Jingyan, who had initially planned to leave, paused to wait for a moment. When he leaned out of the carriage, the young woman in the green silk dress immediately noticed and saluted him. Brother-in-law. Look at that starry-eyed gaze as if she were meeting an idol. How could she shamelessly compete with her sister for a man? Jun Li's question mirrored Pei Shi's own. Though she was of noble birth, her aunt had raised her and her two brothers as if they were her own. She had always been affectionate towards her aunt's two daughters, a lapse in her judgment regarding their true characters. Busy with her children and the intrigues among the wives in the royal household, she had forgotten that there were also unscrupulous individuals within her own family. Noticing Pei Shi's slightly weakened expression, Jun Li offered silent comfort. Mother, do not be sad. This aunt is not your sister by blood. And that grandmother is a wretch. It's a case of a crooked beam supporting a crooked roof. After my real grandmother passed, she moved into the general's residence under the pretense of caring for her sister's children, yet grandfather always kept his distance from her. Over time, she could not endure the loneliness and began mingling with the stablemen, bearing two daughters. In pursuit of a better life for her daughters, she took advantage of grandfather's drunken stupors to sneak into his bed, falsely claiming to have had relations with him. Left with no choice, grandfather could only take her as a concubine. Pei Shi was also taken aback upon hearing Jun Li's thoughts. Her second and third sisters were indeed not their father's flesh and blood. No wonder their father had been away at war for so many years. It was inconceivable he could father so many children. Knowing this, she resolved to clear her father's name. Chapter 7. Is the royal palace door too low? Or is the general's residence too small? As the legitimate daughter of the general's residence, even after marriage, she still possessed this right. This shameless aunt has already climbed into her brother-in-law's bed, and now she incites her daughters to do the same. This is infuriating. How can I ensure that father and mother are well prepared? Jun Li kicked her legs in Pei Shi's embrace, anxious to the point where she wished to leap onto Pei Xiaoting and the old matriarch to bite them. Pei Shi suppressed her anger, casting a sidelong glance at the aunt and her daughters. This aunt truly could act. For all these years, she had treated the three siblings so well. Yet it was all a facade. How pitiful. At this moment, Jun Jingyan also disembarked from the carriage, with his striking appearance, as a gust of wind blew, causing his garments to flutter. One could hardly blame any woman for being captivated by the sight. Pei Xiaoting immediately approached him. Brother-in-law, so handsome and refined. Surely, Li will grow into a graceful beauty with a heart of virtue. She attempted to praise Jun Jingyan, but insisted on including Jun Li in her compliments. You are the one who is lowly. Your entire family will probably never enjoy a proper meal in their lifetime. I am the granddaughter of Prince Jing, the granddaughter of the general. Are you implying that I am unworthy of respect? Were it not for her inability to speak yet, she would have made Pei Xiaoting retreat into herself. Pei Shi, upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, found them to be quite reasonable. Her daughter, belonging to a prominent family, surely cannot be described with the term petite household beauty. Is such a characterization not rather inappropriate? Third sister? Pei's voice was cold as she inquired. The term petite household beauty refers to women from humble backgrounds. Are you implying that the Wang residence is of low status? Or that the general's manner is diminutive? Pei Xiaoting, having scarcely received an education, merely parroted these four descriptors she had overheard from storytellers, lacking a profound comprehension of their meanings. At this moment, her face flushed crimson as she implored, "Elder sister, I truly did not mean that. Brother-in-law, you must believe me." As she spoke, she cast an innocent gaze towards Jun Jingyan, forcing out a couple of tears. How utterly ridiculous. Jun Li interjected with a scoff. Old Madame Pei came to her daughter's defense. Schwanger, your sister is not well versed in literature. She did not intend any offense. Pei's expression remained impassive as she retorted. If she has not studied adequately, then she should promptly return home to her books. Today, as I speak to you, we are family and thus have no grievances. However, should she carelessly utter such remarks about other noble families in the city on another occasion, would that not tarnish the reputation of our general's manor? Mother is truly magnificent. She can send this bothersome mother-daughter duo away. Mother, you are my goddess. I would gladly crash into a wall for you. Pei replied, "My dear child, there is no need to crash into walls." Old Madame Pei was left speechless. Yet Pei shouting brightened, her face a picture of anticipation as she gazed at Jun Jingyan. Brother-in-law is a fourth-rank scholar. Surely he is well-read. Why not have him teach me? Old Madame Pei's eyes sparkled with delight. It seemed her daughter was indeed clever. Pei shot them an annoyed glare, but she could not sway Jun Jingyan. Her husband had always been incapable of refusal, striving to satisfy every request, a well-known agreeable man. This time, she wished to see how Jun Jingyan would handle the situation and whether his affections for her remained as they once were. Sensing his daughter's thoughts, Jun Jingyan quickly maintained his distance from Pei shouting, I fear I may disappoint third sister. My official duties keep me exceedingly busy, and I have an entire household to care for. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around Pei's shoulders, holding her close. Shuang's sister has recently given birth and should not be overtaxed. If I do not assist her, who will? His words were heartfelt. Ah, father is so indulgent, so sweet. I am surely becoming their #1 shipper. Please shower me with more dog food. I may have no boyfriend, but I shall not let my shipping be unfulfilled. Although Pei and Jun Jingyan did not comprehend Jun Lily's words, they could infer their overall sentiment.
Pei choket shyly, pincing Yun Lily's cheek.
Observing the affectionate couple, Pei shouting clenched her fists in frustration. Why should Pei Nianshuang enjoy such fortune? Blessed with a good birth, a fine marriage, and an admirable appearance. She excelled in every regard. Was it merely due to her parents' lineage? Pei shouting recalled that she had unfinished business and decided to take her leave, vowing to visit her elder sister and brother-in-law another day. Being young and inexperienced, she could not withstand the humiliation of today, nor the heartache from their display of affection, prompting her to flee in the company of old Madame Pei. Oh, you child, why do you leave so soon after arriving? We ought to stay at the Wang residence for a few days as usual. After all, the longer they stayed, the greater the chances of her daughter successfully securing a place in the bed. Mother, do not embarrass us. Let us depart. Observing the retreating figures of the mother and daughter, Jun Lily felt a sense of relief. Father scored major points today. As long as we do not allow them to stay overnight at the Wang residence, they will have no opportunity to infiltrate. However, this is merely a temporary fix. I must swiftly devise a more permanent solution to deal with that mother-daughter duo. Jun Lily lamented, feeling the weight of the world on her young shoulders. Pei caressed her daughter's cheek, acknowledging the truth in her words. They must ensure that her husband perceives the true nature of that mother-daughter pair. Prior to giving birth, she had received news from the border that her father and 2 brothers would not return until the month was complete. Clearly, she needed to gather evidence and prepare for that day. The day of her daughter's full month would also mark the expulsion of her aunt and 2 younger half-sisters. Or rather, cousins. Brother, you have never been one to refuse others. Why today? Before Pei could finish, Jun Jingyan raised a finger to silence her. Shuang's sister, I shall not engage in any actions that would displease you. The past is behind me. Henceforth, for your sake, for Lily S., and for our family, I must change. I can no longer compromise. Jun Jingyan's eyes were resolute as he gazed into Pei's. The Book of Thick and Black Wisdom states, when you are reluctant to refuse others, consider why they feel free to impose upon you. Jun Lily recalled this wisdom, finding it particularly applicable to her father. Her words resonated with Jun Jingyan.
Indeed.
As a family, no matter how challenging, there will come a day when we endure. Hope illuminated Pei's eyes. As long as her husband could rise to the occasion and act like a true man, shedding his hesitance, combined with her own efforts, they could certainly alter their fate. However, thoughts of their 5 sons weighed heavily on Pei. She sighed, remembering her unfortunate offspring. The eldest with a limp, the second simple-minded, the third a wastrel, the 4th weak, and the 5th, a portly 6-year-old weighing 200 pounds. Each had their own misfortunes, each more woeful than the last. The mention of these 5 brought a simultaneous sigh from Jun Lily, Jun Jingyan, and Pei. As Jun Jingyan departed with the entourage tied to the carriage, Pei cradled Jun Lily as they returned to the main courtyard. Accompanying them was a maid, who soon made her way to the 2nd courtyard. Second master, second mistress. It is dire. I returned from shopping and happened upon the eldest master and his party. The maid reported her findings to the 2nd house. While savoring tea, Jun Wulian slammed his teacup down upon hearing the news. What did you say? The eldest brother has returned? So soon. Indeed. Not only has the eldest master returned, but he also brings along several bruised thugs, the maid continued. Oh no. Those are men who value wealth in their lives. If the eldest house employs even the slightest trick, they will surely expose me. Jun Wulian paced anxiously within the room. Calm down. The man who traveled with the eldest brother has leverage against us. Let him take the fall, claiming those ruffians were hired by him.
Su, remaining composed,
Leisurely enjoyed her tea. However, this pawn will be rendered useless afterward, June Woollien lamented, realizing his limited options, all provided by his mother and uncle. Yet, for now, there was no other choice. Just as they conversed, June Woollien received a summons from the Ministry of Justice. Within the ministry, June Jingyan coldly regarded the scapegoat chosen by June Woollien, surprised to find it was one of his own colleagues. In this ruthless dragon city, those who wished to ascend must inevitably tread upon others. Though he felt anger towards the second house, June Jingyan understood he could not completely overthrow them in one fell swoop. This would serve as a warning to both the second house and his stepmother. June Jingyan was a man of understanding. He acquiesced to June Woollien wishes, allowing the scapegoat to bear the blame, and even spoke a few favorable words on his behalf, earning a reputation for brotherly affection. The Minister of Justice did not pursue further inquiries, swiftly concluding the case and releasing the two men. At the entrance of the Wang residence, the anxious Wang Fei had been waiting early with Su. Upon seeing the two brothers return, engaged in lively conversation, she breathed a sigh of relief. Mother! June Jingyan performed a courteous gesture, refraining from uttering further words as he returned to the main courtyard. However, the side princess could not help but glance back at his retreating figure, her eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Initially, she had perceived the eldest son as ineffectual and cowardly, believing that a few ruffians could inflict some hardship upon him, but to her astonishment, he had managed to seize control instead. She had assumed that he would stubbornly allow the second son to take the fall. Yet he had even interceded on the latter's behalf. What, precisely, did this eldest son intend to accomplish? The side princess, who had always regarded June Jingyan with disdain, now found herself somewhat unsettled. The unexpected turn of events hinted at something sinister at play. Whether it was the injustice faced by the Su family the previous day or the second son's smooth return today, both occurrences signaled to the side princess that something was amiss within the main household. Observing the overt and covert power struggles among the masters, the servants could not help but express their concerns. It seemed that peace within the royal mansion would be fleeting. The news of the master's safe return from his diplomatic mission spread throughout the vast estate. Given its size and the multitude of inhabitants, it was rare for everyone to gather for a meal outside of festive occasions. Typically, each household dined separately. In anticipation of June Jingyan's return, the main household prepared an especially lavish dinner. As she beheld the table laden with delectable dishes, June Lily's excitement was palpable, though, alas, with no teeth to chew. She could only savor the aroma. The first meal after her father's return ought to have been a moment of familial reunion, yet at June Jingyan's table, only Pei Shi and the infant June Lily were present. Not a single one of the 5 sons made an appearance. "Inge, let us eat," Pei Shi said, seemingly accustomed to the desolation, as she served a dish to June Jingyan, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. "I have been away for over half a month, and the children." As a father, June Jingyan longed for his sons, yet they had proven disappointingly absent. They had never visited, not even on the day of his wife's delivery. Pei Shi spoke candidly, wiping away a tear as she recounted, "They have never been here, not even on the day of my delivery. Father and mother, do not blame my brothers. They may not even know how to live their own lives."
Yun Lily,
Sensing her parent's sorrow, extended her tiny hands to Pei Shi, as if wishing to dry her tears. Her words rang true. The eldest son had followed his maternal grandfather and 2 uncles in martial training from a young age, achieving remarkable feats on the battlefield. Yet, a year ago, he had tragically fallen from a cliff during a hunting expedition, sustaining a broken leg. Since then, he had been despondent, retreating into solitude, shunning the world outside. The second son had been exceptionally bright, possessing a photographic memory, but after consuming a mysterious pastry at a banquet at the age of 5, he had become mentally incapacitated, incapable of self-care. To prevent him from causing trouble, June Jingyan and Pei Shi had no choice but to confine him to his room. The third son, while seemingly unproblematic, had become a notorious wastrel, spending his days in brothels and gambling dens, refusing to return home, threatening self-harm if confined. The couple believed they must have wronged him in a past life to have given rise to such a wayward child. The fourth son, born prematurely, had always been frail and sickly, and the side princess and her ilk had insisted he be sent to a secluded villa in the mountains under the pretense of avoiding the bitter taste of medicine, leaving him isolated and desolate. He could only return to see his parents during the new year, and Pei Shi's premature delivery seemed far from coincidental. The fifth son was taken away by the side princess under the guise of Pei Shi's inability to care for him, yet he was intentionally neglected. becoming exceedingly overweight and unable to move independently. How I wish my powers could be restored. If only I could heal all my brothers in one fell swoop.
Yun Lily lamented.
Just as despair began to creep in, a thought struck her. The second brother is poisoned and foolish. Providing an antidote should not be difficult. And mother is skilled in such matters. Surely concocting a remedy would be straightforward. But how can I convey the formula to mother? Her emotions swung like a pendulum, oscillating between joy and sorrow, ultimately attributing her woes to her tender age. Peisha reassured June Lily in her heart. It is all right, speak freely. Mother can hear you. Jun Jingyan, meanwhile, broadened his perspective, realizing that his wife not only possessed martial prowess, but also the arcane art of poison. Truly, she was a multifaceted and virtuous partner. Before June Lily could articulate the antidote's formula, a servant rushed in, breathless, to report, "Madam, it is dire. The eldest young master has attempted to hang himself again. Alas. This marks his 38th suicide attempt." June Lily barely blinked in indifference. After finishing their last bites of food, Jun Jingyan and Peisha set down their chopsticks and made their way to the Morning Light Pavilion, where the eldest son, Jun Jincheng, lay. Since his injury, he had been engaged in a futile endeavor to end his life, yet had never succeeded. Now he lay on his bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling, indifferent even to the arrival of his parents. Jun Jincheng, is suicide entertaining? This is your 38th attempt. What do you truly desire? Peisha understood her son's pain, yet her heart ached even more for him. Child, even if you do nothing, your father and I can support you. Why must you seek to end your life? Jun Jingyan, typically at a loss for words, found that this statement struck a chord in Jun Jincheng's heart. Father, do you truly remain unaware of your children's thoughts?
Yun Lily shook her head helplessly.
Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice of a young girl, Jun Jincheng was taken aback, certain it did not belong to any of his maids. For a proud elder brother like him, lying here in despair is worse than simply dying.
Yun Lily listened.
Brother, do not give up on life just yet. I can heal your leg, she declared. The book had mentioned that Jun Jincheng's fate was to take his life in the spring following his injury. Yun Tianxing. This girl knew him so well? No. Could she be the newborn sister's mother had just given birth to? Realizing this, he turned his gaze to June Lily. As she reached out her small hand, seemingly attempting to touch him from a distance, he thought, my heavens. Is this truly my brother? This little beauty is extraordinarily handsome. The infatuated June Lily could not resist swallowing hard. Author, I adore you. You have portrayed Jun Jincheng, this minor character, as so dashing. At 16, Jun Jincheng was in the prime of his youth, full of vigor and charm. Had it not been for his injury, he would surely have been the object of affection for countless young women. What a pity, that after his 98th attempt to end his life, his tragically brief and painful existence would come to an end. Considering the timing, that would be in the spring of next year. Yun Tianxing. How could his mother's newborn sister possess such extraordinary insight, even knowing the details of his demise? Observing his parents' expressions, which remained unchanged, he wondered if only he could hear the musings of his little sister. Was he the chosen one? It seemed he ought not to seek death. Perhaps this was fate bestowing upon him a significant mission, granting him newfound powers. Mother, may I hold my little sister?
Yun Tianxing spoke.
A rarity since his injury had rendered him taciturn. Peisha smiled as she handed June Lily to him. As she nestled against Jun Jincheng's chest, June Lily let out a delighted squeal. Ah, brother, your muscles are impressive. With her chubby little hands, June Lily began to explore Jun Jincheng's physique. Leaving the expressions of Jun Jincheng, Jun Jingyan, and Peisha darkened with dismay. Brother, please choose to live well. Grant me a month's time. And once my powers are restored, I shall heal your leg.
Yun Lily beamed at Yun Tianxing.
Hoping that her endearing antics might persuade him to postpone his desperate thoughts of self-harm. Upon hearing her words, Jun Jincheng fell momentarily into contemplation. It seems that my little sister is truly extraordinary, undoubtedly a celestial being sent to assist me. I must cherish her dearly and ensure she is never harmed in the slightest.
Ah!
Suddenly, Jun Jincheng felt a surge of warmth coursing through his injured leg, followed by an intense wave of pain. Chunner, what ails you? Pei asked, swiftly taking June Lily from his arms. Mother, father, my leg. It hurts. Jun Jincheng replied, his finely sculpted brows furrowing as the pain distorted his handsome features.
How can this be?
Wasn't your leg broken beyond feeling? Pei mused, perplexed. Quickly. Fetch a physician, no. Summon the imperial doctor, commanded Jun Jingyan to the servants in the room. Their royal household had unfettered access to the imperial physicians and the royal chefs. After a night of turmoil in the main residence, several doctors were summoned, yet none could discern the cause of this anomaly. However, the sudden return of sensation in a leg long deemed lifeless was a fortuitous sign for Jun Jincheng. Perhaps it signified a chance for his leg to heal. The members of the royal household were aware that the eldest son, who had sequestered himself in his room for days, had finally emerged. He had undergone a remarkable transformation. It seemed as if the valiant young general, who had once limped, had returned. Yet it was now Pei, the matriarch, who confined herself to her chamber. Since learning of the antidote that could cure the second son's affliction from Junlili, she had been diligently crafting medicinal concoctions. While preoccupied with her alchemical pursuits, she also sought evidence to prove that her two younger daughters were not the biological offspring of their father. She relayed this matter to her eldest son.
Yun Tianxing,
A prodigious talent with a meticulous mind, had been raised under the tutelage of his maternal grandfather, forging a deep bond between them. Understanding that his grandfather had tirelessly supported the family for 2 decades, tending to the stable hands and nurturing the children, Jun Jincheng was the first to act. Pei dispatched her eldest son to the general's residence to gather intelligence, instructing him to take Junlili along. A limping brother and an infant sister formed a duo that would not raise suspicion, making the most of their circumstances. The siblings, albeit reluctantly, prepared to stay temporarily at the general's residence, instructing anyone who inquired to say they had been sent away by their parents. Pei's medicinal preparations would take several days to complete, after which she intended to return to the general's residence. The Jingwangfu was not far from the general's manor. A mere river separated them. This river, seemingly inconspicuous, played a significant role throughout the narrative. It was via this very river that the female protagonist had traversed into this world, and it was here that she had ensnared the male lead, as well as the crown prince. As the carriage from the Jingwangfu approached the riverbank, Junlili noticed a throng of people gathered, a tumult of activity, with bubbles breaking the water's surface, suggesting someone was submerged. Could there be others besides the heroine who have leaped into the river? It was not until she heard someone call out Miss He that Junlili confirmed it was indeed the heroine. The text mentions that her elder brother fell in love at first sight when he glimpsed the heroine in the water while crossing the bridge. Knowing his own disability rendered him unworthy of her, which ultimately led to his tragic demise the following year. But why had this scene with the heroine jumping into the river occurred prematurely? The timeline was askew. As their carriage drew nearer to the river, Junlili fidgeted restlessly in Jun Jincheng's arms, as if afflicted by an itch. I mustn't let my brother see the heroine. Jun Jincheng pondered. What manner of woman could so utterly captivate his thoughts? Intrigued, he instructed the driver to pause the carriage on the bridge. Oh, dear brother. Must you court death so recklessly? Even the king of hell would not permit it.
Junlili resorted to wailing,
hoping to divert Jun Jincheng's attention solely to herself and away from the heroine. Yet, in pursuit of a broader view, Jun Jincheng dismounted the carriage, disregarding her pleas. The unfolding drama depicted the young Miss He confessing her feelings to the crown prince, only to be rebuffed, leading her to despair and leap into the river, where she was rescued by the male lead. Upon awakening, she transformed into the heroine who would fall deeply in love with him. Junlili's wide eyes scanned the water for any sign of the male lead, relieved to find none. She scrutinized the scene, hoping to catch a glimpse of his figure. Jun Jincheng, too, fixed his gaze upon the river surface, intrigued by the identity of the heroine that so captivated his little sister. After all, there were many with the surname He and Longcheng. It was then that a warm male voice called out Jun Jincheng's name from behind. The siblings turned to see a familiar face, their expressions a blend of surprise and complexity. The newcomer was the youngest 9th prince of the Eastern Extreme Kingdom, aged 18. Once Jun Jincheng's closest companion. According to familial hierarchy, the emperor would address the Jingwang as uncle, and the 9th prince would refer to Jun Jingyan in the same manner. Thus, he was of the same generation as Junlili and Jun Jincheng, a cousin. The 9th prince, without the need for formalities, simply nodded at Jun Jincheng, who was unable to bow while holding Junlili. The male lead, Junyu. Chapter 10. A Life Saved Through Spittle. Junlili was equally astonished, having encountered the male lead before the heroine did. No need for such formality, Xiao Chen. We are of similar age and can call each other brothers when in private, the 9th prince said dismissively. Jun Jincheng remained silent. Indeed, prior to his injury, they had shared a bond akin to brothers, often drinking and discussing life together. However, Jun Jincheng's exceptional talents surpassed those of the 9th prince in every regard. Although the 9th prince feigned indifference, Jun Jincheng was acutely aware of the jealousy that lurked beneath the surface. During last year's autumn hunt, the circumstances surrounding his fall from the cliff were clear.
Ah, Xiao Shen.
You have been confined to the palace for a year, and yet have already married and had a child before your elder brother? The ninth prince teased, eyeing the siblings. Oh. June Lily felt a bit speechless. Did the male lead truly mistake her for her brother's child? Your Highness is mistaken. This is my sick sister. Just recently born. We intended to announce her arrival at her full moon feast, Jun Jincheng clarified, causing some embarrassment for Jun Yu. He bent down to cradle Jun Lily in his arms. Jun Jincheng made no objection. Jun Yu, valuing his dignity, would not throw Jun Lily into the river in public. As Jun Lily nestled closer, she noticed the wolf tooth pendant hanging around Jun Yu's neck and instinctively reached out to touch it. The text mentioned that when Jun Jincheng fell from the cliff, he saw that the person who pushed him wore a similar wolf tooth pendant. Could this male lead, Jun Yu, be the one? That moment was etched in Jun Jincheng's memory forever. Although the assailant had worn a mask and deliberately donned oversized clothing to obscure their figure, the distinct wolf tooth pendant was unforgettable. Over the past year, Jun Jincheng had inquired about it. This pendant symbolized the warriors of Nanxin, and Jun Yu's mother was a saintess from Nanxin. I once believed the male lead to be a true hero. Turns out he is just a petty man who, out of jealousy for his elder brother, pushed him off the cliff. He is such a jealous individual that he annihilated the entire family of the villain merely for calling the heroine pretty sister in her youth. A male lead with a heart narrower than a needle si. Jun Lily could not help but scoff. Hearing his little sister's remarks, Jun Jincheng clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his fury and striving to mask any suspicion from Jun Yu. How heartbroken would my brother be to learn that his closest friend was responsible for his disability and had also stolen the woman he desired.
Jun Lily felt a deep sympathy for Jun Jincheng's plight.
Truly, he had been deceived. Villain, you have harmed my brother. Jun Lily's small hands fumbled around Jun Yu's neck, but alas, she lacked the strength to harm him. Suddenly, the townsfolk along the river began to shout. Jun Lily turned her gaze to see the heroine had been found. So it turns out to be the daughter of the minister. Truly shameless. To leap into the river after confession is rejected. The onlookers expressed their sentiments, with one exclaiming, if she does not perish, how could the heroine traverse through time? In her heart, Jun Lily echoed the sentiments of the populace. Jun Jincheng, intrigued, pondered the meaning of traverse. Could it be that she, like his younger sister, hailed from the heavens? Minister So, she is the daughter of his great-grandmother's nephew? It seems that the person his sister was smitten with at first sight is indeed He Fengxue. Recalling He Fengshue's haggard visage, Jun Jincheng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Even if he were blind, he would never take a liking to her. Why was his sister so concerned? Xiao Chun, your legs are unsteady. Allow me to check on the He family's young lady, Junior remarked, preparing to hand Jun Lily over to Jun Jincheng.
No.
We must prevent the protagonists from meeting. As long as they are apart and do not conspire together, the time for their family to become cannon fodder can be delayed. Jun Lily cried out internally. Jun Jincheng coughed twice. Your Highness, I am feeling somewhat unwell.
Xiao Tian Yun Yu final concern.
Quickly, attend to your paramour. He instructed his subordinates, intending to hand Jun Lily to the side. What to do? I am frantic. How can I prevent the male lead from seeking out the female lead?
Jun Lily howled desperately.
Whenever Jun Lily came into contact with the candied fruit, she would weep. But upon returning to the male lead's embrace, her cries would cease. Today she would cling to the male lead. Why does Lily keep crying? Yun Yu, unfamiliar with caring for children, was at a loss. Jun Jincheng sat in his wheelchair, his head drooping in a stupor, indifferent to the chaos around him. At a critical moment, a spark of inspiration struck Jun Lily, and she began to prod her throat incessantly with her tiny fingers. The author has mentioned that the male lead has a cleanliness obsession. She thought, never mind, for her elder brother, for herself, for their entire family, she would go all out. Jun Yu was overwhelmed by the smell of fermented milk, and soon, his sleeves and front were soaked. A foul stench assaulted his nostrils, making him feel nauseous as well. Had it not been for Jun Jincheng's agility, despite his disability, Jun Lily would have nearly been tossed into the river by Jun Yu. Jun Lily exclaimed, Mother, I see my great-grandmother. I am not exaggerating. My soul is nearly departing. Jun Jincheng thought that if he delayed any longer, she would plummet into the river alongside the female lead. Forgive me for my shamelessness. My powers are sealed, and I am truly being forced into a corner. Jun Lily repeatedly apologized to Guanyin, never expecting that as a dignified Lotus Pond koi, she would be reduced to relying on regurgitation for survival. Even Jun Jincheng was taken aback by his sister's audacity. Your Highness, my sister did not mean it. She is just a month old and cannot control herself. Jun Jincheng directly tumbled from his wheelchair, half kneeling to apologize to Junyu. In an instant, they became a spectacle on the bridge, vying for the attention of the heroine below. Under the gaze of the crowd, all of Junyu's fury had to be suppressed. Your Highness, if you wish to punish her, I am willing to take my sister's place. Jun Jincheng deliberately altered his address, raising his voice so the surrounding populace would recognize their identities. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Junyu's eyes, only to vanish as swiftly as it came, replaced by a gentle demeanor. Xiao Chun, rise quickly. It is merely a trifling matter, not worth troubling your heart over. Junyu assisted Jun Jincheng back into his wheelchair, a smile dissolving their grievances. Thank you, Your Highness, for your magnanimity.
Len, Yun Tianxing cast a pointed glance at Yunyu's attire.
Junyu's face turned ashen. Forcing a smile, Xiao Chun, I shall take my leave now. We will gather again another time. With that, he fled as though escaping a disaster. Watching his retreating figure, Jun Jincheng clenched his injured leg. What does it matter if he is a prince? This grudge will be repaid. Meanwhile, Jun Lily, her mouth cleaned by the candied fruit, reveled in secret delight. Hee, not only did I prevent the protagonists from meeting, but I also helped my elder brother vent his frustrations. Seeing the ninth prince's face darker than a pot's bottom has brought me immense joy. Jun Jincheng gently cradled Jun Lily in his arms. In his heart, he mused, silly sister, never engage in such dangerous antics again. Had I not caught you, the consequences would have been dire. Reflecting on this, he cast a regretful glance at his own legs. If he could stand, he would be better able to protect his sister, wouldn't he? What was wrong with his legs? Just days prior, they had ached excruciatingly, and now they felt as though they were being gnawed at by fire ants. The hour was late. We must hasten to the general's residence, Jun Jincheng ordered, and after a servant helped him and Jun Lily into the carriage, they finally departed. Wonderful. At last. My elder brother has left. This time he'll not encounter the heroine. Haha, today truly serves a dual purpose. Neither my elder brother nor the male lead has met the heroine.
Yun Lily left joyfully.
Jun Jincheng, however, appeared speechless, with He Fengshua's appearance. She was scarcely worthy of serving as his maid. Love at first sight? Unable to extricate oneself? To commit suicide for her? He was disabled, not mentally impaired. Unlike his second brother, Jun Jinhai, he was not foolish. Following this incident, Jun Lily developed a new understanding of Jun Jincheng, who seemed capable of self-destruction. Blind to both women and brothers alike. Chapter 11. A bite on his vital essence. After the siblings entered the general's residence, a shadow flitted past, disappearing around the corner. Jun Lily, nestled in Jun Jincheng's embrace, cast her gaze askew behind them, sensing through instinct that they were being followed. Naturally, the highly skilled Jun Jincheng noticed as well. However, he paid it no mind. He knew without looking that the shadow was likely sent by his great-grandmother or a few uncles to keep an eye on them. With their nephew returning for a brief stay, the general's household could not afford to neglect them. His two aunts and cousins welcomed them warmly. Yet, since the general's residence was still managed by the elderly Madame Pei, the siblings were assigned a courtyard adjacent to the servants' quarters. This arrangement suited the siblings just fine, as being close allowed them to gather more information. They learned that the coachman, though residing in the estate, had a small house on the outskirts of the city. It was said that he had an elderly mother living there. The maid continued to respond to Jun Jincheng's inquiries. What elderly mother? That little house was specifically purchased by my good aunt for their clandestine rendezvous. Jun Lily couldn't help but scoff internally. The coachman Lu was quite filial, returning each month to visit his mother. As the maid recounted this, she grew curious and asked, by the way, why does the young master inquire about this?
Oh.
It is nothing significant. Jun Jincheng replied with a light chuckle, I and my sister will likely be staying at the residence for some time, and we will need some clothing sent from the Wang family's estate. Should the young master require anything, do not hesitate to inform the maidservant. I shall arrange it immediately. The maid expressed great concern for the siblings, particularly for Jun Jincheng. Now that he was disabled, the daughters of high-ranking families naturally looked down upon him, which allowed those of lower birth to entertain a glimmer of hope. After all, with Jun Jincheng's lineage and looks, he was the object of admiration for many. No need for now. I will seek you out when the need arises. Jun Jincheng's voice was warm, imbued with the unique charm of youth. It was enough to make even an ordinary girl swoon, and even Jun Lily was close to being charmed. She eagerly anticipated meeting her other four brothers. She wondered what they would be like. The siblings had been residing in the general's residence for 3 days. During this time, They had encountered Lu the coachman a few times. However, upon seeing Lu again today, June Lily noticed that he was limping. The late summer evening breeze was quite pleasant. Compared to the bustling noise of the Wang estate, June Lily found the general's residence to be much quieter. That night Aunt Gong, with great care, arranged a cradle for June Lily, placing it beside her own bed to tend to her. The two uncles, following their grandfather, have long been away at war, leaving the aunts accustomed to solitary nights. This time, when June Jinshin brought June Lily over, the two aunts took turns attending to her, both exceedingly kind, each fearing they might be outdone by the other. Yet, June Lily understood that only Aunt Gong's affection was genuine. In a state of half-sleep, June Lily heard faint sounds emanating from the corner. Soon, two plump rats emerged from behind a nearby cabinet. Squeak, squeak. How despicable of humans to bury a corpse at our doorstep. Truly lacking in morals. But fortunately, the corpse is quite fresh. Let us gather our brethren for a feast. The dialogue of the rodents reached June Lily's ears. As a carp, having regained her magical powers, she found herself able to communicate with animals once more. Though rodents are omnivorous and indeed consume carcasses, she felt a twinge of nausea, perhaps due to her prolonged humanity. Hey, boss. Why do I feel like someone is watching us? One rat mused. I feel it too, but we're so well hidden. The two rats began to search around. When their eyes met the gaze of the infant in the cradle, they paused in uncertainty for several seconds. June Lily thought to pretend ignorance and continue sleeping. But upon opening her eyes, she was met with the enlarged faces of the two rodents, their whiskers clearly visible. What the? Startled, she exclaimed an expletive. To her surprise, while she couldn't speak human language, she found she could communicate simply in beast tongue. Forget her. She's just a baby. Let us hurry back to eat. After all, it'll take us until dawn to reach the outskirts. June Lily gleaned valuable information from this statement. There was a corpse at the outskirts. Who did you say buried the corpse at your doorstep? She inquired with curiosity. It was that coachman Lu from your estate. We came all the way here for revenge. Just last night, while he slept, I bit him on the thigh, boasted the younger rat. That explains why Lu limped today. But I can't compare to the boss. He's the real deal. Just this morning, he took a bite out of Lu's well, you know. The younger rat laughed heartily, reveling in their mischief. June Lily was left speechless, while the antics of the two rodents were amusing. They had indeed served justice upon Lu, a notorious lecher. He only sees his wife once a month. Unable to withstand loneliness, he spends all his time pursuing village women. The rats continued, their tales growing increasingly outrageous. Do you know who he killed? The elder rat leapt up in agitation. We never said he killed anyone. He merely buried a body. Whether he's the murderer, we can't say. Who was the deceased? She repeated, for regardless of Lu's culpability, he remained an accomplice deserving of punishment. It was Widow Bao, who had no children or relatives. The younger rat answered hurriedly, sensing her impatience. She was indeed unfortunate. While playing cards with Lu, his wife caught them, and in a fit of rage, struck her dead. The elder rat lamented. Intrigued, June Lily wondered about Lu's wife. Before she could inquire further, Aunt Gong was roused by the rats' chattering. The two rodents scurried away into the night, leaving June Lily with a multitude of unanswered questions as she feigned sleep. Days later, June Jinshin learned that the elderly lady Pei summoned coachman Lu every month to drive her to the outskirts, claiming it was for temple visits, though they suspected otherwise. Calculating the days, they realized that the day after tomorrow would be their next trip to the outskirts. The household of the general was not large. Lady Pei, Pei Xiaoting, the two aunts and cousin Pei Yin. Second Aunt Pei Xiaowen had already married off, and the two cousins born to Aunt Gong were studying at the Imperial Academy, returning home every 10 days, conveniently coinciding with Lady Pei and coachman Lu's outing.
Ans konkret June Lily, feeding her porridge.
Chapter 12. Madness Unleashed. June Lily despised the wet nurse's milk. Her own mother was confined in the Wang residence, engrossed in alchemical pursuits, leaving her no choice but to consume milk from cows and goats or rice porridge. In the initial days at the general's residence, she had been given fresh milk, transitioning to goat's milk, and now rice porridge. It wasn't tea that June Lily was finicky. The blandness of the porridge, neither sweet nor salty, left much to be desired. As an infant, she could consume little, and now forced to drink porridge daily, it felt as though her palate was withering away. Lily, today we only have rice porridge, make do with it, Aunt Gong said, spooning the porridge into June Lily's tiny mouth. She had always longed for a daughter, but fate had bestowed upon her a son. Though her sisters-in-law had given birth to daughters, their relationships were not as harmonious as they appeared. Lady Pei, for reasons unknown, cast a piercing glare at the two of them, especially after Aunt Gong uttered, "We only have rice porridge." June Lili gazed at the sparse dishes on the table, lost in thought. Just days prior, they had feasted on lavish meals, yet now, the offerings had diminished significantly. Second Aunt Shi and Pei Xiao Ting only picked at the meat in their plates. What has happened in the kitchen these days? What are they cooking? Pei Xiao Ting complained, having failed to snatch any meat from Shi. "Eat, eat, you greedy little girl," Lady Pei chastised with a glare. "We are not like other families. The funds in this household are earned with the lives of our men on the battlefield. We women must not be idle, nor can we solely indulge in feasting." Lady Pei admonished, instilling a sense of frugality in the younger generation. Even Jun Jinchen, upon hearing her words, discreetly glanced at the meat before opting for vegetables instead. "Humph. It seems she clearly thinks my brother and I have overstayed our welcome at the General's residence, gorging on their rice." Squirming restlessly in Aunt Gong's embrace, her tiny fists waving in the air. Sensing his sister's frustration, Jun Jinchen set down his chopsticks, feigning annoyance. "Is grandmother suggesting that little Chun and Lili have overstayed their welcome at the Pei household?" Lady Pei retorted, her expression darkening. Aunt Gong furrowed her brow at Lady Pei's ominous demeanor. Jun Jinchen was not one to lack emotional intelligence, yet since his injury, his temperament had grown peculiar. Could it be that he was unwell again? "Chin Air, what kind of talk is that? We are all one family here," Aunt Gong swiftly reprimanded. Ignoring her, Jun Jinchen continued, "Earlier, grandmother mentioned we shouldn't be idle at home. Conveniently, the Wanhua Pavilion in Yanlu Lane is recruiting musicians. Isn't Aunt skilled in this area? She could sign up." He gazed at Lady Pei with his innocent, shimmering eyes, brimming with expectation. Everyone knew of Yanlu Lane and the Wanhua Pavilion, even if they hadn't visited. Sure, busy peeling eggs, couldn't he help but chuckle. Lady Pei really raised a fine son. He dares to speak such words. Lady Pei slammed her hand on the table in frustration, rising to confront Jun Jinchen. But Aunt Gong interjected, "Aunt, Chen Er is unwell. Furthermore, you are his elder, and it is unbecoming to argue with him. If word spreads, what will the noble families of Longqing think of our General's residence?" Madame Pei was on the verge of shattering her silver teeth in anger. With a furious flick of her sleeves, she cast a disdainful glance at Jun Jincheng's bewildered and helpless expression and strode out of the dining hall with great strides. "Today's dishes are too bland. This young master cannot abide such fare. Order a few more meat dishes." Jun Jincheng deliberately put on the airs of a debauched young master. The food was not for his own enjoyment. The entire table of guests had yet to dine well. "Very well, I shall convey your wishes to the kitchen." Shi was elated, for she could seize the opportunity to indulge in some delicacies with Jun Jincheng's assistance. If Madame Pei were to lay blame, it would be Jun Jincheng who would take the fall, as he was the one who ordered the dishes. "Brother, you are magnificent. What a delightful experience. This is what it means to combat magic with magic. Rather than suffer in silence, why not expend the energy on others and go mad instead?" Jun Lili clapped her hands in delight, joyfully cackling in Gong's embrace. "Oh, how I wish someone could prepare me a serving of goat's milk with honey. Oh heavens! I truly do not wish to drink rice soup."
Jun Lili lamented.
It was truly miserable to be unable to speak, as it left her at the mercy of others, devoid of any agency. Upon hearing this, Jun Jincheng chuckled. "Though the heavens cannot satisfy your desires, your elder brother can." He immediately beckoned a nearby maid with a flick of his hand. Her deceptively charming smile, akin to that of Madame Pei, was irresistibly alluring, resembling a beguiling male fox spirit. The maid he beckoned, her heart aflame, approached with a flushed face. Jun Jincheng leaned down and whispered something in her ear, and soon, the maid returned with a steaming bowl of goat's milk. Jun Lili glanced at Jun Jincheng in surprise, having thought he was flirting with the young maid, only to discover he had requested the goat's milk for her. Despite his eccentric and somewhat foolish demeanor, Jun Lili felt a genuine joy in her heart. After 3 lifetimes of tribulations, she had yet to encounter a relative so kind to her. Had she truly stumbled upon such a fortuitous family in this life? The aroma of milk mingled with a hint of osmanthus. Overjoyed, Jun Lili exclaimed, "Brother, you are my savior. I adore osmanthus honey." Just as Jun Jincheng was about to take a bite of the freshly served steamed venison, he heard Jun Lili's soft, endearing voice. He smiled indulgently at her and said to Gong, "Aunt, please enjoy your meal. I will feed Lily."
With that,
He cradled Jun Lili in his arms and mimicked Gong's earlier actions, feeding her the milk bit by bit. June Lily was well cared for, plump and cherubic, resembling a glutinous rice dumpling. Across the table, Pei Xiaoding was deeply captivated by the seemingly gentle and refined June Jincheng. Since she could not ascend to her brother-in-law's bed, her nephew would suffice. After all, they were not related by blood.
Upon noticing Pei Xiaoting's burning gaze, June Lily glanced over.
Why does that look resemble the way she gazes at my father? Relying on her instincts, she speculated, no way. Could it be that this aunt has taken a liking to my elder brother? June Jincheng was taken aback. Does she truly lack male company? She seems to have a taste for all ages.
June Lily mused.
What a travesty. This charm of his, where can it find a proper place? Could beauty itself be a sin? No, no, wicked woman. Do not look at my elder brother.
June Lily incessantly made faces at Pei Xiaoting,
believing them to be quite fearsome. When Pei Xiaoding remained unfazed, she was compelled to change her tactics. If she could not alter her adversary, she would alter herself. Thinking this, she grabbed a handful of white rice and smeared it across June Jincheng's face. Brother, you must protect yourself when outside,
June Jincheng exclaimed,
pondering the psychological impact of such an act. Oh dear, what is Lily doing? Does she wish to eat white rice too? Thankfully, Gong noticed in time, otherwise June Jincheng's handsome face would have been marred by grains of rice. Learning from her younger sister that Pei Xiaoding harbored feelings for him, June Jincheng felt no fear or concern. Instead, he wore a devilish smile. The grand spectacle 3 days hence presented a perfect opportunity to persuade Pei Xiaoding to attend. Chapter 13, Deceiving the two aunts to attend the performance. Although Madame Pei was not present at the general's residence, she had maintained secret correspondence with June Jincheng during these days. She was fully aware of the happenings in the general's residence and the information gathered by the siblings. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must catch him red-handed. To ruin Madame Pei's reputation, concrete evidence was essential. The simplest way to secure such evidence was to allow everyone to witness the truth for themselves. In the afternoon, when the heat was not oppressive, June Jincheng had Mijian push his wheelchair, holding June Lily as they made their way to Gong's courtyard.
Aunt!
Upon entering, June Jincheng called out loudly. His temper was well known, and such impudent behavior was not met with reproach by Gong and the others. Chingter Lily, what brings you here? You could have sent a maid to convey your message. Gong quickly took June Lily from June Jincheng's arms, utterly enamored with the little glutinous rice dumpling. My mother wishes to invite you to the outskirts of the city to watch a performance. They say a troupe from the kingdom of Nanshin is coming, and such opportunities are rare. June Jincheng recited the carefully crafted words he had prepared. The day after tomorrow? Gong pondered for a moment. The day after tomorrow was precisely when Madame Pei would be away to offer incense, and with her absence, there would be no one to scrutinize her. Otherwise, the ladies of the household were always subjected to her meticulous examinations, lest they venture forth to meet their lovers. Very well. Around what time? Rest assured, aunt. There will be a carriage from the King Jing's residence to fetch you. I shall have Mijian. June Jincheng's sentence was cut short by June Lily's interruption. Brother, do not have Mijian fetch aunt. She is easygoing and pure-hearted, with no ill intentions. Any maid would suffice to bring her. A maid like Mijian would befit the occasion for fetching second aunt, giving her the honor and prestige she deserves, and would also serve to speak on our behalf. June Jincheng nearly applauded on the spot. However, he realized that doing so would lead the people in the room to believe he had truly gone mad. He cast a discerning glance at the little glutinous rice dumpling in Gong's arms. Truly, she was a sister, exceptionally clever. June Jincheng heeded June Lily's insightful counsel and changed his words. I shall send the secret guards from the residence to fetch you. Thank goodness I reacted swiftly. June Lily praised, brother, you are truly wise. Gong felt a nagging sense that something was amiss. Following the same line of reasoning, June Jincheng also invited his second aunt.
Sure.
However, unlike with Gong, he added a reminder that Sure must not keep secrets. Sure was quite the blabbermouth, and June Jincheng feared that if she let the cat out of the bag, it would reach Madame Pei's ears. Sure patted June Jincheng's hand, laughing like a shrewd merchant. Do not worry, dear nephew. I understand your mother's intentions. Given the relationship between our families, I know just how to handle this. June Jincheng forced a smile,
pulling his hand away. As you say, aunt.
He then added, by the way, aunt, it would be wonderful if we could also invite cousin Pei Yin along. It was best for the entire family to witness the performance together. As he spoke, June Jincheng cast a glance at Pei Yin, who had been standing in the shadows. Pei Yin was already 13, at the age of preparing for courtship and engagement. While Sure was a bold woman, Pei Yin, on the other hand, was timid and submissive, somewhat shy in nature. Upon noticing Jun Jincheng's gaze, she quickly turned her face away, blushing. Seeing this, Sher clicked her tongue in disappointment. In the past, she would have insisted on pairing Pei Yin with Jun Jincheng, seeking to unite them. After all, aligning with the royal residence was but a step away from elevating oneself to greatness. Besides, Jun Jincheng was a talented young man with a record of military achievements, destined for a boundless future. Yet alas, a pity that despite being a dragon among men, he was still disabled. Completely useless. She would have to keep Pei Yin at home to study the teachings of women and not let her attend. The Sher family was exceedingly wary, as if fearing that Jun Jincheng might abduct their daughter, hence they took precautions to prevent any interaction between them. Aspirations soaring high. Yet does one not consider whether your daughter possesses the fortune to ascend such heights? Were it not for my elder brother's disability, you would undoubtedly hasten to see your daughter entwined with our esteemed house. Jun Lily defended Jun Jincheng, yet he bore no grievances himself. Following his injury, the noble ladies who once sought his favor had indeed gradually dispersed. But perhaps it is for the best. Cousin marriages often yield offspring that are either deformed or lacking in intellect. Begone, begone. Do not impede my elder brother's quest for true love. Yun Tianxing? While he did not fully grasp the implications of deformity and lack of intellect, he could surmise their meanings. He was aware that his third uncle Jun Wuqi's wife was his step-grandmother's own niece. They had 4 children in total. The eldest perished after 2 months, the second was stillborn, and the third and fourth were conjoined twins. It was said the midwife was so terrified she fainted, leading to the demise of the children. He wondered if this was what his sister referred to as deformity. Mother, I wish to go. Pei Yin understood her mother's intentions. Yet she had not attended a performance in ages, and this particular troupe hailed from Nanning, stirring her desire to join the revelry. With you and Aunt present, nothing could go awry. Pei Yin continued her plea. Observing the glimmer of hope in Pei Yin's eyes, Jun Lily discerned her genuine fondness for the theater. Though this play diverged from the ordinary, it would undoubtedly not disappoint them. That day, I must visit the Ministry of Justice to seek my father. I may arrive a tad late, allowing my cousin to converse more with mother.
Yun Tianxing indeed intended to visit Yun Tianyan.
Having previously heard his sister's whispers about the body of a widow buried in the yard of Lu the coachman, as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice, should it pertain to a homicide, his presence could swiftly suppress any rumors, preserving the dignity of the general's household. Very well, if that is the case. Let this girl accompany us. Sher reluctantly acquiesced. Jun Lily observed the smile illuminating Pei Yin's face. No wonder, for within these high walls and deep courtyards, these women could only gaze upon this minuscule expanse of sky. Though they led lives devoid of material worries, their souls and spirits were entrapped. Like caged canaries, they possessed no freedom. Will you, when she grows up, also be confined at home like her cousin, unable to step beyond the front gate, or even the second door? Jun Lily felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Noticing the little one in her arms droop her head, Jun Jincheng gently patted her back in a gesture of comfort. He mused internally. Such a clever little girl, it is a pity to confine her within these walls. Perhaps he could persuade his parents to allow her to assist at the Ministry of Justice, and with her help, his father would surely become the next Di Renjia. Contemplating this, he lamented. If only he could bring his sister to court, his father would surely ascend to the highest office within 3 years. No, but he must be cautious of the family's grandfather. He must not let him take his sister to pursue immortality. Jun Jincheng was nearly beside himself with worry, fearing that grandfather Jing would steal the child. Yet he was unaware that soon, his maternal grandfather would also take an interest in his little sister. Chapter 14. He is not merely a windbag but a true madman. On the side of the 2 cousins, Jun Jincheng arranged for them to join him at the theater under his name. They were a pair of identical twins, indistinguishable from one another. Born into a military family, they possessed little interest in martial pursuits and, having reached the age of 17, were unable to accompany their grandfather or father to battle. Thus were temporarily sent to the Imperial Academy to study. Their maternal uncle and aunt had little hope for them, merely wishing for them to secure any minor official post to get by. Their grandfather preferred to nurture Jun Jincheng, neglecting to see them. Nevertheless, none of this affected the fraternal bond they shared with Jun Jincheng. Since Jun Jincheng's injury, this marked the first time he had taken the initiative to invite them out, and they naturally had no reason to decline. The moonlight was exquisite that night. Jun Jincheng commenced his plan to allure Pei shouting. Since it was a romantic endeavor, he could not bring Jun Lily along. Such an occasion was unsuitable for children. He adeptly maneuvered his wheelchair to the courtyard where Pei shouting resided. Upon seeing him, The maid guarding the entrance was somewhat surprised but nonetheless announced his arrival and permitted him entry. As the night deepened, Pei shouting remarked, "I wonder what brings you here at this hour?" Her tone was earnest, yet it bore a deliberate tremor, seemingly intended to entice Jun Jincheng. "Might my aunt be free the day after tomorrow?"
Yun Tianxing inquired.
"Why do you ask, Xiaocheng?" Pei shouting feigned modesty, twisting her handkerchief. "The day after tomorrow. A theater troupe from Nanning will be performing on the outskirts of the city, and I wish to invite you to join me." Pei shouting's heart leaped with joy. The opportunity had arrived. Yet she maintained her facade of modesty. "Just the two of us?" Jun Jincheng chuckled softly, countering, "Does my aunt wish to bring anyone else? Though you are my nephew, it is rather inappropriate for a lonely man and woman to be alone together. Since you wish for your aunt to accompany you to the theater, why not invite your second aunt as well?" Pei shouting suggested, intending to concoct an excuse for the absence of her younger sister Pei Shaoan. Jun Jincheng was delighted. He had initially planned to seek out his second aunt himself. And now someone was assisting him. "My aunt thinks ahead. We must certainly bring my second aunt along, as I have some matters to discuss with her." "Very well. I shall visit her tomorrow." Pei shouting thought to herself, "How foolish. You've ruined your own good fortune." Observing Pei shouting biting her handkerchief in frustration, Jun Jincheng felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He was but a step away from bringing disgrace to the trio of mother and daughters. However, he was still curious about the body in Lu the coachman's backyard. He needed to send his spies to investigate. At last, the day Pei Lily had eagerly awaited arrived. As dawn broke, Mrs. Pei and Lu the coachman departed. To ensure the play unfolded flawlessly, Jun Jincheng had dispatched individuals to place a Huan incense in the carriage during the night. Calculating the time, Jun Jincheng signaled his subordinates to escort everyone to the outskirts of the city in sequence. Their departures were meticulously arranged by Jun Jincheng to avoid overlap. As he watched several carriages from the Wang residence ferrying the general's household towards the city outskirts, Jun Jincheng held Jun Lily. Waiting before the carriage they were to board, seemingly expecting someone. Soon, a peddler donning a bamboo had arrived, burdened with a goods rack, traversing the streets to sell wares. "Young master, would you like to buy a rattledrum for the child?" The man shook the rattledrum as he approached Jun Lily. Jun Lily sighed in exasperation. "Ah, how dull. My corporeal form is that of an infant, yet my spirit is not." Jun Jincheng generously handed the peddler a silver tael, purchasing the rattledrum and placing it in Jun Lily's arms. Her little face immediately fell. "Elder brother is truly foolish. Can he not see that I do not like this?" "Jun Jincheng, I gave it to you precisely because I know you do not like it." "Thank you, young master, but I cannot make change for the silver tael. Perhaps I could share a joke to amuse you?" The peddler leaned closer to Jun Jincheng, lowering his voice. "Young master, my subordinate investigated last night and indeed found a woman's corpse, but her face was so disfigured that the deceased could not be identified." After a moment's thought, he continued, "However, I discovered that this widow had a birthmark resembling a bun on her left leg." Jun Jincheng nodded in acknowledgement, waving his hand for the man to depart. The man promptly resumed his guise as a diligent vendor and left. "So, elder brother has been sending people to inquire about Lu the coachman and is aware of the body in his backyard." Jun Lily felt that since arriving here, her family's personas did not align with those from the book. She garnered a newfound appreciation for Jun Jincheng. Her elder brother was not merely astute but truly a madman. The carriage of the siblings arrived almost simultaneously with that of Pei Shi and Jun Jingyan. As Jun Lily was embraced by a maid upon descending from the carriage, she caught sight of Pei Shi, who had just alighted from her own. "Mother," Jun Lily silently called out in her heart. Although she was no longer an infant prone to tears at separation, having not seen Pei Shi for nearly 10 days made her long for her dearly. Upon hearing her daughter's silent plea, Pei Shi rushed over to envelop her in a warm embrace. "Mother, I missed you so much. Even though Aunt treats me well, I still yearn for you." Sob, sob, sob. Pei Shi tenderly kissed her daughter's cheek, her heart aching at the thought that her precious child must have endured much hardship during their time apart. The letter from her eldest son indicated that grandmother Pei had denied them food. This ignited her fury. Had the antidote not yet been prepared, she would have stormed into the general's residence, single-handedly. Meanwhile, Jun Jingyan interjected with a hint of playful reproach. "Why does our precious daughter long for her mother, yet not for her father? My dear child, have you been suffering? Are you starving?" Jun Jingyan inquired with concern. "Indeed, Aunt has not provided us with food," Pei Shi replied. Jun Lily thought to herself, "Surely, it must be that my elder brother exaggerated the matter of grandmother Pei's harshness to our parents. Father, mother, do not worry. I am not hungry. I just miss you both." June Lily understood her brother's intent to cast a shadow on Grandmother Pei. Yet claiming she was deprived of food would only amplify their concerns for her. Before the family of four could indulge in their reunion, a cacophony of voices erupted from Lu the coachman's courtyard. The June family hurried over. By then, the residents of the general's residence had already gathered, forming a circle within Lu's courtyard. Lu the coachman and Grandmother Pei, stripped of their dignity, could only hide beneath blankets while enduring the insults hurled at them. Meanwhile, Gong Shi and Shi paid no heed to their status as they unleashed a torrent of accusations, particularly Shi, who seemed intent on inciting chaos. Pei Shaowan and Pei Shouting stood with their heads bowed at the periphery, caught between supporting their parents and their two sisters-in-law, inevitably attracting the attention of many onlookers. The courtyard was utterly congested. "Make way. Lord June has arrived," shouted Mi Jian, her voice booming like a lion's roar, commanding respect.
Lord Yun,
The legitimate son of Prince Jing, the grandson of the former emperor. Chapter 15, Enjoying the Sun and the Melodrama. The June surname is the imperial surname, reserved solely for those with royal connections. Prince Jing is the only prince residing in Long City, and he has but one son holding an official position in court, the legitimate son, June Jingyan. This is a domestic matter of the June family. "I kindly ask all villagers to disperse and refrain from gathering here," June Jingyan announced, effectively dispersing the crowd. While this action could tarnish the reputations of Grandmother Pei and her daughters and expel them from society, it would simultaneously solidify the scandal of the esteemed general being cuckolded. Pei Shi sighed, knowing that her father would inevitably face slanderous gossip in the court henceforth. Upon noticing the family approaching, Shi promptly inquired, "Little sister, did you already know about Aunt and Lu the coachman?" Indeed, today's gathering under the pretense of watching a show was solely to catch them in the act. Pei Shi replied with dignified composure, raising her chin defiantly against the piercing gazes of Grandmother Pei and Lu the coachman. In the background, Pei Shouting experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that her brother Jun Jincheng had invited her to witness this very drama. Unlike Pei Shouting, who remained oblivious to the machinations of men, Pei Shaowan was already plotting in her mind. With her parents' scandal now exposed, she contemplated how to preserve her standing within her marital family without being dragged down by her mother's disgrace. "Aunt, my husband often says that you were exceptionally kind to them when they were young, and even my father-in-law has never treated you poorly. How could you commit such a betrayal against our Pei family?" Gong Shi, a woman of strict principles, could hardly fathom such a disgraceful act. "Mother, second aunt, let us allow Aunt and Lu the coachman to get dressed first,"
spoke Gong Shi as eldest son, dating.
June Lily turned to look. Her two cousins bore such a striking resemblance that, were it not for their attire, even their uncle might struggle to distinguish between them. Pei Ting donned a silver-white robe with an ornamental waist, while his brother Pei wore a pale blue wide-sleeved robe with a broad sash. Upon his utterance, the crowd snapped back to reality, swiftly closing doors to allow Lu and Grandmother Pei to dress expeditiously. Once inside, June Lily was held tightly by Pei Shi, unable to suppress a twitch of her nose. "What is that scent? Is it Huan fragrance?"
Yun Lily murmured uncertainly.
The aroma was too faint for her to discern specifically. However, both Pei Shi and Jun Jingyan, having overheard her thoughts, cast a knowing glance at their eldest son, Jun Jincheng, who feigned nonchalance. Internally, Jun Jincheng lamented, "Truly, nothing escapes the keen perception of my clever little sister." He had only utilized a trace of Huan fragrance, imperceptible to the average person, yet with June Lily's spirit being that of a fish and her enhanced abilities restored, she had regained some animalistic instincts, enabling her to detect it. Kneeling on the ground were Grandmother Pei and Lu the coachman. Grandmother Pei's face was flushed with embarrassment, still bearing the hue of having been caught in the act. Lu the coachman pressed his lips together, remaining silent, fully aware that he faced an inevitable reckoning. But to him, a beating and expulsion from the Pei family was a trivial consequence. "Eldest sister-in-law, with father and eldest brother absent, you are the matriarch of this household. How shall we proceed?" Pei Shi hurriedly sought to establish their culpability. Suddenly bestowed with such a heavy responsibility, Gong Shi was momentarily taken aback, yet upon reflection, she recognized the truth in her younger sister's words. As the eldest daughter-in-law, with the matriarch absent, she held the most authority. "I propose we confine them for now, and when father returns, let him determine their fate," Gong Shi suggested. No one opposed her, and Pei Shi then inquired, "What of second and third sisters?" "Oh no, I should say cousins now." Pei Shi deliberately phrased it this way. Shi, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean?" "Are they?" At this thought, Shi fell silent, pointing a trembling finger toward the two kneeling figures on the ground. Pei Yin, standing nearby, turned pale with fear. You shameless old harlot, you deserve to be punished. Shir spat, glaring at Pei Shaowan and Pei shouting. It was ironic. She had once held these two sisters-in-law in high regard. Yet after enduring the ire of her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law since entering the Pei family, she now relished this moment. Gong Shi shared similar sentiments. You are speaking nonsense. Shaowan and Shouting are the general's biological daughters. Grandmother Pei vehemently pointed at Pei Shi, adamantly refuting her claims. I admit, I have wronged the general. For years, I have endured loneliness, and Lu the coachman seduced me. But both daughters are the general's own flesh and blood. Grandmother Pei wept bitterly, her face streaked with tears. Feeling utterly wronged, she could accept being cast out of the household, but she could not bear the thought of her daughters suffering alongside her, especially Shouting, who had yet to marry. What? You accuse me of seduction? Lu the coachman erupted. It was you, you vile woman, who lured me. Oh, how delightful. The villains are turning on each other. June Lily clapped her hands in glee. It would be splendid if there were some melon seeds to enjoy. Even though she was too young to partake, her brother Jun Jincheng agreed wholeheartedly with her sentiment. While she could not eat melon seeds, he certainly could. Having previously felt that holding her hindered his performance, he passed her back to their mother. The siblings found a sunny spot by a window, basking in the warmth while savoring the unfolding drama. Enough of the noise. Shir bellowed like a shrew. Nian Shuang claims that the two younger sisters are not biological. She surely has her reasons. Gong Shi chimed in. Instead, let us conduct a blood test for verification. Upon hearing her aunt's words, June Lily could not help but retort. Such foolish feudal superstition. The blood test for kinship is nothing but sheer nonsense. Pei Shi's eyes sparkled with approval. My daughter speaks truthfully. Sister-in-law. Perhaps we should confine both of them until father returns. Pei Shi suggested. At this remark, Pei Shaowan, already feeling guilty, could no longer restrain herself. I am already married. A daughter who is wed is like water spilled. You have no right to confine me. My dear Shaowan, this is merely a temporary measure. Once your father returns, rest assured, you will not suffer in vain. The Pei matriarch declared with a steady facade. She could not fathom that even if they were not blood-related, the bond forged over 2 decades of nurturing could simply be dismissed by the general. Just as Pei Shaowan was about to voice her thoughts, Pei Shi interjected. Aunt, your words do a disservice to Shaowan. Since she herself has declared her marriage, let her sever ties with our general's household. You, too, are a married daughter. What right do you have to speak of my Shaowan? The Pei matriarch shouted in indignation. Gong Shi, gritting her teeth as if she had summoned immense courage, stepped in front of Pei Shi. Surely, I have my qualifications. Both I and Sister Shi are legitimate wives of the Pei family. With our fathers and husbands absent, as the eldest daughter-in-law, I hold sway over this family. Shi chimed in. Indeed, it is not your place, you treacherous harlot, to speak. Chapter 16. Return to the general's mansion, under strict surveillance. They had endured the oppression from the Pei matriarch for far too long, and finally stood tall. Wow. The two aunts are so formidable. Yet, only the eldest truly cares for the family. The second aunt merely seeks to revel in fleeting triumph. Alas, poor second aunt remains unaware that her own wife is no less cunning. Today, we have dealt with the Pei matriarch, but the second aunt remains a ticking time bomb. June Lily, though troubled, consoled herself with the thought that the second aunt's explosion was still years away. After all, worrying would not provide a solution. Pei Shi pondered. How could it be that in the relatively small Pei family, there exist so many malignant tumors? Liang the coachman. It has come to our attention that there are reports of a corpse buried in your backyard. What is the meaning of this?
Yun Tingyan.
Noticing that the women of the Pei household had ceased their tirades, seized the opportunity to discuss his official duties. If he could apprehend a few more offenders this month, his salary would see a modest increase. This was an opportunity he must not let slip. The coachman, upon hearing this, trembled in fear. Meanwhile, the Pei matriarch, maintaining an air of calm, lamented, We are truly wronged, son-in-law. This matter is a grave injustice. One does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. June Lily shot an incredulous glare at the Pei matriarch, whose theatricality could easily win an Oscar. No wonder she had deceived her grandfather for over 20 years. Why not dig in the backyard? If indeed there is nothing to be found, what do you have to fear? Jun Jincheng interjected, his voice even and composed. At that moment, the sun shifted slightly, casting half of him in light and the other in shadow, an embodiment of his words. balanced yet ambiguous. Upon hearing his suggestion, the coachmen slumped to the ground in despair. Receiving their orders, the household servants of the general's mansion and the Wang family promptly proceeded to the backyard, their numbers lending strength, and in mere moments, they unearthed a corpse. Shortstory bravely approached to inspect. The other women recoiled in terror, disgusted.
Ugh.
How can this face be so obliterated? Shortstory choked back her nausea. Even the servants, upon witnessing the disfigured visage, were taken aback.
Yun Tingyan.
As deputy minister of the criminal department, suppressed his revulsion and stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the coachman and the pay matriarch. Now that the corpse has been unearthed, what further excuses can you offer? And what if there is a corpse? Who can prove we killed her? The pay matriarch, having managed the general's household for over 20 years, retained her composure. She refused to believe that Jun Jingyan could find a way out of this predicament. If I am not mistaken, this corpse belongs to the village's widow. She was clandestinely meeting with Liang the coachman, only to be caught by you, aunt, resulting in her accidental death and burial in the yard. Jun Jincheng's voice was calm, yet authoritative, delivering a damning conclusion even in the absence of witnesses or evidence. You intentionally disfigured her face. Now that we have unearthed the body, there is no way to identify the deceased. Jun Jingyan analyzed based on the information relayed to him by his son. Yet what you may not know is that this widow led a loose life. Her lovers were not limited to Liang the coachman. My son discovered that she bore a red birthmark resembling a bun on her left leg. If anyone doubts this, they need only to look. As soon as he finished speaking, a servant reported, "Indeed, there is a birthmark." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd.
Hoempeho, Yun Tingyan.
Your criminal department demands evidence and witnesses. A single corpse does not grant you the authority to convict us. The pay matriarch, facing imminent doom, remained defiant. Fear not, aunt. With sufficient silver, we could easily procure witnesses from the entire village. Jun Jincheng chuckled lightly, his tone irreverent. Yet it sent shivers down the spines of Liang the coachman and the pay matriarch. Brother Yen, they are still members of the pay family. Should we take them to the criminal department, the matter will escalate, and my father's reputation will be tarnished. How will I face the court officials and the world? Pei Shi's concern was well-founded. This matter entailed her father's lifelong honor and shame, and must not be made public. Indeed, Schwanger is correct. This matter must not be publicized. Gong Shi concurred. I have no intention of sending them to the criminal department. Let us first return them to the general's mansion and place them under strict surveillance until my father returns. Jun Jingyan, ever principled, cared not for blood ties. He only assisted those who treated him well. Jun Lily and Jun Jincheng accompanied their parents back to the Wang family. With less than a week remaining until her full moon celebration, Pei Shi was preoccupied with the preparations. Mother, let us hold the celebration at the general's mansion instead, not at the Wang family. The full moon banquet would attract notable figures from Longcheng, and she recalled that in the book, the male and female leads had developed their feelings for each other during this very event. Since she had thwarted their initial meeting, she wondered if changing the venue for her own celebration might prevent their fateful bond. Deep in thought, Pei Shi was pleasantly surprised to hear her daughter's suggestion. Return to the general's mansion? What a splendid idea. But will the Wang family agree? After much contemplation, she resolved to discuss the matter with her husband and eldest son during dinner that evening. In recent days, Jun Jincheng had been dining with his parents and younger sister daily. He seemed to have found a new purpose, spending his days studying military strategy. In his own words, "If I cannot fight on the front lines, then I shall contribute to the defense from behind the scenes. That is still a means of protecting our homeland." Moreover, his leg was miraculously healing. Once devoid of sensation, he could now slowly walk with assistance from crutches. As twilight approached, the family of four gathered around the table, enjoying a harmonious meal. Yet for Jun Lily, this was sheer torment. She could only savor the aroma, unable to partake. Brother Yen, Brother Chen, what do you think about holding Lily's full moon banquet at the general's mansion? Jun Jingyan expressed his concerns. It is feasible, but will father and the matriarch consent? This concern echoed in the minds of all present. Fear not, as long as we can persuade someone of higher status than grandfather to attend the banquet. It matters not where it is held. Grandfather's words will hold no weight. Jun Jincheng, a diligent student of military strategy, has concocted a scheme so astute that even Jun Lily would applaud him. The only individual of higher status than the king himself could only be that one person. The mere thought of that individual sent shivers down Jun Jingyan's spine. King Jing is the son of the late emperor and a full-blooded brother to the current sovereign, commanding such respect that even the empress must defer to him. In the Eastern Extreme Kingdom, the only one capable of openly troubling him is the Emperor himself. To have that esteemed personage attend Lily's full moon banquet would be an unparalleled honor. No one else in the entire Eastern Extreme has ever enjoyed such a privilege. Pei Shi deemed her son's proposal impractical, akin to attempting to ascend to the heavens. Mother, persuading that individual is not impossible, Jun Jincheng continued to plot. With his maternal grandfather and 2 uncles returning victoriously, his grandfather has already attained the rank of a first-class grand official, and the Pei family is not lacking in material wealth. When the emperor bestows accolades, let grandfather use this as leverage to invite the emperor to the banquet for my little sister's full moon celebration.
Upon hearing Yun Tianxing's suggestion, Pei Shi, Yun Tianyan,
and Jun Lily were left utterly speechless. Chapter 17 raised more than a dozen flashy, deceitful wanderers. Pei Shi and Jun Jingyan were perplexed. When did their martial enthusiast eldest son become so astute? Even Jun Lily could not help but extol, if my elder brother lives long enough. Such a well-rounded talent is indeed a rare pillar of strength. What a pity. Even if you survive until next spring, you will likely be implicated by father, ultimately leading to a dead end.
Yun Tianxing.
Is father truly this detrimental to his son? Pei Shi. It seems that to protect the family, the first step is to safeguard Yenge.
Yun Tianyan.
He was at a loss for words. His native tongue was silence. I shall go to father and mother tomorrow to inform them about hosting the full moon banquet at the general's residence, Pei Shi declared. The next day, Pei Shi took Jun Lily to seek out the secondary princess. They had anticipated her to be a challenging opponent, difficult to persuade, but to their surprise, the secondary princess readily consented. Not hosting the banquet at the royal palace spared her from the hassle of organizing it, thus she naturally agreed. However, King Jing's side seemed somewhat reluctant. Eldest daughter-in-law, do you think my Jing Wangfu is inferior to your general's residence? Are you unable to host Lily's full moon banquet here? King Jing inquired with a sardonic tone, stroking his goatee. Father has overthought. The day of Lily's full moon coincides with my father and brothers returning to court, and His Majesty will grace the general's residence with his presence. I merely wished for His Majesty to bestow blessings upon Lily. Pei Shi articulated her prepared response to King Jing. Yet, despite this, King Jing remained obstinate, perceiving Pei Shi's actions as a slight against him. Pei Shi knelt before King Jing, cradling Jun Lily, while King Jing leisurely began to sip tea. Old rascal, will you not give your word? My mother is still kneeling. Jun Lily could not help but grumble inwardly. If she could speak, she would surely scold this meddlesome grandfather. Humph, though I have never met my maternal grandfather. He must surely be better than this old goat. Practicing immortality, do you not usually neglect matters of the household? Why is it that I must arrange a full moon banquet to provoke you? It seems you are intent on making life difficult for our family. My father is truly pitiful. Having lost his mother at a tender age, his grandfather offers him no affection. Now that he has become a father himself, he is still constrained by his grandfather. Woe is me, my poor father, Jun Lily lamented, feeling increasingly wronged on her father's behalf, and she burst into tears. Pei Shi, her forehead beating with sweat from anxiety, was relieved that only she could hear her daughter's unrestrained thoughts. Humph, old rascal, wicked old man, surely, when one has a stepmother, one also has a stepfather. The old rascal does not love my father, nor do they care for our family. Jun Lily intended to continue her mutterings. Hearing these words, King Jing dropped the lid of his teacup, shattering it on the floor with a crash. You scared me to death.
Yun Lily's hat raised.
Father, are you alright? Pei Shi anxiously craned her neck to see if King Jing was injured. Safe and sound, peace and prosperity. Jun Lily hurriedly chanted this phrase in her mind. In her past life, uttering this phrase after breaking something spared her from punishment. Safe and sound? Well said. King Jing could not help but commend Jun Lily's heartfelt words. Just as he was about to relent, he remembered how Jun Lily had internally called him an old rascal and claimed he was inferior to the aged general. He could no longer agree to host the full moon banquet at the general's residence. Father, what is so good? Pei Shi assumed King Jing was praising Jun Lily's eloquence. Nothing. King Jing hastily corrected himself. The full moon banquet shall still be held at the royal palace. I shall personally oversee the arrangements. Pei Shi felt as if the air had been let out of a balloon, discontent yet powerless. Old rascal. No wonder you let those illegitimate sons squander the vast royal estate. You deserve it. On the 5th anniversary of your banishment from my father's side, your entire estate has been ruined by your favored secondary consort and her offspring. You, who were originally in seclusion on the mountain, were wrongfully imprisoned under the guise of treason, while your beloved consort and sons thrived on your wealth in the Western Lei Kingdom.
Yun Lili, incensed,
Recounted King Jing's fate from the book. Unbeknownst to her, Pei Shi and King Jing had heard every word without missing a beat. Pei Shi, oh,
ha,
truly deserved. This fate is even worse than Yan Ji's. King Jing. Who would have thought his granddaughter could prophesy? Truly a prodigy.
no,
She should be considered a celestial being sent by the Jade Emperor. June Lily struggled out of Pei Shi's embrace to sit upright. Pei Shi assisted her, steadying her posture against herself. June Lily endeavored to control her little legs, attempting to cross them. Old rascal, look at me, quickly. If you agree to let me host the full moon banquet at the general's residence, I shall teach you how to meditate. June Lily attempted several times, but, due to her tender age, was unable to successfully cross her legs. However, upon hearing her heartfelt plea, King Jing rushed over, his eyes gleaming with delight. His eldest granddaughter could meditate. How impressive! It was no matter. If she couldn't learn now, she could wait until she grew older. The debt could be postponed. It was not impossible to host the banquet at the general's residence, but the king had a condition. Pei Shi. I knew this old man had ulterior motives. Father, please speak. When Lily is a bit older, let her accompany me to the Qingjing Temple for a period of training. Qingjing Temple is King Jing's private temple, housing a multitude of flashy and deceitful wanderers. Grandfather, if you knew that only one Taoist in your temple is a true practitioner, while the others are charlatans and some are spies from enemy countries, would you still believe in the Jade Emperor? King Jing. No wonder after 60 years of cultivation, he still cannot meditate. Pei Shi. Spies from enemy countries? This is serious. I must inform Yan Go and the others, and when father and my two brothers return, I must tell them as well.
well,
Pei Shi, I recall some recent matters and fear I may not have the time to manage Lily's full moon banquet. You may proceed to host it at the general's residence, King Jing announced. It is time to tidy up Qingjing Temple. Pei Shi was overjoyed. Though she did not understand why the king had suddenly relented, she had achieved her goal, and that made her exceedingly happy. Thank you, your majesty. At last. She could rise. Having knelt for over 10 minutes, her knees ached. Concerned about dropping June Lily, Pei Shi had her daughter carried by tower on the way back. This time, the venerable lady Pei has fallen from grace. She dispatched a maid named Jasmine to the Wang residence to keep an eye on the Pei family. But Pei family members easily concocted an excuse to send her back to her hometown. Under the management of her two aunts, the celebration for June Lily's full moon was swiftly arranged within just a few days. Naturally, upon learning of the disgraceful incident involving Lady Pei, the Pei family sent a letter to their father. Upon receiving the missive, General Piaoqi wasted no time. He hastily rode back to Longcheng with his two sons, arriving the day before June Lily's full moon banquet. After a brief audience, he rushed home to address the matters concerning Lady Pei and the coachman Liu. Chapter 18. The first scapegoat of the Eastern Extremes. Upon returning to the general's residence without prior notice, the news only reached the household after he had entered. Upon seeing the red silk decorations prepared for his granddaughter's celebration, General Pei felt no joy and headed straight to the main hall. You gather everyone for me, especially that pair of adulterers. Bring them here. The general commanded furiously to his attendant. Yes, sir. The attendant, sensing the general's ire, hurried off to fulfill his orders. One by one, the members of the Gong family arrived. Pei Shi also came, cradling June Lily in her arms. They had been residing in the general's household to prepare for the banquet. Father, you've lost weight again, Pei Shi lamented, heartbroken at the sight of her father's haggard appearance. At over 60, she felt compelled to persuade him to retire and enjoy his remaining years peacefully. Regrettably, her eldest son was incapacitated and could not take on the burdens of war in his grandfather's stead. Is this Lily? Indeed, father, Pei Shi replied. Just as General Pei was about to hold June Lily, he recalled that he had arrived without bathing or changing clothes, fearing his aura of bloodshed might startle the child. Thus, he merely cast a fleeting glance before turning to leave. Father. Pei Shi quickly grasped his arm and conveyed their desire for him to use his recent military accolades to invite the emperor to June Lily's celebration. Fear not. I have instructed your two brothers to handle this, the general reassured her with a pat on her arm. Is this truly my grandfather? What a handsome elder.
indeed.
He is a grand general, growing more robust with age. June Lily took the opportunity to open her strikingly large eyes, gazing at General Pei, who, despite his age, retained an undeniable charm. Much better than that fake Taoist grandfather. General Pei?
Who spoke?
Could it be my daughter's newborn granddaughter? He released Pei Shi's arm and scrutinized the little glutinous rice dumpling in her embrace. However, he heard no further utterances from June Lily. Just then, Lady Pei and coachman Lu were brought before him. The general could only attend to this matter first. Having been confined in the woodshed for nearly a week, Lady Pei appeared deranged, her hair disheveled, and attire unkempt. Upon seeing the livid General Pei, her courage nearly faltered. "Father, please calm down. You have just returned and should not let anger take hold." Sure, ever perceptive, offered a cup of calming tea. She was well liked by General Pei for her keen awareness. "Did you all witness this?" Sure inquired. "Indeed. The whole family caught them in the act," Gong Shi replied. "Thank goodness we arrived late, otherwise it would have been an eye-opener." Everyone nodded in agreement. A heavy silence fell over the room, none daring to speak. "Zhu Shi, Lu, do you have anything left to argue?" General Pei demanded sternly. "General, all the blame lies with me, but Xiao Wan and Xiao Ting are truly your flesh and blood." Lady Pei, desperate to protect her daughters, was willing to go to any lengths. The old general's face remained cold as he cast a disdainful glance at Pei Xiao Wan and Pei Xiao Ting. Although Pei Xiao Wan trembled with fear, she summoned all her acting skills to appear pitiful, while Pei Xiao Ting seemed noticeably anxious. Seeing the general in indecision, Pei Ting, standing behind Gong Shi, suggested, "Grandfather, we unearthed a female corpse in Lu's backyard. Cousin Chen and uncle have confirmed it was indeed Aunt's doing. While the matters concerning my two aunts can be resolved, murder is a grave offense that cannot be overlooked. Zhu Shi, you have truly disappointed me." General Pei's aged gaze was filled with fury directed at Lady Pei. "Had you not avoided me all these years, would I have ever resorted to consorting with a lowly coachman?" Lady Pei indeed had her own grievances. Stubborn as a mule, General Pei shook his head. "Murder demands retribution. Summon the authorities to take Zhu Shi away." The general resolved to sacrifice his own reputation to ensure justice for the slain widow Bao. "Father, think carefully," Pei Shi implored. "Grandfather, if you send Aunt to face the authorities, our family will be ruined." Gong Shi immediately knelt in supplication. Pei Ting quickly followed suit. "Father, we must not escalate this matter. How shall the entire Longqing view us after this? The matriarch not only commits adultery, but is also a murderer?" Pei Shi anxiously interjected. Hasn't he even married yet? How will she find a suitor?" Sure, thinking of her own daughter, hurried to dissuade him. Observing his family's self-serving reactions, General Pei's displeasure grew. How could his kin be so egotistical? If the true culprit was not handed over, how could they justify their actions to the late widow Bao? "General, I assure you, it was not I who committed the murder. It was he, Lu the coachman." Lady Pei attempted to shift the blame onto Lu. "You shameless woman! How dare you slander me?" Lu, appearing menacing, raised his hand to strike Lady Pei. But a house servant quickly intervened. "General, as an old woman, how could I possibly have killed the middle-aged widow Bao? Even if I had the intent, I lack the strength." General Pei squinted. Zhu Shi was 58, yet widow Bao was not yet 30, in the prime of her youth. An elderly woman would indeed struggle against a young one. "I have something to say privately to Lu, considering my service to the general's household for over 20 years. I hope the general will consent." Lady Pei's intentions remained unclear. General Pei, shaking off his sleeves, instructed everyone, "Let us step outside." What transpired between the two is unknown, but moments later, Lu unexpectedly confessed to having killed widow Bao. This revelation astonished everyone. However, June Lily found it quite ordinary. "I suspect my dear aunt must have threatened Lu. Truly the first scapegoat of the eastern extremes." Hearing June Lily's thoughts, Pei Shi could not help but chuckle. Unfortunately, among those present, only Pei Shi could hear it. Otherwise, laughter would have ensued, creating chaos. The coachman was merely a servant in the vast general's estate. Sending him to the authorities and sending the general's wife were fundamentally different. Though the method Zhu Shi employed remained a mystery, the others urged General Pei to accept this misstep. After all, Lu was willingly taking the blame, so why not acquiesce to his desire? As the servants escorted Lu away, he kept glancing at Pei Xiao Wan and Pei Xiao Ting. As a father himself, General Pei understood the unspoken communication in Lu's gaze. Chapter 19. Ready, 1, 2, 3.
Well,
Even without a blood test for kinship, he had a sense of the truth. Zhu Shi, although Lu has confessed, you may escape the death penalty. But the living punishment cannot be avoided. Having worn the green hat for over 20 years, General Pei was understandably incensed. Just as he prepared to rise, a sudden movement strained his still healing injury, causing him to sit back down in pain. "Father, are you alright?" Pei Shi asked with concern. The onlookers cast concerned glances. It is of no consequence, merely an injury that is yet to heal. General Pei, supporting his lower back, attempted to rise slowly. Observing this, Pei Shi hurriedly entrusted Jun Li to Gong Shi and went to assist her elderly father. The Zhu family was to be taken to the ancestral hall, where they would receive 50 lashes. If they survived the punishment, they would be imprisoned in the northern courtyard for life, forbidden from stepping outside or receiving any visitors. Upon hearing the sentence, the old Madame Pei fell into despair, contemplating that it would be better to end her own life. Even Gong Shi, and the other female relatives felt a tremor of fear. 50 lashes. Surviving such a punishment would be nearly impossible. Pei Shaoan and Pei Shouting dared not plead on her behalf. They were preoccupied with finding ways to safeguard their own well-being. Old witch, evil begets evil. Let us see how you encourage your little daughter to climb into my father's bed this time. How will you manage to harm my mother again? Jun Li waved her tiny fists, elated at the prospect of revenge. Upon hearing the girl's voice once more, General Pei immediately turned to look at Jun Li, who was glaring fiercely at the Zhu family. The general was certain he had heard his granddaughter's inner thoughts. If one wishes to keep their deeds hidden, they must first refrain from wrongdoing. Those who engage in injustice shall ultimately bring about their own demise. Hearing her daughter's sentiments, Pei Shi shot a glare at the old Madame Pei, who lay slumped on the ground, and then cast a warning glance at Pei Shouting. Father, what shall we do with the two cousins? Pei Shi was no pushover. Those who sought to harm her would find no mercy. These two aunts are certainly not of good character. Grandfather must. At this juncture, as Pei Shi let go of General Pei's hand, the sweet voice of the girl fell silent. General Pei inquired, "What is happening? Why can I no longer hear?" He glanced at his daughter, grasped her wrist, and suddenly the girl's voice returned to his ear. This aunt is just like her mother, always plotting to climb into a man's bed. General Pei released Pei Shi's wrist once more, and indeed, the voice vanished again. Finally, after 3 consecutive attempts, he concluded that his daughter was the conduit to connect with his granddaughter. He could only hear Li Li's thoughts when in contact with Shuang Er, the second aunt, who has inherited the true craft of the aunt, is about to perform. Jun Li cast a glance and realized that Pei Shaoan was preparing to act. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Commence the wailing. Just as Jun Li's thoughts concluded, Pei Shaoan grasped Pei Shouting's hand and knelt before General Pei. Father, I implore you, do not expel my sister and me from the residence. Pei Shaoan began to weep pitifully. Pei Shi remarked, in such a solemn occasion, what is the cause for mirth? When mother was cavorting with the groom, my sister and I were still young, knowing nothing at all. Indeed, father, mother said that we are your own flesh and blood. The two sisters harmonized their pleas. Particularly Pei Shaoan, her eyelashes fluttering, tears welling in her eyes, gazed at General Pei as though she had suffered the greatest injustice. What nonsense! If my luck is not mistaken, what aunt just told the groom was to let him take the blame to protect her 2 daughters. Alas! Such acting skills, if only they had been born in the 21st century where I once resided, such talent would not be wasted. Having heard their inner thoughts, Pei Shi could no longer suppress her laughter. However, General Pei felt a pang of heartache. He had not intended to expose the identities of these two, yet they were deceiving him for the sake of wealth and status. He would certainly no longer acknowledge this daughter. But the honor of the general's residence could not be tarnished. From today onward, you two shall take your mother's surname, Zhu. Externally, it shall be claimed that the Zhu family is gravely ill, requiring a ceremonial marriage to bring joy. The two sisters pursed their lips unwilling, yet had no choice but to comply. Your identities remain unchanged. You are still young ladies of the general's residence, but without my permission. You shall never step foot into the Pei family home again. Upon hearing this, Pei Shaoan's heart finally found some peace. It mattered not whether she returned or not. She had already married, and as long as she remained the second young lady of the general's residence, that would suffice. Yet Pei Shouting felt troubled. Father, my sister has married, but now that we are leaving the general's residence, where will I go? General Pei sighed and turned to face Gong and Shi. Eldest branch. Second branch, you have 3 days to arrange a marriage for her. After issuing these orders, General Pei departed, leaving a room full of people staring at one another in bewilderment, especially Gong and Shi, who were somewhat taken aback by their father's directive. Sisters-in-law, now that the Pei family no longer has the old madam, the responsibility of managing the household will likely fall upon you two. Let us begin by selecting a suitable husband for our second cousin. Pei Shi flattered them. Pei shouting shot a furious glare at Pei Shi. She knew full well that the shift in her status was entirely due to this woman before her. Pei Nian Shuang, you are the cause of our misfortunes. I will strangle you. Pei shouting shouted, extending her arms and charging at Pei Nian Shuang like a zombie. Mother, be careful. Ever watchful of the two sisters. Upon hearing the thoughts, Pei Shi merely sidestepped slightly as Pei shouting rushed forward, causing her to collide with a nearby pillar.
Ouch.
That looks painful. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. Jun Li sighed, reflecting on the situation. In the room, aside from Pei Xiaowan, no one offered to assist Pei shouting. The two sisters trembled as they stood, with Pei shouting glaring venomously at Pei Shi. Pei Shi returned her gaze, taking Jun Li from Gong Shi and engaging the child in play, ignoring Pei shouting. Shouting, hold your temper for now, Pei Xiaowan advised softly. Pei shouting clenched her teeth and bowed to Gong and Shi. I entrust my marriage to the two of you, sisters-in-law. Gong and Shi remained silent and Pei Xiaowan, sensing the atmosphere, led Pei shouting away. As the two sisters departed the Pei family, each was lost in thought. Pei Xiaowan merely wished to return to her husband's home and live in peace. Her spouse was the brother of the current empress, the royal uncle. If she lost her status as the second young lady of the general's residence, she would surely be cast out by the royal uncle's household. But Pei shouting harbored ambitions of one day trampling all members of the Pei family underfoot. She understood that Gong and Shi would not select a good match for her. Relying on others was futile, thus she resolved to elope and seek refuge at Pei Xiaowan's home, using her brother-in-law's royal connections to enter the palace. To ascend to greatness, one must become the emperor's woman. That night was destined to be a sleepless one for the general's residence. Yet, aside from General Pei, the others were awake due to the impending full moon banquet for Jun Li. Hang the lanterns a bit higher. Place the carp in the center. The uncles and aunts were bustling about with preparations. Even the usually reserved Pei Yin was in the kitchen helping to serve dishes. Chapter 20. So many handsome brothers. Early in the morning, guests began arriving at the general's residence in a steady stream. Upon learning that the emperor himself would be attending, the princes, eager to make an impression before His Majesty and the prominent figures of Longqing, arrived bright and early. Among them were, of course, the 9th Prince Junyu and the Crown Prince Junheng. The Jingwang family and the maternal relatives of the side princess, the Gu family, were also present. Pei Shi had risen early to meticulously prepare Jun Li for the occasion. The little one lay in her cradle, her eyes bright and round, reminiscent of the full moon on the 15th day. Her fine hair was styled into two adorable little buns, exuding a playful charm. Dressed in a golden red one-piece outfit and intricately embroidered tiger head shoes, she radiated both cuteness and nobility, resembling a maiden beside the guanyin. In the front courtyard, General Pei and Jun Jingyan, accompanied by Pei Laoda and Pei Lao'er, were tirelessly welcoming guests, their efforts leaving them quite exhausted. In the early autumn weather, the heat had them all sweating profusely. Observing their plight, Side Princess, he could not help but reflect on how fortunate it was that the event was not held at the royal palace. Otherwise, her own precious sons would be the ones laboring. On this day, the entirety of the esteemed Jing Wangfu was graced by the presence of only the Jing Wang and the secondary Wang Fei. Jun Jingyan's half-brothers, citing various excuses, were conspicuously absent, and he sure was also reluctant to attend. Yet, as the secondary Wang Fei and the great-grandmother of Jun Lili, she felt compelled to make an appearance. In response, Jun Jingyan remarked that their absence would indeed bring a welcome tranquility, and it would also spare the general's estate an entire feast. Upon hearing his little sister express a desire to meet all her brothers, Jun Jincheng arranged for this gathering to take place today. Seizing the opportunity to celebrate her full moon banquet, he ensured that all brothers, regardless of their inclinations or ability to attend, would be present. Due to his limited mobility, Jun Jincheng called upon two cousins from the Pei family to assist in managing his four brothers, each of whom bore their own challenges. As Pei Shi had just finished adorning herself and Jun Lili, they prepared to head to the front hall. Upon opening the door, they were met with the sight of 5 sons and 2 nephews standing at the threshold. Despite their individual limitations, the boys were dressed quite appropriately for the occasion. You all look splendid, Pei Shi praised them with a forced enthusiasm. Mother, since little sister's birth, the other 4 brothers have yet to meet her.
Today,
with the help of our cousins, Chen Er has brought them all together, Jun Jincheng explained, stepping back alongside the Pei brothers to highlight the other 4. Jun Lili's curious eyes widened as she took in the scene. From right to left, she observed her second brother Jun Jinbai, third brother Jun Jini, fourth brother Jun Jinling. And fifth brother Jun Jinjia. Oh my, so many handsome brothers are looking at me. I feel so shy. June Lily's grin stretched from ear to ear. Pei Shi quipped. You wouldn't be shy even if I brought you another batch of handsome boys. Jun Jincheng chimed in. You can feel shyness? What is that sound? The others wondered. By heavens, you are too kind to me. So many beautiful brotherly figures. Indeed, within mere moments, June Lily's bashfulness was cast aside. Glancing over, she noted that her second and fourth brothers had inherited their parents' striking features. Despite their youth, their allure was undeniable. Second brother, the epitome of a gentle and refined older boyfriend. Fourth brother, a delicate beauty straight out of a comic book. Oh, fifth brother truly weighs 200 pounds. Yet with a strong bone structure, should he slim down, he would surely be a handsome potential. Second, fourth, and fifth brothers. What were they hearing? Was that a girl's voice, referring to them as second, fourth, and fifth brother? Could it be that the little sister in their mother's arms was indeed their own? They exchanged glances, and upon seeing the nonchalant expressions of the others, realization dawned upon them. Surely, they were bound by the heart. They must be the chosen ones. In light of June Lily's enthusiastic thoughts, both Jun Jincheng and Pei Shi had grown accustomed to the spectacle. What use is beauty? We are all fated for short lives. Second brother, with his foolishness, can hardly care for himself. After Mother's passing, he would starve to death, discovered only as a mere skeleton. Fourth brother, frail and reliant on medicine, would perish from heartache when the old matriarch ceased his treatment, found so foul that none could bear the sight of him. Fifth brother, weighing 200 pounds, is already a burden. Should he not lose weight, he would find himself trapped, suffocating in his own flesh. Second, fourth, and fifth brothers.
Jun Tianxing circled om Qilin.
Acknowledging that the demise of his three brothers was indeed peculiar in its own right, Pei Shi sighed softly, relieved that second brother's intellect had been restored, thanks to the antidote formula provided by June Lily. However, the number of individuals wishing ill upon their family was alarmingly high, and Pei Shi cautioned second brother to maintain his facade of foolishness in public. Why does third brother look so different from us?
June Lily pondered.
Wishing to get closer to third brother to observe him more closely, she reached out with her tiny hands, seemingly wanting him to hold her. Fifth brother understood immediately, but third brother remained motionless. Third brother, it seems little sister wishes for you to embrace her, fifth brother urged, his youthful voice still carrying a hint of innocence. Only then did third brother reluctantly put away his folding fan and accept June Lily into his arms. Be careful not to drop your sister, Pei Shi cautioned, feeling an inexplicable distrust towards third brother, devoid of the innate maternal bond. June Genie said nothing, holding June Lily stiffly, which made her somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, to scrutinize third brother's features, June Lily persevered. Both father and mother have large eyes. Why does third brother's gaze seem so small? They possess high noses. And so do the other brothers. Why then does third brother's nose appear so flat? The books mention that a boy from the Jing Wangfu was switched by servants. Could that be my third brother? The June family members. That vile servant was a woman with the surname Shan, likely stationed at our main courtyard. Who could it be? How should I inform father and my brothers? June Lily fretted, her tiny head nearly bald from worry. Pei Shi mused. No wonder I always felt a distance from third brother. It turns out he was not born of me.
Jun Tianxing added.
Isn't that woman you mentioned the very one who has cared for third brother since childhood, Granny Shan? The others? Perhaps due to June Lily's weight. June Genie struggled to hold her. While adjusting his arms, he nearly dropped her, but fourth brother promptly steadied her. Third brother. You refused to practice martial arts with grandfather and uncles. Now you cannot even hold a child who has just turned 1 month old? Pei Shi scolded, taking June Lily back. It is simply that little sister is too heavy. Why must you blame me? June Genie muttered in discontent. Fifth brother, inflamed by the remark regarding weight, could contain his fury no longer. Not related by blood, and already starting to complain? You fake. As fifth brother attempted to express his thoughts regarding third brother's origins, the words got stuck in his throat, leaving only a sound resembling a beep. Fifth brother? What precisely are you trying to say? Speak clearly. June Genie lost interest, had it not been for June Jincheng insisting he attend this gathering. He would have dismissed the trivialities of a mere full moon banquet. He much preferred the delights of the Wanhua building. Chapter 21. We shall vow to protect our little sister. Once, Jun Jincheng was a formidable martial artist, and he had regarded him with a modicum of respect. But now that Jun Jincheng had been rendered disabled, he alone among his 5 brothers was deemed worthy of inheriting the family legacy. Since Jun Jincheng's misfortune a year ago, he had grown increasingly brazen, spending his days in the smoky alleys and the Wanhua building, indulging in gambling at such a tender age. Yet, before Jun Jingyan and Pei Shi, he maintained a facade of obedience. The affairs of the Jun family's main house remained blissfully unaware of his escapades. Today, he owed his attendance at the banquet to his equally inept cousin Pei Yi, who had facilitated his presence. I want to say, you're not. Once more emitting a beep, fifth brother hurriedly covered his mouth. Astute as ever, Jun Jincheng quickly discerned the source of the issue, casting a glance at fifth brother that urged silence. Before anyone could respond further, Gong Shi approached, beckoning Pei Shi and Jun Lily to follow her. The brothers had intended to accompany them but were halted by Jun Jincheng. You lot, wait here. With two cousins still present, although Jun Jincheng was not the eldest, he commanded the strongest presence. Seated in his wheelchair, he appeared significantly shorter than the others. Yet this very contrast accentuated his uniqueness. The Pei brothers turned back, while the Jun brothers halted, instinctively obeying Jun Jincheng's directives, save for third brother. Did any of you hear anything peculiar just now?
Jun Jincheng inquired subtly.
Didn't we just meet our aunt and little cousin?
Pai Ting replied, perplexed.
Speak frankly. Jun Jincheng's countenance darkened as he cast a penetrating gaze over each of his brothers. Xiao Chun, what is wrong with you? We barely exchanged a few words.
Pai Ting asserted.
Indeed, it was merely our little cousin wanting third brother to carry her, Pei Yi chimed in. Jun Jincheng nodded towards them, then shifted his focus to his own brothers, zeroing in on the fifth brother. His demeanor clearly indicated that he had heard their little sister's innermost thoughts. Jun Jinjia felt somewhat uneasy under Jun Jincheng's scrutiny and interjected, Elder brother, I truly don't know what is happening. Is it possible my ears are malfunctioning? The second and fourth brothers exchanged glances. Although their movements were subtle, even the slightest detail could not escape Jun Jincheng's keen observation. Elder brother, what exactly are you trying to inquire about? What information? Jun Jinyi continued to seek clarity. It's nothing. You three, second brother, fourth brother, fifth brother. Come with me to the kitchen to assist cousin Pei Yin. Jun Jincheng beckoned them mysteriously. To the kitchen? He merely wanted to find a secluded spot to confirm that everyone had indeed heard their sister's sentiments. Elder brother, are you certain that the rented kitchen is situated in this direction? Jun Jinchenbai, regaining his faculties, pointed out that, despite never having visited, he could deduce from the layout that the kitchen should not be in this orientation. Second brother, have you lost your wits? Fourth brother exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. Mother prepared an antidote for me according to little sister's instructions a few days ago, and now my poison has been completely cured.
Jun Jincheng explained succinctly.
Little sister's guidance? Fifth brother echoed incredulously. However, recalling the sentiments they had just perceived from their little sister, he could only perceive her as a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. You all heard about third brother, right? Jun Jincheng interjected, addressing the matter directly. The three nodded earnestly. Jun Jincheng narrowed his eyes. It seemed he was not the only one capable of perceiving their sister's thoughts. But what was the pattern behind hearing these sentiments? Third brother and their cousins were unable to hear them. If it were a matter of blood relation, could their parents also hear them? Elder brother, what should we do now? Jun Jinchenbai asked anxiously, realizing that if third brother was indeed a fraud, they must find the genuine third brother. Moreover, little sister had mentioned that she would be trapped in the toilet, beep, choked to death, beep. The thought of his own demise left the 6-year-old fifth brother too frightened to venture to the restroom alone. Enough with the nonsense.
Jun Jincheng bellowed. Jun Jinye,
resembling a forlorn puppy, blinked innocently. Ever since his leg had been injured, it was well known that elder brother's temper had soured. The other three stood opposite Jun Jincheng, all bearing solemn expressions. Elder brother, what on earth is happening? Little sister seems to possess the ability to foresee the future. Although Jun Jinchenbai had been foolish for a decade, his extensive reading of the classics led him to believe that this matter was far beyond rational comprehension. Compared to his three brothers, Jun Jincheng remained remarkably composed. He slowly lifted his gaze and asked, She is our sister, is she not? The three were momentarily taken aback by his inquiry, but soon nodded in unison without hesitation. Of course, she is also born of our mother. And she hasn't been swapped like third brother. Fourth brother Jun Jilong was about to mention the swap, but, recalling the incessant chatter of fifth brother, he cleverly rephrased it, and indeed, no sound escaped his lips.
Jun Jincheng nodded, appearing indifferent.
Isn't that sufficient? Perhaps it is because heaven deemed our family too unfortunate that they sent a little lucky star to save us. After uttering this, Jun Jincheng lightly tapped his legs and chuckled self-deprecatingly. 16 years prior, before little sister arrived, their family had not committed any misdeeds. On the contrary, they had acted with loyalty and righteousness, performing numerous good deeds for the greater good. Yet, they had all met with such dire fates. He, along with his parents and 4 brothers, had all been harmed by treacherous individuals. Elder brother is correct. Was it not little sister S prescription that cured second brother S poison?
Yun tilom wohl herzulykrit.
Indeed, she is our family S fortuitous koi sent by heaven. Jun Jinshinbai expressed immense gratitude towards little sister, acknowledging that without her, he might have remained foolish for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Jun Jincheng leaned on second brother and gradually stood from his wheelchair. The 3 stared at his legs with incredulous expressions. Indeed, ever since little sister S birth, my legs have inexplicably healed, Jun Jincheng clarified for them. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, filled with astonishment. I urge you 3 to vow that in this lifetime, you shall protect little sister at all costs, ensuring she does not endure even the slightest harm. Jun Jincheng's expression turned serious, even tinged with a hint of menace, as if anyone who failed to swear would not live to see the morrow. Jun Jinjia genuinely felt intimidated by his elder brother's demeanor and instinctively sought refuge behind Jun Jilong. However, given his size, it made little difference whether he hid or not. Elder brother, even without your urging, we would fiercely safeguard little sister, Jun Jilong asserted.
Yun Tianbai is mindreading.
He understood Jun Jincheng's intentions and the consequences of defying him. Swiftly, Jun Jinshinbai raised 3 fingers and vowed, I, Jun Jinshinbai, swear to the heavens that I shall cherish little sister with my life. Should I break this oath, I would be foolish for eternity. Once 4th and 5th brothers also took their oaths, Jun Jincheng finally felt at ease. It was not that Jun Jincheng doubted his brothers, but their family had already endured too much suffering. He could not allow any further missteps. He also did not wish for the hardship suffered by his brothers to befall little sister again. Chapter 22. She appeared as if in mourning. The dragon chariot halted before the general's residence. The chief eunuch cleared his throat, announcing with a piercing voice, the emperor has arrived. Everyone knelt in the courtyard, respectfully greeting the emperor. General Pei hastily approached, expressing his gratitude in abundance. Observing this, King Jing quickly followed suit, attempting to curry favor with the emperor. As if they were in a competition, neither willing to yield to the other. The emperor had not yet taken his seat, yet they had already poured him 3 cups of wine. Jun Jingshan and the Pei family members were constantly occupied managing these influential figures.
Surrounding Yun Tianxing, numerous youths,
both male and female, of similar age had gathered. For the sake of family interests and their own power, many youngsters barely 12 or 13 were learning the adult ways of flattery and duplicity. Jun Lily quietly stood in a corner alongside second brother Jun Jinshinbai, observing the seemingly lively banquet with a cold gaze. In the presence of others, Jun Jinshinbai maintained his foolish facade, and no one paid attention to a fool, allowing him to enjoy a measure of peace. To alleviate her boredom, Jun Lily scanned the arriving guests, recalling their fates from the books. As she looked around, she noticed a throng of men and women, all surrounding a woman in white like moths to a flame. The woman possessed an exquisite figure, attending the banquet in remarkably simple attire, clad in a pale moon-white gown, adorned with only 2 or 3 small white flower beads in her hair. At first glance, she appeared not to be attending a celebration but rather to be in mourning. Isn't that the protagonist, He Jinyao, tsk, dressed like this? Is she cursing the koi to wither away early? Jun Lily shot a disapproving glare at He Jinyao. Jun Jinshinbai, holding her, curiously glanced at He Jinyao as well. He remained oblivious to what the term protagonist entailed, but he knew that He Jinyao was the daughter of his great-aunt, He's nephew. By lineage, he ought to address He Jinyao as cousin. Though Jun Jinshinbai had been foolish for many years, he still retained memories from his foolish days. From what he understood, He Jinyao was a spoiled and willful young lady, indulged and pampered. The infatuation of the princess for Prince Juanheng bordered on madness. Recently, having been spurned, she even attempted to drown herself in the river. This incident stirred quite a commotion throughout Longcheng, leaving many astounded that she still had the audacity to make an appearance. It is indeed a challenge for the female lead, as she must dress in mourning attire, deliberately seizing the opportunity today when the royal family is similarly attired. Fully aware that she cannot ascend to the prince's favor and instead aspires to entangle herself with the 9th prince. Jun Lily glanced once more toward the 9th prince.
You knew.
Perhaps it was true that He Jinru was truly captivating, for the 2 princes, Jun Jincheng and Pei Ting, along with others, were equally drawn to her. Their gazes fixated in her direction. If memory serves, He Jinru had intentionally tripped in front of Junyu and even spilled her drink all over herself. As the male lead of this tale, Junyu naturally could not bear to see the female lead in such a plight, thus he lent her his outer robe. This serendipitously led to their bond, and subsequently, they became partners in mischief, believing that their maternal grandfather was obstructing their plans for succession, resulting not only in the exile of the general's household, but also leading to their father being dismissed from office. After their father was dismissed, he endured relentless humiliation from his step-grandmother and several illegitimate uncles, and within 6 months, he was expelled from the royal residence, left to wander the streets, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of ruffians over a mere leftover meal from an inn. Alas, how tragic it was! His corpse devoured almost entirely by wild dogs. Upon hearing these tales recounted by his younger sister, Jun Jinhua's arms trembled incessantly. Had it not been for the morning discussion among the 4 brothers about their sister's ability to hear thoughts, combined with his own exceptional intellect, he would have likely been drenched in cold sweat by now. Just as Jun Jinhua raised his head, he caught sight of a gaze fixated upon him. Not far from him, Jun Jincheng had evidently also overheard Jun Lily's recent thoughts. He nodded toward Jun Jincheng for confirmation. Jun Jingyan and Pei were attending to the emperor and other dignitaries in the main hall. Jun Jingling, due to poor health, should be resting in the rear courtyard, while Jun Jinjia was likely enjoying some food in a side hall, and Jun Jini along with Pei, he had already escaped the estate to roam outside. In this room, the only individuals privy to Jun Lily's earlier words were himself and Jun Jincheng. This is bad. The female lead intends to seduce the male lead. What to do? What to do? Despite my efforts to change the venue for the full moon banquet, why can I not avert this calamity? I must thwart the female lead. Otherwise, once she and the male lead become entangled, the demise of our family and the confiscation of our grandfather's estate will be imminent. Jun Lily, in her desperation, felt an overwhelming urge to leap from Jun Jinhua's side and intercept the female lead herself. Elder brother, Jun Jinhua whispered urgently to the nearby Jun Jincheng. Jun Jincheng turned slightly, exchanging a knowing glance with him. At that moment, He Jinru had executed her premeditated plan, allowing herself to be deliberately tripped. Just as she was about to douse herself with the drink in her hand, Jun Jincheng flicked a chicken bone towards her wrist, causing He Jinru to spill the drink all over a flamboyantly dressed woman beside her. Oh, dear. With He Jinru's melodramatic exclamation, she fell to the ground with a thud. The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the room. Miss, are you alright? Jun Jinhua approached, extending a hand to assist He Jinru. He bent slightly, his posture impeccable, adorned in an elegant moon-gray robe that made him appear as though he were bathed in moonlight. The moment he reached out to help He Jinru, he resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, untouched by the dust of the earth, exuding a gentle and warm demeanor. He Jinru looked up, her cheeks flushing, not sure if it was due to her embarrassment or the presence of the handsome youth before her. Could it be that my second brother is also enchanted by the female lead? But wait, isn't it obvious that one doesn't need to be a fool to fall in love? Jun Lily found herself bewildered by the situation unfolding before her. Yet, indeed, He Jinru's face was as crimson as the sorghum in autumn. Jun Jinhua thought to himself, family, who truly understands. Pretending to be oblivious is even more challenging than genuine ignorance. Thank you, cousin. He Jinru expressed her gratitude as Jun Jinhua helped her to her feet. Considering decorum and the relationship between their families, she offered her thanks. Just a moment ago, she had been captivated by Jun Jinhua's handsome visage, and now, as he revealed a full set of 8 pearly teeth, his eyes squinting in a childlike smile, she thought, what a peculiar individual. Oh, isn't this the foolish son of the Jingwang residence? A fool attempting to play the hero? Soon, murmurs of derision circulated among the onlookers.
Lay mocked Jun Jinhua while provocatively casting glances at Jun Jincheng.
Previously, everyone had been wary of Jun Jincheng. However, since his leg was injured, he had not only become the subject of disdain but also a target for ridicule, with even the most insignificant of individuals feeling emboldened to bully him and his brothers. Jun Lily observed the grotesque expressions of those surrounding her, clenching her fists in indignation. Laugh, go ahead and laugh. Half of those present are the Crown Princess supporters, while the other half are aligned with the male lead. The Crown Princess faction will eventually be eliminated by the male lead, and even if you align yourselves with him, given his ruthless and vindictive nature, you won't remain by his side for long. 3 years hence, though my family may meet a tragic end, your fates shall not fare much better. Chapter 23. The greedy and lustful Jun younger sister. Before Jun Lily could unleash her fury, her cousin Pei Ting began to single out those who had spoken ill of Jun Jinhua. despite the numerous individuals present. Only her two cousins and Miss He could be considered somewhat related. Given that Jun Cheng's mobility was impaired, it was only fitting for Jun Jinhua to assist Miss He. Should anyone else offer their assistance, it would tarnish Miss He's reputation, thus defeating the purpose of goodwill. Observing the situation, Jun Jincheng also maneuvered his wheelchair closer. Earlier, my cousin He inadvertently fell, and my second brother kindly assisted her, without any intentions of impropriety. Although He Jinru appeared to engage in conversation with Jun Jincheng and Pei Ting, her gaze was fixated on the seemingly indifferent Junyu. Thank you for your kindness, gentlemen. He Jinru replied to Jun Jincheng, pausing for a moment as she took in the strikingly handsome features of the two brothers. It was a pity that one was crippled and the other considered a fool, otherwise, she might have willingly forsaken wealth and status for a sweet romance with them. Noticing He Jinru's cheeks flush once more, Jun Lily couldn't help but critique her. The female lead is quite the flirt, enamored with every handsome face. Thankfully, my other brothers are not present, or they too would fall under her spell. Such a beauty obsession is truly frightening. Upon hearing his younger sister's remarks, Jun Jincheng let out a sigh, realizing he might need to don a mask when venturing outside in the future. The group had barely exchanged a few words when the noblewoman who had been splashed with wine by He Jinru approached, looking for trouble. Who wouldn't be enraged after being caught in the crossfire? Miss, while you may have fallen, is it fair to drench me in wine? How do you intend to settle this matter? The woman wore a fierce expression, clearly not one to be trifled with. Her obstinate demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of He Jinru's original self.
Yun Lily raised her gaze, smiling.
The female lead's nemesis has arrived. The daughter of Duke Chui is indeed a formidable character, a staunch supporter of the male lead, a veritable embodiment of the malicious female antagonist. While Jun Lily was merely a supporting character, this one was undeniably a villainess. It was common knowledge that the wicked female antagonist possessed wealth and power, was arrogant and headstrong, and often sought to make the female lead suffer. Jun Lily felt secretly delighted, with Chueya to restrain He Jinru. She need not fear her attempts to ensnare Junyu. Indeed, upon glancing back, she noticed that in order to evade Chueya, Junyu had vanished without a trace. Chueya scrutinized the enchanting He Jinru before her. Though she appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, she exuded an air of delicate charm. However, Chueya was not easily fooled by He Jinru's act. She despised women who feigned fragility to seduce men. Seeing He Jinru standing beside Jun Jincheng and others, Chueya withdrew a jade pendant from her waist. With a tone of utmost respect, she said, "Young Master Jun, young Master Pei. This is a private matter between Miss He and myself, and I hope you will refrain from intervening." As she spoke, she extended the jade pendant towards Jun Jincheng. It was evident to any discerning observer that she was attempting to bribe them, hoping to dissuade them from speaking on behalf of He Jinru. Chueya was acutely aware of Jun Jincheng's close ties with the ninth prince, Junyu. Despite his disability, she held a modicum of respect and trepidation towards him. Pei Ting's eyes darkened, revealing a hint of displeasure. Chueya was truly spoiled. Did she think they were mere pawns to be bullied at will? However, Jun Jincheng's expression remained remarkably calm. In the past, he would have confronted Chueya, but now he merely regarded her with indifference.
Noticing Yun Tinsheng's silence,
Pei Ting hesitated to speak freely. Jun Lily, captivated by the jade pendant suspended in midair, recognized it as a high-quality tribute from the western regions. No wonder she was the daughter of the Duke of Chui. Her generosity was evident. Clutched in Jun Jincheng's embrace, Jun Lily could easily reach for the pendant. With a swift motion, she tugged it down and tucked it into her bosom. The previously tense atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the antics of a small child.
Yun Lily flashed a charming smile at Kuya.
Thank you, Miss Chui. It's not that we lack jade pendants, it's just that the venomous female antagonist's gifts are far more cost-effective. What venomous heiress? One who bestows a priceless jade pendant cannot be all that vile. Jun Jincheng mused. Mother did mention that my little sister had a penchant for gold. It appears her avarice extends beyond mere wealth. She is also quite enamored with beauty. Jun Jincheng was taken aback by this realization. Had his sister already taken a liking to an older sister figure? Is it possible for such a wicked female antagonist to encounter a few more like her?
Yun Lily,
holding the jade pendant up to the light, feigned expertise in appraisal. It seemed that the Jun family sister had quite the affinity for the ornament. This display thoroughly bewildered Chueya. What was with this little brat? At such a tender age, she exhibited the potential to cultivate her own entourage. We shall not intrude upon Miss Chui any further. I hope you enjoy yourself at my sister's full moon banquet, Jun Jincheng stated, with an air of propriety. Before his words had fully settled, he departed with his cousin, younger brother and sister. Jinru was left utterly bewildered. How could she have considered flirting with the two brothers from the Jingwang manor? What sort of person was that lame Jun Jincheng? Once some distance had been put between them, Pei Ting could not contain his curiosity. Little Chen, even if she is not your biological cousin, she is still a girl. Is it not rather unkind of us not to assist her? Jun Jincheng cast a cold glance in his direction, remaining silent. Oh, dear, this foolish cousin of mine. Your kindness may ultimately lead to your downfall. Truly a living saint. Over the past month, June Lily had gradually gleaned the survival principles of this world. One must suppress unnecessary compassion. With certain individuals, one must not exhibit leniency. Meanwhile, having just dealt with Chueya, Jinru was hastily searching for the 9th prince's whereabouts. As a time-traveling girl, she could not afford to relinquish her aspirations so easily. She firmly believed that with the vast knowledge stored in her mind, she would surely make her mark in this ancient society. What were the two brothers from the Jingwang manor to her? She felt that only the most esteemed men were worthy of her, such as the crown prince, who stood second only to the emperor. However, she had already offended the crown prince to a significant extent, making it unlikely for her to garner his favor. Thus, she sought out the emperor's most favored son, the 9th prince Junyu. If she could make him fall in love with her and heed her commands, she would leverage her abilities to help him vanquish the ineffectual crown prince and ascend to the throne. She was entirely confident in this endeavor. The thought of potentially becoming the revered empress filled Jinru with a smug smile. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she failed to notice the conversation happening beside her. June Lily, who had been observing her intently, found herself devoid of any fondness for Jinru. How could she have once admired such a character in her previous life while reading novels?
Yun Tianxing Bei.
Cradling June Lily also took note of this. He could not fathom why his parents, who were no fools, and his illustrious maternal grandfather would be outwitted by such a girl. June Lily was equally puzzled. The heroine, Jinru, was merely in her early teens, with a slender frame and unremarkable looks. How could the 18-year-old 9th prince, who had encountered countless beauties, be so infatuated with her? Could this be the protagonist's halo?
Yun Lily pondered.
Chapter 24, Falling and Rising Again. As Jinru prepared to step out, June Lily eagerly wished to follow suit. What is Jinru up to? Alas, I cannot walk. Otherwise, I would certainly go and take a look. Jun Jinchengbai responded, I can walk. While June Lily was lamenting, her second brother scooped her up and proceeded toward Jinru. Oh, second brother, you are my savior. You truly understand me. Hearing this, Jun Jincheng's mood soured. Just days ago, his little sister had declared him her deity. Now, her affections had shifted. His little sister was indeed a fickle flower. With so many eyes around, Jun Jincheng refrained from following them to avoid raising suspicions. Now that Jun Jinchengbai had regained his faculties, even without martial prowess, few could outwit him in cunning. At that moment, the 9th prince was standing by the bridge near the pond, accompanied by several young admirers eager to curry favor with him. Although not far away, to reach him one would need to traverse the entire back garden of the general's manor. As dusk descended, the little garden appeared increasingly foreboding. Just as Jinru was about to take a step, a large rat suddenly darted from the bushes, causing her to shriek and tumble to the ground once more. Ha ha ha. The heroine has fallen twice today. She truly deserves it.
Yun Lily mockingly left.
Jun Jinchengbai could not stifle a chuckle either. However, his laughter was far more restrained than June Lily's. He merely lifted the corners of his mouth, narrowing his eyes. His smile was subtle and refined. At merely 14 years of age, he exuded a gentle elegance. Momentarily caught off guard, June Lily mistakenly believed her second brother had fully returned to normal. Second brother, could you not live a little longer? Once I can speak, I will share with you the antidote. If you were to cure your poison, you would no longer be regarded as a contemptible fool. At this thought, June Lily felt a pang of sadness, and silent tears fell. Upon hearing these words, Jun Jinchengbai felt warmth flood his heart. Oh dear, this heroine is truly relentless. Does she fall only to rise and fall again? Before Jun Jinchengbai could continue to feel moved, June Lily's voice echoed in his mind, reveling in the misfortune of Jinru. After being startled by the rat and falling, Jinru got back up, only to trip over a wild cat that had dashed out from behind her. Yet, even in spite of this, she refused to be defeated. Rising once more, she pressed on into the garden. She initially intended to find someone to accompany her, but, remembering the impropriety of seeking company for such a venture, she boldly ventured forth alone.
She's gone in.
Oh, dear. Heroine, this is a self-inflicted predicament. The back garden of your grandfather's home is laid out like a labyrinth. Even the most intelligent among us would struggle to find their way out unaccompanied within an hour. By the time you emerge, the banquet will have long concluded, and the male lead will have departed. June Lily reveled in her triumph. Successfully thwarting the romantic progression between the leads, she clapped her hands, signaling the end of her shift. Upon hearing her words, Jun Jincheng Bai ceased to linger at the entrance. After entrusting June Lily to her cousin Pei Ting for safekeeping, he summoned Jun Jincheng to the backyard, briefly updating Jun Jincheng on He Jinyo's entrance into the garden. The two brothers began to plot further schemes. Jun Jinbai, possessing exceptional intelligence, and Jun Jincheng, also quite astute, often reflected on the notion that had his younger brother not been poisoned into a state of foolishness, many situations might have been foreseen, allowing them to prepare accordingly. Perhaps he would not have been left with a disability in his leg, and he could have discerned the true nature of the ninth prince in advance. Elder brother. I believe the pressing matter at hand is to locate the true third brother. The ninth prince and He Jinyu are not yet ripe for confrontation. Judging solely from his observations and June Lily's sentiments, Jun Jinbai was able to draw such conclusions. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Jun Jincheng expressed his satisfaction with his astute younger brother. Intelligent individuals relish conversing with other bright minds. I will inform our parents of this matter. It seems that the servants in our household will soon undergo a complete overhaul. Jun Jincheng had previously heard from their mother that many of the servants in their courtyard were spies sent by the matriarch and the other third branch. In that case, could you possibly request one person from me, younger brother? Jun Jinbai hesitated several times before daring to speak. He even inclined his body and performed a slight bow to Jun Jincheng, indicating the weight of the request. Jun Jincheng narrowed his eyes. Something was amiss with his younger brother. He was concealing something. Who is it? The maid who has been attending to my needs, Ting He, Jun Jinbai implored. I beseech you. Elder brother, do not replace her. Jun Jincheng tilted his head, scrutinizing his younger brother's expression. This young lad, having just regained his senses, was already contemplating such matters. As long as you believe she is not a spy, that suffices. However, as your elder brother, I must remind you that we cannot dictate our own marital fates. He chuckled lightly and continued, You have arrived at the age where you should seek a match. Taking a concubine is permissible, but remember, do not take it too seriously. Jun Jincheng shook his head, having remained single for so many years himself. His younger brother had been foolish for a decade, and now, scarcely 10 days into his regained intellect, he fancied a lady. Do intelligent individuals possess a more developed emotional capacity than the average person? Thank you for your guidance. Elder brother, Jun Jinbai replied, shaking his head. Is it that you have been single for too long that you misconstrue everything? It seemed he should report this to their mother and suggest a marriage for his elder brother. By the way, younger brother, now that you have returned to normalcy, what are your future plans?
Jun Jincheng asked seriously.
It was indeed time for his younger brother to choose his path forward. I wish to pursue my studies. Striving to attain a degree and assist father and grandfather in the court, Jun Jinbai stated frankly, believing that his intellect deserved cultivation. Very well, Jun Jincheng expressed his approval. For the time being, focus on your studies in your room. Do not concern yourself with the affairs of the third brother.
Jun Tianbai nodded.
Understanding that he must continue to feign ignorance and not overtly involve himself in the third brother's matters. Night fell, yet the general's residence remained brightly lit. The once bustling front hall, filled with numerous guests, gradually quieted as they departed. Pei Shi, clutching her little cotton coat, listened with satisfaction as her eldest son subtly recounted the events of the day. After entertaining those noble sons and daughters for an entire day, both she and Jun Jingyan were utterly exhausted. Fortunately, General Pei and the two elder brothers and sisters-in-law had assisted in sharing the burden. Just as Jun Jincheng mentioned He Jinyo's inability to exit the garden, a maid rushed in from outside, flustered. Not good. Miss He Jinyu has gone missing, the maid exclaimed, her voice trembling. Lord, he only realized at the door that his daughter hadn't followed. He is now inquiring everywhere, searching. It has been nearly an hour since Miss He entered the garden and has yet to emerge. June Lily, who had been drowsy, instantly awoke upon hearing this. Only realizing at the door that his daughter was missing, it seems that He Jinyu is not particularly cherished in the He family. No wonder both the original owner and the protagonist wished to marry her off as soon as possible. Chapter 25. With father, there is no need for formality. Pei Shi's countenance remained composed. Although she was not well versed in the matters of the He family, she could surmise a few things from the actions of the side princess. Should we send a few people to search casually? Pei Shi spoke languidly. Search casually? Why does it seem that mother is rather unconcerned about this? What if something unfortunate befalls He Jinyu within the general's residence? How would the He family hold grandfather and uncle accountable? Pei Shi's lips curled into a smile as she beckoned the maid closer, whispering a few words. Understood, I will take care of it, the maid replied. The maid thought to herself, Miss, this ploy is akin to a heartless assassination. Since the He family's daughter is so restless, let her bear the shameful reputation entirely. Under Pei Shi's direction, several maids approached Lord He, whispering as they walked. The 9th prince reciting poetry on the bridge was truly magnificent. Many young ladies were gathered at the entrance, gazing in that direction. What of that? Just a few days ago, Miss He, who was publicly rejected by the crown prince, was even bolder. She traversed the little garden to seek the 9th prince on the bridge. Ah, indeed. She is the one who nearly jumped into the river for the crown prince. She is far bolder than us ordinary women. As the 4 maids caught sight of Lord He's face, now flushed with anger, they feigned fright and dashed away. At that moment in the little garden, He Jinyu, after realizing she could not exit, understood that she might have stumbled into a dead end. She decided to sit cross-legged and began reciting the Shangqing incantation with conviction. Having watched too many films before her transmigration, she planned to remain there for the night, believing she would be able to leave by morning. It was only when a maid came to find her that she realized it was not a dead end at all. It was merely a labyrinth. Lord He, we have found Miss He. The maid, who had been waiting at the door, upon seeing the disheveled He Jinyu, nearly wished to slap her across the face. However, considering they were in someone else's home, family shame could not be aired, so she could only endure. The first words out of He Jinyu's mouth were, Father, have the 9th prince and the others departed? It was neither an apology nor a concern for Lord He waiting too long. Lord He was fuming, nearly steaming with rage. You wretched girl, just wait until we return home for your punishment, he exclaimed, his face burning with shame as he dragged He Jinyu away from the general's residence. Following this commotion, He Jinyu was confined at home for several months, unable to attend even the chrysanthemum banquet hosted by the Long Princess. Yet she remained undeterred. There were still many banquets and opportunities ahead. After all the guests had departed, General Pei pulled Pei Shi into his chamber and retrieved a wooden box measuring nearly a meter in length from under the bed. Schwanger, Lily is no ordinary child. Even if she is merely a girl, if nurtured well, her future achievements will surpass ours. General Pei held June Lily in extremely high regard. Father, I do not wish for Lily to endure the same hardships as you. I simply want her to live a happy and carefree life, free from illness and worry. General Pei chuckled upon hearing Pei Shi's response. While it may be somewhat maternal, if Lily could indeed live a life of peace and contentment, it would not be a bad outcome. Schwanger, keep this safe for Lily. If she grows up and wishes to marry, this will be her dowry. If she chooses not to marry and wishes to live a regular life, then this will be her capital to forge a new path. As he spoke, General Pei handed the box to Pei Shi. She accepted it, her arms trembling slightly. Had she not possessed martial skills, her strength would have been insufficient to lift it without dropping it on her foot. What on earth is in here? It's so heavy, Pei Shi muttered as she opened the box. Upon seeing the contents, she could not help but gasp in astonishment. A box brimming with golden treasures and an array of exquisite jewelry, gold, silver, jade, emerald, agate, and pearls. Could this be a treasure chest? Pei Shi turned to her father, who had lived a life of integrity, dedicating his salary to the family's expenses. Each time he returned from the battlefield, he donated all the rewards bestowed upon him by the emperor to the impoverished and the refugees. How then did he acquire this box of valuables? Father, these are far too precious. I cannot accept them, she protested. The old General Pei replied solemnly, Do not worry, my dear. These treasures were neither seized nor stolen. They were left behind by your mother. Understanding his daughter as only a father could, he discerned her thoughts without the need for mind reading. Even your 2 elder brothers have not received a share of these treasures. They were originally intended for your dowry. But since I cannot bear the thought of you marrying that Jun Jingyan, I naturally withheld this box from you. Initially, I intended to pass it on to you before I reunite with your mother decades hence. However, I have now decided against it. It will be given to my granddaughter instead. Pei Shi was taken aback by this revelation. Her mother, whom she had never met, and who had perished during childbirth, had left behind so much for her. Her eyes began to well with tears, a mixture of sorrow and longing swelling within her heart. Setting the treasure chest aside, she recalled what Lily had once said about the potential downfall of the Pei household due to her second sister-in-law's schemes, sending a chill down her spine. With the matter concerning her aunt and 2 cousins resolved, the next target was her sister-in-law. Sure, Father, there is something I must inform you, Paisher said, her demeanor grave. Noticing her seriousness, the old general furrowed his brow, concerned. Is it that Jun Jingyan has upset you, or has the third son gotten into trouble again? The third son. Paisher had nearly forgotten about him. Since her father had mentioned it, she felt compelled to address the matter of the third son first. Father, he is not my biological brother. Paisher wanted to elaborate further, but feared that saying too much might invite unwanted attention. She understood that, as Lily had indicated, they could not speak directly about certain matters and had to express them subtly and delicately. What? The old general's brow furrowed deeper. Is there any evidence of this? Not yet, but I have sent Yen Go and the eldest to investigate, she replied. The old general nodded, offering comfort. If you can ascertain the whereabouts of the true third son, I will immediately send your two brothers to search for him. Thank you, father. Upon my return, I will surely interrogate that vile servant about where she abandoned the third son. She felt a surge of anger at the thought of their family being torn apart for over a decade, leaving her third brother lost and vulnerable, with no hope for survival. That's Shun Mama, is it? Your days of fortune are over. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. There will always be no need for formality with your father. The old general's words deeply touched Paisher. No matter how old one became, as long as their parents were alive, there would always be a harbor of refuge. Father, I can manage my affairs. But I urge you to remain wary of my sister-in-law, she advised. Sure? The old general raised an eyebrow in confusion, contemplating his all-knowing granddaughter. He surmised that his daughter's warning stemmed from the sentiments expressed by his granddaughter. Very well, I will keep that in mind. You need not worry excessively about this matter. The old general held a fondness for his perceptive and sweet-natured daughter-in-law. Yet hearing Paisher speak in this manner stirred a slight discomfort within him. Observing the shift in her father's expression, Paisher felt a pang of guilt. However, one must always prepare for the storm before it arrives. One must harbor no ill intent, yet remain vigilant against potential threats. Regardless of whether her sister-in-law would indeed act against the Pei family, it was prudent to take precautions in advance. Chapter 26. A home without Lily is destined to scatter half a month following the conclusion of the full moon banquet. The inhabitants of the Jingwangfu were intensely preoccupied, each consumed with their own affairs. The Jingwang was often seen bustling between his private Taoist temple, the purpose of which remained a mystery, though it was evident that significant renovations were underway, with several Taoist priests even apprehended by the officials of the Dali temple. The side princess, He, was preoccupied with matters concerning her natal family, while her fine sons appeared to be engaged in their own pursuits. The most occupied, however, were the main household, the Jun family. Sister Shuang, have you uncovered the whereabouts of our third brother? Where has that vile servant cast him away? Jun Jingyan inquired eagerly as Paisher emerged from the secret chamber. I have finally determined that he was discarded on the outskirts of the city to the north. Paisher responded. To the north? Jun Jingyan's mood darkened further. There were countless villages and towns stretching northward, and 13 years had passed. How could they possibly locate him? Paisher sighed, acknowledging the truth of his words. Indeed, he is now 13 years old. He can go wherever he pleases. The world is vast. And our search, without direction, feels akin to fishing for a needle in the ocean. Perhaps we should consult Lily?
Yuntingen suggested,
pondering if their little daughter might possess insights. Paisher nodded in agreement. Without me, this family is bound to fall apart. The couple immediately sent a maid to fetch Jun Lily. They deliberately reiterated their previous conversation in her presence. Do not worry, father and mother. Brother San is well. He is in the town at the foot of Xuanwu Mountain. Although Brother San is quite unfortunate, an orphan with no home, he is remarkable in his own right. No matter the adversity, he will surely thrive. Upon hearing Li Li's words, the hearts of Jun Jingyan and his wife ached for their lost third son even more. Previously, they had heard from the eldest that they could perceive Li Li's thoughts. It was likely that their biological third son possessed this ability as well. Realizing this, the couple exchanged glances. I shall send word to my father, urging him to take my two brothers to search, Paisher declared. Very well. Let Chen Er carry Li Li along as well, Jun Jingyan instructed. Are father and mother going to find Brother Sam?
Lily inquired.
What purpose does taking a small infant who cannot assist, and a brother who cannot even walk serve? She pondered aloud, confused by her parents' arrangements. Hearing her complaints, the couple merely exchanged knowing smiles. They were uncertain of the eldest's usefulness, but their little daughter was undoubtedly invaluable. Sister Shuang, you take everyone to search for Brother San. I will present the evidence against Shun Mama to the Ministry of Justice. She must be held accountable for her crimes. What about Er? After all, we have raised him for 13 years. While Pei Shi felt no attachment, she was concerned that Jun Jingyan might. He had proven to be unlearned and had succumbed to gambling. They would pay off his debts and provide him with 50 taels of silver to leave Longqing. Jun Jingyan showed no hesitation. Offering him 50 taels was the last vestige of paternal affection he could muster. That sounds reasonable, though 50 taels is not a large sum. If he uses it wisely, it should suffice for a year's sustenance, Pei Shi concurred. Heading to the town at the foot of Xuanwu Mountain. Although Xuanwu Mountain was under the jurisdiction of Longqing, it was quite distant from the center of the Jingwangfu. The carriage departed early in the morning and arrived at the town after dark. During the day, they stayed at an inn or strolled about the vicinity. Before dusk, the servants would bring any potential candidates for Brother San before Jun Lili. If any could hear her thoughts, they would undoubtedly be her brother. For 3 consecutive days, they received 3 to 5 homeless beggar boys aged 12 or 13. However, none of them could hear Jun Lili's thoughts. Uncertain of what her brother looked like, they could only search based on the vague descriptions provided by Pei Shi and Jun Jingyan. Mother, do you think it's possible that Brother San was taken in by kind-hearted people?
Yun Tianxing suggested.
That is hard to say. Pei Shi admitted, contemplating the possibility.
Absolutely impossible.
I remember distinctly. Brother San was just an ordinary wandering beggar. If there were any kind-hearted souls, they would likely be the bandits of Xuanwu village. Whenever my third brother encounters a wealthy individual, he deliberately leads them towards the bandit stronghold, whereupon the mountain robbers emerge to rob them. After a successful heist, my brother also manages to gain a little profit. Jun Lili, my third brother, is indeed clever. At such a tender age, he understands the art of mutual gain. Pei, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of concern. How could the youngest conspire with bandits to commit robbery in broad daylight? Jun Jincheng, however, found his youngest sibling rather intriguing, having wandered the world for many years. His life experiences must surely differ vastly from those of the young lords from affluent families. Mother, why not we disguise ourselves as wealthy individuals and pay a visit to Suowu village? Jun Jincheng proposed to turn the tables on them. Disguise ourselves? We are already quite affluent. Pei retorted. Jun Jincheng remarked, whether others possess wealth is uncertain, but my younger sister undoubtedly does. Her large, round eyes seemed to be perpetually drawn to handsome men and gold alike. He reached beneath Jun Lili's swaddling to feel 2 hard rings, if he was not mistaken. They must be gold bracelets. In recent days, they had often paraded through the vicinity of Suowu Mountain adorned in gold and silver. Jun Jincheng wore a circle of jade pendants at his waist, while Pei flaunted an array of golden hairpins and silver hairpins. Even Jun Lili sported a palm-sized golden longevity lock around her neck. The 3 of them strutted about, naturally attracting not only the real third brother, but also other avaricious scoundrels. This mountain is mine. This tree I planted. If you wish to pass through, leave behind some toll. As the voices of 4 young children rang out, 4 youths of varying sizes emerged ahead. The eldest was roughly the same age as Jun Jincheng, while the youngest appeared to be only 8 or 9 years old. Their attire suggested they were the mountain bandits of Suowu. Despite their youth, these 4 children exhibited a semblance of proficiency in robbery, each wielding a weapon. What do you want? Pei immediately stepped in front of her 2 children, demanding an explanation. What do we want? Naturally, we seek to rob you. Hand over your valuables, and we shall grant you your lives, the 2 eldest children chorused. Pei chuckled lightly. At your age, you are already learning to rob travelers? Come back when you are older. Noting that these children bore little resemblance to her and Jun Jingyan, and none appeared to be 12 or 13, Pei lost interest in further dialogue. Just as they turned to leave, the 4 children were unwilling to let them go. Facing a woman, a disabled person, and an infant, the prospect of seizing gold and jewels was too tempting to let slip away. Stop right there, the eldest boy shouted. And the 4 children surrounded Jun Lili and her companions. Auntie, we truly do not wish to make things difficult for you. Just give us some money, and we will let you go. The leader of the children reached out a hand for money, confident that the 3 before him lacked any means of resistance. Chapter 27. So handsome, yet so mad. Pei scoffed coldly. Children, you have hands and feet. Why not engage in some honest work? Why resort to such thievery and begging? The leader of the children seemed profoundly affected by her words, his anger flaring. Stop wasting time. Hand over the money. At his command, the other 3 sprang into action. Although they were young, they were bandits, possessing a modicum of skill. All right then, Annie shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents.
Pei,
seeing that the 4 children were determined not to relent until they had money, had no choice but to engage. Amidst their scuffle, a young boy clad in a dark green outfit concealed himself within the dense underbrush, observing every move. This big tiger is indeed fierce. That woman looks formidable. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare parade about with a disabled man and an infant. The boy muttered to himself, and indeed, just as he finished his thought, the 4 children were promptly subdued by Pei. The green-clad youth shook his head. Alas, what a disappointment. They are more likely to ruin everything. In the end, it will fall to me to rescue you. He sighed, scooping up a handful of dirt to smear across his face, then gathering some leaves to scatter in his hair, intentionally making himself appear disheveled. Ah! He cried out, rolling out from the bushes and landing beside Pei. Help! Help! A big bug is chasing me. The boy trembled, pointing shakily towards a thicket. In that fleeting moment, Pei paused, for although the boy appeared disheveled, his facial structure bore a striking resemblance to her eldest and second sons. Even June Lily found herself momentarily stunned. Heavens! This young man is extraordinarily handsome. Even with such a dirty face, his charm is undeniable. If he were clean, would he not rival Panin? My sister is quite smitten. It seems the future brother-in-law has many options. Pei mused, her thoughts racing. The boy indeed bore some resemblance to her son from his youth. Fear not, child. The big bug has already fled, Pei assured, glancing into the underbrush, where indeed there was no tiger. Yes, thank you, beautiful sister. The boy flattered Pei, continuing to exchange knowing glances with the 4 children nearby. They are in cahoots. With such a sweet tongue, he surely harbors some mischief. He does not appear to be a good person. Mother, do not be deceived. June Lily shot the boy an indignant look. Hearing her daughter's unspoken thoughts, Pei realized the ruse. There was no tiger. Merely this child concocting a tale to save his companions. This disheveled appearance was likely a deliberate facade. Before Pei could ponder further, the boy began to act frantically, covering his ears and exclaiming, Who is speaking? There is a girl's voice. Are there others here? The 4 children exchanged bewildered glances, never having witnessed him act so erratically before. Pei too was perplexed, furrowing her brow. What girl? She inquired curiously. Alas, what a pity. So handsome, yet mad.
June Lily quipped.
She spoke again. A girlish voice. Did none of you hear it? The boy covered his ears. Yet no matter how he tried to block it out, the melodious voice of a girl resonated in his ears, as sweet as a lark, yet undeniably strange. It felt as though the voice resided within his very mind. Xiao-en, what is happening to you? The boy called Big Tiger asked, trying to pull the green-clad youth back. I don't know. There's a girl's voice always speaking in my head, the green-clad boy lamented, clutching his ears in distress. Big Tiger, older and perceptive, recognized the oddity of the situation. Moreover, given that the lady's martial prowess was formidable, it was wise to retreat. Let us go. We should return, Big Tiger declared, rallying the others, and together they hastily departed. Pei and her 2 children remained rooted in place.
Chengya, what are your thoughts on that boy?
Pei glanced at her eldest son, who had been silent thus far. Difficult to say. But we should find that boy and inquire further. Jun Jincheng suspected that this green-clad youth might be his long-lost 3rd brother, who claimed to hear a girl's voice in his mind. Perhaps he could indeed hear his sister's thoughts. I will have your 2 uncles send someone to the bandit stronghold to investigate. Absolutely not.
Yun Tianxing firmly dictated.
Uncle S men are soldiers. Even if they disguise themselves as ordinary folk at the stronghold, they risk revealing their true identities. He coolly analyzed the situation. Mother, my leg is nearly healed. I can handle this matter alone. Jun Jincheng's cryptic remarks puzzled Pei, and June Lily was equally confused. What was wrong with his leg? Surely he hadn't healed after just one spell? That was impossible. To restore her brother to his feet would require at least 3 incantations. Reflecting upon the day, June Lily felt a touch of fatigue. Having spent an entire day out and about, the little infant had not had sufficient rest, which could potentially hinder her cognitive development as she grew older.
Who?
Yu is tired. I shall take a nap first. No sooner had she spoken than she succumbed to slumber. Glancing at his little sister nestled in his arms, Jun Jincheng pressed a gentle kiss upon her cherubic cheek. Indeed, the little one fell asleep swiftly, as if weariness enveloped her like a soft blanket. That night, in the humble confines of Xuanwu village, a straw-thatched hut provided scant protection against the elements, within which nearly 10 youths, all under the age of 18, lay sleeping upon a communal bed. Xiao Anzi sat quietly on the threshold, gazing up at the starry sky. The matron he encountered earlier that morning, though a stranger, bore an uncanny resemblance to someone familiar. "What are you pondering, Xiao Anzi? Why have you not yet retired for the night?" De Hu inquired, settling beside him with a note of curiosity. "Nothing much. I simply cannot find sleep," Xiao Anzi replied nonchalantly. "By the way, what was the matter with you this morning? Were you having some sort of fit? Had it not been for your sudden bout of madness, we might have seized a considerable treasure from that woman." The thought of a missed opportunity left him seething with frustration. "If I hadn't lost my wits, we would still stand no chance against that trio."
Xiao Anzi reasoned.
"That matron, though appearing gentle, possesses formidable martial prowess, dispatching us as easily as one would crush ants. And as for the young master in the wheelchair, despite his physical limitations, there lies a deadly glint in his gaze. Just because he cannot rise does not mean he lacks the capability to wield hidden weapons or poison. We are woefully outmatched." His tone was devoid of urgency, having contemplated these matters long before. When confronting individuals of their ilk, one might feign vulnerability at the outset, perhaps eliciting a few coins of silver. Having only encountered the Pei family trio once, Xiao Anzi seemed to have intuitively grasped their characters. His insight earned him De Hu's admiration. "Young lad, despite your tender age, you possess the keenest intellect in the entire village." De Hu, though dismissive of the boy's youth, could not help but acknowledge his brilliance. Too kind, Xiao Anzi grinned, playfully bowing. "I am aware that our village chief is gravely ill. Relying solely on the funds we acquire through theft and begging will surely fall short of procuring the ginseng required for his recovery. What shall we do, then?" De Hu's concern mirrored his own. These children, mere waifs of the streets, had been taken in by the chief out of compassion, subsequently being taught the art of combat. Chapter 28. The Cunning Xiao Anzi. The chief, possessing a benevolent heart, would have welcomed all the street urchins into the village had his strength permitted. Yet, Xiao Anzi's presence in Xuanwu village was entirely due to his own ingenuity. Why not engage in trade? Last winter, when I ventured into the city to deal in cotton garments, I earned nearly 100 taels of silver.
Xiao Anzi countered.
De Hu was momentarily rendered speechless by his audacity. This boy was not only capable but possessed a sharp mind that even the chief acknowledged as having a natural aptitude for commerce. During the previous winter, heavy snowfall had isolated Xuanwu Mountain, leaving no one to rob. Thus, Xiao Anzi devised a plan to transport inexpensive cotton garments from the city to sell at a premium in the town, earning a handsome profit that allowed the entire village of over 170 souls to survive the harsh winter. That won't suffice. You earned that amount over an entire winter, but the chief's illness cannot linger that long. By the time you return with funds, the chief may well be beyond saving. De Hu, lacking in education, spoke without much thought, yet his words bore an underlying truth. De Hu, if we had parents, would we not be as fortunate as those children in the town?
Xiao Anzi suddenly lamented.
The past 13 years had been a relentless struggle. From the moment he became aware of his orphanhood, he had scavenged through refuse, pilfered dog food, and even stolen from backyards. At the tender age of 5, he had attempted to steal leftover food from a tavern, only to be discovered and beaten by a group of burly men, left to recover for 3 days in agony. At 8, famished and dizzy, he had dared to scavenge from dogs, only to be pursued through 3 streets, which compelled him to hone his tree-climbing skills. He remained aloft for an entire night until the dogs had departed. Fortunately, he eventually encountered members of Xuanwu village descending from the mountains. After they had finished their plundering, he managed to follow them up Xuanwu Mountain. However, to join Xuanwu village, certain conditions were required: 10 taels of silver and a human head as a token of allegiance. The origin of the silver was irrelevant, and the identity of the head was equally unimportant. To amass the requisite 10 taels, he scaled perilous cliffs to gather medicinal herbs for sale, and even risked his life in the deep woods to gather mushrooms. It took him 2 years to finally collect the necessary funds. As for the head, he had pleaded for the executioner's gift of a condemned criminals. "Indeed, I shall. That young master we encountered today is of a similar age to myself, and his fair complexion is quite enviable." De Hu mused, recalling the noble appearance of Jun Jincheng. Feeling an unfamiliar pang of envy, Xiao Anzi offered a bittersweet smile. "By the way, I noticed a resemblance between that young master and you. Could he be a relative?" Under the moonlight, De Hu scrutinized Xiao Anzi's freshly washed visage. When compared to the young master he had seen earlier, he felt a twinge of surprise.
"Do not jest. How could that be?"
Xiao Anzi chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Even if he were a relative, I have no parents to vouch for me. Yet, regarding that mother and son pair, it was evident they hailed from wealth and privilege. Even a small token from them could sufficiently fund the chief's ginseng.
Dagao, tomorrow.
Send a few brothers to inquire about their residence. What is your intention? Xiao Anzi hesitated. The tiger skin I acquired 2 years ago, in this modest place. Only that pair of affluent individuals could offer a fair price. You valued that tiger skin highly, claiming you would save it for a bride?
Dagao retorted, besides.
Do you truly believe it could fetch 100 taels?
Xiao Anzi chuckled lightly.
Reluctance is futile. The chief's life is far more precious. As for whether I can sell it for 100 taels, it lies not in the skin itself, but in the seller. His confidence was palpable. A complete tiger skin could fetch no more than 30 taels in their humble locale, yet he possessed a strategy to elevate its value threefold. Very well. I shall enlist the help of Hosey, Jiaoer, and the others to investigate. However, that mother and son pair are not from Xuanwu town. Should they depart, we would be left with nothing. Indeed, do your utmost to find them. I shall contemplate other means to gather funds. Although Xiao Anzi was but a child, he was exceptionally gifted and possessed a deep sense of loyalty. The entire village knew the chief held him in high regard, even considering adopting him as a son and designating him as a successor. Yet he had consistently declined such offers. Over time, the villagers began to perceive him as ambitious, believing he sought greater aspirations beyond this small mountain village. The following morning, Jun Jincheng returned alone to the foot of Xuanwu Mountain. The ascent was steep, and maneuvering the wheelchair alone proved somewhat taxing. Fortunately, the path was deserted, allowing him to stand and push the wheelchair himself.
Now,
walking was no longer a challenge for him, yet regaining his former agility would require more time for recovery. Upon reaching the midway point, the sound of footsteps ahead prompted him to hastily return to his wheelchair, cautiously advancing forward. Da Hu and several younger companions were descending the mountain, intent on uncovering the whereabouts of Jun Jincheng and his companions, unaware that their quarry was approaching them. It's you? Jun Jincheng feigned anxiety upon seeing Da Hu and his group, gripping the wheels of his chair tightly. Indeed, it seems that fortune comes effortlessly. Little Anzi wishes to see you. Let us accompany him.
Dagao declared candidly.
Where to? Jun Jincheng feigned an appearance of great fear, inquiring warily. Naturally. We are headed back to the stronghold.
Dagao replied dismissively.
Jun Jincheng, still concerned, questioned, am I a fool? After returning to your stronghold, will I still have a chance at survival? With that, he maneuvered his wheelchair, awkwardly attempting to escape downhill. Chase him, Da Hu commanded, sending several underlings after Jun Jincheng. At that moment, little Anzi emerged from the thicket, his bulging pack on his back, to intervene, stating, I shall pursue him myself. Da Hu cast a glance at Anzi's pack and permitted him to go. Although Jun Jincheng found it cumbersome to ascend the mountain in his wheelchair, he descended with remarkable speed, as if gliding down a slide. Little Anzi chased after him, calling out for him to wait. Finally, at the foot of the mountain, Jun Jincheng halted his wheelchair. Young master, please pause. Little Anzi politely performed a fist salute. Are you not the madcap from yesterday? Jun Jincheng recognized that the youth before him seemed to have a request. Please believe me, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to sell you a treasure. Little Anzi stated, producing a tiger skin from his back. The skin was exquisitely prepared, flawless in its entirety, complete with head and tail.
Even Yun Tianxing,
accustomed to rare and precious treasures, could not help but marvel at the skill of the skinner. What is your intent, young brother?
Yun Tianxing final ignorance.
Pray tell, does the young master fancy the skin? It would make for an excellent blanket or wallet for your esteemed mother. Little Anzi continued to promote his offering. This tiger skin is indeed remarkable. Did you hunt it yourself? Jun Jincheng inquired with curiosity. I merely employed some clever mechanisms, but this tiger was indeed my quarry. And I personally skinned it, little Anzi explained, not to boast of his prowess, but to assure his customer of the skin's authenticity. And how much do you wish to sell it for?
Yun Tianxing, intrigued, asked.
100 taels. Little Anzi boldly declared. Jun Jincheng found this somewhat amusing and was about to negotiate when little Anzi preemptively elaborated. You are unaware, young master. This tiger was no ordinary beast. Little Anzi intentionally built suspense. This was the king of the tiger pack that roamed the vicinity of Xuanwu Mountain for hundreds of miles. This tiger king lived for nearly a century. After its defeat, the tiger meat was purchased by all. Little Anzi continued to embellish. The elderly matriarch of Lu Yuanwei in East Village, upon tasting the tiger meat, miraculously recovered from her ailment. The foolish son of the landlord in West Village, after a taste, was no longer dull-witted, and has since married. Even the owner of Bai Weixian, who had been lame for 18 years, was cured by this tiger meat. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Jun Jincheng's legs. Regrettably, I hunted this tiger several years ago, and the meat has long been distributed, but the skin remains. While it may not possess the same miraculous properties as the meat, it can ward off evil and attract fortune for the young master. Indeed, little Anzi's silver tongue proved persuasive. Jun Jincheng's interest in the lad grew. Whether or not he was his third brother, he was undeniably an intriguing individual. 100 taels, however, seems rather excessive. I am unable to decide on my own, and must consult my mother. Jun Jincheng contemplated bringing little Anzi along to have Jun Lily assess him as well. How splendid. It would be ideal for your mother and sister to see. Little Anzi had already mentally prepared for the challenges of selling the tiger skin. At the Tongfu Inn in town, we traveled here from Longcheng for sightseeing. Jun Jincheng succinctly introduced little Anzi. Pushing Jun Jincheng's wheelchair, little Anzi accompanied him to their inn. Noticing the slight unease in the youth behind him, Jun Jincheng smiled appreciatively. While unsure if the tiger was truly his kill, he recognized the boy's remarkable courage in approaching him alone. Are you not afraid I am a villain who will abduct you and sell you?
Jun Jincheng final a menacing tone.
Indeed. Little Anzi did not deny it, recalling how, at the tender age of 6, he had once believed he had encountered a kind-hearted person who fed him and clothed him. He had thought he would be adopted, only to discover that the man intended to take him to a brothel to serve as a companion for women. Since then, he had trusted no one. Yet fortune is found in peril. Little Anzi remained silent for a few moments before speaking again. A smile curved upon Jun Jincheng's lips. Even if this individual was not his third brother, he intended to cultivate a friendship. Upon Jun Jincheng's return with little Anzi, Pei Shi did not initially probe his identity, but instead wished to know how he could resell the tiger skin for triple the price. Little Anzi recounted to Pei Shi what he had just explained to Jun Jincheng. Beautiful sister, if you doubt my words, you may inquire with the owner of Bai Weixian. Moments later, a middle-aged man was summoned before them by his subordinates. Owner of Bai Weixian, this young brother claims you purchased divine tiger meat from him, and after consuming it, your leg, which had been lame for 18 years, was restored. Is this true? Pei Shi feigned curiosity. Such supernatural tales might deceive the reclusive noble women of the city, but she was no ordinary woman. The owner did not respond, but instead cast a sidelong glance at little Anzi. Little Anzi approached, whispering in the owner's ear, 5 blowfish. Upon hearing this, the owner nodded in agreement. In response to the lady, this is indeed accurate. I was interrupted by my father-in-law while indulging in the pleasures of the brothel, resulting in a broken leg. Thanks to Brother Anzi's tiger meat, I can finally walk normally after 18 years. The owner performed with the utmost sincerity. Little Anzi reveled in his triumph, exchanging a knowing glance with the owner. The blowfish is a small yet exquisite fish, notoriously poisonous, swelling into a spiky ball when threatened, making it difficult to catch. However, little Anzi possessed numerous ingenious methods to deal with them. Yet, the timing was not optimal for fishing this type of fish. Perhaps only the resourceful little Anzi could procure them in the entire town. We shall purchase the tiger skin, but I have one request. 100 taels was a trifling sum for Pei Shi. Even if she discerned little Anzi's words to be false, as long as she was pleased, she could easily part with her riches. Oh, whatever the beautiful lady desires, I shall strive to fulfill. Little Anzi inquired with a commercial smile. Just then Jun Lily, cradled by Mi Jian, reached the doorway and overheard little Anzi's words. TSK, he resembles a salesman. This lad, if placed in the 21st century of my previous life, would undoubtedly be a top-tier salesperson. Pei Shi and Jun Jincheng exchanged glances, while little Anzi was left bewildered. He heard that girl's voice again. What was happening? It seemed he could hear her as soon as he laid eyes on the infant. He turned to gaze at Jun Lily. Is the young master looking at me? Oh my, he is truly handsome, with features that have captured my heart. I can hardly believe that if such a dashing young master were to come home with me, I would be the happiest girl. Pei Shi exclaimed, my daughter is quite bold. Jun Jincheng remarked, what outlandish words. Little Anzi blushed as he looked at the infant before him. There were only a few people in this room. Could it truly be the infant speaking? But how could a baby possibly talk? Could it be some sort of spirit? No. It seemed he was the only one who could hear her. Could it be that he was the one who was a spirit? No wonder he had been abandoned by his parents. It turned out he was indeed a monster. Xiao Anzi was on the verge of succumbing to the torment of Jun Lily's innermost thoughts, nearly spiraling into a state of despair. It was only when he heard Pei Shi's voice that he regained his composure. Tomorrow, my husband will also be coming. And the task I have for you is rather simple. Join our family for a meal. Pei Shi smiled warmly, resembling a nurturing mother. Xiao Anzi stroked his smooth chin, pondering that merely sharing a meal could not be so uncomplicated. However, if he did not acquiesce to her request, she would not purchase the tiger skin. Without the tiger skin, how could he possibly procure 100 taels of silver for the chief's medical treatment? The chief had been quite kind to him. Very well. It is settled. After much contemplation, Xiao Anzi decided to take the risk for the sake of the 100 taels of silver. This young man is not only handsome, but also possesses remarkable courage. June Lily could not help but commend him. Yet, Xiao Anzi sensed something amiss. If he were indeed a demon, why could he not hear the thoughts of others, but only those of this infant? Chapter 30. Anyone who brings us harm shall be repaid tenfold. Could it be that they were both demons? Kindred spirits? No, that could not be right. This infant had parents. How could it possibly be a demon? Xiao Anzi was perplexed, scratching his head in frustration. Isn't it just a meal? Why is the young man so melancholic? Does he not wish to go? Observing Xiao Anzi's distress, June Lily was filled with curiosity. To reassure him, Pei Shi presented a bank note for 100 taels. This is 100 taels, consider it a deposit. If you perform well after the meal tomorrow, I shall grant you an additional 20 taels. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of gold sparkled in Xiao Anzi's phoenix eyes. 20 more taels. Even if tomorrow's gathering were a trap, he would certainly attend. In the afternoon, Jun Jingyan arrived. The three of them, taking advantage of June Lily's slumber, began to discuss matters. That little bandit was likely the third brother. Judging by his expression, he could probably hear Lily's thoughts as well. Jun Jincheng intentionally avoided the term innermost thoughts. I have only just arrived, and you have already found the person, Jun Jingyan remarked, marveling at his wife and son's adeptness in locating him. Had they not found him, they would not have urged you to come. Pei Shi stated candidly. Jun Jingyan choked momentarily, hastily shifting the topic. Yet, this child has become a mountain bandit. If he were to return with us, his wild nature may prove troublesome when he inevitably offends some noble. What should we do then? Jun Jingyan began to worry about his inability to manage Xiao Anzi. Who could our son possibly offend? Pei Shi retorted coolly. Even if an offense were to occur, it would be instigated by others. Should it escalate, we could simply deal with it then. Why complicate matters? Jun Jingyan, hearing her words, let out a sardonic laugh. Sister Shuang is entirely correct. Those who wish to harm our family must be courting disaster. In an instant, Jun Jingyan's demeanor shifted. One moment he appeared anxious and timid, and the next he darkened, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Father, what became of the old maid who swapped out the third son? Naturally, she was sent to the Ministry of Justice. Her intentions were impure, cruel, and malevolent. Perhaps she had a moment of awakening. She committed suicide in her cell the very next day, Jun Jingyan recounted succinctly. Pei Shi and Jun Jincheng exchanged glances, their expressions subtly changing. Only Jun Jingyan knew whether the old maid had truly taken her own life. Father, you are wise. Anyone who harms our family must be repaid tenfold. Jun Jincheng bowed respectfully to Jun Jingyan, narrowing his eyes as he tapped his leg. Pei Shi and Jun Jingyan exchanged knowing looks. Tenfold repayment. Jun Jingyan nodded in agreement. Pei Shi retrieved a palm-sized booklet she always carried, flipping to the middle page where she found the name of the old maid and marked it with a check.
Yun Tingyan glanced over.
Noticing the page was densely filled with names. Alongside the old maid, there were also names such as Pei Leofurin and Pei Shouting, and he instantly understood the purpose of this little booklet. Meanwhile, Xiao Anzi used the 100 taels given by Pei Shi to purchase a century-old ginseng. Upon returning to the stronghold, he hurriedly administered it to the chief. You little rascal, you truly managed to sell it for 100 taels. Dahu gazed at the ginseng Xiao Anzi had brought back, filled with admiration. You tend to the chief. I will have them prepare the medicine. Xiao Anzi informed him before taking his leave. Once he departed, the frail man lying on the bed slowly sat up. Dahu, what happened? The man's voice was feeble, his early 30s showing signs of weariness. Dahu did not dare conceal anything, recounting the entire affair regarding Xiao Anzi selling the tiger skin. It seems that I owe my life to Xiao Anzi this time. The chief expressed his gratitude. Dahu, have the men prepare. Tomorrow I shall take Xiao Anzi as my adopted son, regardless of whether he wishes to inherit the stronghold in the future. He shall always be my Ba Tian Hu son. Their conversation was overheard by Xiao Anzi, who had just returned from his errands. It seemed there was no escaping this fate. He was deeply conflicted, wanting to seek out his biological parents, yet fearing rejection. After all, if they truly wanted him, why had they abandoned him for 13 years? The next morning, Xiao Anzi walked the path to meet Pei Shi and the others, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. How burdensome for a mere 13-year-old boy. The weight of experiences he bore far exceeded his tender age. By noon, the 4 members of the Jun family arrived at the largest tavern in Xuanwu town by Weixian. However, they merely ordered a few dishes. The table remained mostly empty. Upon seeing Xiao Anzi arrive, Pei Shi joyfully approached him. Truly, he is my own son. He possesses both courage and intelligence. This is my husband, the legitimate eldest son of King Jing and the current Deputy Minister of Justice. Pei Shi briefly introduced Jun Jingyan. Xiao Anzi regarded him with utmost respect. For the highest official he had ever encountered was the town's mayor. Lord Jun, Xiao Anzi awkwardly performed a greeting, reminiscent of the one he had clandestinely offered to the town's teacher. Please have a seat, Jun Jingyan replied softly. Look at the menu and order what you desire. Jun Jincheng lowered the menu towards him. Knowing the prices at Bai Weixian, Xiao Anzi dared not order extravagantly and only requested the cheapest cold dish of shredded cabbage. Observing his restraint, Pei Shi encouraged him once more. Nonetheless, Xiao Anzi politely insisted that a single dish of cabbage sufficed. Alas, this young man is truly pitiful. He must often go hungry, being so thin.
Yun Lili, nestled in Yun Tianxing's embrace, sat beside Xiao Anzi.
Noticing that the wrist of this 13-year-old boy was even slimmer than that of an 8-year-old street flower girl, she could hardly comprehend how he had survived these years.
Yaya.
Jun Lili eagerly reached out her tiny hand, attempting to touch Xiao Anzi's cheek. Young man, fret not. My parents are treating you, and they are quite wealthy. They merely believe you bear a resemblance to their long-lost third son from 13 years ago, and wish to ascertain whether you truly are him. You need not worry, they will not harm you. Jun Lili blinked fervently, striving to charm Xiao Anzi and make him lower his defenses. Hearing her thoughts, Xiao Anzi began to grasp the situation. He was merely a forsaken little beggar. How could he possibly be the third grandson of King Jing? Young master, may I hold your sister? Xiao Anzi felt an inexplicable connection with this little demon. The 3 were momentarily taken aback.
Yun Tianxing smiled tensely,
reasoning that Xiao Anzi seemed to harbor no ill intentions, and since both he and his parents were present, he handed Jun Lili over. As soon as Jun Lili was in Xiao Anzi's embrace, she erupted into giggles. Xiao Anzi was utterly enchanted by the adorable little bundle of joy and found himself wistfully thinking how wonderful it would be to have a sister like her. Alas, he was devoid of even parents, let alone any knowledge of his family. Pei Shi and Jun Jingyan watched with hearts heavy with concern. The 2 exchanged glances. And Jun Jingyan spoke, child, you have parents and we are they. Xiao Anzi had just heard Jun Lili mention that they were merely testing to see if he was their long-lost son, so when Jun Jingyan uttered these words, he was not particularly surprised. I am sorry, dear child. It is the fault of your father and mother that you have wandered for 13 years. Chapter 31. Having known each other for just a day, they began to play charades. The thought of being separated from one's flesh and blood, and having nurtured the son of an enemy for 13 years, caused Pei Shi's nails to dig deeply into the tabletop, nearly carving grooves into the wooden surface. Jun Jingyan briefly recounted to Xiao Anzi the crimes of Granny Dan. Letting her die just like that is indeed too lenient. Pei Shi, unable to contain her anger, slammed her hand on the table. Xiao Anzi listened with only a partial understanding. However, he could not fathom how this couple, who bore such a striking resemblance to him, could possibly recognize him. How can you prove that I am your son, lost for 13 years? Xiao Anzi remained vigilant, akin to a leopard on high alert. Jun Jingyan cast a glance at Jun Lili, who was munching on snacks, appearing indifferent. Indeed, I am also quite curious. How is it that after just one night you, my parents, have concluded that this young man is my third brother? Jun Lili pondered the matter, equally perplexed, slowly observing the unfolding drama. Did you hear that? Jun Jingyan looked at Xiao Anzi, then shot a glance at Jun Lili. Xiao Anzi, remarkably astute, understood the implication of Jun Jingyan's words. Yet he found it astonishing. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he retorted, You can all hear what I am thinking? Jun Jingyan and Pei Shi exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Jun Jincheng also nodded in agreement. The 4 were engaged in a game of charades, with only Jun Lili still in the dark. What are you hearing? It's driving me crazy. Why can't the young man be clearer? Seriously, you 4 have only just met and are already playing charades? Fine. You are just bullying me for being young and not understanding. Woe is me, what a conundrum. Xiao Anzi, What a conundrum. Bamboo shoots? Pei sure wondered. How strange. With myself, Yen Ge, and several sons being quite clever, why does it seem this young lady appears somewhat dim-witted?
Yun dingen is short, dear child.
We are not intentionally keeping you in the dark. We merely feared that if we revealed you could hear your thoughts, you would stop speaking. If you do not articulate, would our family not be annihilated by the villains? Xiao Anzi was about to inquire why the entire family could hear his distressed thoughts when Jun Jincheng raised an eyebrow, signaling him not to ask.
Child.
We are indeed your parents. This is your elder brother and younger sister. Pei Shi earnestly urged, hoping Xiao Anzi would smoothly return with them. Xiao Anzi did not immediately acknowledge them. Once the dishes were served, he transformed into a mere consumer of food. Unbeknownst to them, a figure stood by the window, eavesdropping on every word within the room. Upon hearing Pei Shi declare they were Xiao Anzi's family, the shadow at the door faltered, clenched a fist, and departed in fury. This Xiao Anzi truly lacks gratitude. How could the big chief still wish to adopt him as a son when he has found his biological parents here? De Hu scolded angrily as he walked towards Xuanwu village. He was determined to embellish the day's events when he reported back to the big chief. As the sun set, casting a dimming light that made the sky resemble a blushing maiden, Xiao Anzi, sensing it was getting late, bid farewell to the Jun family, wishing to return to the mountain stronghold. Observing that he did not acknowledge them as his parents, Pei Shi and Jun Jingyan decided to take it slow. After all, he had spent 13 years without parents or family. Suddenly encountering something he had longed for would be difficult for anyone to accept. As Xiao Anzi reached the entrance of the inn, Jun Jincheng called out to him. Third brother, you are not a child anymore. What are your thoughts on this matter? Jun Jincheng's tone was calm and even, aiming to encourage Xiao Anzi to heed his inner voice. Xiao Anzi turned to face Jun Jincheng. Perhaps it was the so-called bloodline pressure. Every time he interacted with Jun Jincheng, he felt an innate sense of trepidation. I acknowledge my parents, after all. They gave me life. Xiao Anzi spoke with remarkable clarity, especially upon learning that his parents did not intentionally abandon him but were victims of a vile servant scheme. He had already forgiven Pei Shi and Jun Jingyan in his heart. I will return to that family, but not just yet. Jun Jincheng, intrigued by this statement, lifted his gaze to listen to his reasoning. The village chief treats me well. He is ill at present. Give me some time. Once he recovers, I will bid them farewell and seek you at the Wangfu in Longcheng. Xiao Anzi carried his own sense of responsibility and mission.
Yun Tianxing took it lightly.
Finding his third brother to be a true man, unfazed by the allure of the Wangfu's riches and loyal to his former companions. All right, I believe you. Thank you, elder brother. Xiao Anzi bowed again. Jun Jincheng shook his head. Since Xiao Anzi called him elder brother, he felt compelled to look after him. The proper way to bow is with the left hand on top, as our country holds the left in high regard. Before Xiao Anzi could respond, Jun Jincheng had already maneuvered his wheelchair away. Upon returning to Xuanwu village, Xiao Anzi was met with the chief's furious wrath. No wonder you did not wish to be my adopted son. It turns out you have secretly found your biological parents outside. If it weren't for Da Hu, how long would you have intended to keep this from us? Hearing this, Xiao Anzi cast a guilty glance at Da Hu. Having only met the Jun family 3 times, and prior to today, being unaware of his true lineage, how could Da Hu possibly know? With this thought, he squinted, sensing a hint of danger.
Da Gao.
You were following me? I thought you were my brother. Noticing Da Hu's aggrieved expression, the chief interjected, Do not blame Da Hu. I instructed him to do so. How else would we know you were colluding with the government to betray the stronghold? Xiao Anzi was bewildered. I merely went out to eat. I haven't even acknowledged my parents yet. How could I be colluding with the government? Big Chief, I once believed I was an orphan. But now that my parents have come to find me, you have no right to keep me from recognizing them. Xiao Anzi was aware that the chief did not wish for him to leave the stronghold. Finding your biological parents and soaring to great heights is indeed a joyous occasion. However, your happiness cannot be built upon the suffering of the brothers in our stronghold. The chief continued, The brothers have all seen. Many troops have been lingering near Xuanwu town lately, indicating that the court intends to launch an attack against us. Xiao Anzi was perplexed. He had heard Jun Jincheng speak of the family situation, knowing that his maternal grandfather was a general and that both of his uncles held military ranks. Surely, these troops were sent by them. Big Chief, you are overthinking this. Those soldiers are sent by my grandfather and uncles to find me, not to threaten our stronghold.
Xiao Anzi earnestly explained.
Upon hearing this, the chief's eyes darted around. However, before he could fully contemplate the matter, Da Hu suggested, Big Chief, Perhaps we should confine Xiao Anzi for now. If the army truly attacks the stronghold, we can use him as leverage.
If they do not attack,
I still believe we cannot easily release Xiao Anzi, for although the court is not currently hostile towards us, we cannot be certain they will not attack in the future. The chief, upon hearing Da Hu's words, was somewhat surprised. He had never realized Da Hu possessed such cunning. What do you propose? The chief inquired. Xiao Anzi's biological parents are significant figures in Longqing. How about we use him to negotiate for some wealth to strengthen our stronghold? Chapter 32. The matter of discerning people is rooted in one's essence. Xiao Anzi had not anticipated that this seemingly honest and simple Da Hu would possess such scheming thoughts. Such matters were beneath the dignity of the chief, who was now incensed. However, your point is well taken. Even if they choose not to attack the stronghold today, it is inevitable that conflict will arise in the future. The leader of the stronghold pondered. Thus, to ensure that my Xuanwu stronghold remains untouched by war, Xiao Anzi, you shall remain here forever. Upon hearing this, Xiao Anzi felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Having devoted 3 years of his life to the stronghold, and even going to great lengths to procure a century-old ginseng for the chief's ailment, he never anticipated such treatment in return. Xiao Anzi refrained from uttering another word, nor did he resist, as he was escorted to the woodshed and confined within. Indeed, human hearts are treacherous. Watching Xiao Anzi's departing figure, Da Hu clenched his fists and squinted his eyes. He silently mused, Xiao Anzi, do not hold it against me. After all, your excellence always casts a shadow over me. And how fortunate you are to have found your biological parents. As an orphan myself, why were you able to locate yours? Even if you were to leave the stronghold, the chief would never adopt me as his son or pass down his legacy to me. Xiao Anzi, you shall remain in the stronghold forever, to keep us company. For 3 consecutive days, the Jun family awaited the return of Xiao Anzi in vain. Jun Jingyan paced anxiously within the confines of his chamber. Could it be that he has left us because he refuses to forgive our transgressions? He speculated. Pei Shi echoed his concerns with a worried tone. Jun Jingcheng immediately opposed this notion, asserting, that is impossible. He confided in me that he acknowledges his parents, but there are still matters to attend to within the stronghold. Then let us wait a few more days, suggested Jun Jingyan. Very well, Pei Shi replied, I will have my 2 elder brothers return first, while our family awaits in solitude. With that, she stepped outside. Listening to their worries, Jun Lily was filled with confusion. I recall from the book that the swap child never returned to the royal residence, and it will not be easy for the parents to reclaim third brother now. The Jun family pondered. If, as my elder brother posits, third brother is willing to return home, then the issue does not lie with him, but rather with those who interacted with him. Jun Lily analyzed the situation in her mind. How wonderful it would be if she could voice these thoughts to her parents and elder brother. With a frustrated pout, she furrowed her delicate brows, resembling a character from a comic. After hearing Jun Lily's deductions, the father and son seemed to grasp the situation. After having Mi Jian carry Jun Lily away, the two began to deliberate. So, it is highly likely that the stronghold's people have detained third brother?
Yun Tianxing concluded.
Perhaps there are others involved who have abducted him.
Yun Jingyan speculated further.
Regardless, we have a general plan. We shall begin our search from the stronghold and expand outward. Jun Jincheng organized the plan with precision. Since my mother and I have already been seen by those in the stronghold, it must be my father who will take action. Jun Jingyan did not decline. Saving his son was, of course, his unassailable duty. For 13 years, Xiao Anzi had received no benefits from them. This time, even if it meant risking his life, he would bring his third son home. The next day, Jun Jingyan disguised himself as an ordinary farmer, armed with 10 taels of silver and the severed head of a condemned criminal, and arrived at the entrance of Xuanwu stronghold. With a letter of introduction in hand, the inhabitants of the stronghold treated him with courtesy. The chief stated, "We can accept you, but we do not harbor idlers in our stronghold. What skills do you possess?" A mountain bandit conveyed the chief's message to Jun Jingyan. "Is there any light work such as cleaning the rooms of everyone?" Jun Jingyan discreetly slipped a coin to the bandit to facilitate the connection. If he could clean the rooms, it would provide him an opportunity to ascertain Xiao Anzi's whereabouts. "Do you take us for wealthy lords? We do not have dedicated staff for cleaning," the mountain bandit retorted gruffly. "Is there any work akin to overseeing hostages?" Jun Jingyan surmised that if Xiao Anzi remained in the stronghold, he would certainly be confined and closely monitored. "Our stronghold has few people. Everyone must wear multiple hats. No one is assigned solely to watch over individuals," the mountain bandit replied, but accepted the coin nonetheless. Jun Jingyan sensed that he was making progress. You can chop firewood behind the kitchen. Indeed, there is currently a hostage locked in the woodshed. You will be responsible for chopping wood and delivering meals to him. The mountain bandit, completely unsuspecting, divulged everything to Jun Jingyan. Although Jun Jingyan felt a surge of joy, he maintained a facade of reluctance. Do not say that your brothers have neglected you. This is already the lightest work in our stronghold, the mountain bandit added. Feeling he had played his part sufficiently, Jun Jingyan decided to drop the pretense. Chopping wood it is then. After all, I was once a farmer, and this task is my forte. Very well. I shall lead you there. The mountain bandit, weighing the coin, cheerfully accompanied Jun Jingyan to the vicinity of the kitchen. Once the coast was clear, Jun Jingyan pretended to chop wood a few times before hastily climbing up to peer through the woodshed window. At that moment, Xiao Anzi was shackled by iron chains, languidly lying atop a pile of firewood, idly playing with a blade of foxtail grass. They were well aware of his cleverness and cunning, fearing his escape. They had no choice but to confine him. Moreover, De Hu had suggested to the chief that the keys to the shackles be kept with 2 different individuals, lest Xiao Anzi obtain them and flee. Hey! Jun Jingyan whistled, calling out to Xiao Anzi. Upon hearing the sound, Xiao Anzi immediately turned his gaze toward the window. Despite Jun Jingyan's disguise, Xiao Anzi's ability to recognize people was remarkable. He recognized Jun Jingyan at a glance. Father? Xiao Anzi exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding his expression. Upon hearing him call out father, it was Jun Jingyan who was now filled with astonishment. At last. You acknowledge me? He exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with the urge to rush in and embrace Xiao Anzi. I never intended to disown you. I simply could not rest easy about the stronghold, which is why I returned to entrust my affairs. Little did I expect. As he spoke, Xiao Anzi pounded his fist against the window frame in frustration.
Yun Ting sight.
One cannot blame him for failing to discern people's true nature, such is the fate of our family in the Jing royal residence. He himself, his beloved wife Pei Shi, and their eldest son Jun Jincheng. Father, you should leave. I am already content to have you as my father and a mother like her. Xiao Anzi understood that Jun Jingyan had braved danger to come here for his sake. That was enough for him. He certainly would not allow Jun Jingyan to risk himself for his rescue. They intend to use me as a hostage, should the court send troops to besiege us. They will use me as leverage. We have no means of escape. The Xuanwu stronghold is teeming with personnel, and without a formidable army, it would be difficult for them to retreat unscathed. If they relied on the army, the chief would threaten them with Xiao Anzi's life, compelling them to withdraw, resulting not only in their failure to rescue him, but also in losing face at court. Jun Jingyan rubbed his hands together, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. Before the father and son could exchange more words, Jun Jingyan's acute hearing, honed through his martial training, detected someone approaching. He signaled Xiao Anzi to remain silent and walked over to the firewood, continuing to chop. Chapter 33. To the battlefield as human shields. In the blink of an eye,
The Gawa Proshid.
Jun Jingyan caught a glimpse of this young man, who was of a similar age to his eldest son, and sensed a lingering air of sorrow in his eyes. He did not linger on this observation, continuing to chop wood while keeping a watchful eye on the situation at the woodshed. Da Hu stood before the window, gazing at the seemingly indifferent Xiao Anzi inside. He felt a sense of impotence, akin to striking a cotton ball with a fist. He believed that at this moment, Xiao Anzi should harbor resentment toward him. Why then did he maintain such a nonchalant demeanor? Xiao Anzi, just stay quietly in the woodshed. Wait for a decade or so until the storm passes. Or perhaps the chief will change, and then I will naturally release you. Da Hu offered this reassurance, though it dripped with sarcasm and pity. It matters not. Just remember to send someone daily to deliver my meals. As long as I have food and drink here, I am content to remain for a lifetime. Xiao Anzi feigned a fondness for staying in this place. Previously, he had regarded Da Hu as a companion. But since that day when he suggested to the big boss that he would act as a hostage, he discerned that Da Hu's affections had been mere pretense. The bonds of brotherhood and camaraderie had been nothing but deceit. If you can think this way, I too can spare some effort. Let us remain honest within these confines. After uttering this, Da Hu turned and departed. He knew Xiao Anzi well enough to realize that, even without a key, he could unlock any door. Thus, he meticulously searched him and left him with nothing but his clothing. Once Da Hu had left, Jun Jingyan approached the window. That man harbored an excessive jealousy, and to keep him around would surely invite calamity. Capturing him could be a means of negotiation for your release, perhaps? Jun Jingyan, unfamiliar with their mountain stronghold, sought Xiao Anzi's counsel. It was to no avail. Xiao Anzi candidly replied, the The big boss is inherently cold-blooded. Appealing to his emotions is futile. He will only retain those of greater benefit to him, De whose fate is of no concern to him.
Yun Tingyun comprehended.
After a moment of reflection, he inquired once more, where do the mountain dwellers source their water? Although puzzled by Jun Jingyan's question, Xiao Anzi answered truthfully. There is a well beside the kitchen, from which we draw our drinking water. He pondered briefly before adding, there is also a well in the backyard for the women to wash clothes. Is that all? Jun Jingyan, anxious to avoid overlooking anything, continued to probe. Xiao Anzi, somewhat baffled, responded, there is a spare well on the right side that is not used regularly. Excellent.
Yun Tingyun smiled.
Xiao Anzi perceived a chill of foreboding in his gaze, which darkened from its previous depths. He refrained from questioning Jun Jingyan's intentions, for he already understood. Naturally, he had no intention of obstructing Jun Jingyan's plans, as it was the people of Xuanwuzhai who had wronged him first. Jun Jingyan offered Xiao Anzi a few inconsequential reassurances before excusing himself to descend the mountain. Upon returning to the inn, he relayed Xiao Anzi's plight and his thoughts to Pei Shi and Jun Jincheng. Presently, this was the only course of action available. Pei Shi expressed her agreement. Jun Jincheng raised no objections either. However, upon hearing their plan, Jun Lily was left utterly aghast. Father, I understand your ruthlessness. But must we truly demand the lives of over 100 individuals from the entire stronghold? On a mid-autumn evening, cold sweat trickled down Jun Lily's back. Even if they are cruel and unjust, having wronged third brother, we need only teach them a lesson, not resort to such viciousness. Amitabha, this is truly a sin. Jun Lily was not overly sentimental, having spent centuries in the bamboo grove listening to the teachings of Guanyin Bodhisattva. She understood the importance of doing good deeds to accumulate merit, lest one descend into hell. She certainly did not wish for her beloved family to suffer such a fate. Let us substitute poison with a laxative. A few days of discomfort will suffice. If we fear retaliation, we can have our two uncles lead troops to escort them to the border battlefield to serve as soldiers. In doing so, they would serve the nation and simultaneously resolve our troubles. How dare they take my third brother hostage and send him to the battlefield as a human shield? Upon hearing this, the Jun family members genuinely marveled at Jun Lily's intelligence. She indeed possessed a solution. Thus, it was decided. The couple split their efforts. One would return to the stronghold to administer the laxative, while the other hastened to catch up with the Pei brothers, who had yet to return to Longcheng. Days passed in Xuanwuzhai, which appeared eerily silent. The suspicion of the stronghold's leader had intensified, leading to an increase in guards at night, more than double those during the day. Fortunately, Jun Jingyan was agile, and under the cover of darkness, he swiftly administered the laxative into all three wells. Meanwhile, Jun Jincheng had been waiting near Xuanwuzhai since dawn. The Pei army had not yet arrived. The population of the stronghold was vast, and a few individuals had escaped the laxative's effects. Jun Jingyan did not act recklessly. He pretended to care for those who had not ingested the laxative. It seems they have all suffered from something they ate, but each of us has consumed different foods. Xiao Lu awoke late and missed breakfast, yet he, too, is afflicted. Water? Could someone have poisoned our wells? Listening to the bandits' discussions, Jun Jingyan felt compelled to applaud their cleverness. Were mountain bandits truly this astute nowadays? You lot should cease your idle chatter and go see how the big boss is faring. Who busily directed everyone to maintain their composure. Having sneaked food inside, he had inadvertently skipped the stronghold's breakfast and, fortunately, had not been poisoned. The newcomer checked the woodshed to see if that lad has been rescued amid the chaos. Who commanded, directing his attention to Jun Jingyan. Rescuing someone amid the turmoil was indeed commendable, but alas, he had yet to locate the key. Heeding Hu's orders, Jun Jingyan made his way toward the woodshed. Though Xiao Anzi was confined within, he had already surmised from the commotion outside that his father had succeeded. Upon seeing Jun Jingyan approach, Xiao Anzi eagerly inquired, "Father, when can we leave this place? It is damp and infested with rats." Having previously slept on the streets after rain, Xiao Anzi was hardly afraid of dampness or rodents. He merely wished to indulge in a moment of affection now that he had a father. Upon hearing this, Jun Jingyan felt a pang of sorrow. His poor third son had endured much suffering. "Do not fear, Anur. Your mother has gone to summon your uncles. And soon the Pei army will arrive to flatten the stronghold. Your elder brother is nearby. I will first find the key to set you free so that you can reunite with him. There are 2 keys in total, held by Hu and the big boss." Fearing Jun Jingyan might not find them, Xiao Anzi offered a reminder. Before Jun Jingyan could depart, the sounds of the Pei army assaulting the stronghold echoed around them. Hu, having come to the woodshed, intended to take Xiao Anzi hostage. Jun Jingyan was not in a hurry to rescue Xiao Anzi. He could not yet reveal himself. The army was there with his wife and 2 brothers, while his eldest son, Jun Jincheng, kept a watchful eye on the stronghold's every move, cradling Jun Lily. If Xiao Anzi were truly in danger, each of them would act. After much contemplation, Jun Jingyan resolved to first search the leader's chamber for the keys. Chapter 34. Rooting out the weeds. Naturally, he had only left after ensuring his eldest son was present. De Hu, accompanied by several men, arrived to take Xiao Anzi. Grumbling in dissatisfaction when he noticed the absence of Jun Jingyan's presence, the newcomer clearly shirks his duties. Once this matter is resolved, I shall see how I punish him. Unbeknownst to De Hu, who was blissfully unaware of the impending disaster, Xiao Anzi found his demeanor somewhat amusing. And he could not help but let a subtle smile escape. What are you laughing at?
Daw, noticing Xiao Anzi's amusement, angrily retorted.
Seeing Xiao Anzi shake his head in denial, he continued, Congratulations. Your family is just outside the door. They have come to fetch you. From his tone, it was evident that he harbored malicious intent, akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. However, whether one would return with them to assume the role of a wealthy heir was uncertain. After uttering this, De Hu leaned closer to Xiao Anzi, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He had long harbored murderous thoughts. This scene did not escape the notice of Jun Jincheng, who swiftly maneuvered his wheelchair to follow Xiao Anzi and De Hu. It was Jun Lily's first realization that her elder brother's wheelchair could move with such speed. My goodness. This wheelchair is more advanced than those of the 21st century. It is hardly a wheelchair but rather a mobility device. She marveled,
Jun Tinsheng's zweifelte Zirkel.
anticipating that his sister would soon appreciate the wheelchair's capabilities. At the entrance of the stronghold, Pei Shi and the 2 uncles from the Pei family awaited. The contingent they brought forth was modest, merely intended for locating individuals. Fortunately, Jun Jingyan had preemptively administered a laxative, otherwise, a fierce battle with the Suowa's stronghold would have been inevitable. Seeing Xiao Anzi in such a disheveled state after being imprisoned for several days, Pei Shi felt a pang in her heart. Her 3rd son was truly pitiful, having never experienced a day of happiness throughout his life. To reclaim him was simple, but it came with 2 conditions. De Hu, a formidable character, wasted no time and got straight to the point. Provide me with 1,000 taels of gold. This sum was exorbitant for him. Initially, he had contemplated enlisting their help to eliminate the chief, but now that the chief had also succumbed to the laxative, compounded by his prior illness, even with limited skills, it would be a mere trifle to dispatch him. 1,000 taels of gold. Will you pay or not? If not, you may take his head back. De Hu threatened, his knife poised against Xiao Anzi's neck. Witnessing this, Jun Lily felt a surge of anxiety. This villain. I really do not wish to part with such an immense sum of gold. But if I refuse, he truly will kill my 3rd brother. Jun Lily had just expended her magical energies this month to heal Jun Jincheng's leg, and she would have to wait until next month to regain her powers. She felt disheartened, sorrowful over her inability to save her brother. Observing the young girl's distress, Jun Jincheng pinched her cheek gently. Hold steady. Jun Lily was puzzled by her brother's words when, in a sudden motion, he lifted her into the air, freeing himself from the wheelchair and soaring toward De Hu. In that instant, with a sweep of his wide sleeves, he unleashed a flurry of hidden darts, striking the hearts of several bandits beside De Hu, dispatching them instantly. Just before landing, he unfastened his belt and flung it toward the wheelchair, using it to pull the chair closer. The wheelchair landed successfully, and he settled back into it.
Cradling Jun Lily securely.
I truly just flew.
Jun Lily exclaimed, realization dawning upon her.
Having often seen characters in martial arts dramas display such prowess, she was astonished to discover her brother possessed similar skills. Brother's lightness skill is unparalleled. If only his legs were uninjured, how formidable he would be. Today, Jun Lily had truly gained new insights. No wonder that miserly 9th prince harbors such hatred for my brother. A man of such talent in both literature and martial arts could surely ascend to the throne if he were a prince. Jun Lily thought with fervor. However, hearing her thoughts, the 3 members of the Jun family felt a chill of apprehension. Fortunately, only they could hear her musings. Had the emperor caught wind of them, their family would likely face dire consequences. When Jun Jincheng threw the darts, De Hu had been too close to Xiao Anzi and fearing collateral damage, he only managed to strike Da Hu's calf. At this moment, Da Hu was in such agony, he could scarcely stand. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Anzi delivered a fierce kick to Da Hu's injured leg, causing him to collapse to his knees. The dagger that had been held against Xiao Anzi's throat clattered to the ground. Desperate, De Hu scrambled to retrieve the dagger. His sense of security hinged on having a weapon in hand. Xiao Anzi, however, would not grant him that chance, preemptively stepping forward to stomp on the weapon. This man. We shall not kill. Leave him to you. Jun Jincheng moved his wheelchair closer, yet remained an observer. Please, for the sake of our past, spare my life. De Hu pleaded, watching Xiao Anzi pick up the dagger, bowing profusely despite the pain in his leg. Third brother, do not show mercy. Eradicate the root of the problem.
Yun Lili silently prayed.
This man harbored ill intentions, and having forged enmity with their family today, sparing him would lead to endless troubles. Xiao Anzi was receptive to this counsel. If I, Xiao Anzi, were still without family, I would not fear your retribution. Sparing your life would be of no consequence. However, now that I have family, parents, brothers, and a sister, I cannot leave potential threats. As he spoke, Xiao Anzi's gaze hardened, filled with determination.
Turning to Yun Tianxing and Yun Lili.
He instructed, brother, please cover my sister's eyes. Jun Jincheng nodded in compliance, just as Jun Lili was about to inquire about the reason. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed in her ears. Is my third brother trying to shield me from witnessing murder? In that moment,
Yun Lili understood Xiao Anzi's intentions.
My third brother possesses extraordinary courage and an unflappable demeanor. He is truly a person of substance. In her high regard for her newly acquainted brother, Jun Lili felt he could rival even the protagonists of her favorite tales. Naturally, Xiao Anzi's actions left the two uncles nearby dumbfounded. They perceived hope in him, seeing a second Jun Jincheng, worthy of cultivation. Yet they were mistaken. Xiao Anzi was not Jun Jincheng, and their paths would diverge in the future. After retrieving the key to the shackles from De Hu's corpse, Jun Jingyan successfully acquired the key to Xiao Anzi's foot restraints. Son-in-law, congratulations. You have gained a fine son. Pei Laoda's admiration for Xiao Anzi grew with every passing moment. You should have seen it. Chun'er is like this, and his martial prowess is equally impressive. And this lad is both brave and cunning. Pei Lair chimed in with praise. Chapter 35. Grateful to my sister for saving his life. Pei Shi's sons, particularly the two brothers, increasingly endeared themselves to her, lamenting their own lack of fortune in not being able to give birth to such admirable children. Indeed, we should give Xiao Anzi a name, Pei Shi quickly suggested. Let us call him Jun Jinan, following the same generational name as Chun'er. Jun Jingyan casually remarked, how about adding a mu radical to in, making it in? This name struck Pei Shi as she witnessed Xiao Anzi vanquish De Hu. Much like the eucalyptus tree, solitary yet resilient, it embodies vitality and hope. After some reflection, Jun Jingyan nodded in agreement. From now on, you shall be known as Jun Jinan. He patted Xiao Anzi on the shoulder, smiling kindly. Xiao Anzi was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes glistening with tears. After 13 years, what he had dared not dream had finally come true. Son Jun Jinan pays respects to father, mother, uncles, and elder brother. He knelt, bowing deeply. Besides his parents, uncles, and elder brother, his recognition of his heritage was wholly due to his sister. During their stay at the Suwa stronghold, Jun Jingyan had discreetly informed him about the discovery of his swap and other matters, revealing that without Jun Lili, they would have remained ignorant of everything. Thus, the greatest credit belonged to Jun Lili. Xiao Anzi silently vowed to protect his sister at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing himself. After a thorough grooming, Xiao Anzi's appearance was elevated to an entirely new level. He donned a green and white brocade robe, adorned with bamboo patterns on the shoulders, exuding an air of freshness and elegance. Upon returning to Longcheng, the two uncles returned to the Pei family. Due to his prolonged absence from the Ministry of Justice, Jun Jingyan, a workaholic, wished to visit the ministry first, instructing Pei Shi to take the children home. This is the Jingwang Mansion, your new home. Pei Shi intentionally slowed the carriage, allowing Jun Jinan to admire the splendor of the city along the way. As expected of a royal residence, it is truly magnificent.
Yun Tinan marveled.
It is at least 2 or 3 times larger than the mansions of the local gentry and landlords in our town. As the four of them entered the Wang mansion, Su Shi from the second house and Xiao He from the third house approached them. The affair regarding the substitution of the third master has stirred quite a commotion, even reaching the imperial palace. It is likely that these two wish to assess whether the new third master is easily manipulable. Sister-in-law, this is the third master. He is remarkably handsome. Upon encountering Jun Jinan, Xiao He couldn't help but be dazzled, for he was several hundred times more attractive than the previous Jun Jinan. Jun Jinan gazed at Su and Xiao He with a hint of confusion. "Enter, this is your second and third aunts," Pei introduced succinctly. Upon hearing this, Jun Jinan smiled at them and promptly offered a respectful bow. Who would have thought that after wandering for years, the third master would exhibit such decorum? Su couldn't resist complimenting him. What mother said is indeed correct. Having just returned to the residence, he is like a newborn, a blank slate, completely unfamiliar with the affairs of the household. At this juncture, any ideology imparted to him could take root deeply. Thus, the Dowager Princess sent Su and his sisters-in-law to probe the situation first. "Thank you for your kind words, second aunt. These are merely the teachings imparted to me by my elder brother during our journey in the carriage," Jun Jinan responded. Though he was not well acquainted with the matters of the Wang residence, he could discern from Jun Jincheng's gaze that he harbored a strong dislike for Su and he. His elder brother was not one to conceal his sentiments. Unless it benefited him, he would openly express his disdain for anyone he found disagreeable. Thus, it was clear that Su and he were not to be regarded as virtuous individuals, nor were they formidable characters. Our Wang residence is unlike any other. We must adhere to these forms of propriety to avoid bringing shame upon the royal family. Jun Jinan continued, a thought entirely his own, unlearned from anyone. Ha! Such an understanding child. I am certain that the matriarch will be especially fond of you. Su nodded approvingly at Jun Jinan's display. Pei soon grasped the intention of the Dowager Princess to observe her new grandson. Humph! Jun Jincheng scoffed, maneuvering his wheelchair to depart. After his injury, no one batted an eye at his transformation. They no longer deemed it worth their while to argue with him, regardless of his rudeness.
Cheng'e.
Go check if your third brother's Shi courtyard is in order, Pei instructed. Shi courtyard had been hastily prepared during their time in Xuanwu town, remodeled from the previous Jun Genie's residence. The name Shi was derived from a line of poetry. The blue eucalyptus has encountered the Shi bird. It symbolizes letting go, hoping that Jun Jinan could leave the past behind. Jun Jincheng complied and left alone, while Su and he led Pei and Jun Jinan to meet the Dowager Princess. Jun Lily initially resisted but found herself continually held by Pei. She felt as though she had become a mere accessory to everyone, wondering how long it would be before she could walk on her own. The Wang residence was indeed vast. Even Jun Jinan felt somewhat disoriented, let alone Jun Lily. After what felt like half an hour of walking, they finally arrived at the courtyard of the Dowager Princess. At that moment, she sat silently in a Wang Wali rattan chair, observing the gathering. Pei, accompanied by Jun Jinan, performed a respectful bow. Good child, you have suffered. Come let grandmother take a look at you. The Dowager Princess sought to establish a favorable impression before Jun Jinan, hoping to gain influence over him for her own purposes. Her somewhat portly figure caused her to speak with a slight breathlessness. My dear grandson, how my heart aches for you. I could hardly wait to see you. Jun Lily observed her appearance, reminiscent of someone holding their breath, as if on the verge of death. Though the Dowager Princess held little affection for the first house, she still needed to maintain appearances. Upon hearing her call, Jun Jinan approached, and the Dowager Princess instinctively reached out to grasp his hand. However, as her hand extended, Jun Lily noticed her nails, short and ragged, with dead skin surrounding them, and the nails even splitting. Is the Dowager Princess suffering from onychomycosis? Jun Lily mused, curious yet sensing something amiss. For the condition of onychomycosis was far more severe than what she observed. Jun Jinan was unfamiliar with the term but remained cautious, keeping a respectful distance from the Dowager Princess's hand. Noticing this, she awkwardly withdrew her hand, feeling an immediate disfavor towards her new grandson. How ungrateful! The Dowager Princess shot Jun Jinan a glare, deciding not to make a fool of herself any further. What a pity! To suffer from onychomycosis, a legacy indeed. How fortunate that I managed to avoid shaking hands with her. Jun Jinan thought, silently grateful to his younger sister for saving his nails from a fate worse than death. As the adults conversed, Jun Lily felt left out and instead observed the nails of the maidservants in the room. If the Dowager Princess truly had onychomycosis, why had none of the maidservants been infected? Glancing sideways, she caught sight of third Aunt Xiaohe, who was lost in thought while biting her own thumbnail. Chapter 36. On the subject of competition, one must look to June the 3rd. Suddenly, it dawned on her. So that's why the Dowager Princess's nails are in such a state. She bites them herself. TSK, at 50 or 60 years of age. Still indulging in such childish habits. Who could have imagined that a dignified Dowager Princess would secretly be a nail-biting child at heart? It's a wonder she hasn't contracted foot-and-mouth disease. Her health must be remarkably robust. Pei and Jun Jinan exchanged glances, momentarily struck by disbelief. In that fleeting moment, Pei contemplated discarding everything the Dowager Princess had gifted them. The thought of those items having passed through her hands, tainted by her saliva, rendered her appetite for dinner non-existent. Third brother, what do you think of this matter? The Dowager Princess inquired, addressing Jun Jinan, but he was wholly absorbed in Jun Lily's thoughts, neglecting her question entirely. I apologize. I am rather hungry and distracted. What did grandmother just say? Jun Jinan feigned innocence, directly inquiring. The Dowager Princess glared at him again, clearly annoyed, for he had audibly disregarded her words. Very well. You have just returned to the residence, and this matter should not be rushed. We shall discuss it later. The Dowager Princess relented, choosing not to press Jun Jinan further. Jun Jinan genuinely had no idea what the Dowager Princess had said and turned to Pei, who wore a somewhat guilty expression, as if to say, "Don't look at me. I'm just as clueless. In your hasty return, grandmother could not prepare anything substantial for you, so please accept this small trinket," the Dowager Princess said, pulling out a jade pendant from her waist and offering it to Jun Jinan. Having learned from the previous incident involving Jun Lily's birth, where Pei had requested gifts from them, the Dowager Princess was now determined not to appear empty-handed before the newcomers of the first house. Jun Jinan glanced at the pendant, recalling that it had likely been tainted with saliva, and hesitated to accept it. Observing his hesitant demeanor, the Dowager Princess felt a surge of satisfaction. He was merely an inexperienced child, far less astute than Jun Jinan. Despite her disdain for the first house, even she had to admit that Jun Jinan was charming and adept at winning favor. Not only the Dowager Princess but several uncles and aunts held him in some regard. At that moment, the Dowager Princess pondered how such a clever bamboo could yield such a dull shoot. Now, it was clear. He was not even her own flesh and blood, so how could he be the same? Third brother, this jade pendant is not only a gift from grandmother, but it is also from all of your aunts. Even if you do not fancy it, you must accept it, Xiao He intentionally remarked. On one hand, it relieved her and Sue of the burden of preparing an additional gift. On the other, it subtly criticized Jun Jinan for his lack of decorum. Jun Jinan's gaze shifted to a girl in the corner who had been quietly observing them. This girl appeared to be of similar age to him, and based on Jun Jincheng's earlier introduction of the Wang residence members, he deduced she was the daughter of the second house. The second house. Jun Wulian and Sue had one son and one daughter. The son, 8 years old, served as a companion to the crown prince's children and rarely returned home, while the daughter, 11, was likely this girl. It is not that an does not wish to accept it. Rather, I believe that your sister over there seems to have a greater affinity for this jade pendant. I dare to borrow the flower to present the gift and bestow it upon my cousin. As Jun Jinan respectfully saluted the secondary princess, his face radiated sincerity. Upon hearing this, Jun Lily felt an urge to applaud. Indeed, third brother is astute. What a clever ploy to borrow flowers to offer Buddha. This cousin, relying on the secondary princess's affection, often bullies fifth brother. Jun Lily recalled that before fifth brother's demise, she had deliberately summoned all his attendants away, leaving him trapped between the floorboards, where he suffocated to death without anyone to rescue him for an extended period. At this, Jun Jinan's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. Since he had returned, it was imperative to unite with his family and stand against outsiders. The secondary princess cast a cold glance at the unwitting Jun Ping, her expression suggesting, "What do you want?" That look was almost as if she wished to drag Jun Ping away for a beating. No, the granddaughter did not desire it. Jun Ping hurriedly denied, asserting she had no such wish. "Cousin, do not be courteous. Consider this a gift from third brother." After saying this,
Jun Jinan ignorer away flirtatious glance at Jun Ping.
Goodness, does third brother have a problem with his eyesight? With Jun Ping's appearance, how could he possibly be smitten? Jun Lily couldn't resist the urge to scoff. Jun Jinan's action led the secondary princess and the aunts present to perceive him as a debauched scion. Yet, contrary to being angered, the secondary princess felt elated. The eldest was cruel, the second foolish, the fourth frail, the fifth portly, and the sixth still a girl. The recently returned third, even if not a rustic, would surely be a wastrel. How could the main branch contend with the second branch? By the way, didn't third brother just mention he was hungry? I have brought fruits from the western regions, which I specifically reserved for mother. Third brother, you may borrow the grace of your grandmother and have a taste. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, Mrs. He produced her cherished grapes. Jun Lily gazed at the lustrous, plump grapes and sighed helplessly. In this era, with transportation being so inconvenient, it was truly challenging to enjoy a treat. The secondary princess, being older, was not particularly fond of fruits, and moreover, there was little delectable food available in the prince's residence, so she held little interest. Come, third brother. You have suffered outside, eat more. The secondary princess pushed the plate towards Jun Jinan. Her performance would earn her the title of best grandmother in anyone's eyes. Jun Jinan thought to himself, you might as well leave it be. With those nail-bitten hands of yours, how can anyone else eat? Reluctantly, he could only pick grapes from the side untouched by the secondary princess. While being teased by Su Shi for not accepting the secondary princess's invitation and seeking distant fruits instead, Pei Shi also picked a few grapes, feeding the juice to Jun Lily. The flesh of the grapes was tender. Even without teeth, she could manage to eat a little. Jun Lily beamed with satisfaction. It had been a month since her arrival, and this was her first taste of fruit. It was also Jun Jinan's first experience with grapes. He wrapped the seeds in a handkerchief, pondering whether planting them would allow him to enjoy them in the future. Observing this, the teasing misses, he remarked, third brother. Just spit the grape seeds out. They are inedible. Upon hearing this, Su Shi chuckled while covering her face. Jun Jinan felt somewhat speechless. Even if he was inexperienced, he was not foolish enough to not know that grape seeds were inedible. Come, third brother, do you not have enough? Eat some more. Saying this, Mrs. He generously grabbed a handful of grapes and stuffed them into Jun Jinan's hands. Eldest sister-in-law, you should also have some. Noticing that Pei Shi had only fed Jun Lily a couple of grapes and had not eaten much herself, Su Shi hastily urged her to. Having just seen Mrs. He biting her nails, Jun Jinan dared not consume anything handled by her and quickly declined. Third aunt, I shall not eat any more. There aren't many fruits in total. The more we eat, the less there is for grandmother. I will save my portion for grandmother. With this simple statement, the entire room fell into silence. My dear brother, when it comes to internal competition, you truly excel, Jun Lao-san. Jun Lily thought it fitting to award Jun Jinan a plaque inscribed with Master of Internal Competition for future generations to admire. The secondary princess clasped her hands to her chest, closing her eyes, her heart feeling as sweet as if she had consumed honey. This new arrival, the third, was indeed a gift sent by the heavens. What Junair said is right. Let us mother and son eat less, leaving more for mother. Pei Shi also seized the opportunity to agree. The secondary princess nodded in satisfaction, deeming the eldest family to possess a conscience. Mrs. He shot a glare at the mother and son, shoving the grapes into the hands of the self-serving Jun Ping. Chapter 37. The foolish father used as a tool by the dog emperor. Jun Ping was quite pleased. She felt she hadn't had enough. As these had been offered voluntarily by third aunt, this cousin truly lacks sense, just eat when given.
Jun Lily shook her head, lamenting Jun Ping's intelligence.
It was beyond saving. My third brother just flirted with her, and with her intellect, how could he possibly be interested? When it comes to intelligence, my brother is the one. Even eating grapes has turned into a high-stakes affair. If it were a bunch of scallions, would it not lead to a battlefield without smoke?
Jun Lily was utterly impressed by Jun Jinan's cleverness.
His intelligence differed from that of the eldest brother. Having wandered outside, his way of dealing with people was far more astute, akin to scallions that complement many dishes. Jun Jinan mused. Flirting is something I cannot escape.
Is it?
He had not intended it, merely seeking an excuse to resolve the jade pendant the secondary princess insisted on gifting him. Moreover, pretending to be a debauched youth would also serve as purposes in future dealings, much like hiding one's strength. I wish to speak with my cousin alone, if that is convenient. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Jun Jinan, uncertain of his intentions. Jun Ping once again found herself unwittingly in the line of fire. Well, that is fine. Although Jun Ping initially had no desire to go, Jun Jinan's striking looks compelled her. While her other cousins were also handsome, each possessed a distinct charm. Mother, your arms must be sore from holding Lily. Let me carry her. Jun Jinan intended to bring Jun Lily along for her to listen. As everyone saw Jun Jinan taking Jun Lily with him, they felt reassured, believing he would not do anything inappropriate in front of Jun Lily. Although Jun Ping was not fond of this seemingly roguish new cousin, the world was indeed superficial and judged by appearances. What do you wish to say? Jun Ping maintained an air of superiority, lacking proper courtesy. Jun Jinan merely smiled. His smile was as radiant as the midday sun, warm and inviting. Earlier, I noticed third aunt biting her nails and not washing her hands, then she grabbed a handful of grapes for you. I meant no harm. I merely wish to inquire if the flavor of third aunt's saliva is to your liking? Jun Jinan's smile was flamboyant, captivating like an enchanting creature. While everyone recognized the beauty of the midday sun, few understood its potential for harshness and malice. By the way, I possess a slight knowledge of traditional medicine. Grandmother's nails appeared to be frequently gnawed. Cousin, do take care in the future. Before his words had fully settled, Jun Jinan cradled Jun Lily and returned to his room, leaving a bewildered Jun Ping to shiver under the warm autumn sun.
Yun Lily mused.
When it comes to psychological warfare, you truly excel, Jun Lao-san. It seems my third brother does not harbor affection for her. He simply wishes to bully her, ha. Third brother, you are remarkable. Jun Lily nearly laughed herself into a fit. If she did not control her mirth, others might think she had gone mad. Back in a room, Jun Ping scrutinized the secondary princess's fingers. Scattered around the edge of the fruit plate were several white fragments of human tissue, presumably dead skin from the elderly lady's fingers. Suddenly, a wave of nausea washed over Jun Ping, and she rushed outside to expel the grapes she had just eaten. If it weren't for third cousin, she might have never realized that the grandmother she had always revered harbored such a habit. What is wrong, Pinga? The secondary princess inquired with concern. Mother, my stomach hurts. Jun Ping desperately sought to escape the secondary princess's chamber. Su Shi bid farewell to the others and led Jun Ping away. As they departed, Pei Shi also took her leave. Today, Jun Jinan's performance greatly pleased Madame Pei, who chose not to comment and allowed him to continue his ruse of appearing simple-minded in front of the side princess and the other three branches. During dinner, in eager anticipation of meeting his new brother, Jun Jinbai also made an appearance. Although the absence of the fourth and fifth brothers made the gathering quieter, it was still livelier than having only Madame Pei, Jun Jingyan, and Jun Lily at the table. Madame Pei remarked on her son's busy schedule. Tomorrow, the Grand Princess is hosting a chrysanthemum banquet, and I truly cannot spare the time. Midway through the meal, Jun Jingyan set down his chopsticks, his expression laden with regret as he addressed Madame Pei. You, of all people, are quite the busy one, she replied, also laying down her utensils, suddenly losing her appetite. Shuangmei, you may be unaware, but the northern frontier is suffering from a severe drought, and Inspector Hong has embezzled disaster relief funds. This has incited the Emperor's wrath, prompting a thorough investigation by our Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, Jun Jingyan explained, delving into work matters. Upon hearing her father's words, Jun Lily instantly sat up straight, even neglecting the strawberry puree that Jun Jincheng was feeding her.
Inspector Hong?
I wonder if he is related to Consort Da?
Yun Tingyan.
Though aware of Jun Lily's unspoken thoughts, chose to ignore them. He continued to speak to Madame Pei. Furthermore, a shocking incident has transpired within the palace. Consort Da has poisoned the Jowie, causing her miscarriage. The evidence is irrefutable, and Consort Da has now been imprisoned. Indeed, it seems he is Consort Da's brother. Jun Lily thought it quite a coincidence that her query was fortuitously answered by her father. That dog of an emperor, seeing the Hong family's growing power, seeks to send them to the executioner. The fate of Inspector Hong is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the evidence against him was uncovered by my father, who also rendered the verdict. However, Inspector Hong is precisely aligned with the Ninth Prince, which means my father has effectively offended the Ninth Prince. Upon grasping this, Jun Lily unleashed a tirade of curses. How outrageous! That dog of an emperor, too cowardly to confront the Ninth Prince himself, uses my father as a pawn to forge enmity. The Jun family exchanged bewildered glances, while beads of cold sweat formed on Jun Jingyan's brow. Madame Pei grasped his hand in a gesture of comfort as they continued to listen to Jun Lily's ominous predictions. I wondered how the Ninth Prince and He Jinyu managed to ruin our family. It turns out it was all part of an insidious scheme. Clenching her small fist, Jun Lily appeared determined to confront them. Brother Yen, do not lose your temper, Madame Pei gently urged, patting the back of Jun Jingyan's hand to calm him.
Yun Tianxing,
maintaining his composure, continued to feed Jun Lily the sweet and filling strawberry puree that had been specially prepared for her. While I cannot entirely blame that dog of an emperor for my father's grievances with the Ninth Prince, Jun Lily sighed. Her family looked on in confusion. Was there a twist in this tale? In truth, my father would have been unable to uncover such evidence on his own. Were it not for that Deng Xiaoqing from the Supreme Court attempting to claim credit, my father would not have expended such effort to solve the case so swiftly. Thus, one must push oneself. Without self-imposed challenges, one may never realize their true potential. Jun Jingyan was left speechless. Such foolishness was beyond his comprehension. As he caught the disapproving gazes of his wife and three sons, a sheepish smile crept onto his face. I shall refrain from claiming credit this time. Let Deng Xiaoqing enjoy the accolades. Yet something felt amiss. As he pondered Jun Lily's words, he found himself questioning if he truly appeared so inept to her eyes, incapable of solving a case without external compulsion. He resolved to clarify this matter. Shuangmei, I may be quite busy in the coming days, and my time with you may be limited, Jun Jingyan said, holding Madame Pei's hand with affection. As he cast a glance at his unfortunate children, he cautioned them. You must take good care of your mother and sister, especially during tomorrow's chrysanthemum banquet. Brother Yen, are you truly intent on pursuing this case? Madame Pei inquired, casting a glance at Jun Lily and sending subtle signals to Jun Jingyan. Despite their daughter's forewarnings, he seemed determined to proceed. Rest assured, Shuangmei, I am well aware of the situation. However, I am curious about Inspector Hong's collusion with the Ninth Prince and what they plan to do with such a vast sum of money. No sooner had Jun Jingyan finished speaking than Jun Lily's youthful voice chimed in. What else could they be doing? Naturally, they are raising an army. The male lead has long harbored treasonous thoughts, feeling that the dog emperor forcibly took his mother as a concubine and has treated him poorly for years. He has long sought to ally with those from Nanji to slay the dog emperor and usurp the Eastern Extreme Dynasty for himself. Madame Pei felt a bead of cold sweat form on her brow upon hearing her daughter's words. The prospect of rebellion was grave. One could not simply heed the words of a young girl without thorough investigation. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Madame Pei's eyes. To protect her husband, she must not allow traitors to escape scrutiny. This matter warranted serious examination. Brother Yen, you may attend to your duties. I will manage everything at home. Madame Pei spoke softly. Very well, then for tomorrow's chrysanthemum banquet, you shall take. Before Jun Jingyan could finish, Jun Jincheng interjected. I have arranged to accompany 2 cousins to the theater tomorrow. I cannot attend the banquet with you, mother. Since his injury, Jun Jincheng had always shied away from such lively gatherings. The family was well aware of his disposition and bore no ill will toward him. What puzzled Jun Lily was that, with Jun Jincheng's absence, his place had been taken by Jun Jinbai. As Madame Pei carried Jun Lily over, she caught sight of her second and third brothers engaged in cheerful conversation. She chuckled softly. Third brother is quite the genius, able to converse so well with second brother. Unbeknownst to her, Jun Jinbai had already regained his wit. She merely admired his social prowess. As Madame Pei settled into the carriage with Jun Lily, Jun Jinbai and Jun Jinan rode alongside on horseback. Each autumn, the Grand Princess hosted the chrysanthemum banquet, attended not for the flowers but for the social obligations that accompanied it. Upon entering the main hall, Madame Pei was quickly approached by a lady of noble status. Whether due to the prestige of the Jingwangfu or the general's residence, or simply because of Jun Jingyan's standing in court, Madame Pei was a celebrated figure among the elite of Longcheng. Is this the newly found Samling? A voice rang out from the crowd, drawing everyone's gaze toward Jun Jinan. This child is truly pitiable, having wandered for 13 years. I heard he was a bandit from Swana Mountain. He looks quite presentable, but having been away for over a decade, he likely knows nothing of Longcheng's customs. The crowd's sharp and caustic remarks were aimed at Jun Jinan. Madame Pei grew impatient and raised her voice. Indeed, he lived in Swanuzhai, but he was not a bandit. He was kidnapped by bandits. Furthermore, he has endured suffering for 13 years. While he may be unfamiliar with the customs of Longcheng, we will teach him gradually. There is no need to rush. Jun Jinan stepped forward, bowing slightly to the assembly. Today, we are all here to attend the Grand Princess's chrysanthemum banquet. Let us not focus solely on discussing me, a mere junior. After his words, the crowd fell silent for a brief moment before dispersing to attend to their own affairs. However, the reprieve was short-lived. When the crown princess arrived, she thrust the Jun family back into the spotlight of public scrutiny. Aunt, today is the day of the banquet. Why have you brought your foolish son with you? The crown princess scolded upon entering, her gaze landing on Jun Jinbai beside Madame Pei. If it were not for the favor shown by the esteemed King Jing, how could she, a dignified crown princess, address the wife of a mere fourth-rank official as aunt? The disparity in their statuses had already caused considerable discontent within her. Moreover, what if he were to lose his mind and harm someone? A certain noble lady, ever eager to curry favor with the crown princess, quickly chimed in. Fear not, your highness. My second son's health has improved significantly. He shall not cause any trouble. Pei Shi clenched her skirt, enduring in silence. You claim he is well? Perhaps he should be confined for the time being, or better yet, sent home. The crown princess remained relentless. Jun Lili, upon overhearing this, felt a surge of displeasure. Were it not for her current inability to speak her mind, she would have readily confronted this troublemaking crown princess. How venomous a woman's heart can be. It was she who poisoned my second brother, rendering him foolish a decade ago. The Jun family members exchanged puzzled glances. Jun Jinbai narrowed his eyes, glaring at the crown princess, vowing that revenge is a dish best served cold. It was also at the princess's banquet of chrysanthemums that my second brother inadvertently stumbled upon the crown princess in the midst of an affair with He Yuan, her brother He Jinro, resulting in the tragic poisoning that left him foolish for 10 years. Upon hearing this, Jin Bai was struck with clarity. He had only known that he was harmed at the banquet, but with so many guests present, he had been oblivious to the perpetrator's identity.
Today,
His sister had finally dispelled the 10-year haze of confusion. As he looked back at the crown princess, Pei Shi's resentment was palpable. She lifted the teacup from the table and casually approached the crown princess. After taking a delicate sip, she feigned a headache and collapsed directly into the crown princess's embrace. The crown princess, caught off guard, stumbled and fell, unable to withstand Pei Shi's sudden assault. Pei Shi, following suit, tumbled alongside her, dousing herself in tea. The crown princess has become a drenched chicken. Jun Li erupted into fits of laughter in Jun Jin's arms. As the two were helped to their feet, the crown princess glared at her tea-soaked attire, ready to unleash her fury. Pei Shi, feigning innocence, lamented, "Since giving birth to Li, I have been afflicted with frequent headaches. When you mentioned sending my second son away, I grew anxious and fell ill again. I truly apologize for causing you to fall." As she spoke, she seemed to notice the crown princess's wet garments for the first time and exclaimed, "Oh dear, how is your dress so wet? Your Highness, I did not intend for this to happen. Please forgive me." Without waiting for a response, Pei Shi began to weep, her inherently gentle and delicate demeanor deceiving everyone present, save for her two sons. "Mother, do not cry. The crown princess is the villain here, bullying you." Even Jun Li was fooled, believing her mother had indeed suffered a grave injustice. Jin Bai and Jun Jin exchanged glances. Sister is still too kind. They reasoned that Jun Furen was not acting out of malice. After all, which mother would not be agitated upon hearing threats to send away or confine her child? Your Highness, as a mother yourself, surely you can understand the need for compassion. There are still many just individuals in this world. With everyone rallying to Pei Shi's defense, the crown princess found herself deprived of the opportunity to retaliate. The niece was well aware that her aunt had not acted with intent. Thus, she excused herself to change her clothes. Reluctantly, the crown princess exited in a huff, seething with indignation as she headed to the changing room. Changing clothes? She is likely using that as a pretext to find her lover to lament her grievances. Jun Li cast a disapproving glance at the crown princess's retreating figure. Chapter 39. The second brother is no longer foolish. Pei Shi exchanged a knowing glance with Jin Bai, signaling him to observe the crown princess. Being somewhat dim-witted, he would attract little attention, making him the perfect candidate for such a task. Not long after he left, the princess of the Long family made her entrance, and the chrysanthemum banquet officially commenced. Both the 9th prince and the crown prince were in attendance, with the latter seated directly across from Pei Shi. This marked Jun Li's first opportunity to observe the crown prince from such proximity. He was a mere 25 or 26 years of age, with a visage that was both strong and chiseled, each feature carving an impression of masculine allure. He was far more appealing than the waning beauty of the flamboyant 9th prince. Noticing her daughter scrutinizing the crown prince, Pei Shi cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. The crown prince bore an uncanny resemblance to her father, General Pei, both having unwittingly donned the metaphorical green hat for the past decade, caring for another's child for nearly as long. If grandfather is the foremost green-hatted man in Dongji, then this crown prince must surely be the second. Jun Li felt a twinge of pity for the crown prince. Just as Pei Shi had shifted her sympathy towards him, she couldn't help but chuckle at her daughter's playful ranking. Green-hatted man. What a fitting title for the two of them. As laughter filled the air, Jin Bai slipped back in, reporting to Pei Shi that the crown princess and He Yuan were situated near the western hill of the princess's estate. Pei Shi nodded in acknowledgement, a sly smile gracing her lips. "Cousin, when shall we venture out to admire the chrysanthemums?" Pei Shi inquired of the princess of the Long family. "You seem quite eager," the latter chided affectionately. "It is primarily for an heir's first visit. We wish to explore the estate." Pei Shi seized upon this as an opportunity to draw Jun Jin into the conversation. Upon hearing this, the crown prince turned his attention curiously towards them. "Is this the third son you just regained?" Jun Jin greeted the crown prince with utmost courtesy. "Cousin, I am of similar standing to the third prince. Why not allow me to show him around?" Pei Shi was overjoyed, eager to facilitate this arrangement. She whispered to Jun Jin the information that Jin Bai had just relayed, and Jun Jin immediately grasped the implication. Then I shall trouble his highness. Bowing respectfully, Junjin and gestured for the crown prince to lead the way, following him out. Inside, after about the length of a tea time, the princess of the Long family finally proposed that they head to the courtyard to admire the chrysanthemums. Although Pei Shi held no particular interest in the flowers, she persistently engaged the princess in conversation regarding horticulture, leading her from the main courtyard to the western yard. Let us return. There are no chrysanthemums in the western yard. The princess of the Long family, upon reaching the western yard, intended to turn back. Since we are here, sister-in-law wishes to borrow cousin's west chamber for a moment. It is time to feed Lily. With that, Pei Shi affectionately gazed at the baby in her arms. The princess readily consented, guiding Pei Shi towards the west chamber. Suddenly, Jun Lili had a brilliant idea. Wow, my mother is so clever. By leading the princess of the Long family to the western yard, she will surely catch a glimpse of the crown princess and He Yuan in their illicit rendezvous. The group proceeded towards the west chamber. As they passed by the hill, Jun Jinbai deliberately darted around. Oh, cousin, look over there. It appears there are two people. Pei Shi pointed to where Jun Jinbai had run. This was the only spot in the entire princess's estate with a hillock and was somewhat secluded, as few guests ventured there during the banquet. The princess of the Long family, appearing to have an inkling, her gaze darkened as she prepared to approach. Behind the hill, the crown prince and Jun Jin were striding forth in a furious manner. Mother, let us hurry over. Jun Li could hardly contain her excitement. This was her second encounter with infidelity. Sisters of the Pei family, let us go see. The curiosity of the princess of the Long family was piqued. She secretly hoped it would not be as she feared. As they approached, the scandalous sounds emanating from behind the hill became unmistakable. Pei Shi nearly rushed past the crown prince and the princess of the Long family to confirm whether the two individuals were indeed the crown princess and He Yuan. If it were truly them, today would serve as retribution for her second brother. Their decade-long affair had become second nature to them, devoid of any restraint. Upon noticing the arrival of the princess of the Long family and Pei Shi, the crown prince felt utterly humiliated. Get out here at once, he bellowed, the anger in his voice reverberating ominously. The two figures hidden behind the hill hastily adjusted their garments and emerged. The once haughty crown princess, now suddenly bereft of her confidence, was rendered speechless upon seeing the faces of the crown prince and the eldest princess. She promptly fell to her knees, confessing her wrongdoings. Crown prince, save me. It was He Yuan who, inebriated, took advantage of me and humiliated my person. Instinctively, the crown princess pushed He Yuan away, her despair overwhelming her as she collapsed into the crown prince's embrace, seeking refuge and cleverly shifting all blame onto He Yuan. Noticing that the crown prince seemed to have been swayed by the crown princess's deceit, Pei Shi exchanged a knowing glance with Jun Jinbai. Jun Jinbai immediately regained his composure and knelt respectfully. Your Highness, your Royal Highness, I am wronged. The sudden restoration of sanity in a man who had been dazed for a decade left the others present, aside from Pei Shi and Jun Jin, utterly astonished. What? Why is second brother no longer dazed? Jun Li's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Simultaneously, the crown princess and He Yuan realized that their time was running out. Along, you? The crown prince was at a loss for words, his astonishment rendering him speechless. 10 years prior, at the eldest princess's chrysanthemum banquet, he had inadvertently stumbled upon their indiscretion and had been poisoned by the crown princess, losing his mind. Thankfully, a month ago, his mother had sought the South Sea divine nun to cure him, allowing him to regain his sanity. Jun Jinbai spoke with quiet dignity, his voice steady. Upon hearing this, the crown prince immediately pushed the crown princess away with such force that she fell to the ground, a pitiful sight. Yet, the crown prince showed no inclination to assist her. Your Highness, you cannot let a mere slanderous word from a villain overshadow our bond forged over more than a decade. The crown princess still attempted to plead for her life. They had married at the tender ages of 15 or 16, and indeed, they had been husband and wife for 10 years. Observing this, Pei Shi threw a vial of medicine at the crown princess. This poison you administered to my son is precisely this. I wonder if the crown princess remembers? Upon seeing the label on the vial, the crown princess collapsed helplessly on the ground. From the very first day of her affair with He Yuan, she had known that such a fate awaited her. Yet her mind had been clouded, thinking to eliminate the sole witness. However, she never anticipated encountering a formidable foe. Reflecting on what Jun Jinchen had just mentioned about the South Sea divine nun, the crown princess believed that this individual must be an extraordinary figure from the kingdom of Nanshin. Only a person from Nanshin could unravel the poison that afflicted her. Seize this pair of adulterers and throw them into the dungeons. The crown prince's fists clenched tightly. It is only natural for any man to feel enraged upon discovering he has been cuckolded. Your Highness, my death is inconsequential. But please ensure our son is well cared for and raised. Chapter 40. The Crown Princess and Young Master, he were slain by assassins. The Crown Prince had not yet contemplated the child. It was only upon the mention of the child that he realized the resemblance between his son and He Yuan was striking, as if carved from the same mold. Speak truthfully to me. Is the child not yours with that wild man? The Crown Prince shut his eyes tightly, a surge of blood rising to his chest, nearly choking him. Your Highness, what do you mean? That is our child. Although the Crown Princess desperately defended herself, her involuntary gestures, such as clenching her skirt, betrayed her anxiousness. If her heart were truly unburdened, why would she be anxious? She was lying. Your denial is unnecessary. Pei Shi interjected. The South Sea divine nun has also imparted to me some techniques of witchcraft. It is said that there exists a certain worm that, when injected into a person, compels them to speak the truth. If they utter falsehoods, their skin will rot away, and they shall perish. I beseech your Highness to decree that I plant this poison in the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess was now filled with dread. Even death would be preferable to having her face marred.
I confess.
The child is of the He family. The Crown Prince's heart was pierced. This revelation was akin to salt being poured into his wounds. Not only had he been cuckolded, but he had also raised the child of a mere fifth-rank official for nearly a decade. As the Crown Prince of a nation, he feared he would never again show his face in public.
Seize them.
The Crown Prince commanded once more. Jun Jinbai and Jun Jin and immediately intervened. Your Highness, this cannot be. If they are imprisoned, the matter will surely cause a stir throughout the city.
Jun Jinbai analyzed carefully.
You are the Crown Prince of the Eastern Extremity, the very foundation of the country. Your standing must remain unshaken. Jun Lili nodded in agreement. Look. My second brother's eloquence reveals he is indeed suited to be a future minister. Alas, such a grand performance today, yet no seeds of melon were brought. The Jun family remarked. Both Pei Shi and Jun Jin agreed with Jun Lili's sentiment, realizing they must keep melon seeds on hand for future occasions, as one never knows when they might indulge. As long as Jun Lili was present, they could partake of melon seeds at any moment. What then do you propose? The Crown Prince inquired of the assembly. The Jun brothers hesitated to speak, and Pei Shi, as a mere woman, felt it inappropriate to voice her thoughts. However, the eldest princess, with a calm demeanor, discreetly produced a small knife from her sleeve and presented it to the Crown Prince. Even a fool would comprehend her implication. Gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, he swiftly delivered 2 strokes, sending the Crown Princess and He Yuan to their demise. The Crown Princess had been betrothed to him by the Emperor. Prior to their marriage, they had no acquaintance, and after marriage, they had led separate lives. The Crown Princess frequently returned to her family home, and the previous Crown Prince had never suspected her. It was only today that he realized she had been secretly meeting with He Yuan. Moreover, the Crown Princess did not conform to the norms of other women who forbade their husbands from taking concubines. She had been supportive of the Crown Prince's desire to take concubines, even caring well for the children of those concubines, such as the Crown Prince's other son. Regarding today's events, before the Crown Prince could speak, Jun Jinbai interjected. What has transpired today? My family is entirely in the dark. The Crown Prince scoffed. Jun Jinbai was indeed the prodigy spoken of in hushed tones. I must trouble my aunt to assist me in dealing with these bodies. The Crown Prince bowed to the eldest princess. She nodded and called out loudly to a nearby maid. Fetch the word. The Crown Princess and Young Master, he have been slain by assassins. With the emergence of assassins in the manor, the chrysanthemum banquet could no longer continue. Jun Lili's family also returned to the King Jing's manor. The next news concerning the Crown Prince was that his eldest son had suddenly fallen ill and died that night. Only Pei Shi and a few siblings knew the nature of the illness. The second son of the second house, who had been accompanying the Crown Prince's 2 children in the Eastern Palace, was also sent back to the manor. The Crown Princess had been engaging in an affair with He Yuan, who was the nephew of the side consort of King Jing. The Crown Prince silently recorded the He family's transgressions in his heart. In the time to come, he would keep a close watch on the He family. Should they show any signs of their duplicity, he would eradicate them without hesitation. Alas, the Crown Prince was indeed ruthless. After nearly a decade of raising the child, he executed them without a second thought. Once the doors were closed, Pei Shi succinctly recounted the day's events to Jun Jingyan. Such matters are unbearable for anyone. It is akin to a father-in-law's betrayal, and we must show them some understanding. Jun Jingyan offered a word of comfort.
Tell me,
How could the crown princess and He Yuan, both of whom have families, engage in such illicit acts without a care? Pei Shi lamented, realizing she had perhaps been overly fretful.
before Yun Jingyan could respond, Yun Lili inwardly scoffed.
Homegrown flowers lack the fragrance of wild blooms. People are simply drawn to the thrill of the forbidden. Jun Jingyan was left speechless. His daughter was far too worldly. Pei Shi concurred. Indeed, my daughter speaks the truth. Even a cat will stray, if given the chance. Both of them turned their gazes toward Jun Lili, questioning why she still lingered there. The couple intended to retire for the night, yet their daughter remained in bed. Why are you suddenly looking at me, father and mother? Jun Li returned their gaze, with wide eyes. Mi Jiao heir, take the young lady away. I wish to share the bed with my husband tonight. Upon hearing this, Mi Jiao heir instantly understood the implication. Observing her mother's bashful demeanor, Jun Li comprehended immediately. So, you were just checking if my presence was a bother? Madam, with whom will the young ladies spend the night?
Mi Jiao heir inquired further.
Alas, poor me, for my parents deem me superfluous.
Yun Lili put her little lips.
Feeling quite displeased, she was taken to the eldest, second, and third brothers, who were tasked with soothing her to sleep. Pei instructed this with a mere word. Instantly, Jun Lili brightened. Wow, 3 handsome brothers are here to accompany me. Surely, she would not need to sleep tonight. By the end of the month, the scandal regarding Inspector Hong's embezzlement had completely unraveled. Although Deng Xiaoqing, who had solved the case, did not receive any official promotions, the emperor graciously bestowed upon him a residence and several thousand taels of gold. In a display of generosity, Deng Xiaoqing donated the entirety of the gold to aid disaster relief in the northern frontier. The emperor was immensely pleased, rewarding him with an imperial sword. For several nights hence, Deng Xiaoqing awaited Jun Jingyan at the entrance of the Ministry of Justice, eager to flaunt his achievements as soon as he emerged. Jun Jingyan found himself unable to avoid him, yet he was too indifferent to engage in conversation. Well, old friend, it appears I've bested you, Deng Xiaoqing remarked with a teasing glint in his eyes. Oh, you old rascal, do not let your success cloud your judgment. Jun Jingyan advised him to maintain his composure amidst honor and disgrace. Rest assured, I only sought you out after concluding my duties at the Supreme Court. Jun Jingyan thought to himself that, after all, they were colleagues, and he kindly warned, from now on, be cautious of the Ninth Prince.
Why?
Jun Jingyan leaned closer and whispered, Inspector Hong has a deep connection with the Ninth Prince. Now that you have sent him to prison, I fear the Ninth Prince may seek retribution, causing you trouble. Deng Xiaoqing dismissed the warning with a wave. I believe you are merely envious and trying to frighten me. After exhausting all persuasive words, Jun Jingyan realized he could not change Deng Xiaoqing's mind. He shook his head and, noticing the sun descending, hurried home. Chapter 41. Assisting Fifth Brother in Weight Loss. Following the Chrysanthemum Appreciation Banquet, the news of Jun family's eldest son, Erlang, regaining his intellect had spread far and wide. To confound the secondary princess and the other branches of the family, Jun Jinbai feigned the appearance of a bookworm within the residence. Furthermore, with He Yuan's untimely demise at the banquet, the secondary princess found herself frequently returning to her maternal home, leaving her little time to trouble the main household. The faint third brother, Jun Jini, who had been expelled by Jun Jingyan and Pei, quickly squandered the 50 taels of silver they had given him, using it all for gambling, and he even accrued further debts. Recently, he had been loitering around the royal residence, shamelessly soliciting money from Jun Jingyan and Jun Jincheng whenever they exited. Naturally, they refused to oblige. Jun Jini then considered begging for money from the second branch, third branch, and the secondary princess. Indeed, they were fond of flattery. With a little exaggeration about his misfortunes and woes, he could coax a few taels of silver from them. Winter in Longcheng was rather chilly. Although it seldom snowed, the proximity to the sea brought strong winds. Jun Lili was nearly bored to death within the residence. Her eldest brother was either out seeking their 2 cousins or, like the second brother, buried in books studying military strategy. The second brother was living up to his bookworm reputation, engaging in little else aside from reading. The third brother was preoccupied with learning how to behave like a gentleman from a wealthy family, mastering etiquette, demeanor, and the 6 arts of a gentleman, even down to dietary habits. Jun Lili felt she might as well sprout mushrooms during this winter at the royal residence. She was dreadfully bored, with no one to play with, as there was a significant age gap between her and her 3 elder brothers. Thus, she set her sights on the 6-year-old fifth brother. She frequently visited his residence, Jiyu Courtyard, to play, and she even murmured some methods to assist him in losing weight. Unbeknownst to her, Fifth brother was quite cooperative about shedding pounds to avoid the embarrassment of being stuck in the toilet due to his size. Indeed, he had begun running as part of his exercise routine. Oh, dear, I'm so exhausted. I've been running for a quarter of an hour. I need to rest. Jun Jinjia slumped onto the ground like an inflated, thick carpet. Come on, fifth brother. Do you wish to be stuck in the lavatory? Jun Lily continuously cheered him on. Jun Jinjia replied, little sister, you are being held by the honeyed fruit. You don't have to run, so you can't possibly understand how it feels. Fifth young master. Would you like some water? A servant offered him a cup of tea. This was a special weight loss tea that Jun Jinjia had commissioned, which contained lotus leaves, hawthorn, dried lemon, cassia seeds, and other herbs beneficial for digestion. He always remembered that his little sister had advised him that to lose weight, one must watch what they eat and stay active. However, giving up delicious food was truly a daunting task. Just then, Jun Jingon approached, holding a bamboo dragonfly. Lily, look at this, Jun Jingon said, twirling the bamboo dragonfly so that it flew away. What do you think? Lily, I made this myself. Isn't it interesting? He asked with eager anticipation, as if presenting a treasure. Isn't it just a bamboo dragonfly? How boring. Jun Lily, having lived in the 21st century, had encountered countless novel toys and found little amusement in it. Upon hearing her response, Jun Jingon, undeterred by her lack of enthusiasm, pondered the name bamboo dragonfly. It did indeed resemble a dragonfly, and being made of bamboo, it was fitting. Yes, that shall be its name, he thought to himself, unable to contain his excitement. What name is that, third young master? The honeyed fruit inquired curiously. My new creation, Jun Jingon replied, pointing to the distant bamboo dragonfly. This thing looks like a dragonfly, and since it's made of bamboo, I'll call it bamboo dragonfly. I plan to make a few more to sell at the market. Jun Jingon shared his thoughts with a honeyed fruit. The master of the main house treated the servants well, but third young master was different. He came from humble beginnings and truly regarded the servants as friends. Whether with a honeyed fruit, tower, or the few servants that attended to him, he interacted with them like companions. If the young master needs money, he could just ask the master, why venture into business? The honeyed fruit questioned, perplexed. I do not lack money. I simply wish to do something I enjoy instead of constantly adhering to the rules within the residence, Jun Jingon explained. Can a young master in a royal residence truly lack funds? How amusing. Business? Jun Lily, aware of Jun Jingon's previous experiences, believed he had a knack for it. Go for it, third brother. I believe you possess the potential to become the wealthiest person in the East. However, whether or not you become the wealthiest is not what matters. What is important is doing what you love. Jun Jingon felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. He had not anticipated such high expectations from his little sister. He then played with Jun Lily for a while longer, and the honeyed fruit also joined in on the fun with the newfound toy, the bamboo dragonfly. Not far away, fifth brother observed their harmonious scene and the self-flying bamboo dragonfly with envy. His little sister shared such a close relationship with the new third brother. The bamboo dragonfly appeared so entertaining, he wanted one too. Yet, he had never spoken a word to the third brother and felt too timid to ask. Disheartened, fifth brother quietly departed. Noticing his absence, Jun Lily murmured, why doesn't fifth brother come and play with us? He even turned away. Could it be that he's truly too tired from running? With her youthful mind grappling with such complex thoughts, she felt her brain cells were nearly depleted. Hearing her words, Jun Jingon put away the bamboo dragonfly and called out to Jun Jinjia, who was walking away. Hey, you little chubby one. Jun Jinjia halted in surprise. I've been back at the residence for some time now, yet you've never come to visit me? Jun Jingon intentionally provoked him. Indeed. Jun Jinjia had never properly greeted him. Jun Jinjia stood there shyly. The new third brother seemed quite particular. You come here.
Jun Tinken bekono wie de finger af Jun Tinje.
Jun Jinjia's body quivered. He was hesitant to approach, yet equally reluctant to remain distant. Over the years, he had lived in seclusion, focusing solely on nurturing himself within his precious jade courtyard, which had sadly cultivated his current timid and cowardly disposition. What orders do you have, third brother? Jun Jinjia eventually made his way over. Jun Jin and had no intention of doing anything, observing his younger brother's fearful demeanor. All that extra weight had been for naught. I have matters to attend to. You entertain our little sister. With that, Jun Jin thrust the bamboo dragonfly into Jun Jinjia's hands and departed without another word. Jun Jinjia gazed at the bamboo dragonfly, perplexed by Jun Jin's retreating figure. Is fifth brother truly this timid? Third brother didn't even scold him. Look at him, terrified. Jun Li could not help but comment internally. Does my little sister look down upon me? Junjin Jia pondered. Junli Li pointed at the bamboo dragonfly in his hands. Do you want to play with this? Junjin Jia inquired. Junli Li responded with enthusiastic babbling. Mimicking Junjin An's earlier actions, Junjin Jia clumsily attempted to operate the toy. His movements were awkward, and the bamboo dragonfly failed to take flight. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in releasing it, prompting joyful laughter from the two children. Chapter 42. Dare to insult my mother? I will bite you to death. Junjin Jia chased the bamboo dragonfly outside the courtyard, while Junli Li was also carried over by honey candy. The scene of the siblings playing with the bamboo dragonfly caught the eye of Junki, the son of the second house. Oh, isn't this the plump fifth brother? And little Li is here too? Junki's curiosity was piqued by the bamboo dragonfly in their hands. Having been doted upon since childhood, he had seen countless treasures. Yet this particular toy was a novelty to him. He snatched the bamboo dragonfly midair. Upon recognizing Junki's arrival, Junjin Jia recoiled, as if confronted by a demon, tugging at Honey Candy's sleeve to signal her to quickly take Junli Li away. This novelty will soon belong to me. Junki scrutinized the finely crafted bamboo dragonfly in his hand. Since it was intended for Junli Li, Junjin had ensured it was free of any splinters and had even applied a layer of almond oil for added sheen. Junli Li? Is this person out of their mind? Robbing in broad daylight. Junli Li could no longer tolerate the situation. That bamboo dragonfly had been meticulously crafted by third brother specifically for her. How could it be taken by another? She shouted Junki, baring her teeth in defiance, her little figure looking adorably fierce. Junki, feeling emboldened by the presence of fifth brother and Junli Li, became even more brazen. Fifth chub. Just look at you. So rotund, fatter than a pig destined for slaughter. If we were to eat you, it would feed us for an entire year. Hearing this, Junjin Jia burst into tears. The thought that being fat could lead to being killed for meat terrified him. At merely 6 years of age, and with his naturally timid disposition, he only knew to cry when confronted. Junki, 2 years his elder, relished in bullying him. After having spent some time accompanying the Crown Prince's children, Junjin Jia had enjoyed a brief respite, but with the Crown Prince's eldest son now deceased, Junki had returned to the royal residence, and Junjin Jia feared he would again become a target for bullying. Seeing fifth brother in tears, Junli Li rushed to comfort him. Don't be afraid, little five. Stop crying. He is merely trying to scare you. He won't actually eat you. Junli Li, possessing the soul of an adult, naturally treated Junjin Jia like a child to be soothed. Honey Candy, let us leave quickly. Junjin Jia wiped his tears and urged Honey Candy to hasten away with Junli Li. I say, you're a little pig, and your mother is an old sow. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to 6 of you siblings? As soon as he uttered those words, all 3 turned to glare at him.
Junli Li,
unable to contain her fury, writhed in Honey Candy's arms, eager to charge at Junki. Not only did he steal our toy and insult fifth brother, but he also dared to insult my mother. What a despicable fellow. Junjin Jia's chubby little hands tightened into fists. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? Though inherently gentle, he could not allow anyone to insult his mother. Say what you will. Let me make it clear. This young master claims your mother is a sow. Junki, oblivious to the impending danger, continued to provoke. With that, he hurled the bamboo dragonfly to the ground and stomped on it forcefully. What a worthless item. This young master has been a companion to the Crown Prince's children, and this pathetic toy does not impress me. Anything he deemed unworthy was not to be shared with others. Even Honey Candy could not suppress her urge to slap Junki. Any of the elder brothers would not stand by and watch fifth brother and the young lady be bullied. Junjin Jia, overwhelmed with sorrow, cried even harder. Junli Li was on the verge of exploding with rage. Honey Candy, put me down. I want to climb over and beat him. She struggled to escape Honey Candy's grasp, who was worried about dropping her. Realizing her own inability to take action, Junli Li turned to the weeping Junjin Jia beside her. Eldest brother, second brother, and third brother are not pushovers. Fifth brother is truly useless. Little five, stop crying. Junki dares to insult our mother. You must go over and hit him. With your size, you could crush him with a single sit. Junli Li was left anxiously fretting. Hearing her words, Junjin Jia froze. Hit him? He had never struck anyone before. His grandmother had always said that good children should not resort to violence. Noticing Junjin Jia's lack of response, Junli Li leapt from Honey Candy's arms to the ground, her small body almost splitting in two from the fall. But she disregarded the pain and hurriedly crawled toward Junki. Completely engrossed in stomping on the bamboo dragonfly, Junkie remained oblivious to the imminent threat creeping up on him. Junli Li ascended his leg, climbing onto his shoulder. Like a sinister creature filled with malice, she twisted and writhed, using all her strength to grasp his clothing, preventing him from shaking her off. "How dare you insult my mother?" Once atop him, she bit down on Junkie's ear. "Though I may not have the strength to kill you, I will ensure you feel my wrath."
Ow, ow, ow.
Junkie had not anticipated being bitten, and the pain caused him to cry out. In retaliation, he struck Junli Li's back with all his might. The searing pain intensified her grip, and she resolved to bite this insufferable brat until she could tear off his ear. "Let go, you little demon," Junkie shouted as he continued to hit her. "Miss, come down." Honey Candy was frantic, worried that the young lady had hurt herself in her desperate leap from her arms. Witnessing the scene, Junjin Jia could no longer hold back. If his newborn sister could bite Junkie for their mother, then he, a 6-year-old boy, could not remain so spineless. Moreover, Junkie was still striking his little sister. He had to save her. With no other brothers present, he was the only one who could come to her aid. With that thought, he charged at Junkie, knocking the unsuspecting boy to the ground. With his own weight crashing down upon Junkie, he aimed to fulfill Junli Li's earlier declaration. He would make sure to use his bulk to subdue the bully. As Junkie fell, Junli Li quickly climbed from his shoulder to his face. Thanks to Junkie's presence as a makeshift cushion, she avoided injury this time. Young master, Junkie's servants and Honey Candy hurried over to pull the two of them apart. However, they would first need to lift the hefty 200-pound weight that was Junjin Jia off the ground. Amidst the commotion, the young Junli Li, who had been holding her bladder all morning, suddenly felt the urge to relieve herself. Being still an infant, she could not hold it any longer and simply let go right there. At this moment, the very seat upon which she sat was none other than Junqi's face. Struggling to breathe under the weight of Junjin Jia, Junqi suddenly felt a wave of warmth and dampness on his face. Upon realizing that something was pressing down upon him, he abruptly sat up. Had it not been for Mi Jianair, who possessed martial skills and swiftly scooped up Junli Li, she might have been flung away by Junqi's sudden movement. "How dare you? You all actually dare to hit me?" Junqi was now consumed by pain, his chest crushed by Junjin Jia, and his ear bitten by Junli Li. "You deserve it. Who told you to insult my mother by calling her a sow? And to shatter the toy that third brother gave us?" Chapter 43. Who gives you the authority to resort to family punishment at a whim? Junjin Jia gazed longingly at the bamboo dragonfly, now shattered into 4 pieces.
Well,
"You little glutton, you've got some guts." Junqi was still dazed. The normally submissive 5th brother, who had always been bullied, actually dared to fight back. This young master would return home to inform father, mother, and grandmother, ensuring that you siblings, and indeed the entire main household, would face dire consequences.
cousin,
Don't play the victim first. I too will report today as events truthfully to the old master and the lady.
Yin was equally furious.
Gritting his teeth, Junqi pointed at the 3 of them and, without uttering another word, covered his ears and fled. Mi Jianair understood that neither the second household nor the side princess would spare the young lady and 5th young master from this ordeal. She dared not linger and hurried back to relay the events to Madame Pei. Rather than expressing concern, Madame Pei felt a surge of joy, secretly chuckling to herself. "It seems my little darling did not suffer in vain. At such a tender age, she already knows how to protect her mother, and her combat prowess is remarkable. If she hadn't bitten that little rascal's ear off, it would have been a disservice to her." Madame Pei lamented. "The second household and the side princess are currently at a loss on how to deal with us. They won't let such a golden opportunity slip by." Junjin Bai spoke with concern. Junjin Chen and Junjinin, however, remained unconvinced. "Let them come. We shall meet their challenge head-on. What is to fear if they don't approach?" Just then, as if summoned by fate, a servant's voice announced from outside. The visitors were from the second household, bearing a decree from the side princess, instructing Madame Pei to bring 5th brother and Junli Li to the front hall. Mother,
Yuntintia,
realizing he had landed in trouble, had tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. "Useless child, why didn't you just crush him to death?" Seeing the tears in Junjin Jia's eyes, Madame Pei was exceedingly displeased. Out of the 6 children she bore, this 5th brother was the most disappointing, with a weak disposition that allowed him to be bullied. "Mother, we will accompany you," Junjin and volunteered. Madame Pei did not refuse. This was indeed a formidable challenge. Before departing, Junjin Chen had the foresight to summon King Jing, hoping he might join them as well. He couldn't shake the feeling that his grandfather held a particular fondness for his little sister. Perhaps with grandfather present, even if she truly did kill Junqi, there would be no repercussions. After a short while, the main household appeared in the front hall. Upon their arrival, Su Shi commenced her lamentation. Mother, you must take charge for Qi. Look at his ear. It was bitten by Jun Lili. I heard from the servants that Jun Jinjia was on top of him, leaving him gasping for breath. Su Shi's words rang true. And Madame Pei made no attempt to refute them. Children mirror their parents. Parents who distort the truth raise children who know how to play the victim. Jun Lili lamented her youth, wishing she could kneel beside Su Shi and compete in the art of weeping. I cannot speak, fifth brother. The narrative of events is in your hands. She shot a glance at Jun Jinjia. Fifth brother? Noting his lowered head, hiding behind Madame Pei and Jun Jinshin, Jun Jin and directly pulled him out. Fifth brother, did you truly almost crush your cousin to death? And allowed your little sister to bite him? The pressure from the side princess grew relentless. Fifth brother, your great-grandmother is asking you a question. Jun Jinshin urged Jun Jinjia to clarify the situation. Jun Jinjia's legs trembled with fear. A naturally timid child, he was utterly overwhelmed by the scene before him.
Observing Yun Tin's fights.
Jun Jin's expression softened as he encouraged, Fifth brother, you are the elder. Be brave. Look, your sister is stronger than you. Following Jun Jin's gaze,
Yun Tin so Yun Lili, bearing Hetsil.
He clenched his fists and stepped forward. In response to great-grandmother, I did indeed press down on my cousin. And my little sister did bite him, but he first shattered our toy and insulted my mother as a sow. The voice of the 6-year-old rang out, innocent yet resolute. Qi, is there truth to this? The side princess inquired of Junqi. He will undoubtedly deny it to the end. Jun Lili had already anticipated this. Indeed, Junqi vehemently refuted the claims. To insult my aunt and bully my younger siblings. If I were Junqi's cousin, I would never admit to it.
Yun Tin quipped sarcastically.
Both Su Shi and Junqi were rendered speechless. The side princess sighed and summoned the servants who had witnessed the incident. Jun Jin added with a hint of sarcasm, naturally, the servants will speak in favor of their masters. My cousin's servant could claim he did nothing and was merely struck by fifth brother, while fifth brother's maid could insist that my cousin's injury was self-inflicted. Su Shi, upon hearing this, was beside herself with rage. You truly lack decorum. With your mother here, what business do you, a junior, have to interject? My little nephew is merely stating facts. Jun Jin in feigned innocence, his voice choked with mock grievance. Regardless, it was fifth brother and sixth brother who initiated violence. They ought to be punished. The side princess, weary of the convoluted arguments, desired only to punish the two little rascals. Finally, she had caught the main household in an error. How dare they strike her cherished grandson? She was determined to skin those two little brats alive. Family punishment. The side princess bellowed, before the elderly matron beside her could fetch the rattan whip. A voice resonated from outside. Who grants you the authority to invoke family punishment at a whim? Before the words could settle, King Jing entered, accompanied by Mi Jian. Mi Jian nodded at Jun Jinshin, indicating she had briefed King Jing on the situation. What business does this old man have here? To assist his precious grandson Junqi. Jun Lili felt as though her family was a superfluous presence in the Jingwang mansion, where everyone seemed to share a bond of love, while the main household appeared to be entirely disconnected. King Jing, feeling both wronged and aggrieved, truly came to support the eldest household, for who could blame him for being grateful to Madame Pei for bearing him a little lucky star. Just days prior, he had conducted a cleanup at the Qingguan, discovering several individuals from the Westlake Kingdom. Though uncertain if they were spies, he had sent them all to the Dali Temple. Had he not listened to his granddaughter's heart, he might have faced the charge of treason, a crime beyond redemption. Father, you have arrived at the perfect moment. You must take charge for Qi. Look at his ears. Su Shi wept as she brought Junqi before King Jing, recounting her grievances. King Jing did not even cast a glance in her direction. He walked straight to the side of the side princess and took a seat. Seeing Su Shi lamenting, Madame Pei began her own performance. Father, although fifth brother and Lili struck Qi, it was indeed Qi's fault to begin with. He bullied his younger siblings and deliberately shattered their toy. Most importantly, Qi insulted his sister-in-law. The two children could no longer stand idly by and acted out of indignation. Who among us could remain calm upon hearing our mother insulted? Madame Pei cried even more bitterly than Su Shi, her tears flowing like rain. Having grasped the full context of the situation, King Jing remained silent. Su Shi promptly led Junqi to bow before him. Father, do not be deceived by the eloquence of the main household. What they say is all false. Chapter 44. Did my grandfather take the wrong medicine today? King Jing had no intention of entertaining Su Shi. He merely wished to inquire about Junqi. Cheer, tell me, did you truly damage your younger siblings' toys? Did you utter words of contempt towards your aunt? Junqi was petrified by the fierce glare of King Jing and was about to admit his fault when the side princess hurriedly shielded her child, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, regardless of the circumstances, it is wrong to resort to violence." King Jing, infuriated, immediately smashed the teacup on the table before the side princess. Startled, she felt as if her heart would leap from her chest. Like a servant witnessing their master in a fit of rage, she promptly knelt before King Jing. Although the fifth brother had instigated the matter, at least they could acknowledge their mistakes without deceit. Yet you, Junqi, not only show disrespect but also demean your aunt and bully your younger siblings. You have truly disappointed me. To have a grandson like you is a misfortune for this family. The usually indifferent King Jing had finally become aware of the corrupt atmosphere pervading the royal residence. Upon hearing his words, both Su and the side princess felt a chill in their hearts, realizing that their hopes of using Junqi to curry favor with King Jing were in vain. The side princess directed her resentment towards Su, casting a fierce glare her way. In that moment, Su understood that her Chier had become a pawn in the side princess's eyes. Junlili, with a mouthful of saliva, spat in Junqi's direction. "You scoundrel. Dare to strike me." "Ouch, I must admit it does hurt a bit," she retorted. "Let me tell you, if I weren't so small, I would have beaten you to a pulp. For years, you've bullied my little fifth brother, and today you broke the bamboo dragonfly that third brother gave me. And you have the audacity to insult my mother as a sow? Junqi, if you remain unscathed, when I grow up, I shall settle both old and new scores with you." Junlili incessantly ruminated on this in her heart. Today, as enmity was forged, unbreakable for a lifetime. The crowd gasped in disbelief. He actually struck Lily? King Jing hastened to Pei's side, lifting Junlili and exposing her back. Pei and Junjincheng, along with his three brothers, clearly saw that Junlili's back was marked with a large patch of red. Jun Jinjia hurriedly stepped forward, his voice unmistakably filled with anger. "Grandfather, I saw it with my own eyes. It was my cousin who hit Lily."
Yun Tinya pointedly accused.
Junlili glanced at her mother and several brothers. Feeling a lump in her throat, the pain she could have borne seemed to amplify 100-fold at that moment. In 3 lifetimes, no one had shown such concern for her. With a quivering lip, she burst into tears. Perhaps it was a mix of emotion and genuine pain. Her weeping tugged at the hearts of Pei and the Jun brothers. "Grandfather, do you know? It is your beloved sons, your cherished grandsons, and your esteemed princess who have personally sent you to prison. Your second son and his dutiful wife, Su, may appear to be obedient to you. Yet they have been plotting against the royal family's assets all along. If you do not believe me, investigate the accounts of the second household. Not a single word will be uttered. In the second household, there is even a hidden chamber containing several boxes of gold and jewels, which they intend to use after you are imprisoned, fleeing from the east to the west." The crowd was left in stunned silence. If it weren't for his robust constitution, King Jing would have surely been driven to his grave by anger. Pei was equally astounded. Her daughter had previously mentioned the side princess's treachery, revealing that plans had already been set in motion. Jun Jincheng and the others sensed that recent events had been rather suspicious. King Jing declared, "No need for further discussion. It is undoubtedly his fault. All these years, he has been so engrossed in his cultivation, entrusting the vast royal residence to a scheming concubine, which has led to this tragedy." King Jing resolved not to evade responsibility any longer. "Junqi, you are already 8 years old. Your elder cousin had already been on the battlefield at your age." King Jing referenced Jun Jincheng's experience. Jun Jincheng, inexplicably called out, muttered, "A true hero does not dwell on past glories. And you, upon returning from the crown prince's residence, have shown disrespect to your aunt and bullied your younger siblings? Junqi, go to the ancestral hall and receive 30 lashes, and upon your return, remain confined for 3 months. You shall not emerge during the New Year celebrations. If I catch wind of you misbehaving again, I shall have you expelled from the palace, and I shall consider you no longer my grandson." Junqi was merely 8 years old. Such punishment felt excessively harsh for him. King Jing, enraged at the parents of Junqi, could not find fault with them, and thus decided to vent his frustrations on the boy. Junlili sighed in sympathy, perhaps hoping that Junqi would learn to behave himself in the future. Su, upon hearing this, collapsed weakly to the ground. "Father, how can you be so heartless? Cheer is your own grandson." King Jing glared at her. "Fifth brother and Lily are also my grandsons." Hearing this, Lily couldn't help but gaze at King Jing with a look of disbelief. Has my grandfather taken leave of his senses today? Why is he suddenly so concerned about us, treating us with such kindness? King Jing retorted, is it forbidden for him to have an epiphany? Nevertheless, as it stands, today grandfather is on our side. He shall henceforth be one of us. Grandfather, do not meddle in the ways of immortality any longer when my powers are restored. I will take you soaring high, side by side with the sun. The crowd was left speechless. King Jing replied, my dear grandson, I know you have great talents. Let us take it easy. If this old body of mine were to truly soar, it might just reach the heavens. Second daughter-in-law, I shall pay a visit to your second household, King Jing said to Sue. Having heard Lily's earlier remarks, he felt compelled to investigate the accounts of the second household and search for their hidden chamber. Sue was bewildered by King Jing's intentions, but could only acquiesce. The farce came to an end, and everyone returned to their respective courtyards. Junkie was taken to the ancestral hall for punishment. Sue had to escort King Jing to the second household, unable to accompany Junkie. After receiving 30 lashes, Junkie harbored deep resentment towards Lily. Convinced that if his grandfather had not seen the marks on her back, he would never have been punished. He had bullied the little fifth brother before. Why was it this time that he faced the consequences? And what of his grandmother? She neither intervened on his behalf, nor pleaded with King Jing. Indeed, it was all the fault of his grandmother and Lily. In the main residence, the family was quite satisfied with King Jing's punishment of Junkie. They decided to let Junkie off this time, considering it a form of merit for Lily. This incident also prompted a change in Jinjia's mindset. He resolved to grow stronger. No longer would he be weak and easily bullied. He would learn martial arts from his elder brother, study diligently from his second brother, and acquire unique skills from his third brother to bring joy to his sister. Mother, brothers, I want to lose weight, I want to change myself. I want to be capable of protecting my sister, like you all. The little figure, barely taller than the table, had tears in his eyes but spoke with unwavering determination. First, ensure your own safety. Pei promptly doused him with cold water. Why did you never tell us you were being bullied by Junkie?
Yun Tianxing queried sternly.
Mother. Elder brother, I. Jinjia once again reverted to his timid self, stammering. My fifth brother is the laziest. If he does not endure a bit of hardship, I fear those words he just spoke were mere empty promises. When it comes to dismantling the facade, no one does it better than Lily. Chapter 45, Seeking Elder Brother to Rescue the Tiger. The June family, capable of hearing her innermost thoughts, responded with incredulity. Jinjia, little sister, why are you being so ungracious? I am trying so hard to improve. Fifth brother, if you continue to be so unambitious, none of us can help you. Jincheng's voice was deep, carrying a tone of authority. Fifth brother, for you, losing weight may very well be the most challenging task in the world. Yet, if you can conquer that, you will fear nothing else.
Yun Lily silently encouraged herself.
With less than 2 months until the new year, she aimed to lose 20 pounds. Jun Jinan cheered her on. As they conversed, Jun Jingyan returned from outside. After shedding his heavy cotton coat and sipping a cup of hot tea offered by Pei, he finally felt his energy return. The evening air was indeed frigid. The others recounted the events of the day to Jun Jingyan. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, see? This is what we call a tiger father with no dog daughter. Lily is still so young, yet so capable. He affectionately peppered kisses on June Lily's little face. His daughter felt like a small furnace, warm and comforting. Lily, shall we kiss Daddy? Tomorrow, I shall buy you candied hawthorn. Upon hearing candied hawthorn, June Lily's interest piqued, and she planted a kiss on her father's cheek. It wasn't he solely for the treat. She merely sought closeness with her father.
Suddenly invigorated, Yun Tianyan paused.
Feeling the exhaustion of the day dissipate. Today, the fifth brother was also present. A warm home with a wife and children is the greatest pursuit in life. If the fourth brother were also here, he would be the happiest man in the world. By the way, on his way back, he passed by the second house's courtyard and saw the King Jing. Jun Jingyan shared his recent observations. The King Jing discovered a small compartment in the bedroom of the second household, filled with large boxes of gold, silver, and jewels. He whimsically examined the household's expense ledgers. There was a significant discrepancy between their living expenses and the silver they received monthly from the treasury. In a fit of rage, the old prince immediately ceased all funds to the second household, dictating that they must rely solely on what he provided for their food and necessities. In the biting cold, the second brother, Jun Wulian, knelt in the courtyard, pleading with King Jing to no avail, even receiving a kick from him. King Jing now looked at the second and third brothers, as well as the side princess, with inexplicable irritation. He planned to rectify the second household before turning his attention to the third household and the side princess's quarters. Fortunately, the fourth brother had been absent from the manor, thus avoiding a calamity. Recently, having listened to June Lily's sentiments, everyone recognized her profound boredom. Coincidentally, a heavy snowfall had blanketed the surroundings yesterday. June Jincheng decided to invite two cousins to observe the rime along the city moat. June Lily was elated to finally have the opportunity to venture outside and witness the wonders of nature. Only her eldest cousin, Pei Ting, arrived from the Pei family, while the second cousin was off gallivanting in some smoky alley. This did not dampen June Lily's spirits. Her elder brother's presence was sufficient. Pei Ting escorted the siblings onto a carriage, having prepared osmanthus cheese for June Lily, fearing she had not eaten breakfast. The rich and creamy delicacy, infused with the fragrance of osmanthus, was her aunt's specialty. Can't we just enjoy the sights in the city? Why travel so far? Pei Ting complained about June Jincheng's choice of location being too distant. The city was crowded with prying eyes, and one could never know whom they might encounter.
June Jincheng wished to take June Lily somewhere tranquil.
The carriage gently swayed as they approached a mountain on the outskirts of the city. June Jincheng lifted the curtain and gazed at the expanse of silver outside, utterly content. Driver, this is the place. The group disembarked, and June Lily was indeed awestruck by the scene before her. Even Pei Ting understood why this young master had opted for a more remote location. It was secluded, and the snowy landscape remained untouched, devoid of any footprints. Wow, this is simply breathtaking. It resembles a fairyland from the movie Frozen. June Lily's eyes sparkled with delight. Her smile wide. The river here was not turbulent. A thin layer of ice blanketed its surface. The barren tree branches along the bank were adorned with ice crystals, while the willow trees bore silver blossoms and the pines burst forth with silver chrysanthemums. Suddenly, as if spring breezes arrived overnight, thousands of pear trees bloom. June Lily was inspired poetically.
June Jincheng exclaimed,
My little sister understands poetry and literature. Her talent surpasses that of the second brother. If there were a poetry competition in the city, she might just claim the top spot. Pei Ting pushed June Jincheng's wheelchair, while June Lily nestled in his arms, creating a harmonious scene among the three siblings. They strolled leisurely up the mountain. June Lily had grown weary within the confines of the grand estate. Stepping outside to inhale the fresh air of nature felt exceptionally refreshing. She opened her mouth, savoring the air as if inhaling the essence of the sun and moon to cultivate her energy. Xiao Chun, cover Lily's mouth. We mustn't let the wind invade her stomach.
Pei Ting kindly advised.
June Jincheng nodded and complied. Eldest cousin, I'm fine. If I feel cold, I will close my mouth myself. June Lily longed to express her thoughts, but alas, she could not articulate them. Just then, they heard a low growl nearby, resembling that of an animal.
Shoo, June Jincheng signaled Pei Ting to be quiet.
Focusing intently on the sound, June Lily mirrored his actions. That sound, it resembles a tiger's roar. June Jincheng felt a twinge of anxiety. If they encountered a tiger, it could prove quite troublesome. No, listen closely. That tiger is likely near death.
June Jincheng?
Little sister, can you please listen more attentively and not be so jumpy? Oh, if only elder brother would let me down, I could find that tiger. A tiger's life is valuable. If we can save it, we accumulate virtue. It must be in that direction. June Lily's ears perked up. Her instincts would not deceive her. June Jincheng silently marveled at his sister's kindness. Though he did not set her down, he maneuvered the wheelchair toward the direction she indicated. Xiao Chun. Pei Ting seemed to want to express something, but June Jincheng urgently shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. He beckoned Pei Ting to follow. As expected, after walking a few steps, they spotted a white tiger in the thicket, an arrow lodged in its side.
Ah!
A big beast. Pei Ting was startled by the tiger, which in turn startled the tiger, causing it to exhale sharply. June Lily attempted to communicate with the tiger in a beastly tongue. She learned that there were many assassins lying in wait nearby, seemingly poised to kill someone, and this tiger had been inadvertently wounded by one of them. It could have evaded the arrows, but due to days of hunger, it had become sluggish and fell prey. We must help it remove the arrow, otherwise, it will surely perish. June Lily found herself in a dilemma. She lacked the ability to assist. She pointed at the tiger, gesturing toward June Jincheng with earnest enthusiasm. You want me to save it?
June Jincheng asked, feigning ignorance.
June Lily nodded vigorously, as if seeing a savior. She had not used her magical abilities this month. If her brother could help remove the arrow from the tiger, she could use her powers to heal it. Chapter 46. Assassins block the way. All things possess a spirit. And this tiger had committed no heinous acts. Brother, I implore you, save it. Just look at how adorable this big cat is. June Lily yearned to pet the cat. Yun Tianxing. Are you certain it's a cat? Since his sister was so determined to save it, he decided to grant her wish. He retrieved a whip from the hidden compartment of the wheelchair's armrest, flicked it, ensnaring the arrow, and with a strong pull, dislodged it from the white tiger's body. June Lily leaped from her brother's arms and crawled toward the white tiger. Pei Ting, still worried, attempted to intervene but was stopped by Jun Jincheng. He wanted to see how June Lily would use her magic to save the white tiger. However, to his surprise, June Lily's spellcasting was remarkably swift. To the eyes of Jun Jincheng and Pei Ting, all they saw was a beam of multicolored light descending upon the white tiger. Though its wound healed, traces of blood still clung to its fur. The distance prevented Jun Jincheng and the others from distinguishing their surroundings. All right, little sister, we should head back, Pei Ting said as he stepped forward to lift June Lily from the ground and place her in Jun Jincheng's arms, urging the wheelchair to move back. We truly need to leave quickly. The white tiger mentioned that there are assassins lying in wait here, and we cannot afford to be mistakenly harmed.
Yun Lily murmured.
Assassins?
Yun Tianxing exclaimed.
Cousin, we must hasten our departure. There are dangers lurking here, he cautioned. Pei Ting quickened his pace. Upon reaching the riverbank, they no longer lingered to admire the scenery and promptly boarded the carriage back to the city. However, just a few steps into their journey, both Jun Jincheng and June Lily heard a cacophony of hurried footsteps ahead, as if someone were being pursued. Turn back, head towards Jiao Prefecture, Jun Jincheng instructed the coachman.
Pei Ting, perplexed, cast a questioning glance at Yun Tianxing.
Why are we heading to Jiao Prefecture? We cannot return to the city just yet. There is danger ahead.
Yun Tianxing explained succinctly.
Before the coachman could complete the turn, an arrow struck the carriage, causing the driver to fall off in shock. The horse, startled, whinnied loudly. Oh no, are we about to be robbed by bandits? June Lily's heart raced, fearing for her life. Jun Jincheng lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside and was met with a throng of black-clad figures surrounding them.
Pei Ting tensed.
Who was in the carriage? A rough male voice called out from outside. Jun Jincheng did not reveal himself. Having seen countless scenes of chaos since he was 8, he remained composed. I am Jun Jincheng, the eldest son of the Jingwangfu, and this is Pei Ting, the eldest son of the cavalry general's residence. His voice was low, commanding respect without anger. Indeed, it is the general's carriage, another voice confirmed to the first. The cavalry general was a high-ranking official, and the carriage bore intricate gold and silver adornments, reserved solely for officials of the 1st to 3rd rank. We implore the 2 young masters to depart swiftly. The rough voice took on a tone of deference, urging their exit. The men in black instinctively parted to create a path for them. Curiosity piqued. Pei Ting lifted the curtain on his side to take a look back. This is bad. They are after the father and daughter of Deng Xiaoqing.
Yun Tianxing and Yun Lily exchanged bewildered glances.
Heavens! Just as Inspector Hong was beheaded, the 9th prince cannot sit idly. June Lily exclaimed in astonishment.
Yun Tianxing hesitated.
Contemplating the situation, Deng Xiaoqing maintained a decent relationship with his father, and had it not been for his sister's foresight, which led to preemptive measures, he would not have offended the 9th prince on behalf of his father. His younger sister was willing to rescue an injured white tiger. How could they abandon 2 living beings with whom they had some connection? Should we save them or not? Xiao Chun, what are you thinking?
Pei Ting inquired, noticing Yun Tianxing's full brow.
What has Deng Xiaoqing done to offend anyone? Those men in black are clearly highly trained experts, without assistance. The father and daughter are likely to perish today. Pei Ting, a youth with a strong sense of justice, felt compelled to act. However, he was no fool. He understood the limits of his abilities and would not blindly interfere. Perhaps we can return later tonight and, if fate allows, help collect their remains. Absolutely not. Jun Jincheng's innate sense of righteousness and compassion prevented him from remaining idle. Deng Xiaoqing was a devoted official, having served the country and its people for over a decade, resolving numerous cases and advocating for many distressed citizens. He was unafraid of power, even daring to hold officials and royal relatives accountable. What do you mean? Absolutely not. Pei Ting was taken aback. Big cousin, we must go and save Deng Xiaoqing. Jun Jincheng's gaze was resolute, devoid of jest. Pei Ting laughed in response. Xiao Chun, do you think you are still as invincible as you were a year ago? 1 against 100? He chuckled as if hearing a humorous tale. I wish to save them too, but tell me, you are a cripple, and I am but a frail scholar. How can we possibly rescue them? Pei Ting was mindful not to mention cripple or disability in front of Jun Jincheng, who was sensitive about his leg. Cousin, are you truly unaware of your own strength?
Yun Tiansheng retorted.
Glancing at Pei Ting's waist. Seizing the moment while Pei Ting was distracted, he stealthily retrieved a soft sword from his side. Xiao Chunyu. Pei Ting was left speechless. Wow. Big cousin has concealed a sword. Jun Lily exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. Though his martial prowess did not rival that of his father or second uncle, nor did it match that of his cousin Jun Jincheng, who was groomed as the successor of the general's residence since childhood, he was far from the frail scholar he claimed to be. With their adversaries numbering over 50, it was evident that they were out for blood. Miss Deng lacks martial skills, and the combined strength of Deng Xiaoqing and myself is insufficient, Pei Ting assessed coolly.
What if you count me in?
Jun Jincheng was serious. As he spoke, he instructed the coachman to halt, and without waiting for assistance, he leapt down from the carriage. Pei Ting and Jun Lily were left dumbfounded. When did Jun Jincheng's leg heal? Brother, you are even more inscrutable than second brother.
Yun Lily exclaimed.
Wishing to bow in respect. Having been astonished upon learning of second brother's recovery of intellect at the princess's residence, she was now equally taken aback to discover that her elder brother's leg had also healed. She wondered if they had both acquired some sort of advantage. Xiao Chun. What is this? Pei Ting regarded Jun Jincheng's leg with suspicion. Big cousin, I did not intend to conceal this. You are aware of the circumstances surrounding our family in the Wangfu, Jun Jincheng replied, his expression tinged with bitterness. Pei Ting understood that their situation was challenging and refrained from pressing further. Rest assured, we are brothers. I will not divulge this to outsiders. With Pei Ting's assurance, Jun Jincheng felt even more uneasy. He knew that while Pei Ting would keep it a secret, their own family might not be so discreet. He estimated that within 3 days, the entire general's residence would be aware of the matter. Jun Jincheng felt helpless. Deng Xiaoqing's life was at stake, while his own concerns seemed trivial in comparison. They instructed the coachman to find a place to hide, while Pei Ting took the reins and headed back. What should I do if you two start fighting? It would be inconvenient for my brothers to take me along. Jun Lily felt somewhat like a hindrance. Chapter 47. Deng Xiaoqing's last request. These were thoughts that Jun Jincheng had contemplated long ago. He planned to take a risk and leave Jun Lily in the carriage. In the midst of battle, no one would check for a small infant inside. As long as Jun Lily remained quiet and did not cry, she would likely survive. Moreover, he intended to have Deng Xiaoqing and his daughter drive off first. Once they boarded the carriage, they would naturally assist in looking after Jun Lily. Stopping the carriage,
Yun Tiansheng casts a lingering glance at Yun Lily.
Lily, be good and wait here for a moment. Do not make a sound. Brother will return shortly. He knew that Jun Lily understood, as if advising a young lad, rather than a small child. With that, the two brothers drew their weapons and leapt from the carriage, charging toward the black-clad figures. At that moment, Deng Xiaoqing was on the brink of collapse. He was covered in blood, his hair disheveled, and his face smeared with dirt. Uncle Deng, hurry, the carriage is over there. We will hold them off here, Jun Jincheng urged as he fought. Jun Jincheng, your leg? Indeed. Anyone who witnessed Jun Jincheng once more engaging in battle would inquire about his leg. My leg is fine. We'll discuss the rest later. The priority now is for you two to leave swiftly, Jun Jincheng insisted again. Qinger, did you not hear what the young master said? The carriage is over there. You must go. Deng Xiaoqing grasped his daughter Deng Qing and forged a path through the bloodshed, urging her to flee ahead. Father, I refuse to abandon you. If we must leave, let us do so together. The eldest son has permitted your escape as well. Deng Qing could not bear the thought of leaving her elderly father behind to face peril alone. Father cannot leave. He must remain to assist them. These assassins seek to eliminate us, and we cannot allow our two virtuous nephews to perish in our stead. In the face of such mortal danger, Jun Jincheng felt a sense of relief. They had not chosen the wrong person to rescue. Uncle Deng, my cousin, and I will provide our utmost protection for your escape. The remaining enemies were few, and the two brothers felt confident they could handle them, especially since Uncle Deng was injured and unfit for further combat. Jun Jincheng analyzed the current situation for Deng Xiaoqing, advising him to depart swiftly. What Xiao Chun says is correct, Xiaoqing. Miss, you two should leave first, Pei Ting concurred. The four of them stood back to back, fighting off their attackers while seizing opportunities to converse. Thank you, cousin Pei. By the way, are you the elder or the younger twin? Deng Xiaoqing could not afford to be ignorant of the identities of those who were aiding him, especially since the Pei brothers were identical twins. I am the elder, Pei Ting, he replied somewhat tersely. Just then, an assassin lunged at Miss Deng with a knife. The assassins, aware that she lacked martial prowess and was the weakest among them, had designated her as their primary target. Miss, be cautious.
Pai Ting reacted swiftly,
Attempting to block the assailant's blade with his sword, but the assassin was not foolish. He redirected his strike toward Pei Ting instead, inflicting a deep gash on his arm. The silvery fabric of his clothing was soon stained crimson. Deng Qing, witnessing Pei Ting's wound, felt a mixture of concern and gratitude. He had been injured while attempting to save her. Before they could exchange further words, the assassins advanced once more. These assailants were not only numerous but also well-trained. Seemingly impervious to pain, they would continue to fight unless slain. Cousin, do not show mercy, Jun Jincheng warned. He attacked with lethal intent, each strike aimed to kill. Pei Ting tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and emulated Jun Jincheng's ferocity, targeting the vital points of the assassins. Protecting the Deng father and daughter while attempting to break free was proving to be quite a challenge. The assassins, recognizing the difficulty posed by the four of them, altered their tactics. Every remaining assassin drew a crossbow from their waist and began firing arrows at the quartet. Observing this, Jun Jincheng soared into the air with his lightness skill, using his sword to deflect the incoming arrows. Pei Ting and Deng Xiaoqing, lacking such extraordinary agility, could only brace themselves with their weapons against the onslaught. Arrows rained down upon them. In a moment of misfortune, Deng Xiaoqing was struck in the chest by an arrow. Father, Deng Qing rushed to support him. Xiaoqing, how are you?
Pai Ting inquired anxiously.
No harm done. Deng Xiaoqing, a man of iron will, brushed off the pain and continued to fight as if nothing had happened. After the volley of arrows ceased, perhaps due to the assassins running out of ammunition, they reverted to hand-to-hand combat. Upon realizing Deng Xiaoqing had been injured, Jun Jincheng approached with concern. Uncle Deng, your wounds are severe. We must bandage and staunch the bleeding immediately. A glance at Deng Xiaoqing revealed multiple serious injuries, a gash on his leg, a stab wound on his back, and the arrow embedded in his chest. Cousin, we can no longer delay. We must resolve this swiftly, Jun Jincheng urged. Agreed. Pei Ting nodded in agreement, renewing his assault. Jun Jincheng mirrored his resolve, sword in hand, ready for battle. Just then, a chorus of tiger roars reverberated through the air, causing the other animals in the vicinity to scatter in fright. A familiar white tiger, its massive maw bared in fury, glared at the assassins not far off. Big brother? So many tigers. The assassins, upon seeing the tigers, scattered in panic. Yet, the tigers would not grant them the luxury of escape. With the recent snowfall and the biting cold, the tigers were undoubtedly famished, and the assassins before them appeared as succulent morsels. With a fierce roar, the white tiger seemed to declare, "Brothers, it's time to feast." Responding to its call, the tigers lunged at the assassins, tearing into them with relentless ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the snow-covered ground was stained with blood. The white tiger approached Jun Jincheng and the others. Both Deng Xiaoqing and his daughter were bewildered. Was this tiger friend or foe? Regardless of its intentions, fear gripped them. Do not be afraid, uncle. This is the tiger my sister just saved. It has likely come to repay its debt, Jun Jincheng speculated. True to his reputation as a battle-hardened youth, he boldly extended his hand to stroke the white tiger's massive head. Rest assured, with these tigers here, the assassins are no longer a threat. Jun Jincheng reassured them. Although the number of assassins was considerable, they were all as thin as reeds, hardly enough to satiate so many tigers. Leave this to the tiger. We must depart. Jun Jincheng urged the others to leave. Just as he did, Deng Xiaoqing suddenly coughed up blood. Father, Xiaoqing? Deng Qing and Pei Ting rushed to support him as he collapsed. Jun Jincheng furrowed his brow and checked Deng Xiaoqing's pulse. Uncle Deng, what is wrong? Hold on a little longer, he called out. The arrow. It is poisoned. Deng Xiaoqing managed to say, gesturing weakly at the arrow lodged in his chest. My mother can cure poison. We must return to the palace.
Jun Jincheng insisted urgently.
Deng Xiaoqing shook his head. Time was running out. The journey from here to the palace would indeed require 2 hours.
King Air.
Deng Xiaoqing called out in a voice barely above a whisper. Father, I am here. Deng Qing sobbed uncontrollably. You too, my only concern in this world is her. After I am gone, please take care of her. Deng Xiaoqing entrusted his daughter to his nephews, as if he were bidding farewell. Father, do not speak such nonsense. You must be all right. You cannot leave me. You promised to see me married. Deng Qing wept bitterly. Do not cry. Father is merely going to find your mother, he said, but before he could finish, Deng Xiaoqing coughed up more blood and, with a final glare, breathed his last. Uncle Deng. Deng Xiaoqing. Jun Jincheng and Pei Ting shouted in unison. But it was too late. Chapter 48. Oblivious to the heartache of pairing. Deng Qing's mother had passed away when she was very young, leaving her to rely solely on Deng Xiaoqing. Now, with Deng Xiaoqing gone, Deng Qing found herself utterly alone in the world. Inside the carriage, Jun Lily, though unaware of the chaos outside, sensed that the white tiger she had saved had come to their aid. With such a formidable ally, surely her elder brother and the others would emerge victorious. Why hasn't big brother returned yet?
Jun Lily fritzit.
She climbed from the carriage onto the cart's edge and called the white tiger over in animal language. The white tiger pressed its body against the carriage, and Jun Lily jumped onto its back. "In Jiansen, will you take me to my brother?" She conversed with the white tiger.
Yin Jansen.
The white tiger appeared, puzzled by the name. "I gave you that name." "No, it lacks majesty and power," the white tiger protested, shaking its head in discontent. The horse pulling the carriage cast a glance at them, stamping its hooves on the ground. The white tiger then carried Jun Lily to where Jun Jincheng and the others were. "Big brother, I'm here," Jun Lily exclaimed from the tiger's back, smiling at Jun Jincheng. Though the tiger had saved them, Deng Qing remained fearful. Seeing the white tiger carrying the little girl made her face pale with fright. She wanted to rescue the child. "It's Lily." Jun Jincheng rose and gently lifted Jun Lily down. The white tiger, having fulfilled her request, nodded at her before turning to depart. "In Jiansa, come home with me. My family is quite wealthy, and this way you shall never go hungry again." Jun Lily held a fondness for the white tiger, whose status among the tiger clan seemed notably elevated, almost as if he were the king of tigers. Naturally, he could not abandon his other companions to indulge in luxury alone. With a mighty roar, the white tiger bid farewell to Jun Lily, leading his kin back up the mountain. "Though the great beast has helped us deal with those assassins, it is unwise to linger here. We should hasten back to the city," Pei Ting suggested. Only then did Jun Lily notice that a person lay motionless on the ground.
"Ah,
"This Deng Xiaoqing has indeed laid down his life for my father," she remarked with a sigh. This statement stirred an uncomfortable feeling in Jun Jincheng's heart. The group transported Deng Xiaoqing's body onto a cart, retrieving the earlier hidden coachman, and set off towards Longcheng. Deng Qing used a handkerchief to bandage Pei Ting's arm where he had been injured. "Oh, this beautiful lady is Deng Xiaoqing's daughter, also bearing the surname Deng. I recall that my elder cousin's wife is of the Deng family," he noted. Seeing their camaraderie, could it be that she is to become my sister-in-law? Jun Lily seemed to unconsciously block out the presence of Deng Xiaoqing's corpse in the carriage, instead focusing on the budding romance. Upon hearing her words, Jun Jincheng was taken aback. "No wonder my elder cousin has never attended the matchmaking banquets organized by my aunt. Fate has brought him here." Observing his elder brother's injury, Jun Lily began to check on him. "Elder brother, do not move. Let me see if you are hurt." She pulled at his clothing and sleeves. Hearing her concern for him, Jun Jincheng felt a swell of emotion. "Rest assured, little one, I am unscathed." He affectionately rubbed her fluffy little head. She was so soft and endearing. Jun Qing gazed at Jun Lily's sparkling eyes, filled with affection. In response to this, Jun Jincheng draped his wide sleeve over her, cradling her close to his neck, as if to shield her from Deng Qing's gaze. "What plans do you have for the future, Miss Deng?" he pondered, willing to extend any assistance that he and the Jun family could offer. "I am uncertain. In this world, my only kin is my father," Deng Qing replied, tears welling in her eyes, once more. "Deng uncle entrusted you to us, and should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up," Jun Jincheng assured her. "Indeed. We will do our utmost to assist you," Pei Ting echoed. Deng Qing shook her head, her spirit seemingly crushed. "First, let us attend to my father's funeral." The news of Deng Xiaoqing's assassination quickly spread throughout Longcheng. The Deng residence was now left with only Deng Qing, a lone woman. Many arrangements for Deng Xiaoqing's final rites were being handled by Jun Jingyan and the Pei family, who brought their sons to help. Uncle Jun and both Pei uncles. "I am grateful for your assistance during this time," she said, clad in white mourning garments, her spirit waning, her hair unkempt and disheveled, appearing quite haggard. "No need for formality, my dear niece. Let Xiaoqing keep watch tonight while you rest," Jun Jingyan advised, concerned that Deng Qing might follow her father too soon. "It is late. I doubt anyone will come to pay their respects now," Jun Jincheng remarked, observing the darkening sky. Intending to send his father and uncles home, while the younger generation would remain to guard the premises. Before he could call for anyone, a maid rushed in from the entrance. "Miss, the 9th prince has arrived." Upon hearing this title, the Jun family felt a jolt of apprehension. Fearing the 9th prince might act against Deng Qing, Ah, uncle and the two generals are here as well. Junyu greeted Jun Jingyan and the Pei brothers, who reciprocated the gesture. He stepped forward, taking 3 incense sticks, bowed, and placed them in the incense burner. Deng Xiaoqing was indeed a remarkable investigator for our eastern region. Had it not been for him, the recent case involving Governor Hong's corruption would not have been resolved so swiftly, the 9th prince mentioned, deliberately bringing up the topic. The Jun family felt their hearts race with unease. The Pei family and Deng Qing were oblivious to the underlying tension. Miss Deng, your father was murdered. This prince is concerned that those rogues may pose a threat to you in the future, Junyu said gently, his eyes reflecting worry. However, to the Jun family, this sounded like, you will soon be reunited with your father. Thank you for your concern, Deng Qing was at a loss for words. At that moment, Pei Ting stepped protectively in front of her. He gestured respectfully to Junyu, saying, Your Highness, there is no need for worry. Before his passing, Deng Xiaoqing entrusted Miss Deng to my cousin and me. We will ensure her safety. Deng Qing looked at him, her eyes brimming with gratitude for his words. The tall, handsome figure quickly took root in her heart. Junyu felt a surge of anger at this declaration. If they intervened, it would indeed be challenging to carry out his intentions against Deng Qing. Jun Jincheng was almost moved to tears by Pei Ting's foolishness. Was this not an outright challenge to the 9th prince? Pei Ting might as well have declared, I will take care of her, understand? If that is the case, then this prince truly is worrying over trifles, Junyu replied, a smile that did not reach his eyes gracing his lips. A gust of cold wind swept through, mingling with the falling snow. The sky was pitch black, devoid of moon or stars. After Junyu departed, Jun Jingyan began discussing Deng Qing's future. Deng girl, it is unsafe for you to remain alone at the Xiaoqing residence. After the 7th day of mourning, why not move to our royal residence? He suggested. Junyu's earlier words indicated he was waiting to eliminate Deng Qing. Why not come to our general's residence instead? Pei Lao chimed in, eager to claim her.
Indeed.
My father is rather inconsiderate. It's just a token gesture, but we cannot allow our sister-in-law to truly come to our home, Jun Lily added in agreement. The Jun family, excluding Jun Jincheng? Sister-in-law? Pei Ting's wife. Chapter 49. The rules of the Jing Wangfu. One husband, one wife. In an instant, silence enveloped the room. The Jun family quieted, intently listening to Jun Lily's heartfelt thoughts. If this Deng Qing truly is the wife of my elder cousin, that would be quite remarkable, she exclaimed. Deng is a rare and devoted woman. Upon learning that the general's residence was to be investigated and exiled, my elder cousin offered her a letter of divorce, not wishing for her to suffer alongside him. Deng displayed remarkable resolve, tearing up the divorce letter and declaring she would accompany the Pei family into exile. Ultimately, both husband and wife perished in the snow of the northern frontier. It was a tragic tale. The Jun family. They only heard the tragedy. Where was the beauty? Very well, I shall not argue. Let the Deng girl go to your residence. Jun Jingyan had initially intended to bring such an admirable daughter back for Jun Jincheng as a bride. But upon hearing she was Pei Ting's prospective wife, he saw no reason to contest. How splendid! Miss Deng. Rest assured that you will be warmly welcomed in our general's residence. My mother cooks exceptionally well, Pei Ting eagerly offered. Hearing this, Deng Qing felt a flush rise to her cheeks. She too longed to stay in the general's residence, but she was still in mourning and needed to observe a 3-year period of filial piety. Fearing that she might lose control of her feelings for Pei Ting and disrupt her mourning, she steeled herself and requested, Uncle Jun, I wish to stay at the royal residence, if it would not be too much trouble.
Jun Jingyan chuckled.
Elder brother, see, this is the young lady's own request.
Pei Lao za.
Yun Lili? This plot has completely shattered. Why would Deng Qing come to our home? Shouldn't she be developing her relationship with the elder cousin at the general's residence? Could it be that by altering the fate of the Deng family, the trajectory of Deng Qing's character has also been transformed? Jun Lily pondered incessantly, and suddenly a revelation struck her with explosive clarity. What if, instead of being enamored with her cousin, Deng Qing has developed feelings for my elder brother? Jun Jincheng, suppressing the cacophony of thoughts racing through his mind, was left utterly speechless by his younger sister's musings. Even Jun Jingyan found his little daughter's thought process to be rather erratic. After the 7th day of mourning for Deng Xiaoqing, Deng Qing dismissed all the household servants and gathered the valuable possessions, including the imperial bestowal of the treasured sword, into a concealed chamber. Fearing theft, she intended to take these items to her husband's household once she was wed. Madame Pei prepared a room for Deng Qing in her own courtyard. Noticing Deng Qing's somewhat disheveled appearance, she kindly tidied her up. during the mourning period. Although bright colors were forbidden, understated yet elegant hues suited Deng Qing far better. Madame Pei styled her hair into an elegant bun and adorned it with delicate floral embellishments. With a light touch of powder, she appeared remarkably charming, a sight previously unseen by those around her.
Wow.
I didn't expect my sister-in-law to look so stunning with just a little bit of grooming. Junlili was astonished by Deng Qing's beauty, never having anticipated it could be so striking. It seemed that Pei Ting's looks paled in comparison, while she harmonized much better with Jun Jincheng's features. Let us go. Miss Deng. Madame Pei guided Deng Qing to pay her respects to King Jing and the concubine. Since they intended to reside in the royal residence for an extended period, it was only courteous to inform them beforehand. Why is third uncle here as well? Upon entering, Junlili spotted Jun Wuqi from the third branch. Father, the birthday of the national uncle is approaching, and I truly took the silver to buy a gift for him. Jun Wuqi knelt at King Jing's feet, weeping profusely.
Junlili understood immediately.
It seems King Jing has been scrutinizing the accounts of each branch lately, and the expenditures of the third branch are not aligning. Before the attendant at the door could announce their arrival, King Jing, having sensed Junlili's thoughts, interjected, "We shall discuss your matters later. We have guests."
So, do not embarrass me.
With a swift kick, he sent Jun Wuqi stumbling towards the concubine, wishing to rid himself of the eyesore. Madame Pei, under the guise of cradling Junlili, merely offered a verbal greeting to King Jing and his wife. Miss Deng is a pitiful soul. Even while residing in the royal residence, she should feel at home, King Jing declared grandly, understanding their intentions. Oh my! I didn't expect this old man to be so generous. Junlili complimented him. Hearing this, King Jing became even more animated, instructing, from now on, Miss Deng shall receive the same treatment as Miss Ping from the second branch. The hospitality of the royal residence is truly warm. Due to the concubine's influence, the expenditures for Jun Ping, a daughter of the concubine, rivaled that of Jun Jincheng and the others. To demonstrate her welcome towards Miss Deng, it was the concubine who provided the funds. King Jing continued, I was worried about where to compel this old woman to return the silver she has hoarded over the years. The concubine, taken aback, shot a look at King Jing that seemed to say, I do not agree. King Jing paid her no mind. The silver shall be sent directly to Madame Pei each month, he added. Daughter-in-law, as you command. Madame Pei rejoiced inwardly. The concubine, meanwhile, mused, when will this old man finally die? Haha, what a brilliant move from Grandpa. How did he know that the wealthiest person in the royal residence is the concubine?
Junlili chuckled internally.
Regardless of the circumstances, King Jing had managed to put the concubine in her place. Miss Deng, I am the third son, Wuqi. If you find it uncomfortable living in the first branch, you are always welcome to stay with us in the third branch. As soon as Deng Qing entered, Jun Wuqi's gaze fixated on her. This young lady, with her ethereal beauty, was a stark contrast to the common courtesans of Yihong Courtyard. In just one glance, he felt as though he had encountered a celestial being. This lecherous man surely harbors ulterior motives. Junlili recognized his lascivious gaze and understood his intentions. Hearing this, Madame Pei responded shrewdly, Thank you for your kind offer, third brother, but even if my son and I are unable to care for Miss Deng adequately, the eldest, second, and third brothers will surely assist. With that, she shot him a disdainful glance. You wretched man. The girl is merely 17, a decade younger than you, and you still have the audacity to covet her. How shameless. Lily declared that this Miss Deng belonged to Pei Ting, and as her aunt, she must look after her nephew's future wife. King Jing also admonished Jun Wuqi, mind your own business. By the way, my lord, Wuqi and his wife have been married for several years without children. I wish to take another concubine. The concubine took the opportunity to seek King Jing's opinion.
Oh.
This concubine, hoping to replace Jun Qi's failed attempts with a new prospect? This concubine is truly relentless in her quest for a son to secure her lineage. Having eliminated daughters and now lamenting the inadequacies of her sons, she seeks to jeopardize her grandchildren. Madame Pei mused. King Jing, appalled, thought, this is outrageous. He is not even dead yet, and his bedmate is already plotting to usurp his position. To take a concubine? Little he is still alive. The customs of King Jing's residence dictated a monogamous marriage. Only upon the death of the primary wife could a man take a new spouse. King Jing cursed inwardly. Had my first wife not passed away, I would never have married this disgraceful woman. Junlili, upon hearing this, felt a newfound respect for her seemingly eccentric grandfather. She had not anticipated such progressive thoughts from him. We shall heed the Lord's words, she affirmed. The concubine, however, only feigned compliance. While the household did not permit concubines, one could always maintain a mistress outside. If all else failed, they could claim the child was born of little he. Chapter 50. I am the chief little admirer of my elder brother. In recent days, June Lily has acquired a new companion, a small white cat. Previously, noticing her fondness for the white tiger, June Jincheng had procured a substitute, a white cat. It was not that a white tiger was unaffordable, but rather that the white cat presented a more cost-effective alternative. However, upon learning that June Lily was a koi fish, this cat became rather aloof, often opting to lounge lazily in the cradle outside, sleeping throughout the day. While in the royal residence, June Jincheng continued to feign his disability, remaining in a wheelchair. One rare day, as the temperature rose, he fed the cat pieces of chicken breast while occasionally glancing at June Lily, who was practicing her sitting posture. It was a moment of serene tranquility. Suddenly, a young attendant rushed in, flustered, reporting, "Young master." The false third young master has returned to the royal residence demanding money again, berating the second and third ladies for the meager amount they provided. The first lady has already gone to address him. You should check on the situation as well.
Yuntini.
That insatiable pit. June Lily grumbled in discontent. Previously, their parents had given him 50 taels of silver, which was quite generous. After squandering it, he returned to extort from the second and third branches, as well as the concubine, for an additional 10 taels, sufficient for an ordinary family to sustain themselves for several months. It had barely been a month, and he was back for more. Hurry to the Ministry of Justice and bring my father back. June Jincheng decided that only the head of the family, June Jingyan, could resolve this matter. Without hesitation, he scooped up June Lily, instructing a maid to push his wheelchair toward the entrance. The entrance to King Jing's residence was almost swamped by a crowd of onlookers. June Genie stood outside, completely disregarding his dignity, hurling insults and airing every sordid secret he knew about the royal residence. He spoke of the embarrassing incidents involving the second and third branches, the secrets of King Jing and the concubine, and even slandered the first branch. Come and see. This is King Jing's residence. June Genie continued to make a spectacle of himself, oblivious to the consequences. Madame Pei could no longer endure it. Had it not been for the prying eyes of the crowd, she would have wished to silence June Genie permanently. Sister-in-law, look at this. This is the good son you have raised. The Xia family has finally found an opportunity to humiliate the Pei family. Sister-in-law, you must silence him quickly. He is about to disgrace our Wang residence. Su only knows how to complain. There are too many onlookers. Pei cannot take action herself. Nor can she instruct the little attendant to apprehend June Genie. Why all the commotion?
Yun Tiansheng Bello.
His presence was felt before he even arrived. Seated in his wheelchair, cradling a child, he emanated an aura of authority that quelled the crowd without a hint of anger. Elder brother, you have arrived, June Genie greeted, bowing slightly. Once, June Jincheng was his idol, a true hero in his eyes. Disperse. Are you all idle? Do you gather at the Jingwang residence to conspire against the Jingwang? June Jincheng shouted again, sending the spectators scattering. Yet, a few of June Genie's companions who had come to play their roles remained unfazed by his intimidation. Why are you still here? June Jincheng cast a disdainful glance at the small ruffians. His voice, slightly hoarse, betrayed no fluctuation in emotion. Last summer, you were the ones extorting protection fees at the Sonli Bridge market, weren't you? And in winter, it was you who stole from the southern city, wasn't it? Moreover, in the past 2 years, you have been involved in the harassment of respectable women, haven't you? June Jincheng spoke each word with chilling precision, his voice as cold as ice. Will it be I who takes action, or will you confess your crimes at the Ministry of Justice? He sneered, his tone grave and sinister. Even the child in his arms felt a shiver run down their spine. Encountering a madman like my elder brother. Did these fools fail to check their fortunes today? June Lily was enamored by June Jincheng's commanding presence. The 5 brothers of the June family were all handsome, each with their own charm. The gentle and serene second brother, the bright and sunny third brother, the reserved and subtle fourth brother, and the adorably rotund fifth brother. Yet, June Lily's favorite was the devilishly charming elder brother. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the ruffians fled in terror. Elder brother, while I am not your biological third brother, our bond over the past decade is undeniable. You cannot let me starve on the streets, can you? June Genie began to play the emotional card. June Jincheng shot him a glare. Did not our parents and your 2 aunts provide you with money? You squandered it on gambling. Do not blame others. June Genie immediately broke into tears, feigning despair. I apologize, elder brother. I failed to recognize my situation, believing myself to be the third young master of the Wang residence. I beg you for one more chance. This time, I will use the money for small businesses and live a commoner's life. I will no longer trouble the Wang residence. His words were heartfelt, which explained why he had managed to dupe the second and third households. Elder brother, do not believe him. This man is incapable of reform. As long as there is money, he will return to gambling, and he is beyond saving. June Lily saw straight through June Genie's deceit. June Jincheng ignored him and offered an apology to Sue and the Xiao family. This matter is one we can resolve in our household. You two should return and rest. Sue and the Xiao family were taken aback by his politeness. It was unusual for June Jincheng to treat them so courteously. Seeing June Jincheng disregard him, June Genie continued his lament. Elder brother, I have not eaten in 2 days. Look how much thinner I am compared to when I was at home. June Jincheng narrowed his eyes at this remark. His voice, icy as a glacier, was shrouded in an uneven rasp. First, I am not your elder brother. You shall refer to me as the eldest son of the Jing Wang residence. Second, you have no ties left with our family. Whether you eat or starve is of no concern to us. This is no longer your home. Third, here is your chance. Leave quickly and far away. Or, do not force my hand. You know, since my leg was injured, my temperament has become unpredictable, and I care not for anything. The oppressive weight that once suffocated June Genie returned, and even with a crippled leg, June Jincheng remained the imperious young master. Wow, elder brother is so handsome. Elder brother is forever my idol. From this day forth, I, little Koi, shall be the foremost admirer of elder brother.
June Lily adored June Tianxing's decisive nature.
He had spoken his mind. June Jincheng remarked, what does loving to death mean? Does little sister truly mean she loves me to death? Are you not afraid I will expose the matters of the Wang residence?
June Tini reticent.
Do not speak so recklessly. How many affairs of our family do you truly know? Pei retorted. Indeed, Pei and June Jingyan had never favored June Genie since his childhood, always wary of him. Many secrets of the Wang family were known only to June Jincheng. And what of the other households? You are all part of the Jing Wang residence. We rise and fall together.
June Tini protested, unwilling to concede.
Just then, clad in a crimson official robe, June Jingyan rushed back. If you have secrets regarding the other households, feel free to share, he said, undeterred by June Genie's threats. Chapter 51. Severing ties with a false third brother. Should June Genie manage to speak ill of the second and third households, it would serve June Jingyan's interests by further disappointing their father. Over the years in the Wang residence, June Jingyan, through his own efforts and the support of his father-in-law, General Pei, had donned this purple robe. Yet his half-brothers had consistently been a source of aggravation. Patience has its limits. Even a desperate rabbit will bite. Were it not for the remaining ties of blood, June Jingyan would have long wished to eliminate them. Now, with the father beginning to reorganize the Wang residence, the favor once bestowed upon the other two households had waned. Remember, we have raised you. We owe you nothing. Providing you with some silver to sustain your life is already a great mercy. Even without it, you have no right to complain.
June Jingyan exhaled deeply, speaking sternly.
Father is formidable. Had it not been for his mother swapping the third brother, he would not have suffered for so many years. Now he still has the audacity to demand money from the Wang residence. He is truly shameless. Such a person, whether we extend kindness based on years of kinship or not, is merely a matter of parental duty. June Lily wished to advocate for June Jinxian, who had endured 13 years of hardship. June Genie had enjoyed 13 prosperous years, thanks to his mother's deceit. Yet he remained ungrateful. The three June brothers declared, "You dare to cause trouble in our Wang residence again, and do not expect us to show mercy." June Jincheng glared at him and signaled for his attendant to push him away. "Take care of yourself," Pei advised at last. Once the members of the first household departed, a little attendant reported the events that transpired to the side princess. "Humph, this June Genie has truly gone too far." The side princess slammed her hand on the table upon hearing his threats to expose the second and third households. "What should we do, my lady?" The little attendant inquired softly. "Since the eldest has abandoned him, we need not show any mercy," the side princess replied with a sinister smile. "Send someone to follow him. Should he utter anything detrimental to us, deal with him decisively." As she spoke, the side princess made a gesture across her throat. "Yes, I shall obey." As for the first household, news of June Genie would not arrive until 7 days later. He had unwittingly offended someone and was stabbed. bleeding excessively and freezing to death in the bustling streets. The Jun family extended their final mercy, providing him with a proper burial. As for his death, Jun Jingyan could only sigh repeatedly. Brother Yen, this is his own doing. Had he lived his life wisely with the money we provided, would he have met such a fate? Pei offered a word of consolation. I am simply perplexed. I wonder who it was that killed him. He often mingles aimlessly outside, undoubtedly offending numerous individuals. As the Lava Festival approaches, the Jing Wangfu begins preparations for the celebration. The Pei family also sends people, under the guise of Jun Lily's name, to distribute kanji outside the city, hoping to help her accumulate some merit. During these days, Jun Wuqi's feelings for Deng Qing are glaringly evident. He even shamelessly approaches Jun Jingyan, requesting him to facilitate a connection between himself and Deng Qing. Jun Jingyan, however, does not offer him a warm reception. Perhaps it is due to the impending new year, but the ninth prince has been remarkably quiet, making no moves. Jun Jingyan and Jun Jincheng are entangled in a dilemma, pondering whether to reveal the truth to Deng Qing. At the very least to make her aware of her father's murder. Yet, they fear that a direct revelation might be too much for her to bear. This matter is simple. Let our cousin overhear it herself. In this way, she can comprehend her father's good intentions while also grasping the truth, Jun Lily suggested. Jun Jingyan and Jun Jincheng's eyes brightened at this idea, and they decided to proceed accordingly. They instructed Mi Jiao to invite Deng Qing over, deliberately leaving the door ajar. Upon seeing the father and son deep in discussion within, a perceptive Deng Qing naturally would not enter directly, but instead waited at the doorway until they concluded their conversation before knocking to enter. It was during this waiting period that the information they wished her to know fully reached her ears. What is happening at this late hour? Deng Qing murmured to Mi Jiao.
I don't know, miss.
You'll find out when you go over, Mi Jiao replied casually.
Indeed.
Upon observing the Jun family discussing matters inside, Deng Qing chose to wait outside for a while. Father, this ninth prince is truly malicious. Colluding with Inspector Hong to embezzle disaster relief funds, Jun Jincheng raised his voice intentionally, knowing Deng Qing was listening. What? Inspector Hong is actually in league with the ninth prince? Deng Qing was taken aback. Moreover, I have learned that because Deng Xiaoqing apprehended Inspector Hong, the ninth prince hired assassins to eliminate Deng Xiaoqing. Poor brother Deng, taken from us in the prime of his life. Jun Jingyan lamented, tears streaming down his face. My father truly possesses the flair of a dramatist. Had he been born in the East Extreme Kingdom, he would surely have won an Oscar.
Yun Lili remarked. What?
My father was killed by the ninth prince? Upon hearing this, tears welled in Deng Qing's eyes as her fists clenched tightly. It was as if she had received a devastating blow, prompting her to flee. Miss Deng Mi Jiao called out from behind. Hearing the commotion, Jun Jingyan stepped out and stopped Mi Jiao, advising her to allow Deng Qing some solitude. Deng Qing ran out of the courtyard where the main house was situated, crouching on a stone by the pond, clutching her knees as she wept. Father, I finally know who my enemy is. But he is powerful and influential, a prince. How can I avenge you? The night was particularly cold, and after a bout of crying, Deng Qing's nose turned red from the chill. Who is there? Suddenly, a vigilant voice pierced the silence. She hastily took out her handkerchief to dry her tears. After all, she was in someone else's home, and could not afford to lose her poise. As the figure drew closer, illuminated by the lantern in his hand, she recognized him as Jun Wuqi, third master. After greeting him, Deng Qing turned to leave. Oh, it's you, little beauty?
Yun Wuxi exclaimed,
Casting aside the lantern and lunging towards Deng Qing. Third master, what are you doing? Let go of me. Deng Qing struggled fiercely. Humph, little beauty, it's late. And you're here. Don't tell me you're not waiting for me intentionally? Since the first time I laid eyes on you, I have been infatuated. You are more beautiful than all the courtesans in the Yihong courtyard combined. Deng Qing was at a loss for words. Was she not allowed to take an evening stroll? How could it be assumed that she was waiting for him? Beauty, tell me honestly, have you also fallen for me at first sight? Before he could finish his sentence, Jun Wuqi pounced on Deng Qing like a wolf. Third master, let go of me. What are you doing? Deng Qing continued to struggle. What am I doing? Naturally, I'm up to something that will bring us both pleasure. Before he could elaborate, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes.
Meow.
A plump white figure swiped at Jun Wuqi's face a few times. Deng Qing recognized it as Jun Lily's white cat. Oh, you wretched creature, Jun Wuqi exclaimed, rising to deal with the cat first. The white cat, realizing it was outmatched, swiftly evaded and disappeared into the darkness. However, it promptly reported the incident to Jun Lily. Startled awake from her cradle by Pei's coaxing, June Lily sprung up like a fish leaping from water.
What?
That scoundrel June Wuchi.
No.
I must alert my parents and elder brother to rescue my cousin. You mean by the small pond? All right, understood. The cat and girl communicated seamlessly. Pei and Jun Jingyan exchanged glances. Deng Qing was in danger. Shuangmei, go find the eldest. I'll head over to check.
Yun Tingyan.
Without taking the time to don additional clothing, grabbed a large robe and rushed out. Pei, too, cradled June Lily and hurriedly made her way to Jun Jincheng's Chenxi Pavilion. In Chapter 52, the moon does not wish to bear this blame. Jun Jingyan employed the lightness skill he had concealed for over a decade, fearing that if he arrived too late, something irreparable might occur. His scoundrel of a third brother had previously harbored inappropriate thoughts towards Deng Qing, and now, in the dead of night, in the pitch darkness, he shuddered at the thought. If something truly happened, he would have no face to confront Deng Xiaoqing in the afterlife. Hearing footsteps approaching, Jun Wuqi stood up impatiently. Is this never-ending? Normally, no one comes here at night. What is happening tonight? He picked up a palm-sized pebble, preparing to throw it at whoever approached, but as he raised the lantern and looked toward the sound, he was met with the stern gaze of Jun Jingyan, causing him to instantly wilt. Brother, what are you doing here?
Yun Wuxi stammered.
Enraged, Jun Jingyan furiously kicked him, landing a precise blow to his groin.
Ah!
Jun Wuqi fell to the ground, clutching himself and unable to rise. Jun Jingyan shot him a glare before helping Deng Qing to her feet. Noticing that her collar had been torn by Jun Wuqi and promptly shedding his only warm robe to drape over her. Deng girl, how are you? Jun Jingyan's inquiry was redundant. One glance was enough to see that Deng Qing was in dire straits. Her hair was disheveled, her clothing torn, and her fair cheeks bore 5 red handprints, likely inflicted by Jun Wuqi. Fortunately, she had fought back valiantly and retained her innocence. Seeing the marks on her face ignited Jun Jingyan's fury. He yanked Jun Wuqi up from the ground and delivered a flurry of slaps to his face. Coupled with the scratches from the white cat, Jun Wuqi's visage was now unrecognizable, swollen beyond belief. Even the side consort might struggle to identify this pig-headed figure as Jun Wuqi. Brother, what happened? Pei's worried voice reached them before she did.
Yun Tianxing.
Eager not to waste time, made a point of not pretending to be disabled, he carried his wheelchair in hand, only sitting in it once he arrived. Quickly, come check if Deng girl has any other injuries.
Yun Tianyan ordered Pai to inspect Deng King's wounds.
Good girl, you've endured so much. Pei comforted her. Her face is all bruised. Jun Lily added, equally concerned, filled with anger and wishing to thrash Jun Wuqi. Brother, I merely came to enjoy the moon. I knew nothing. Jun Wuqi lay on the ground, feeling wronged.
Huh?
Who is this pig-headed fellow? Is it the third uncle? Enjoy the moon? Coming to admire the moon on such a chilly night. Who would believe you? This excuse of yours. Third uncle. The moon certainly does not wish to bear this blame. Pei retorted, both amused and angry. Clearly, Jun Jingyan had already punished Jun Wuqi, and Jun Lily's anger had somewhat subsided. With both witnesses and evidence. What more do you have to say? Jun Jingyan questioned once more. Even so, Jun Jingyan, what do you dare to do to me? Jun Wuqi said defiantly, unfazed as he touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and shot a glare at Jun Jingyan. You dare to beat me like this? Mother will not let you off easily. He invoked the name of the concubine of the side prince. At these words, Jun Jingyan's fury ignited, his fists clenched tightly. He felt as if he were ablaze with rage. Even though his ears and nose were frostbitten, he felt no chill.
Yun Wushu,
who was smirking on the ground, his expression as grim as a fearsome Rakshasa. Humph, what of the concubine of the side prince? I have plenty of dirt on her. Just a few words could lead to her being dismissed by Prince Jing. Jun Lily, who despised being threatened, had always been the one to intimidate others. Jun Jincheng, as expected of my sister. Jun Jingyan and Pei Shi chimed in, indeed, as expected of our daughter. The trio exclaimed, truly impressive. I say, this matter is easily remedied. Simply send third uncle to the criminal department's prison, charged with the humiliation of a loyal official's descendant. Let me tell you, even a mere concubine of the side prince would tremble at such an accusation. When the concubine complains, we shall say it was too dark to see clearly. Moreover, in his current state, even if the concubine herself came, he likely wouldn't recognize her without uttering a word. Yun Tingyan. This plan is splendid. We shall send him to the authorities and let justice take its course. These brothers had long been engaged in covert rivalries. Prince Jing was aging, and the heir to the royal residence had yet to be determined. However, the concubine of the side prince had 3 sons, even if the first two were deemed useless. There remained the third. June Lily also found the long-absent fourth uncle quite mysterious, with scant mention of him even in books. June Jincheng fetched a sack and placed it over Jun Wuchu's head. Eldest brother, take my summons and escort him to the criminal department, reporting tonight's events accurately. Jun Jincheng shook his head. Father, this is inappropriate. Firstly, it would tarnish Miss Deng's reputation. Secondly, we ought to inform grandfather and grandmother, but we cannot disclose the truth. We shall simply say a thief has intruded, and father wishes to send him to the magistrate for instructions. Jun Jincheng was indeed considerate, focused on the details. It matters not, as long as we can deal with this villain. My reputation is of little consequence. Deng Qing proactively stated. Reputation is merely a facade for those who do not care for you. I believe that a man who genuinely values me will not be swayed by such trivial matters. Upon hearing this, June Lily raised her thumb in admiration. As expected of my esteemed sister-in-law, such progressive thinking sets her apart from the feudal women in these grand residences. Peisher nodded in agreement. Only a woman of such caliber deserved to be the wife of the eldest son of their general's household. Eldest brother, you must act swiftly.
Yun Jingyan agreed.
Just as Jun Jincheng was about to depart, Jun Jingyan contemplated, perhaps I should go myself to prevent the concubine of the side prince from evading responsibility. When Prince Jing and the concubine of the side prince learned that the wronged woman was Deng Qing, their expressions changed drastically. What has become of Miss Deng? Prince Jing inquired anxiously. She is fine. Sister Shuang has taken her home, Jun Jingyan replied upon returning to the residence. I wonder what plans father and mother have regarding this matter? Unbeknownst to the concubine of the side prince, Prince Jing was present, and Jun Jingyan had the courtesy to inquire about her. Since he showed her such respect, she felt compelled to assume the role of the matriarch. This matter is entirely up to you. The villain must be sent to the authorities. Our royal residence cannot take matters into our own hands. Take the prince's summons and ensure the criminal is severely punished. The concubine of the side prince felt a surge of satisfaction. At last, she had a role to play as the head of the household. With the prince present, she could demonstrate how much she cared for the family. That night,
Yun Jingyan slept particularly soundly.
The next day, he deliberately took leave to await news of Jun Wuchu's situation, eager to witness the concubine's darkened expression firsthand. In this world, no one could consistently submit to another. Some honest individuals, when pushed to their limits, erupt in fury, and bloodshed becomes inevitable. For they can become wild enough to disregard everything in punishing their oppressors. Just as Jun Genie had once threatened, one glory for all, one loss for all. This principle did not hold in their household. Chapter 53. She is directly wrapping her little brain. The afternoon sun poured down. The white cat, having just eaten its fill, lounged on the swing, basking in the sunlight. It was thanks to this cat that Deng Qing was saved, as it had come to inform June Lily. This white cat had become an invaluable asset to their household, indeed a benefactor to Deng Qing. June Lily couldn't help but reflect on how this meowing companion had achieved great merit. At the third watch, Peisher's informant at the palace discreetly reported that a runner from the criminal department had just entered the residence, heading straight for the concubine of the side prince's quarters. At that moment, the concubine of the side prince was on the verge of a heart attack. Upon learning the details, she was utterly bewildered. Last night, eldest brother had mentioned that a thief had intruded and humiliated the young lady from the Deng family. How could this thief inexplicably transform into third brother today? The officials from the criminal department stated that the one who reported the case had brought Prince Jing's summons and insisted on severe punishment. Now, Jun Wuchu had been incarcerated. According to the laws of the Eastern Extreme Kingdom, Jun Wuchu's crime warranted a sentence of 3 to 10 years, but since his victim was Deng Qing, an orphan of a government official, his punishment was tripled. The officials determined a sentence of 27 years. Considering he was Prince Jing's son, they had sent someone to the royal residence to report the situation. After dismissing the officials, the concubine of the side prince clutched her heart and hurriedly ordered her maidservants to summon the members of the main household.
Yun Tingyan, Pai Shi, Yun Tinxing.
And June Lily entered just in time to see the concubine of the side prince looking as if she might collapse, alongside a weeping Heisher. Upon their arrival, the concubine seized a nearby teacup and hurled it at Jun Jingyan. He swiftly turned aside, evading it with ease. The sound of shattering porcelain was startlingly clear, yet it paled in comparison to the scathing words of the concubine. You, deceitful one. How can you call yourself a brother? You won't rest until you've harmed your own brothers, will you? Last time you allowed 5th and 6th to strike Chier. This time you reported Jun Wuchu to the authorities without hesitation. What are your true intentions? Jun Jingyan had already prepared his retort. I don't know. I didn't see clearly. I adamantly refused to admit to anything. It was you, grandmother, who instructed me to report to the authorities with Father S. summons. Furthermore, regarding Junqi, it was evident he was at fault first, as Father had already made that clear. Are you attempting to dredge up old grievances? Jun Jingyan met the concubine's ire with indifference. He was prepared to confront them directly. If necessary, he would move his entire family away from the royal residence. After all, he was a high-ranking official in the criminal department and could easily support a wife and children. For years, he had endured the grievances inflicted by the concubine of the side prince and his half-brothers. He was utterly fed up. Before Jun Jingyan could speak further,
Jun Lilies Holtz resonated aloud.
How dare she claim my father wishes to harm her son? Was she not the one who deliberately had a maid collide with my mother, causing her to give premature birth to fourth brother? I could assert she intended to murder fourth brother. Jun Jingyan, is there such a matter? Pay sure, so that maid was arranged by the concubine of the side prince. Jun Jincheng, we must swiftly investigate this matter and present the evidence to the authorities. If it were not for her pretentiousness, claiming she could not bear the scent of medicinal herbs, and seeking out a fake Taoist to declare fourth brother ominous, how could Jun Jinling have been sent to the mountain villa to live in solitude at such a young age? This resulted in their family being unable to reunite until the new year. Even fifth brother Jun Jinjia's current weight is a consequence of the concubine's deliberate feeding when he was a child. Ultimately, all of this was due to his excessive obedience and fear of defiance. Reflecting on these events, Jun Jingyan seemed to grasp the meaning behind what Jun Lily had previously said about being subjected to psychological manipulation by her half-brother and stepmother. Observing Jun Jingyan's calm demeanor, the side princess must have been prepared for this confrontation. Infuriated, she trembled with rage and hurled a teapot with great force. This time, Jun Jingyan deliberately did not evade, but Peisher could not bear to watch him get injured and shattered the teapot midair with a small stone. To their surprise, the pot still contained water. As it broke, scalding water splattered everywhere. Jun Jincheng hurriedly shielded Jun Lily with his sleeve. The first household, skilled in martial arts, easily dodged the splashes, but the weeping he sure was left dumbfounded, shrieking from the burns. Tea leaves clung to her scarlet skirt, creating a comical yet pitiful sight.
Aunt,
how could you say such a thing? He sure sobbed, blaming the side princess. This only incensed the side princess further. Your third brother merely teased a girl, and you would send him to prison? Even with me still alive, you treat the third household this way. If I were to die, I would not only see the third household eradicated, but the second and fourth households as well. Jun Jingyan's eyelid twitched, and he clenched his teeth tightly. Internally, he vowed, do not worry, for those who dare to harm my sister will find themselves in hell. But merely teasing a girl?
Jun Jingyan echoed her words.
His gaze piercing and fierce, leaving the side princess in a state of shock. The one he had teased was none other than the orphan of Deng Xiaoqing. Had it been an ordinary maid, he would not have intervened. The side princess lamented her son's misfortune, but what of the innocent Deng Qing? You could certainly negotiate with Miss Deng. Having her as a concubine for our prince's residence is not an unthinkable arrangement. If all else fails, let her bear a son and elevate her status. Such outrageous reasoning. Hearing this, Jun Lily felt her worldview shatter. My heavens! She wraps her feet. Yet this is akin to wrapping her brain. Peisher exclaimed, well said, daughter. Upon hearing that the side princess wished to replace her with another, he sure immediately protested. Aunt, what do you mean? Do you want me to become a concubine? The side princess shot her a glare. Can you not see this is a strategic delay? Let us not forget, your third brother is over a decade older than Miss Deng. She possesses both beauty and a noble lineage, still a fresh flower. What sort of young master wouldn't he desire her? Why should she demean herself to become your concubine?
Jun Jingyan directly countered.
My father is right. This old woman truly believes her incompetent son is a treasure. Does she think everyone is like her, willing to become a concubine? Humph. Has her reputation not already been sullied? I am eager to see whom she manages to marry. The side princess wore a look of malicious glee. Truly, the human heart is inscrutable. Miss Deng has no grievance with this old woman, yet her reputation is tarnished by her son. Not only does she refuse to apologize or reflect, but she even curses that Miss Deng will remain unmarried. Jun Lily mused that someone as wicked as the side princess would surely descend to hell after death. If she truly cannot marry, then it must fall to Cheng to take her as his wife.
Jun Jingyan responded nonchalantly.
The innocent Jun Jincheng, caught in the crossfire, could only think. Even Jun Lily is chuckling. This brother of mine is indeed a tool. With such a malicious heart, How can you claim the right to inherit the throne? The side princess shouted once more. June Lily was taken aback. How effortlessly the side princess shifted the blame. In her eyes, the righteous actions of the first household were erroneous, even believing that the victim, Deng Qing, had intentionally seduced her son. Jun Jincheng, who had remained silent, thought to himself, this side princess cannot be allowed to persist. The discord within the household stems from the elder's lack of virtue. June Lily sighed. Indeed, daughter. You speak the truth.
Yun Tingyan replied.
The affairs of the Jing royal family seem never-ending, both trivial and significant, day in and day out. Chapter 54. Close the door. Release my lord. The side princess reiterated the news brought by the officials from the Ministry of Justice to Jun Jingyan and his family. The Jun family remained steadfast in their ignorance, Pei Shi and Jun Jincheng echoing a unified stance. Seeing that force would not yield results, the side princess switched to a softer approach. Wiping away her tears, she lamented. My dear son, you have always been more intelligent than your brothers, possessing great talents, and have married the daughter of the general of cavalry, earning the support of your father-in-law. Yet, look at your three brothers. Only your father and I remain. The side princess spoke with heartfelt sincerity, and He Shi joined in her weeping. Jun Jingyan stood silently by, not uttering a word. The side princess pressed her hand to her chest, feigning imminent collapse. My dear son, I beseech you, please. Go to the Ministry of Justice and tell them they have the wrong man, and have them release your third brother. Ignoring the protests from those beside her, the side princess knelt before Jun Jingyan. By heavens, is she trying to drive my father to his death? Jun Jingyan hastily knelt beside her, bringing Pei Shi with him. Jun Jincheng, confined to a wheelchair, managed to avoid the situation. It seemed that since Jun Jincheng had come of age, he had never knelt before the side princess. As the side princess bowed her head to Jun Jingyan, he reciprocated with each bow. He Shi followed suit, and Pei Shi returned her gesture. It was clear that the side princess, in her maternal fervor, was staging a grand display of maternal love. To an outsider, one might think the four were performing a wedding ceremony. June Lily's eyes widened in disbelief. How could her father, kneeling and bowing, appear both comical and pitiful? Everyone else had the love of their mothers. Her uncles had the Jing Wang and the side princess, while she and her brothers had Jun Jingyan and Pei Shi. Yet, what affection had her father, Jun Jingyan, ever received from his own parents? The Jing Wang, consumed with his pursuits of immortality, devoted all his spare time and affection to the side princess and her illegitimate sons. He had always believed that Jun Jingyan had grown up and no longer required such insignificant care. Thus he had been miserly, giving not even a shred of attention. Not a word of inquiry about his challenges at work or a concern for his well-being had ever been offered in 30 or 40 years. Facing the incessantly bowing side princess, Jun Jingyan appeared flustered, unsure of how to proceed. He stole a glance at Pei Shi, who was bowing alongside He Shi, and felt a sense of disarray. Jun Jincheng, known for his fearlessness, spoke candidly, side princess. Do you not realize that pressuring my father in this manner is akin to a street thug behaving unruly? As expected, his words halted the bowing of both the side princess and He Shi, who helped each other to their feet. Jun Jincheng pressed on. In my view, it would be more prudent to entrust this matter to the emperor and the princes for a fair resolution. The crowd was taken aback. As expected of my elder brother, when it comes to madness, none can rival you. Truly, you have a knack for escalating matters to the extreme. How dare you act so recklessly before the side princess? He Shi scolded. Unable to interject between the side princess and Jun Jingyan, she still believed she could manage a younger generation. We in the first household have no time to waste with you. If you believe the Ministry of Justice has judged incorrectly in the matter concerning my third uncle, I will send someone to inform the emperor and the princes, so that all of Longqing may witness it. Jun Jincheng continued his tirade. He was indeed the most reckless and unafraid of consequences. As long as a person held no value to him, even the emperor or princes could be offended. Those who enjoy biting their fingers often lack inner strength. I bet 10 packs of spicy strips that the side princess will not dare escalate this matter, nor even inform the Jing Wang. Jun Lily recalled the last time she encountered someone as shameless as the side princess. When it comes to madness, no one can surpass our first household. On this point, Jun Lily would stake her life. Jun Jingyan and Pei Shi exchanged glances. Their daughter's suggestion was indeed the most suitable approach to resolve the matter by informing the king, while granting face to the secondary princess and Jun Wuqi. It also serves the purpose of their primary household. You, Jun Jincheng, exhibit utter disregard for your elders and disrespect towards your grandmother, the secondary princess. Finding herself unable to counter Jun Jincheng's retorts, hastily leveled an accusation against him. Jun Jincheng cast her a sidelong glance and let out a soft chuckle. Elders? Grandmother?
Ha!
My grandmother has long since passed away. You are merely a concubine, secondary princess. My father is the legitimate heir of the Jingwangfu. In other households, concubines are akin to slaves. Upon encountering the legitimate heir, they are expected to kneel and pay their respects. His tone remained remarkably calm, devoid of emotional turbulence, as if recounting a mere fact. Yet, it was precisely this manner of narration that struck the secondary princess with dread, for he spoke the undeniable truth. Were it not for her previous deception involving false priests and counterfeit elixirs to dupe the Jingwang, how could she have ever wielded power within this estate? How else could her nephew attain such a prestigious official rank? Observing the gradual pallor of the secondary princess's face, June Lily felt an exhilarating rush. Ha ha! This madness feels so liberating. I love it so much. This is absolutely exhilarating. Come on, secondary princess. Let us see who can outwit whom. If my brother weren't pretending to be disabled, he would dare to roll on the ground. Do you dare?
Ha!
Jun Jingyan, Pei Shi, Jun Jincheng, can I roll on the ground? From outside, the Jingwang's voice emerged. No need to search. I have arrived myself. As he spoke, the Jingwang stroking his goatee entered the room. The primary household. When did he arrive? June Lily. Grandfather always appears at the most critical moments. Close the door, let my grandfather in. Jingwang. The secondary princess's eyes widened in shock. When did he arrive? What did he hear of their earlier conversation? Regarding the third son's matter, it need not be reiterated. Those who dare to tease Miss Deng have brought this upon themselves. The Jingwang was indeed fair and just. As for you, he's sure, my secondary princess. The Jingwang's fury erupted as he pointed at her. The secondary princess trembled, her legs quaking, and, unable to steady herself, she collapsed to the ground. You have failed in raising your son, lacking virtue. From this day forth, relinquish control of the Wangfu to the eldest daughter-in-law. The daughter-in-law obeys the decree. Pei Shi finally had a moment to exhale proudly within the Wangfu. Wang Yi, I am wronged. The secondary princess cried out in protest. You venomous woman! How many daughters of this Wang have you caused to perish in your quest for a son? To ensure your son inherits the throne, you even plotted against Pei Shi, leading to Linger's congenital heart condition, sustained only by medication. Now, your well-raised son has tarnished the reputation of Miss Deng. How will I face Lord Deng in 100 years? If it weren't for my ability to hear my granddaughter's thoughts, I would still be in the dark. Moreover, the priests you previously found for me were all from Chile. Pray tell, what were your intentions? Do you wish to betray the country? June Lily could truly see that the Jingwang was enraged, his face flushed as though he had consumed 10 taels of white liquor. Just a few days ago, I discovered a hidden chamber filled with wealth in the second household. Inform me, what was it intended for? The secondary princess was too frightened to utter a word. Very well, if you choose not to speak, I shall speak for you. You and your son had conspired long ago, hadn't you? Waiting for me to be imprisoned for treason, so you could seize control of the Wangfu and live carefree. The Jingwang refrained from mentioning the matter of the secondary princess and others going to Chile, as she would undoubtedly deny it. Chapter 55. The Taoist of the Black Tortoise and Divine Turtle. Hearing the Jingwang reveal such matters left the primary household somewhat bewildered. These were all things they had learned from June Lily's thoughts. How could the Jingwang possibly know? Could it be that he too could hear Lily's inner voice? So my grandfather is so perceptive and concerned about the affairs of the estate. Alas, the character arc has collapsed again. June Lily had grown accustomed to it. Since her arrival in this world, the characters had continuously deviated from their established personas. Jingwang, what does character arc collapsing mean? Never mind, my granddaughter has praised me. He's sure if you wish to avoid being cast aside at such an advanced age, you would do well to behave yourself. The Jingwang issued another warning. The secondary princess reluctantly handed over the authority token of the Wangfu to Pei Shi. This item, within the Jingwangfu, was akin to the Empress's phoenix seal, granting dominion over the entire inner court. Hee, congratulations, mother.
June Lily rejoiced for Pei Shi.
With this, Pei Shi could at least wield some power within the Wangfu, preventing her from being bullied, thereby safeguarding her family and ensuring the children would not be ensnared again. Alas, yet possessing this is still far from sufficient. While mother and several brothers may be able to preserve their lives, what of father? Thus far, within the primary household, the one most in jeopardy remained Jun Jingyan. June Lily even felt that, should her father ascend to the position of heir to the Wangfu, it would not guarantee him a true safeguard for his life. In bolstering personal defenses, one must also be wary of external threats. Indeed, as long as the ninth prince remains unseated, the crisis for my primary household will remain unresolved. The small child spoke with a certain poise. Jingwang. The ninth prince seeks to harm my son? The primary household. First eliminate internal strife. Then external threats. Leaving the secondary princess's quarters, the Jingwang intended to take Jun Lily to Jingqing Temple to meet the Taoist Wang. Father, this. Jun Jingyan was the first to object. Father, I have nothing to do this afternoon. I will accompany you. Pei Shi proactively suggested, as if fearing that the Jingwang might take Jun Lily alone, potentially plotting something adverse against her. Yes, father, let Shuangmei accompany us. Jun Jingyan also proposed. The Jingwang was still unaware of the intentions harbored by the couple. As her grandfather, how could he possibly harm her? Father and mother. I do not wish to go.
Jun Lily adamantly refused.
She truly sensed her grandfather harboring ulterior motives. Could it be that he intended to use her for alchemical purposes? Tonight, we must return Lily to the general's residence. Let us postpone this matter. Pei Shi devised a new excuse. Rest assured, I am Lily's own grandfather. Nothing will happen. The Jingwang was utterly exasperated. Did he truly appear so malevolent? Thus, I assure you, before nightfall, I will definitely return Lily. The Jingwang pledged. Pei Shi and Jun Jingyan were left with no choice but to comply. Lily, dear, your grandfather wishes to take you out for some fun. Do accompany him just this once. Pei Shi comforted. Reluctantly, she placed Jun Lily in the Jingwang's hands. The Jingwang insisted on not allowing them to follow. She could send candied fruits to discreetly track them. Jingqing Temple was located just beside the Wangfu. And for convenience, the Jingwang had opened a passage between the two estates. One merely needed to traverse the Wangfu's rockery courtyard and pass through a gate to arrive. Jingqing Temple was akin to a miniature Taoist temple, resembling a child's playhouse, yet it boasted all the requisite halls. The Sanqing Hall, Lingguan Hall, Yuhuang Hall, and more. The deities within were crafted from the Jingwang's years of savings. Previously, the temple had been quite lively. But ever since the false priests and Shilei individuals had been driven away or imprisoned, only Taoist Wang remained in the temple. Soon, Jun Lily found herself cradled by the Jingwang and taken to the rear meditation room. Upon entering, she beheld an elderly man with white hair and an ethereal demeanor. This old man indeed possesses the appearance of a transcendent being.
Jun Lily mused.
Yet, it is a pity that he is also a self-serving individual. After my grandfather was imprisoned, he simply vanished, despite my grandfather treating him with utmost kindness, providing for him abundantly. Once my grandfather was incarcerated, he made no effort to rescue him. Jingwang. In an instant, he felt that the bond he shared with Taoist Wang was nothing more than a superficial brotherhood. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Taoist Wang suddenly set down the teapot and smiled. Your Highness, young lady, he said, rising to perform a respectful bow to Prince Jing and Jun Lily. As practitioners of the spiritual path, we should refrain from meddling in worldly affairs. In many cases, I am but a pawn of fate, and I hope for your understanding. Your Highness. The implication of Taoist Wang's words seemed to be an explanation directed towards Prince Jing and Jun Lily regarding the latter's earlier sentiments.
Jun Lily pondered.
Does he know what I am thinking? Prince Jing inquired. How did you know? You are truly astute. Taoist Wang replied. Prince Jing seated himself beside Jun Lily across from Taoist Wang, and the proximity allowed Jun Lily to scrutinize him more closely. Perhaps it was merely her illusion, but she felt an uncanny familiarity with this elderly man, as if they had known each other for millennia. Taoist Wang, did we meet in our past lives? She murmured. Tears streamed down Taoist Wang's face as he exclaimed, Little Koi, you have finally remembered me. Your Highness, have you been wearing the talisman I gifted you? He queried. I have kept it around my neck, never parting with it, Prince Jing replied. After donning it, have you noticed any peculiar differences compared to ordinary folk? Taoist Wang's question carried an underlying significance. Although Prince Jing did not fully grasp it, he contemplated, could it be that since wearing this talisman, Jun Lily had been born? And he could hear her thoughts? Could it be connected? It seems I am privy to some secrets, he mused, casting a sidelong glance at Jun Lily. It was indeed a challenge for the old man, knowing he could not reveal the truth of his mind-reading abilities, but striving to convey his meaning nonetheless. Precisely. It is this very capability, Taoist Wang affirmed with a nod. What are these two playing at? Jun Lily wondered with curiosity. Your Highness. Please remove the talisman and place it upon the table, Taoist Wang instructed. Prince Jing complied. What talisman? Let me see. The moment the talisman left Prince Jing's grasp, he could no longer hear Junli's thoughts. Suddenly enlightened, he felt compelled to wear it again, and the melodious voice of the young lady returned to his ears. Who is this Taoist Wang, truly? Junli thought, no, I must put him to the test. She couldn't shake the feeling that Taoist Wang resembled the mystical tortoise from the Lotus Pond, yet similarity in appearances was not uncommon in this world. Upon hearing her thoughts, Taoist Wang requested, might I have a moment alone with the young lady? Prince Jing, aware of his granddaughter's extraordinary nature, acknowledged Taoist Wang's uniqueness as well. Thus began a royal decision. Very well, I shall wait outside, Prince Jing declared, handing Junli over to Taoist Wang before stepping out. Taoist Wang placed Junli on the table, and with both hands, he began to chant incantations. Suddenly, a burst of radiant colors enveloped the room, and Junli's ethereal spirit transformed back into that of a koi fish, departing her corporeal form. How did I return to this form?
Junli marveled,
examining her koi shape with curiosity. Not only had she reverted to her original form, but she could also speak. Little koi, I am Xuanwuzi, Taoist Wang proclaimed, casting a spell to transform himself into a tortoise. Junli then confirmed that he was indeed the fabled Xuanwu tortoise. You old tortoise. Have you descended to the mortal realm as well? She retorted without reservation, accusing him of trickery and deceit towards her grandfather. What you may not know is that thousands of years ago, in your grandfather's previous life, we shared an unfinished destiny. This time, it is the great sage who has allowed me to descend to understand this matter, Taoist Wang elaborated in a formal tone. Chapter 56. Indeed, Junli possesses great wisdom. Upon hearing his words, Junli grew even more perplexed. If that is the case, why do you not assist him? Watching him suffer at the hands of treacherous villains, imprisoned and losing everything? Taoist Wang sighed. It is a calamity written in his fate, and I too have my own burdens. I truly cannot help. Humph. I do not believe you.
Junli retorted.
However, what I cannot accomplish, you can. Taoist Wang entrusted her with this significant task. You are no longer a celestial being, merely a mortal. Yet, as his granddaughter, it is only fitting for you to assist him.
Junli brisselte ris.
He has done no good for my parents or my family. Why should I help him? Just because he is my nominal grandfather? Taoist Wang sighed again. This koi spirit still holds grudges after centuries. Consider it an obligation I owe you. However, this favor may only be redeemed in the mortal realm. Despite the conditions attached, the bargain was undeniably advantageous for Junli. After all, she needed to find a way to save her father. If she could preserve her father's life, safeguarding her grandfather's would surely be within reach. Very well. I happen to have a task that only you can accomplish, Junli declared, sensing a great opportunity. The matter of her grandfather's rescue could wait until she matured. First, she needed the old tortoise's assistance for an urgent task. Who does not know of your esteemed medical skills, Xuanwuzi? Help me save someone. This individual is the grandson of Prince Jing. In saving him, you would also repay Prince Jing's kindness. Taoist Wang considered the request an easy one, for healing and saving lives is the sacred duty of a healer. Who is it? Jun Jinling, the fourth son of the eldest son of the Wang residence, Jun Jingyan. Junli thought gleefully, believing that with the old tortoise's help, her fourth brother's ailment would surely be resolved. Very well. Taoist Wang readily agreed. After returning Junli's spirit to her body, he exited the room and briefly explained the situation to Prince Jing. You say my granddaughter is the reincarnation of the koi from Guanin's Lotus Pond, undergoing trials? Taoist Wang spoke at length, yet Prince Jing's focus rested solely on that singular point. Indeed. Hence, I shall reside for a while at the estate behind the Wang residence to tend to the young master's illness. Naturally, that is a good thing. Prince Jing finally grasped, expressing his gratitude. There is no need for such formalities, Your Highness. This is a debt I owe to the young lady and a way to compensate for my inability to assist you in your time of need. Taoist Wang responded with an air of celestial grace. Prince Jing sighed. With Taoist Wang departing for the mountain estate, it appeared that the Jingqing temple would be entirely deserted. Taoist, what of this temple, our daily practices, and the alchemy chamber? Prince Jing lamented, feeling like a lone commander. Alas, my grandfather has truly lost his way. Remaining obstinately unaware, Junli shook her head in disappointment. Cultivation does not solely consist of daily meditation and chanting. To attain immortality, one must also engage in good deeds. If it were up to me, This grand Jingxing temple would be better transformed into an orphanage, sheltering those children who have lost their families due to famine and war. Of course, if my grandfather is willing, he could also teach the children to read and write, instilling in them the seeds of virtue, so that they might grow to do good deeds in the future. Should this come to pass, my grandfather's merits would surely be immeasurable. Daoist Wang exclaimed. This method is indeed remarkable. Well said. Prince Jing affirmed, exchanging a glance with Daoist Wang, silently commending June Lily's wisdom. According to the prior agreement with Jun Jingyan and the Pei family, before nightfall, Prince Jing indeed returned June Lily home. Upon arrival, June Lily began to chatter incessantly, recounting her encounter with a Xuanwu tortoise in her mind, much to the amusement of the entire household. Upon learning that Jun Jinling's condition was treatable, Pei and Jun Jingyan couldn't contain their joy. Now that Pei was managing the household, she allowed Jun Jinling to return whenever he wished. No longer bound by the constraints imposed by the side consort, he could return home whenever he desired, rather than only during the new year. The residence of Linglu Hall was constantly being prepared for his return. However, soon their expressions turned solemn again. In 3 days, the Duke's birthday banquet would take place, and they were unaware that tensions had escalated between them and Pei Xiaowan, who had sent them an invitation.
Should they attend or not?
Pei inquired with concern. The Duke of the State is none other than Pei Xiaowan's husband. Fortunately, Yan Go, along with the eldest, second, and third brothers, are all present. They can surely provide some insightful suggestions. Matters of this nature, I would surely disdain to involve myself in. Jun Jincheng, with an air of arrogance, lifted his chin and continued, in Longcheng, who is unaware that the Duke of the State merely seeks the bloodline connection to a royal brother. The Empress herself does not wish to acknowledge this brother. Therefore, the nature of our relationship with the Duke's residence will not affect our rapport with the Empress. Jun Jincheng had no intent to curry favor with the Empress. He was merely analyzing the situation objectively. Jun Jinbai offered a differing perspective. What you say is indeed valid, elder brother, but I believe we must not forfeit the decorum of the Wangfu. This is the first banquet we shall attend since mother has taken charge. Jun Jinbai was meticulous and thoughtful, always cautious and deliberative. Surely, there will be an abundance of delectable dishes at the birthday feast? Jun Jingon inquired with a carefree demeanor. Last time at the chrysanthemum banquet, we only had pastries and tea. There were no large pork knuckles or roasted chickens. Will there be any this time? If so, I wish to go. The Jun family members collectively expressed their eagerness. Then I, too, wish to attend. Whether we go or not, we must bring a gift. If we do go, we might even enjoy some hearty rice. Jun Lily was unquestionably astute in business. She would never partake in a losing venture. Sharing her sentiments, Jun Jingon reassured, do not worry, little sister. You are too young to indulge in food. Third brother will ensure that your share is well taken care of. Jun Lily exclaimed, third brother, you are splendid. These two were indeed clever. Father and mother, I have never attended a birthday banquet before. Jun Jingon remarked, scratching his head. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for the upcoming celebration, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Jun Jinbai could not resist patting him on the shoulder, suggesting, why not let mother take our little sister and third brother along? He possesses some skill and should be able to protect both mother and little sister. Jun Jincheng held great expectations for him. In recent days, Jun Jingon had scarcely been involved in family affairs. His bamboo dragonflies had been selling remarkably well. It was due to this very creation that he had made quite a name for himself among the noble women of Longcheng. Anyone with children aged 7 or 8 knew of the new third young master of the Jing Wangfu. Very well, I shall prepare the gifts tomorrow. And it will be just the 3 of us attending, Pei Shi concurred. Jun Jingon and Jun Lily were elated. Just as everyone thought this matter was settled in a delightful manner, they were met with Jun Lily's sudden exclamation. Wait! The Jun family members inquired, what is it? I recall that following this banquet, the Duke's residence was inexplicably raided and exiled. At that time, grandfather had to employ many connections to ensure Pei Xiaowan's safety. Upon hearing this, Pei Shi and Jun Jingon both wore grave expressions. However, regardless of the circumstances, one must personally investigate to ascertain the truth. As the new year approached, the weather had been quite pleasant lately. To maintain appearances, Pei Shi had even used the finest fabrics for Jun Lily's attire. Mother truly spares no expense. This garment is almost fit for a princess. Jun Lily exclaimed, thoroughly enamored with her outfit, admiring her reflection in the mirror before stepping out. Pei Shi smiled gently, thinking to herself, you are indeed your parents' little princess. The winter suite in the Duke's residence bloomed vibrantly. As the doorman announced, Madame June has arrived, Pei Xiaowan personally came out to greet them. I never anticipated that sister would come. Pei Xiaowan smiled graciously. Unlike Pei Shouting, she possessed a shrewdness that allowed her to be both flexible and diplomatic. Chapter 57. Red umbrella, white rod, eat and then you lie down. To avoid any breach of etiquette, Pei Shi insisted on performing a bit of sisterly affection with her, which instantly elevated Pei Xiaowan's popularity. In seeking to appease the Jing Wangfu, one must first win her favor. Remarkably, although the empress was absent, the crown prince Jun Heng arrived, accompanied by his 5- or 6-year-old second son. Upon his arrival, Pei Xiaowan hurried to ingratiate herself with him. Pei Shi took the opportunity to lead Jun Lili and Jun Jinggan to a nearby seat. Nowadays, the crown prince has only one son left, who is cherished immensely. For a while now, he has been bringing him along to every banquet, as if to proclaim, this is the legitimate heir. To the astonishment of Pei Shi and the others, the 9th Prince Junyu also made an appearance. He typically had a contentious relationship with the empress. Why would he return to attend the birthday banquet of the empress's brother? This male lead must certainly have ulterior motives. Jun Lili concluded with certainty. Suspecting his intentions were far from pure. Pei Shi and Jun Jinggan grew increasingly vigilant, observing the 9th Prince's movements closely. Many guests, captivated by the exquisite and charming Jun Lili, sought to entertain her. Several youths of similar age to Jun Jinggan also busied themselves trying to win his favor. Socializing is such a challenge. It is far more exhausting than selling goods. Jun Jinggan could hardly tolerate the enthusiasm of those young ladies. He felt that unless they were willing to purchase his merchandise, they had no right to impose upon him. Unfortunately, he had not brought his bamboo dragonflies today. Otherwise, he would have seized the opportunity to promote them. Third brother, you stole my lines. I am an introvert. Please do not engage me in conversation. Jun Lili shared his sentiments. She had come merely to observe her brother enjoy the banquet, yet so many sought to ingratiate themselves with her. Did they believe that a few kind words would earn them the favor of the Jing Wangfu, or the general's residence? Pei Shi, though unaware of the nuances of introversion, recognized her daughter's discontent. Fortunately, the banquet commenced promptly. The dishes were quite satisfactory. Jun Jinggan feasted heartily, relishing the moment. Jun Lili could only salivate in envy. Perhaps she should not have come, for she could only smell the food without tasting it. Wasn't this just torturing herself? The other dishes were quite enjoyable, until, at last, the star dish of chicken soup made its grand entrance. It was said that the chef had simmered it for an entire night, with the chicken's belly stuffed with quail, using several years-old hens, rendering it exceptionally delectable. Especially noteworthy were the ingredients, which had been imported from the southern Sun kingdom. Upon learning that it was from her mother's homeland, Pei Shi eagerly took a sip. The rich broth was so delicious that she nearly shed tears of joy. Jun Jinggan stirred the soup with a spoon, scooping up the mushrooms from the bottom. Upon seeing their appearance, he suddenly turned pale. Seizing Pei Shi's bowl to examine it as well, discovering the same mushrooms. Child, if one bowl is insufficient, simply ask the maid for another. Why must you take your mother's? Pei Shi scolded, bewildered. Jun Jinggan's expression was grave and astonished. Mother, listen to me. This chicken soup must not be consumed. Pei Shi gasped, you've already had some. Jun Lili asked, confused, why must we avoid it? Third brother has been staring at the mushrooms. Could they be poisonous? Upon pondering this, Jun Lili quickly lowered her gaze to inspect the mushrooms in her bowl. In her previous life, she had a friend who was an emergency room doctor. That individual had once mentioned that these entirely white-stemmed mushrooms were indeed the highly toxic Amanita virosa, known as the destroying angel. Red umbrella, white rod, eat it and you shall lie down. Jun Lili could not help but sing this rhyme. The mushrooms in the bowl clearly resembled the white-stemmed variety. If my guess is correct, these mushrooms are indeed poisonous.
Jun Lili sortit.
Pei Shi was taken aback. Is she really going to lie down? Seeing her face turn pale with fright, Jun Jinggan reassured, do not worry, mother. You have only had a sip of the soup. It will not cause any harm. As long as you do not consume the mushrooms, you will be fine. Moreover, even if one were to consume them, the worst that could happen to an adult would be diarrhea and hallucinations. Upon hearing this, Pei Shi quickly inquired how he knew this and whether it was reliable. In my days as a beggar, one of my companions ate these mushrooms. The older beggars had no serious issues, but were quite ill for several days. The younger ones, aged 3 or 4, unfortunately succumbed to the poison. Jun Jinggan's voice gradually diminished. Pei Shi recognized that he was recalling those sorrowful memories and pulled him tightly into her embrace, patting his shoulder in comfort. In that case, we must prevent others from consuming them. As Jun Lili cast her gaze around, she noticed a considerable number of children at the banquet. some aged 3 to 5. Others between 7 and 8. For these little ones, consuming such food could pose a grave risk to their lives. After hearing June Lily's words, Madame Pei could not help but reflect on her precious daughter's kindness. Meanwhile, a lady seated nearby observed that their family had not partaken of the chicken soup and eagerly urged, "You simply must try this chicken soup. It is truly delightful. Why not indulge in a taste? Under no circumstances should you drink it. This is poisonous chicken soup." Internally, June Lily was nearly screaming. Yet the lady across from her remained oblivious. "My newly found third son, who once roamed the streets as a beggar, has informed me that the mushrooms in this soup are toxic and should not be consumed," Madame Pei kindly advised. Toxic mushrooms? How could that be? Would the Duke's residence serve us poisonous mushrooms and toxic chicken soup? Such ill intentions. The lady's expression shifted upon hearing this. She felt a mix of disbelief and fear, hesitating to partake in the soup. Their conversation caught the attention of Pei Xiaoding, who was keen to make an impression among the elite women. "Sister Nianshuang, even if my mother has committed such acts, you cannot possibly look down upon us to the extent of tarnishing my brother-in-law as Duke's residence, can you?" Pei Xiaoding assumed that Madame Pei was deliberately making these comments to ruin the reputation of the Duke's household. Witnessing such distasteful behavior, Madame Pei's demeanor darkened. When she remained silent, Pei Xiaoding continued addressing the earlier lady. "Do not heed Madame June's words. Her recently found third son is merely a beggar and could not possibly recognize such fine mushrooms. It is likely that the child has never tasted grapes and finds them sour." Pei Xiaoding showed no regard for Madame Pei's feelings. The sisters had already severed ties with the Pei family, bordering on open conflict. Hearing these words, Madame Pei suppressed her urge to retaliate against June Jinggan. Pei Xiaoding is truly despicable. June Lily, in a fit of anger, made a face at her. Madame Pei scoffed, thinking perhaps she had meddled too much. After all, as long as they did not consume the soup, the fate of others was of no concern to them. "I shall not argue with you. I will state my point and leave it at that. Whether you drink this bowl of chicken soup is entirely up to you," Madame Pei concluded, then nonchalantly resumed eating other dishes. While the mushrooms in the chicken soup were problematic, the other dishes remained edible, albeit their cleanliness was debatable. At the very least, they were not poisonous. Pei Xiaoding felt as if she had struck a pillow, awkwardly laughing as she sought an excuse to depart. The lady, convinced by Madame Pei's words, refrained from drinking the chicken soup. Within moments, all children under the age of 8 began to experience abdominal pain and headaches, while those under 3 even started foaming at the mouth. Some adults had begun to lose their senses, flailing about in confusion. Even the prince's son was not spared from this fate. "What is happening? Quickly summon the imperial physician," the prince shouted to those around him. His son had already begun to foam at the mouth, his eyes rolling back. Chapter 58. The birthday banquet turns into a crime scene.
Madame Pei approached June Lily,
eager to observe the unfolding chaos. Ah, poor prince. He could not save his last son. June Lily instantly recognized that the child was surely beyond saving. As more individuals began to hallucinate, the entire banquet descended into chaos. Everyone must refrain from drinking the chicken soup. The mushrooms within are toxic. Suddenly, a lady at the table stood up and proclaimed loudly, "At last, a sensible person has realized the chicken soup is problematic."
June Lily felt weary.
However, the situation mirrored Madame Pei's earlier experience. No one believed her. "Madam, please do not speak frivolously. How could our Duke's residence possibly poison the chicken soup to harm everyone?" Pei Xiaowan defended her family.
"Indeed.
"What evidence do you possess to claim our chicken soup is faulty?" Pei Xiaoding chimed in assertively. "The chicken soup is fine, but those entirely white mushrooms within are indeed toxic." The lady continued, "My husband is a physician at the Imperial Hospital. In my youth, I often accompanied him to gather herbs in the mountains, and I would not mistake them." "Oh, so you are the physician's wife. No wonder you are so certain." June Lily acknowledged with a nod towards the lady. "What shall we do now? We have all consumed it." The prince inquired anxiously. His son was perilously close to death. "What shall we do? Others may still have a chance for salvation, but for your child, your highness, there is little hope left." June Lily cast a glance, noting that the child in the prince's arms had already grown still. Surely, the prince could feel that the child's heartbeat had ceased. Yet he was loath to accept the grim reality of his child's demise. "I apologize, your highness. I am only familiar with this type of mushroom and possess no medical knowledge to treat." The lady expressed her deep regret, feeling a sense of guilt. The prince was engulfed in despair, unsure of when the physician would return. By the time the physician arrived, his son's body would be cold. "Uncle, Does your residence not have a physician? The prince angrily questioned the duke.
No, no.
The duke had not anticipated that a simple birthday celebration would devolve into a scene of death. Observing the frantic crowd, the duke felt his household was doomed. Investigate. Determine who placed the poisonous mushrooms in the soup. The prince commanded.
Ha.
Does the prince lack common sense? Clearly, it was the cook who added the mushrooms. We must uncover who suggested using such mushrooms, June Lily remarked. Hearing this, June Jingon decided to assist the prince, as this matter involved several lives. Looking around, he noted that 3 or 4 children had already perished. Your Highness, in my humble opinion, the individuals who hold the power to determine the banquet's food must be the duke's several wives, June Jingon stated. You are deliberately framing my sister, aren't you? Pei's shouting exploded at this accusation. Pei Xiaowan was on the verge of tears at her foolish sister's antics. Did she not realize that such behavior only drew suspicion upon herself? Dear aunt, please do not misunderstand. Whether these mushrooms are toxic is beyond your and second aunt's expertise. Therefore, I suspect that the individual who instructed the cook to use the poisonous mushrooms must have southern blood or have grown up in the mountains. June Jingon's words were not overtly harmful, but were deeply insulting. Upon hearing this, Pei Xiaowan and Pei Shouting could only swallow their indignation. To argue that they recognized the poisonous mushrooms would only implicate themselves. Bring forth all individuals in the Duke's residence with southern blood or those raised in the mountains. Bind them, the prince commanded. As they spoke, June Lily caught sight of a richly dressed woman hiding behind a rockery outside, gazing intently in their direction.
Oh.
That woman is dressed splendidly. She must be a mistress of the household, June Lily mused, curious as to why someone of her stature would secretly observe them. As June Jingon noticed, he too looked toward the rockery. Upon making eye contact with the woman, she appeared startled and fled. Who is she?
Yun Tingen inquired.
Pointing at the woman's retreating figure. Oh, she is the second concubine of the household. She was frightened a few days ago and has been somewhat unhinged since. Pei Xiaowan quickly replied. Madame Pei also regarded the woman with intrigue, sensing something amiss. Your Highness, do not be too disheartened. This matter is of great significance. We should report to the Emperor at once, June Jingon consoled, patting his shoulder. Within 3 months, the prince had lost 2 sons, a burden no one could bear. A young man nearing 30, yet the heir to a kingdom, wept openly while cradling his child. Anyone witnessing this would feel profound pity.
Yun Tingen,
having observed the prince's plight throughout, felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Unhinged? I suspect she is the one who procured those poisonous mushrooms. Indeed, Brother San is correct. We must inform the Emperor and have the 3 departments investigate, for lives are at stake. Suddenly, the prince heard a girl's voice whispering in his ear. He looked around, puzzled, realizing no one was speaking. What is the prince gazing at? June Lily glanced around, remarking, the imperial physician has yet to arrive. It was not fair to blame the elderly doctor for his slow pace. As traversing the expanse of Dragon City from the Imperial Medical Institute to the Duke's residence was no small feat, we primarily need to investigate that second concubine. I suspect she is the most culpable, as feigning madness provides the perfect cover for her misdeeds. June Lily's voice resonated once more. However, once June Jinin's hand departed from the Crown Prince's shoulder, the girl's voice faded from his hearing. The Crown Prince pondered, could it be that heaven, witnessing my plight, has sent a celestial maiden to assist me? Is it only I who can hear her words? Uncle, that second concubine is a southern Xian native, is she not? The Crown Prince suddenly inquired. The Duke was momentarily taken aback, while Pei Xiaowan nodded vigorously in affirmation. Arrest her at once. The Crown Prince commanded, his fury palpable. As you wish, Your Highness. The Duke responded with a bow. The banquet had descended into chaos, yet the 9th Prince remained notably composed. He sat quietly at his table, listening to the discussions regarding the poisonous mushrooms until a resolution was reached, at which point he finally deemed it appropriate to join the fray. Your Highness. The crowd greeted him with a bow. Pei Shouting quickly approached, her concern evident. Your Highness, did you consume the poisonous mushrooms? Are you unwell? I have been on a vegetarian diet lately. Fortunately, I did not partake, June Yu admitted, secretly relieved. The others felt reassured as well. By the way, I recall sending some dishes to the palace for Her Majesty. I wonder if there was any chicken soup among them? He added, and before he could finish, the Duke and Pei Xiaowan had already forgotten their earlier worries. Oh no! The Duke stumbled back a few steps, nearly fainting without someone to support him. Although the Empress had yet to arrive, she had sent substantial gifts. In an effort to reciprocate, the Duke had thought to send a selection of the banquet's delicacies. neatly packaged in 5 food boxes, to the Empress. Alas, this well-intentioned gesture backfired spectacularly. Mother. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince hastily set down the body of his son and rushed towards the palace. There is no need to panic, Your Highness, Jun Jinan called after him. The mushrooms, if consumed by adults, will only cause gastrointestinal distress and hallucinations, posing no mortal danger. The Crown Prince finally relaxed. That 9th prince certainly knows how to strike when the iron is hot, Jun Lily observed with a sidelong glance. His expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, Jun Lily felt an inkling that the matter of the poisoned chicken soup was somehow connected to him. However, she could not fathom why the 9th prince would target a duke with little power. After all, the duke and the empress shared a relationship akin to that of Pei Xiaowan and the Pei family, superficially aligned but fundamentally disconnected, offering no substantial assistance to the crown prince. Chapter 59. The Emperor and Empress's Embarrassment from Poisoning. Chaos reigned at the Duke's residence, while the palace was no better off. When the meals arrived from the Duke's estate, the Emperor happened to be at the Empress's palace. There was no reason for the Empress to deny him food, thus both partook of the meals, including the poisoned chicken soup. At this moment, in the Fenghuan Hall, the well-fed couple prepared to indulge in an afternoon nap. The Emperor turned over, suddenly feeling a tumultuous stirring in his belly. He immediately rushed to a side chamber, taking a seat on the toilet. Indeed, after a bout of explosive distress, an ominous premonition washed over him. Just as he fastened his trousers, dazzling stars began to dance before his eyes, appearing everywhere, on the screen, on the toilet, on the beams above. He even heard the large black dog outside begin to speak human language. The man and the dog engaged in an unimpeded exchange, leaving the surrounding palace maids and eunuchs dumbfounded, who promptly rushed to inform the Empress. As the Empress emerged, she beheld the Emperor embracing the large black dog, indulging in a display of affection that was certainly not suitable for the young. Your Majesty, what has befallen you? The Empress asked anxiously, urging the maids to summon the physician. Empress? Upon noticing her arrival, the Emperor, like a cat caught in the act, cast the dog aside. Why do you have so many stars about you? He exclaimed, lunging toward her, grasping at the air surrounding her. They are all mine. All these stars are mine.
With bed, I shall prosper.
The Emperor laughed heartily, gazing at the emptiness in his hands. The onlookers were left bewildered. The Empress exchanged glances with Eunuch Fu, both having served the Emperor for decades without realizing he had seizures. As the Emperor continued his manic episode, the Empress suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Oh no, I cannot endure this. Your Majesty, what troubles you now?
Eunuch Fu fretted. I
have a stomach ache. The Empress could no longer contain herself and dashed towards the side chamber. Do not leave. The stars, leave them for me, the Emperor shouted, chasing after her. He caught up to her, blocking her path, but the Empress could not hold back any longer. With a sudden loss of control, she soiled her gown, releasing a foul odor that filled the chamber. The Fenghuan Hall descended into utter chaos, leaving the situation indescribable. Eunuch Fu summoned several eunuchs, and after a strenuous effort, they managed to restrain the Emperor, allowing the Empress to change her garments. The farcical scene persisted for the duration of a tea break. Eventually, after a few acupuncture needles from the physician, the Emperor and Empress returned to their senses. As the rulers of a nation, how utterly disgraced. After listening to the physician's analysis of their symptoms, they learned that it was the white mushrooms in the chicken soup that had caused the debacle. The legacy of a sovereign, built over a lifetime, was ruined by a single bowl of chicken soup. At that moment, the Empress, filled with guilt and trepidation, knelt before the Emperor, suppressing her discomfort. Your Majesty, I beg forgiveness. I had no knowledge of the poisonous chicken soup. Rise, it is not your fault, the Emperor replied, displaying discernment. He was well aware that the Empress held no affection for the Duke's estate and had no intention of blaming her. Just as the Empress settled down to rest, a maid approached with hot tea, but before she could take a sip, a eunuch rushed in from outside. Your Majesty, Your Highness, grave news. The Emperor and Empress exchanged incredulous looks. Could there be a matter more dire than the disgrace we just endured? The Emperor inquired.
Speak.
He pinched the bridge of his nose, suppressing his ire. At the Duke's residence, the chicken soup served at the banquet contained poisonous mushrooms. The vast majority of those who consumed it have been poisoned, and several children have already succumbed. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's voice rose in alarm. What? There have been fatalities? The eunuch trembled as he continued. Moreover, among the deceased children is the Crown Prince's second son. The Emperor and Empress nearly fainted upon receiving this news. Fortunately, The physician had not yet departed and quickly revived them. The emperor slammed his fist on the table. Can we ascertain who is responsible? He demanded. Not as of yet. Both the crown prince and the ninth prince are investigating. Currently, the only suspect is the duke's second concubine, the eunuch reported. The emperor clenched his fists in fury. No need for further investigation. Issue my decree. The duke's household, having used poisoned chicken soup to harm others, shall be met with unforgivable punishment. Their estate shall be seized, and they shall be exiled to the northern frontier, never to return to Dragon City. After issuing the decree, the emperor glanced at the empress, his expression silently seeking her approval. She nodded, affirming, "The duke's estate has caused the deaths of numerous children and poisoned many, including your majesty and myself. Even if it was an unintended consequence, they must face the consequences of their actions." The emperor nodded in agreement, clearly pleased with her stance. He waved his hand, instructing the eunuchs to carry out his orders. The duke's residence, which had celebrated a joyous birthday banquet that morning, found itself raided by the afternoon. The stark contrast left Pei Shaoan momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, she still had the foresight to protect her sister. Following the outbreak of the poisoned chicken soup incident, she gathered together the valuable items from their estate and instructed Pei Shouting to blend in with the guests, helping her escape the premises. As Pei Shouting was not a resident of the duke's estate, she would not be included in the list of exiles. However, Pei Shaoan, as the duke's officially recognized wife, could not evade this calamity. The entire duke's family was imprisoned. The Ministry of Justice planned to send them along with other exiled offenders to the northern frontier in 3 days, within the King Jing's residence. Upon learning of this matter, the Jun family was filled with trepidation. Fortunately, Jun Jinan, with his extensive knowledge and experience, recognized the poisonous mushrooms at once, thereby safeguarding the lives of himself and his mother and sister. As a result, Jun Jinan's stature within the Jun family soared, particularly in the eyes of Pei Shi and Jun Lily. Had it not been for him, Pei Shi would have consumed the entire bowl of chicken soup, potentially even feeding a few spoonfuls to Jun Lily, endangering not only her own life, but also that of her daughter, who could have met the same fate as those unfortunate children. My third brother possesses such wisdom. His life experience is remarkably rich. Compared to my third brother, those wealthy young lords in Longcheng are mere trifles. Jun Lily found herself increasingly enamored with her capable and astute third brother.
Yun Tinan inquired.
What species of shark is a crunchy shark? On the day the Duke of State was exiled from Longcheng, the streets were thronged with people. The emperor had specifically granted leave to all civil and military officials to witness the exile. Some expressed grievances, while others sought revenge. Jun Jingyan also brought his family to observe the spectacle, accompanied by members of the general's residence. Ever since Pei Ting learned of the Jun Wuqi incident, he had taken Deng Qing to the general's residence. Neither Jun Jingyan nor Pei Shi opposed this. Deng Qing himself felt that the royal residence was not particularly safe. This time, seeing the couple strolling together, the Jun family perceived their relationship to be quite stable. Wow, big cousin and big cousin-in-law are such a perfect match. Jun Lily couldn't help but exclaim. The Jun family agreed with her sentiment. Soon, the exiled crowd arrived at the street where Jun Lily and the others were situated. Return my son's life. My granddaughter is only 3 years old, yet she was cruelly harmed by the heartless Duke of State. Continuous shouts of lamentation filled the air as elegantly dressed men and women hurled rotten vegetable leaves and foul eggs at the Duke's family. They were the relatives of the children who had perished on the day of the banquet. What a tragedy. 5 innocent lives lost, and those children were so young, lamented Pei Shi, reflecting that if it weren't for her third son, her Lily might also have met such a fate. In a tea house across the street, the crown prince clenched his fists tightly as he observed the Duke of State's family. This very moment caught Jun Lily's attention. I have a feeling the crown prince is planning something. It seems the Duke of State will not survive to see the north frontier. In response to Jun Lily's remarks, the Jun family expressed their agreement, considering that the Duke of State had even harmed the crown prince's youngest child. It was only natural for the crown prince to seek vengeance. As the crowd continued to gather, they witnessed Pei Yi being pursued by a noblewoman. Isn't that our second cousin?
Yun Tinan curiously remarked.
Pei Ji sighed. This troublesome second son must have offended yet another young lady. If he could be as worry-free as the eldest, I would have far fewer concerns. Indeed, the second cousin was known as one of the most notorious playboys in Longcheng, frequently entangled in romantic affairs. Do not be deceived by his current demeanor. Should our family experience a significant upheaval, he too might undergo a dramatic transformation. Jun Lily held a differing view. After our maternal grandfather's family was exiled to the north frontier, the second cousin directly defected with his entire family to the northern Xian kingdom. He even took the daughter of the northern Xian's flag leader as his wife, ultimately becoming a general of northern Xian. Upon discovering that the ninth prince was responsible for his family's downfall, he led the northern Xian army to attack Dongji. However, the ninth prince's aura was too formidable, causing northern Xian to suffer defeat after defeat. Just as the second cousin was on the brink of death in battle, the daughter of the flag leader appeared in the nick of time, rescuing him back to northern Xian, after which Pei Yi's character faded from the narrative, never to be seen again. June Lily recounted the life of Pei Yi slowly. Pei Shi sighed. My nephew is truly remarkable. Having married the daughter of the northern Xian flag leader, one must understand that northern Xian is divided into left and right flags. With the emperor merely serving as a mediator, the true power lies with the leaders of the left and right flags. The daughter of a leader is akin to a princess in our Dongji. Jun Jingyan retorted, are you suggesting that your father-in-law's family is to betray the nation? The emperor is aging, the crown prince is ineffectual, and the ninth prince harbors ambitions. The three nations of southwest and north are eyeing Dongji with predatory intent. Our Dongji is in peril. June Lily pondered, how can we prevent our grandfather from being exiled and his family seized? Despite her worries, she suddenly thought, wait. Why do I feel that after the general's residence was seized and defected to northern Xian, their future seems even brighter? Jun Jincheng agreed. What a coincidence. I share that sentiment. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Pei Xiaoting was weeping, her heart heavy as she gazed upon Pei Xiaowan, shackled and clad in prison attire, her hair disheveled. After Pei Xiaowan's departure, she felt utterly alone in the vast city of Longcheng. As the exiled procession moved away, Pei Xiaoting prepared to leave as well. Just then, she encountered the ninth prince, who had just exited the tea house. Instantly forgetting her earlier sorrow, she approached him eagerly. This humble servant has met the ninth prince. The ninth prince, upon recognizing her, remarked, it's you. Your brother-in-law's family has been exiled. Why haven't you returned home? Pei Xiaoting, sniffling, recounted the recent happenings at the general's residence, albeit with some details omitted. How ruthless of your grandfather. The ninth prince lamented upon hearing Pei Xiaoting's plight. Little Ting is now vulnerable, even homeless. She truly doesn't know what to do, and is now following her sister and brother-in-law into exile. Pei Xiaoting feigned distress, then headed towards the city gate to pursue Pei Xiaowan. Miss, please wait. The ninth prince called out to her. Pei Xiaoting secretly rejoiced at her success. If you truly have nowhere to go, why not come to my residence and serve as a guest? The ninth prince seemed to have ulterior motives, but this proposition perfectly aligned with Pei Xiaoting's desires. By entering the ninth prince's residence, she would have the opportunity to climb into his bed, even as a concubine. She would rise above others. Should the ninth prince eliminate the crown prince and seize the throne, she would enjoy endless wealth and glory. This may not be appropriate. Pei Xiaoting hesitated. Fear not, there are many entrances to my residence, and among them, there are other women with whom you can associate, the ninth prince reassured her. Pei Xiaoting, realizing the competition for the ninth prince's favor was fierce, decided she must make an effort. Then, I humbly accept your offer. Elated, Pei Xiaoting followed the ninth prince back to his residence. Under the sunlight, the ninth prince smirked darkly. The next to be seized and exiled will be the general's residence. Meanwhile, in the Jingwang residence, Pei Shi, feeling unoccupied, took out a small notebook she carried with her. Jun Jingyan felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced at the list filled with names. Pei Shi picked up a pen and marked the names of Xiao He and Pei Xiaowan with a check. With Jun Wuqi imprisoned for 27 years, and Xiao He having received a divorce from the Jingwang, she had already left the royal residence. With Pei Xiaowan's entire family now exiled, these two posed no further threat to her family. She then circled the names of the side consort and Pei Xiaoting. The side consort had not been divorced. Although she had lost her power, her title as consort remained, and she might still stir up trouble. After the Duke of State's family was seized, Pei Xiaoting's whereabouts were unknown. Thus, she could not afford to be complacent. These two, though they seemed to pose no immediate danger, were unpredictable. As neither was to be underestimated, June Lily, upon seeing a name in the notebook, was taken aback. Most of the names marked with checks are deceased. Is this notebook a record of my mother's list of revenge?
Yun Tingyan inquired.
A list of revenge? How apt, Pei Shi confirmed. Those who have harmed my kin shall not be spared. As the spring festival approached, no faction stirred, remaining eerily silent. A tranquil and unremarkable year had passed. This was the first year that June Lily had experienced in this world. June Jingyan truly cherished her as if she were a precious gem, taking her on various excursions whenever time permitted. Every member of the main household held this young girl in high regard, and even the servants of the estate envied June Lily's fortunate fate. It was not unusual for noble daughters to be mere pawns in the game of marriage, but June Lily was different. They had never witnessed parents and brothers who showered such love and care upon their little daughter. During the New Year celebrations, June Jinling, who had been living alone in the mountain villa, returned home. The family could finally gather together in true unity. Upon seeing June Jinling again, it was evident that his health had improved significantly since his full moon banquet, a testament to the miraculous skills of the old turtle doctor.
Linge.
This time you must not leave again, urged Pei Shi,
Yun Tianling declined,
explaining that his illness had not yet fully healed and that he would return to reside at home once he was better.
Master?
The family expressed their curiosity about this individual. He is Daoist Wang, June Jinling clarified. Having suffered from a prolonged illness, I gained some knowledge in medicine. And Daoist Wang took me under his wing to teach me more profound medical practices. It could be seen as a blessing in disguise.
Yun Tianling tjokket self-deprecating Lu.
Although he lived far from the Wang residence, he had heard of various happenings there. Whether it was his elder brother, second brother, or the newly returned third brother, all were exceptionally capable. He did not wish to be a burden to his family and felt compelled to cultivate some skills of his own. However, with his frail constitution, martial arts were beyond him, his intellect fell short, and he was lacking in both experience and the ability to engage in business, like his third brother. After much contemplation, he realized that he possessed a genuine interest in medicine. If he could delve deeply into this field, achieve proficiency, and heal the sick, he could accumulate blessings for his family, thereby honoring the nurturing provided by his parents. Indeed, my fourth brother truly has aspirations, June Lily marveled. Chapter 61. The new year has arrived. Each brother had his own ambitions and was diligently striving to improve. They endeavored to survive in this ruthless society and to protect their family. They bore responsibilities and thus had to exert themselves. Even the youngest, the fifth brother, had made progress in his weight loss journey. Perhaps frightened by their little sister's heartfelt words, his self-control had rapidly improved, and he resolutely adhered to his decisions. Even during the festive season, opting only for light fare. Witnessing the flourishing life around her, June Lily could not help but burst into tears. Seeing her weep left her brothers and sisters at a loss, scrambling to comfort her. Whether it was tears of joy or reflections on her circumstances, or perhaps gratitude for not having encountered the misfortunes she had feared, she found solace in the realization that all her worries had yet to materialize. Regardless, one thing was clear, June Lily had witnessed that everyone's fate could indeed be altered.
Boom, boom, boom.
The palace released a series of thunderous fireworks. The family gathered in the courtyard to admire the spectacle. The main household's own firecrackers were ignited by the young servants, marking the end of a challenging year. The year to come promised to be even more perilous and arduous, yet as long as they were surrounded by family, friends, and loved ones, they would face all challenges together and overcome countless hardships. In the palace, the New Year's bells rang out, resonating throughout Long City and beyond for hundreds of miles. In that moment, the June family, in unison, made the same heartfelt wish. May their beloved Lily enjoy a lifetime filled with joy, peace, and prosperity. June Lily, in turn, harnessed her good fortune to bestow blessings of luck upon all whom she loved and who loved her. On the third day of the new year, news of the assassination of the country uncle's family spread throughout Long City. They had barely left the city when the tragedy struck. Soon, the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first month arrived. This day also marked the final day of rest for the court. Early in the morning, June Jingyan took the entire family out to enjoy the festivities. The family, possessing striking beauty, attracted attention wherever they went, making it impossible not to be the center of focus. After dinner, as twilight descended, June Jingyan and Pei Shi prepared to return home. However, there were still lantern displays and poetry events near the Eastern Bridge that June Lily and June Jinan had never seen and were eager to experience. It's too late. Your father must attend court tomorrow. Pei Shi urged her children to comply and return home. But mother, I have never attended a lantern festival. June Jinan and June Lily protested, their faces filled with disappointment. Very well, father and mother, I shall accompany them, declared the eldest, June Jingchen, who willingly took on the responsibility, not wanting to disappoint his younger siblings, especially since this lantern festival only occurred once a year. The fifth brother, being quite overweight, struggled to keep pace. The fourth brother's health was also not suited to prolonged outdoor excursions. The second brother aimed to participate in the upcoming imperial examination. so he needed to return home to study. 10 years prior, before his poisoning, he had already passed the examinations for child scholar and shortstory. Although the Eastern Extreme Kingdom offered privileges to officials, allowing their relatives to directly enter the palace examination, Jun Jingbai preferred to earn his accolades through diligence, taking one step at a time. After all, given his abilities, he could easily achieve success, but he chose to remain modest, avoiding unnecessary attention. After parting ways with the others, Jun Jingchen cradled Jun Lily, while Jun Jinan pushed his wheelchair towards the eastern city. The lantern parade is truly lively. I've only ever seen it portrayed in dramas. I never expected to experience it myself. Upon reaching the eastern city and catching sight of the lanterns, Jun Lily began to chatter excitedly, resembling a bird released from its cage, her bright eyes darting around, marveling at every intriguing sight she encountered.
Wow.
Is this the splendid scene described in books? It truly is bustling with life, she exclaimed. Thinking about how the peace and prosperity of the Eastern Extreme Kingdom is partly due to my grandfather and eldest brother's contributions, I suddenly feel a sense of pride. Jun Jingchen replied, it's all thanks to grandfather and my two uncles. I dare not take credit. I want to see the couplet activity. The heroine will put on an impressive show, and the hero will just happen to witness her shining moment.
Ah.
I want to go too. Big brother, third brother. Take me with you. Jun Lily exclaimed, her frustration evident as she lamented her inability to speak or walk. Overwhelmed with excitement, she accidentally spilled the candied chestnuts that Jun Jinan had purchased for Jun Jingchen. Chestnuts? They echoed, bewildered.
Wow.
I want to eat them too, but I have no teeth.
Jun Lily cried, feeling increasingly sorry for herself.
As she gazed at the myriad of delectable street foods, she could no longer contain her emotions and began to wail loudly. Her cries drew the attention of everyone on the street. Earlier that morning, Peisher had bundled her up in layers to protect her from the cold, adorning her with a tiger-themed hat and shoes, while a red cotton coat with white fur trim surrounded her. Nestled in Jun Jingchen's embrace, she appeared utterly adorable. Jun Jingchen wore a flowing dark robe, and sitting in a wheelchair, he resembled a commanding figure orchestrating everything around him. He had always favored dark clothing, likely a habit formed during his time on the battlefield, where only dark attire could conceal bloodstains. Jun Jinan donned a wide-sleeved round-collared robe, complemented by a jade, pendant leather belt, and wore a dark green cloak for warmth. His attire alone would undoubtedly mark him as a noble young master. However, alongside Jun Jingchen, he became his little sidekick. Onlookers gasped in awe at the striking beauty of the three siblings. Little sister, don't cry. Here, have a lick of this candy, Jun Jinan said, offering her a rabbit-shaped sugar figure. I don't like rabbits. Jun Lily's cries paused for a moment as she pouted, but soon resumed her wails. Her thoughts raced with astonishing rapidity, her eyes darting about until they settled upon a charming koi-shaped lantern at a nearby stall. Oh my goodness! That little koi lantern is simply adorable. And it's in my favorite white. I must have it. Jun Jincheng remarked, so it turns out my little sister adores white. He cast a glance at Jun Jinyan, his eyes seemingly urging him. Why not hasten to purchase it? Jun Jinyan, understanding his brother's silent cue, dashed over. With great enthusiasm, he completed the transaction and, lantern in hand, was about to return when he spotted a familiar figure approaching Jun Jincheng and Jun Lily. Xiao Chun. I've heard Lily's cries from quite a distance. You are not fulfilling your duties as an elder brother. The voice of Prince Jun Hung suddenly pierced the air, reaching the ears of the two siblings. Jun Jincheng turned in alarm, finding the disguised prince smiling at him. Jun Lily, now serious, scrutinized the prince. The prince seems to have recovered quite well. Despite having lost both sons, he still has the presence of mind to enjoy the Lantern Festival. Jun Jincheng thought to himself, fortunately, the prince cannot hear my thoughts. Otherwise, it would be quite heartbreaking. Just as he was about to bow in respect, the prince interjected, We are brothers after all. Here, I am not a prince, but merely your fourth elder brother. The prince hastily gestured for silence, aware of the bustling crowd at the Lantern Festival, where his royal identity must remain concealed. He continued, as one who has also experienced fatherhood, allow me to comfort Lily. Upon saying this, he gazed longingly at Jun Lily, his expression betraying a desire to hold her. Before Jun Jincheng could respond, Jun Jinyan returned breathlessly. Thank you for your concern, fourth brother. Lily merely wishes for this lantern. Chapter 62. The dual protagonists of the Danmei narrative have emerged. Jun Jinyan harbored a lingering suspicion about the prince's gaze towards his little sister, pondering why a man who had lost two sons would seek to steal another's child. Forgive my abruptness, the prince replied, his tone tinged with sorrow. Seeing Lily always reminds me of my poor second son. Do not grieve too deeply, dear brother. You are still in your prime, and there will be many more children to come. Jun Jinyan offered a comforting hand, despite the prince being only 27.
Yun Lily.
Rendered speechless, thought, it's not like I was responsible for your second son's demise. Why does my presence evoke such memories? Is it not the case that this beautiful koi has a charm that surpasses your late son? Jun Jincheng sighed in relief, grateful that only the Jun family could hear such thoughts, while the prince remained oblivious. The prince, however, was perplexed, as he recognized the young girl's voice that he had heard during his last visit to the duke's residence. He observed Jun Jinyan and Jun Lily closely. On that occasion, he had caught wind of a conversation regarding a plot against Miss Deng, which had been inadvertently revealed by the duke, who had learned of the ninth prince's activities in the city. The incident involving Deng Xiaoqing's assassination had become common knowledge, and as the prince had visited the Deng residence to pay his respects, he had encountered the ninth prince, who was conversing with his subordinates about swiftly dealing with Miss Deng. Initially intending to ignore the conversation, the prince had inadvertently stepped on a twig, inadvertently alerting the ninth prince and his men. The prince's heart raced at the recollection. He hesitated before confiding in the Jun brothers. Jun Lily, upon hearing this, felt a sense of clarity wash over her. The ninth prince's strategy had effectively accomplished two objectives, eliminating the duke's family while also claiming the life of the prince's last son. This ninth prince truly embodies the cunning of a protagonist from a literary work. His methods are nothing short of masterful. Utilizing the jealousy of the second concubine to poison Miss Pei, even the astute Di Renjia would struggle to trace it back to him. What a clever ploy to employ another's hand to commit murder. Jun Jincheng and Jun Jinyan exchanged glances, realizing the formidable nature of their adversary. It was evident that relying solely on the Jing Wangfu and the general's residence would be insufficient to contend with the ninth prince. The brothers shared a knowing look. They would need to seek assistance. Fourth brother, it's rather chilly today. Why are you sweating? Jun Jinyan inquired, noticing beads of perspiration forming on the prince's brow. No, I'm perfectly fine, the prince replied, regaining his composure as he shot another glance at Jun Lily. He was certain that the voice he had heard belonged to her. Yet, why was it silent now? In that moment of distraction, a vendor pushing a cart passed by. Jun Jinyan, quick-witted, pulled the prince aside. Careful, dear prince. You must conserve your strength and bear more children, he continued. For, how else can you contend with the ninth prince? And also, the prince interjected, what else? Frustration mounted as he found himself unable to hear Jun Lily yet again. He realized that he could only hear her thoughts when he was in contact with Jun Jinyan. This realization troubled the prince immensely. Xiao Jinyan, do not misunderstand. It is only by holding your hand that I can hear Lily's thoughts, he stammered. The onlookers were left bewildered. The prince, a dignified royal, found himself uttering such embarrassing words. Determined not to utter any further embarrassing sounds, he hastily covered his mouth. It is confirmed, the prince truly has some peculiarities. What are you mumbling about? Jun Lily was both amused and bewildered by the prince's antics. Jun Jincheng, who had remained silent until now, regarded the prince with a serious expression. If they revealed their ability to hear Lily's thoughts, it would lead to further embarrassment. Could it be that the prince could also hear her thoughts? Third brother, Jun Jincheng called, prompting the bewildered Jun Jinyan to return to his side. Fourth brother, Lily wishes to participate in the couplet's activity over there. It seems that ninth brother is also present. Jun Jincheng strategically mentioned the ninth prince to capture the prince's attention. The crown prince finally set aside the matter of mind reading, straightening his attire and maintaining a composed demeanor. Let us proceed together. The spring examination is soon to commence, and Long City is presently abuzz with talented scholars. It promises to be quite a spectacle. With the crown prince's words, the group made their way towards the grandest lantern. Jun Lily, filled with anticipation, mused, tonight, it seems, all the brilliance of the scholars will be eclipsed by Miss He. Jun Jincheng, upon hearing this, regretted not bringing along his younger brother, Jun Jinbai. He could hardly believe that He Jinyo's literary prowess could surpass that of Jun Jinbai. Alas! Had his second brother been present, perhaps they could have won some accolades. He shared his lament with Jun Jinan. Jun Lily interjected, your brother? He may not necessarily surpass He Jinyu. After all, she has traversed time, effortlessly reciting poems that are the culmination of millennia of wisdom. No. It is imperative that the male protagonist does not witness the female protagonist's brilliance tonight.
Yun Tinsheng whispered urgently to Yun Tinen.
It dawned on Jun Jinan that prior to his return, they had already disrupted the budding romance between the ninth prince and He Jinyu twice. Thus, they could not afford to falter this third time. Soon, They approached the festively adorned tavern. The tavern steward recognized the crown prince and hastily dispatched a pair of attendants to clear a path for them. The June siblings, basking in the crown prince's favor, entered alongside him. Their purpose was merely to observe the entertainment, not to participate in the couplets. So they requested a well-placed private room on the second floor to sip tea and enjoy some snacks. Chapter 63. In this era, even dancing maidens possess martial skills. June Lily leaned against the window frame, gazing down. June Jincheng, fearing she might inadvertently tumble, grasped her little leg with one hand. Where is the female protagonist? Why has she not yet arrived? Her large, captivating eyes darted about. At last, her perseverance bore fruit, and through the throng, she spotted He Jinyu, who was being shielded by several maidservants, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she focused intently on the officiant about to present the question, exuding confidence. However, she was not particularly anxious. She intended to wait until all others were at a loss, and when the officiant announced a change of couplets, she would step forth as if descended from the heavens. At that moment, all of Long City's scholars would bow before her literary talent. Regardless of whether it was the ninth prince or the crown prince, they would be drawn to her brilliance, thus achieving her objective. Following June Lily's gaze, the crown prince too observed He Jinyu, who wore a triumphant smirk. A look of disdain crept across his face. Previously, He Jinyu had pursued him relentlessly, even attempting to leap into the river, causing him considerable embarrassment. Her brother, He Yuan, had the audacity to engage in an affair with the crown princess. Truly a fate most unworthy. The crown prince shot a fierce glare at He Jinyu, slamming his teacup onto the table, causing tea to spill over. The June siblings understood that the crown prince's ire was directed at He Yuan and the crown princess. While they were lost in contemplation below, He Jinyu was preparing to step forward to answer the question. Let me give it a try. A melodious voice rang out from the crowd. The throng parted to make way for He Jinyu, who delicately lifted her skirts and advanced with small steps. Just as she was about to take the stage, a multitude of figures clad in black burst through the entrance, each wielding long blades, inciting panic throughout the tavern. Chaos erupted as the officiant hastily joined the fleeing crowd. He Jinyu was whisked away by a maidservant from the He family. Even the June siblings upstairs were restless. These assassins have arrived just in time. He Jinyu shall not have her moment of glory this time. June Lily, with the prowess of her elder brother and the capability of her third brother by her side, felt unafraid of the assassins. What is happening? The crown prince bellowed towards the door. Your Highness, do not venture out. It appears to be assassins, replied the captain of the guards. Before he could finish, the sounds of combat erupted. June Jincheng continued to observe the first floor. The black-clad figures showed no intention of causing harm. They seemed to be searching for someone. He recognized the weapons they wielded as the Miao knives of the Southern Xian Kingdom, a fact that alarmed him. Your Highness, these individuals are not of the eastern extremes. They are from Southern Xian. June Jincheng swiftly conveyed this information to the crown prince. The crown prince furrowed his brow. What could their intentions be in our midst? Xiao Chun, remain here and do not emerge, no matter what you hear. I will ensure my guards protect you, he instructed. The trio appeared to outsiders as a lamed individual, a mere child, and only June Jinan possessed some utility, albeit lacking in martial prowess. Your Highness. Then you, June Jinan began to inquire. I must go out and assess the situation. I cannot allow these Southern Xian citizens to act with impunity and harm my people, the crown prince declared, not pausing for June Jinan's response before striding out. This crown prince is quite commendable. June Lily suddenly felt that, regardless of his limited abilities, he understood his mission and responsibilities, proving himself to be a worthy individual. Even June Jincheng found himself pleasantly surprised by the crown prince. He thought that, based solely on the crown prince's spirit of service to the nation and its people, he would be deserving of their alliance. Before the siblings could ponder further, the sounds of battle erupted outside, indicating that the crown prince's guards were engaged with the Southern Xian intruders. Amidst the chaos, a masked woman clad in purple riding attire pushed her way into the room. The three siblings immediately adopted a defensive posture, stifling their breaths as if facing a formidable foe. The woman entered with her back to them, and though she closed the door, she remained vigilant, fixated on the doorway. As the sounds of combat receded, she finally relaxed. Turning around, she met the gazes of the siblings. I apologize. I did not realize anyone was in the room. I merely sought refuge. The woman spoke candidly. June Lily, with her keen instincts, detected the scent of blood. This girl is injured, and quite severely. Noticing the woman's pallor and the lack of color in her lips, June Jincheng surmised some of her condition. Search every room, came the gruff voices of several men from outside. Upon hearing this, the purple-clad woman immediately tensed. She scanned the room, finding only one window leading to the first floor. Escaping through it seemed nearly impossible. An idea sparked within her, and she pleaded with Jun Jincheng and Jun Jinan. I implore you, gentlemen, please help me. I am not a villain, merely an ordinary, vulnerable woman. Jun Jincheng chuckled softly, while Jun Jinan shook his head in silence. Even Jun Lily felt somewhat exasperated. Sister, do listen to yourself. Do you truly believe your words? Jun Jincheng and Jun Jinan concurred, echoing what their younger sister had expressed. Seeing their skepticism, the woman continued. I am a dancer from the Pingle Pavilion. I barely escaped, only to be discovered by them. The three siblings exchanged glances. A dancer? In this day and age, even dancers possess martial skills? Those outside are seasoned assassins. How could they possibly be hired thugs from Pingle Pavilion? Jun Lily discerned the myriad inconsistencies in the woman's excuse. Before they could respond, a knock resounded at the door. Is anyone there? We're searching for someone and hope for your cooperation. The man outside spoke politely, likely informed by the Crown Prince's guards of the Jun family's identity. There's no time, the woman muttered in fear, dashing toward the window, intent on jumping down. Though the height was not great, a flagpole used for hanging couplets below had a sharp tip, directly aligned with their window. Should she miscalculate her jump, she would surely be impaled. Forget it, burst down the door. The burly man outside the door, having lost all patience, shouted to his subordinates. Upon hearing his voice, the woman prepared to leap down. Wait! Jun Jincheng called out to her. Simultaneously, the sound of the door being smashed grew increasingly louder. Brother, what should we do? Jun Jingan exclaimed in panic, uncertain whether to rescue the woman. The tavern's doors, made of bamboo, could shatter with the slightest force. Third brother, hand me your cloak.
Yun Tianxing commanded.
Though Jun Jingan was perplexed, he obediently removed the cloak. At the moment the door splintered, Jun Jincheng flung the cloak over the woman in purple and embraced her. Since Jun Jincheng was still holding Jun Lily, the woman, fearing for the child, refrained from collapsing directly into his arms and instead supported herself. From a distance, they appeared to be engaged in some dubious act. Even Jun Jingan, standing nearby, couldn't he help but gulp, feeling it was too much to bear. The black-clad intruders, witnessing this, instinctively closed their eyes and recoiled. How audacious! Who permitted you to enter? Do you not realize the esteemed young master of the Jing Prince's residence is present? Jun Jingan bellowed, driving them back. You have disturbed my brother's enjoyment. Do you think your heads are worth the trouble? He continued to roar. Chapter 64. Stay with me to be my sister-in-law. Although aware that these individuals hailed from Nanxin, they ought to adhere to the customs of the Dongji people, especially since they were masquerading as such. Yes, we shall depart at once. The leading man promptly turned to leave. Just as he stepped out the door, a sharp voice from a young girl rang out. Wait! The black-clad men seemed intimidated by the girl, indicating that she was indeed their leader. Upon finishing her sentence, she swiftly directed a silver needle towards the woman in purple. The speed was too rapid for Jun Jingan to intercept. The woman, caught off guard, was unprepared, although Jun Jincheng saw it. He could not reveal that his leg had healed in order to block the needle. What are you doing?
Yun Tiangan es enger escalated.
Do not be enraged, young master. To an ordinary person, this is merely a common embroidery needle. In a moment, you may extract it, she replied. However, for the person we seek, it is a lethal poison. The girl, no older than 12 or 13, was of a similar age to Jun Jingan, yet possessed an unusually vicious heart. If you do not believe me, should that girl exhibit any signs of poisoning, you may come to Shadow Kill to find me. I am Su Yenner of Shadow Kill, she said, laughing lightly, resembling a mischievous child as she skipped away. Jun Jincheng stood by the window, watching as the group completely vacated the tavern before finally feeling at ease. He immediately helped the woman in purple extract the poison needle. Indeed, her complexion had worsened since their last encounter. Hey, could you clarify your situation? What exactly is going on? Jun Jincheng was not one to act out of pure kindness. His intentions were always self-serving. He needed to ascertain her potential usefulness. The woman struggled to support herself, her voice growing fainter. I am Morong Tan, the princess of Nanxin, pursued here by Shadow Kill. The Jun siblings were taken aback. The princess of Nanxin? Is she truly the famed Morong Tan, known for commanding troops at 8, leading armies at 10 and defeating 3,000 soldiers at 12 with merely 300 men? Is she indeed the notorious goddess of death from Nanxin, Morong Tan?
Yun Lily.
Akin to a living encyclopedia, rapidly recounted all the information she had on Morong Tan. Young master, I have long been afflicted by the unique poison of shadow kill. And that needle from Su Yenner has merely exacerbated the toxicity. I am nearing my end. After I perish in this foreign land, could I trouble you to send this token to my Morong family? With that, the woman produced a copper token from her waist, handing it to Jun Jincheng with blood-stained hands. Before he could take the token, she could no longer maintain her strength and collapsed into his arms, unconscious.
Yun Lily.
Perceptive as ever, promptly jumped down from Jun Jincheng's embrace to make way for the woman in purple.
Yun Tinken lifted Yun Lily.
Brother, we. Jun Jingon pointed at the woman in Jun Jincheng's arms, uncertain about what to do. Jun Jincheng nudged the woman, seeing she did not respond. He temporarily relinquished the effort and allowed her to lean against him.
Morong Tan, ka.
Jun Lily's mischievous laughter caused the two brothers to feel a twinge of unease. Her appearance, background, martial prowess, intellect, TSK, she is indeed a match for my elder brother. What a fortuitous encounter. Jun Lily offered her highest praise. Jun Jincheng trembled slightly, promptly setting Morong Tan down on a nearby seat. Although his mind was in turmoil, he feigned calmness. When he had previously held Morong Tan, their gazes met, and he found her beauty and figure aligned with his preferences. Now, hearing his sister's remarks, he naturally felt a twinge of embarrassment. Brother, is she truly the princess of Nanshin, Morong Tan? Jun Jingon felt compelled to be cautious. Jun Jincheng carefully took the token from Morong Tan's hand, using a handkerchief to avoid contact with the blood. The token was indeed authentic, crafted from the unique golden copper of Nanshin, reserved solely for the royal family. After cleaning the blood from the token, he tucked it into his attire. This token was akin to a tiger talisman, capable of commanding all military forces under Morong Tan. It represented half of Nanshin's military strength. With these troops, combined with his maternal grandfather's Pei family army and the northern Xianzhua army led by his second cousin, he could easily annihilate the entire Dongji. If he so desired, he could declare himself emperor. However, neither he nor his family had any interest in the throne. Thus, she truly is Morong Tan. Jun Jingon, still somewhat dazed, knew little about court affairs and was uninterested in them. If we do not assist her in dispelling the poison, she will indeed die, he remarked, glancing again at Morong Tan, who still had a pulse. We cannot leave her to her fate. Let us take her home. Mother and Daoist Wang can examine her.
Yun Tianxing instructed.
And then, stay here to be my sister-in-law. Jun Jingon realized his blunder as soon as the words left his mouth. Meeting Jun Jincheng's glare, which seemed to cut through him, he quickly backtracked and offered an apologetic smile. It must be the cold that has muddled my brain, causing me to speak without thinking. To be a sister-in-law? Now that's a splendid idea. As of now, only Morong Tan is worthy of being my elder brother's match. Jun Lily eagerly chimed in. Jun Jincheng's face flickered through shades of crimson and dark hues due to their banter. Jun Jingon blinked, glancing at his little sister, signaling his brother that it was she who had said it. Jun Jincheng swiftly seized Jun Lily, pushing the wheelchair towards the door. The unconscious Morong Tan was unceremoniously handed to Jun Jingon, the implication clear. He was to carry her. With no choice but to comply, Jun Jingon resigned himself to his fate. As they descended the stairs, they encountered the Crown Prince and the Ninth Prince, who were on their way to find them. Xiao Jingon, are you unharmed? The Crown Prince inquired with concern. The Ninth Prince feigned interest, echoing the question. Passers-by marveled at the brothers' deep bond. Your Highnesses, we are well, Jun Jincheng replied. The Ninth Prince quickly noticed the woman on Jun Jingon's back. This young lady, is she also accompanying my two younger cousins? Hearing this, the Crown Prince grew curious, recalling that they had come together, yet now there was an additional girl. This is my servant Tanner. Upon hearing of the recent turmoil, she worried about us and came to check, but unfortunately, she was struck unconscious by those Nanshin men. Jun Jincheng admired his own storytelling prowess. This tale was fit for the stage. Oh, I see. The Ninth Prince was unconvinced. Jun Jincheng, aware of his suspicions, shifted the topic. Have those Nanshin ruffians been apprehended? Alas, we managed to capture a few, but before we could interrogate them, they took poison and ended their own lives. The Crown Prince sighed, expressing his regret. Are the common people settled? Jun Jincheng continued to inquire. There is no need for concern, little Qin. The populace has suffered no casualties. The Crown Prince was quite pleased with this outcome. Fortunately, those individuals were merely in search of someone and did not harm the citizens. By the way, my brother and I encountered a woman earlier who claimed to be the shadow assassin Su Yenner. Jun Jingon hastily mentioned this to divert the topic. What? She is one of the shadow assassins. It was evident that both the Crown Prince and the Ninth Prince were alarmed. The Shadow Assassins are a notorious organization of killers originating from the Western Lei Kingdom, yet the leader is a person from the Southern Xian region. Their influence has now expanded throughout the world, and naturally, they have a branch in the Eastern Extremity. They are like malevolent specters, claiming lives daily, leaving no traces behind. However, they do adhere to certain principles when it comes to killing. The first being the exorbitant commission fees that ordinary people cannot afford. Chapter 65. A Pair of Equal Match. Considering all this, both men's eyes were filled with dread. This matter is of great significance and cannot be underestimated. We must investigate further. The Ninth Prince proposed proactively. He must find the time to visit the Shadow Assassins branch in the Eastern Extremity to ensure that they keep their lips sealed about the nature of their collaboration. Indeed, it is also necessary to report this to Father. The Crown Prince concurred. Taking advantage of the situation, Jun Jincheng promptly took his leave. Upon returning to the Jing Prince's residence, Pei and Daoist Wang worked together to neutralize the poison afflicting Morong Tan. Fortunately, Daoist Wang was present, otherwise, Pei alone would have been unable to resolve the issue. Morong Tan had been unconscious for a full day and night. Daoist Wang stated that if he administered one final acupuncture session today, her poison would be entirely cured. To validate Jun Jinxing's recent medical studies, Daoist Wang allowed him to perform this last procedure independently. Unbeknownst to him, he had a dreadful nightmare, and as he administered the needle, Morong Tan broke out in a cold sweat. Out of compassion as a healer, Jun Jinxing used his sleeve to wipe the sweat from her brow. Unexpectedly, this action startled her awake. Who goes there? Morong Tan asked, gripping Jun Jinxing's wrist, which he had used to wipe her sweat, with a suspicious intensity. As a martial artist, even a woman possesses considerable strength. Jun Jinxing winced. Being so frail, he felt as though his wrist were about to shatter under her grip. Realizing he was merely a boy of about 10 years, Morong Tan decided to release him. Where is this place? And who are you? Taking in her unfamiliar surroundings, Morong Tan surmised that the owner of the place must be either wealthy or noble, suspecting that she had been rescued by someone from the Jing Prince's residence. This is my home, the Jing Prince's residence. My elder brother and third brother brought you here, and my mother and my master have cured your poison, Jun Jinxing explained, rubbing his wrist in grievance. How ironic it was that, while they had kindly saved her, she had nearly crushed his wrist. After hearing Jun Jinxing's words, Morong Tan looked down at herself. She remembered giving her token to Jun Jincheng before losing consciousness, and now not only was her token absent, but her clothes had also been changed. Where are my previous clothes? Morong Tan asked anxiously. Your garments were soaked in blood. They were burned, Jun Jinxing replied. He recalled that Morong Tan was likely referring to the items in her clothing, adding, my elder brother has kept your belongings safe. And where is your elder brother? I need to find him, Morong Tan stated, rising to leave the bed. He is in the courtyard, tending to the children. Alas, your health does not permit you to move about freely, Jun Jinxing cautioned, but before he could finish, Morong Tan had already opened the door and stepped outside. Jun Jinxing sighed. This woman was even less obedient than his elder brother. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to follow after her. As Morong Tan entered the courtyard, she spotted Jun Jincheng seated in a wheelchair, observing Jun Lily crawling in the grass, a tender smile illuminating his face. It turned out he had already established a family, and the child was of such an age. Morong Tan lamented, her voice tinged with an unmistakable sense of loss. Just then, Jun Jinxing caught up to her. Seeing Morong Tan standing at a distance, gazing at Jun Jincheng, he mistakenly assumed she did not recognize him. The one in black is my elder brother, the eldest son of the Jing Prince's residence, Jun Jincheng. Morong Tan paid him no heed. How could she possibly not know Jun Jincheng? He was the famed young general whose name was on par with hers. If she were the Southern Xian's fearsome goddess of death, then Jun Jincheng was the living god of war in the Eastern Extremity. Across the Four Symbols continent, their reputations were equally formidable, yet they had never met face to face. Their first encounter had been at the tavern. Elder brother, Morong girl has awakened. Before Morong Tan could ponder further, Jun Jinxing called out to Jun Jincheng. Upon hearing his fourth brother's voice, Jun Lily turned her gaze in that direction. Her eyes fell upon Morong Tan adorned in a lavender fairy dress. Sister Tan is so beautiful. That dress suits her perfectly, Jun Lily exclaimed, unable to contain her delight. As it was indeed she who had chosen the attire. The descriptions of Morong Tan in the books were scant. All that was known was that she was a female general from southern Xian, with no details about her romantic entanglements or experiences with others. June Lily thought that since this was the case, it would be wonderful to pair her with her elder brother and have her become her sister-in-law. As this thought crossed her mind, she could not help but giggle. June Jincheng shot her a pained glance, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Young master. Morong Tan approached, performing a proper bow of respect as per southern Xian customs. June Jincheng nodded in return. You have recovered well. Thank you for saving my life. Young master. Morong Tan expressed her gratitude. June Jincheng produced a silk pouch from his sleeve and handed it to her. These are your belongings. Please check to ensure nothing is missing. The maids at home can sometimes be rather unscrupulous. Morong Tan accepted the pouch, confirming its contents were intact. Yet she noticed the absence of her bronze token. She looked to June Jincheng, her eyes silently inquiring. What of the token? June Jincheng had no intention of taking advantage of her vulnerability. Furthermore, he had no desire for usurpation. The southern Xian's military strength held no allure for him. After confirming that the token was genuine, Morong Tan put it away. Did you not consider keeping the token for yourself?
Her admiration for Yun Tinsheng grew immensely.
Upon learning of her identity, he had not attempted to seize her life, nor had he hidden the token for his own gain. Despite the temptation of half the southern Xian's forces, truly, June Jincheng was a paragon of integrity, a heroic youth. You jest, my lady. Look at me now. I can only remain at home, tending to cats and children. Your token is of no use to me, he replied, casting a glance at June Lily and the white cat on the grass, then wistfully regarding his own legs. Morong Tan felt a pang of regret. It seemed the 100 Knowledge Hall indeed possessed some skill. The information they had gathered was accurate. The once great god of war had been rendered a cripple. Such a pity. I had hoped to share the battlefield with you someday, to engage in a thrilling contest, but it appears I shall never have that opportunity. Morong Tan suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Among the 4 nations, only June Jincheng could rival her. Yet now he had become disabled. And she felt sorrow for him. Indeed, it is a shame. I too wish to spar with you.
Yun Tinsheng echoed her sentiments.
Now Sister Tan is unaware that my elder brother is merely feigning his disability, hence he cannot engage in combat. Once she discovers the truth, she will surely be reluctant to challenge him.
Yun Lily continued her gleeful laughter.
Oh heavens, who can experience the joy of shipping a couple up close?
Ah.
I could remain single for a lifetime, but the couple I ship must have a happy ending.
Yun Tinsheng, CP. He.
Even if he cannot comprehend the meaning of these terms uttered by June Lily, he can roughly grasp the essence of what she intends to convey. The weather in the first month of the year is somewhat warm. What could be the reason?
Noticing that Yun Tinsheng is continuously gazing at Yun Lily,
Morong Tan also cast a glance in her direction. The little girl is merely 5 or 6 months old, her complexion fair and delicate, resembling a glutinous rice dumpling. Plump and round, utterly adorable. Morong Tan stole a glance at June Jincheng. Indeed, the resemblance between father and daughter is striking. The intelligence from the 100 Knowledge Hall is rather lacking, she suddenly remarked. June Jincheng raised his gaze, listening to her continue. They are unaware that the esteemed young Master June has such a lovely daughter. Chapter 66. To repay kindness, why not bear you a child? Morong Tan's words not only left June Jincheng and June Lily bewildered but also petrified the other 4 brothers of the June family, who were eavesdropping nearby. Oh, dear. Yet another one mistaking me for the elder brother's daughter. June Lily recalled that the last person who said something similar was the male lead, the 9th Prince Junyu. However, your daughter is far too adorable. May I hold her? Morong Tan requested, her tone tinged with longing. June Jincheng, suppressing his displeasure, explained, Lily is not my daughter. She is my mother's newborn younger sister. Morong Tan, how awkward. Is there a crack in the ground where I could hide? Yay, yay. June Lily stretched out her arms toward Morong Tan, indicating her desire to be held. Morong Tan bent down and lifted the little one from the ground. The small baby had been basking in the sun for a while, her body warm, and one could even catch a faint scent of milk as she drew nearer. Mother Nightshade paired with the living king of hell, the god of death paired with the god of war, the female general paired with the young major. Sister Tan, don't leave. Be my sister-in-law, a fragrant, soft, and formidable sister-in-law. June Jincheng, I have never been this speechless in my life. After holding June Lily for a while, Morong Tan set her back down on the grass. Young master, you saved me. I have no means to repay you. Since you have no offspring yet, how about I bear you a child? Everyone. June Jincheng. Are the people of Nanshin this open-minded? The other 4 brothers. Gossiping under the eaves, Sister-in-law is truly bold. June Lily, no need for dinner tonight. I've been fed with dog food. She felt her face flush from the embarrassment and couldn't help but giggle. A sly glance at June Jincheng revealed his ears turning red, prompting June Lily to muse. Even heroes struggle in the presence of beauty. The remaining 4 brothers of the June family. Why is our little sister still here acting as a light bulb? The 4 hastily approached,
Yun Tingen picked up Yun Lily.
while June Jilling scooped up a nearby white cat. Let us pretend we do not exist. You may continue.
Yun Tingen smiled charmingly.
Not forgetting to give June Jincheng a cheer-on gesture. June Jincheng, I feel as though I should report this and have everyone in this courtyard imprisoned. June Jincheng found himself confined in a wheelchair by Morong Tan, unable to move, yet his heart raced with turmoil, maintaining an outwardly serious demeanor. Miss Morong, such jokes are hardly amusing. I saved you merely as a matter of convenience, expecting no repayment from you. During this time, you may rest and recuperate within the manor. Once you are healed, you should depart promptly. Seeing his icy indifference, Morong Tan did not press the matter further. I, Morong Tan, owe nothing to anyone. Within my capabilities, I can agree to assist you with one matter. Morong Tan resumed her serious demeanor, speaking earnestly. June Jincheng chuckled softly. Were it not for her current appearance, he might have thought he had rescued the wrong person.
What is so amusing? Morong Tan inquired, perplexed.
It is nothing. I was merely pondering what you would be like if you were not a general. Morong Tan disregarded him, maintaining her usual aloofness and pride as she stood expressionless nearby. For now, there is nothing for you to do. I shall inform you once I have made up my mind.
Yun Tianxing replied.
Very well. This agreement shall hold true for as long as we live. After leaving the statement, Morong Tan returned to her room to rest.
Yun Tianxing watched her slender silhouette depart.
Chuckling softly, suppressing the confusion within his heart, and casually walked away. In the days that followed, Pei Shi and Jun Jingyan, having listened to June Lily's heartfelt confessions and the whispers of the other 4 sons, believed that Morong Tan and June Jincheng were exceptionally suited for one another and sought to bring them together. Jincheng, what are your thoughts on Morong Tan? During dinner, Pei Shi broached the topic with June Jincheng. On this particular evening, dinner was only attended by Pei Shi, June Jingyan, June Lily, and June Jincheng, as the other 4 brothers were absent. Indeed, after all, you have already taken advantage of the young lady. You must assume responsibility.
June Jingyan also chimed in.
Yun Tianxing. He was somewhat bewildered. How had he taken advantage of anyone? What occurred at the tavern was solely for her rescue. In my opinion, this young lady is wonderful. She is well matched with you, and she does not mind your disability. Pei Shi's fondness for Morong Tan grew with each passing moment, perhaps because she too hailed from Nanshin. Though June Jincheng's face burned with embarrassment, his heart remained as cold as ice. She is the princess of Nanshin, wielding half the military power. Should a union occur, the 9th prince would likely suspect that their Jingwang manor seeks to rebel by leveraging Nanshin's influence. Moreover, the animosity between himself and the 9th prince remains unresolved. He cannot drag Morong Tan into this. Father, mother, please refrain from discussing this further. My mind is made up. Once she has recovered, I will send someone to escort her away. June Jincheng's expression was frigid, leaving no room for negotiation. Then have we not saved her for nothing? Pei Shi felt a sense of loss. She had intended to treat Morong Tan as her own daughter-in-law, yet now it seemed her son was resolute in rejecting her. Fear not, mother. We will not have saved her in vain. She has promised me she will assist with one matter. She is skilled in martial arts, astute in thought, of high status, and commands significant military power. Should we encounter difficulties in the future, we may seek her aid. Although June Jincheng himself did not require Morong Tan as assistance, should the prophecies spoken by his little sister come to fruition, their family could be harmed by the 9th prince and He Jinru. At the very least, Morong Tan could help protect his parents and younger sister. Before June Jincheng could finish his thought, a muffled sound of a cloth bag hitting the ground echoed from outside. Thud. It was somewhat heavy. Following that, the sound of footsteps hurriedly retreating could be heard. Mijian immediately chased outside to investigate and found only a bag of candies at the door. Did you see who it was? Pei Shi inquired promptly. Mijian shook her head. They had not seen the person. But June Jincheng looked at the candies and deduced who the visitor was. Hand me the candies. June Jincheng spoke in a low voice. Mijian handed the sweets to him, and he opened the bag, taking out a piece to put in his mouth. Oh, this child. You shouldn't eat things of unknown origin. Pei Shi feared someone might have poisoned them. It's fine, mother. These cannot be poisonous. He had been trained by his grandfather and 2 uncles as the heir of the Pei family since childhood, accompanying them to the battlefield at the tender age of 8. Such a young child, how could he withstand the harsh realities of war? Back then, aside from martial training and killing, the only joy he derived came from the candies brought to him by the little military officer who sought to curry favor. An 8-year-old child is oblivious to concepts like flattery and bribery. Eventually, the little officer's true identity was revealed. He was a spy sent by an enemy nation, deliberately getting close to him to gather intelligence. He still remembers the day the little officer died, blood staining the bag of candies at his waist. With his last breath, he handed the candy bag to Jun Jincheng, yet his 2 uncles forbade him from accepting it, insisting that the candy was unclean and likely poisoned. After consuming them for so long, he would know whether they were poisoned or not. However, he was acutely aware of the implications behind the term traitor. From that moment forth, he indulged in sweets scarcely, consistently claiming to disfavor sugary delights. Aren't you one to shy away from sweets?
Yun Tingen inquired.
A hint of curiosity in his voice, for he had never witnessed his elder brother partake in confections. Jun Jincheng merely smiled and shook his head in silence, inwardly murmuring, "The intelligence of Bai Xiaodang is remarkably astute. How well you comprehend me." Regrettably, that very night, Murong Tan gathered her belongings and departed. Aside from a letter bearing an address and a silver hairpin as a token, she left nothing behind. Chapter 67. The Peach Orchard Hiking Festival. In response to her departure, Jun Jincheng exhibited little reaction. After all, their acquaintance had been brief, and their mutual affection was limited to superficial attributes. Their life experiences were strikingly similar, transforming them into mere reflections of one another. He carefully placed the silver hairpin she had left into a locked box, pondering the uncertainty of ever encountering her again. Knock. Knock, knock. The sound of someone rapping on his door echoed through the room. "Come in, second brother." Indeed, the figure entering was Jun Jingbai, draped in a robe of moonlit gray. "Elder brother, how do you always know it's me?" he remarked. The scent of the old sandalwood ink from Mo Yuan Pavilion is so strong that it is hard to mistake, Jun Jincheng replied with a light chuckle. Mo Yuan Pavilion was a prestigious stationery store in the city, its exquisite sandalwood ink imported from the southern Xian kingdom. Most notably, they had learned from Jun Lily that this establishment was owned by the 9th prince, Jun Yu. Anything associated with the 9th prince was anathema to Jun Jincheng. Yet, Jun Jingbai believed it was not yet the right time to sever ties openly, thus he continued to patronize the shop. Unfortunately, he was the least conspicuous second son in the family, burdened with tasks that his elder brother and parents would rather avoid. "As expected of you, elder brother. Truly impressive." Jun Jingbai praised him like a child. His elder brother was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, leaving Jun Jingbai to resort to flattery. "What is it that you seek me for?"
Yun Tianxing inquired directly.
"Tomorrow is the annual Peach Orchard outing. Are you not attending?" The people of Longcheng were enamored with romance, and every spring, when flowers bloomed in abundance, a grand outdoor event would be held, essentially a hiking festival for thousands. "You know I harbor no interest in such affairs." Noticing Jun Jingbai's hesitation, Jun Jincheng retorted, "If you wish to go, I shall not hinder you." Upon hearing this, Jun Jingbai earnestly requested, "Elder brother, will you accompany me?" Jun Jincheng, perplexed, thought it peculiar that his younger brother, no longer a child, required his accompaniment for an outing. Before he could voice his thoughts, a maid entered to announce, "Young masters, Madam wishes to see you both." Madame Pei had summoned her 2 sons regarding the poetry gathering set for the following day. "Chunner, just now. The 9th prince sent word that he has procured some fine royal wine from the southern Xian and wishes to invite you for a tasting. Hoping you will attend the outing tomorrow." Jun Jincheng frowned at this news. It seemed he had no choice but to attend the outing after all. Hearing this, Jun Lily, nestled in Madame Pei's arms, grew anxious.
"No.
Elder brother, you absolutely must not go, and neither should second brother. None of you should attend."
Yun Lily shook her head vehemently.
The others were perplexed and leaned in to listen to her fervent thoughts. The outing is to be held in the very area where Lord Deng Xiaoqing was murdered last year, far from the city and isolated. The male protagonist has long plotted to incite chaos during the hiking festival, intending to have his ambushers eliminate the crown prince. "Family, you absolutely cannot go."
Yun Lily pleaded,
her agitation manifesting in her frantic gestures. "If you go, it would be akin to willingly accompanying the crown prince to his demise." She noticed a teacup on the table, dipped her finger in the water, and inscribed a no on the table for everyone to see. What is our little sister trying to convey?
Yun Tingbei final ignorance.
Perhaps she is simply hungry? Jun Jincheng suggested, casting a glance at Madame Pei, signaling her to have the maid take Jun Lily away. Madame Pei nodded and called for the maid. As they departed, Jun Lily felt utterly despondent, her head drooping. "I am utterly useless. I cannot alter my family's fate. It seems I must helplessly watch my two elder brothers march toward their doom. With a sigh, she resolved that she would resort to throwing a tantrum in the morning, clinging to their garments to drag them back. Hearing her thoughts, both Jun Jincheng and Jun Jingbai shook their heads. Must our little sister not harbor a glimmer of hope? So many times they have escaped peril. Why should this time be any different? Mother, since the 9th prince has extended an invitation, we have no choice but to attend.
Yun Tingbei remarked.
This time, we must proceed knowing that danger lurks ahead. I shall inform your grandfather of the situation, stating that I received intelligence of an assassin infiltrating the outing. Madame Pei sought to have General Pei mobilize forces.
Indeed.
It would be prudent to have grandfather send 2 uncles to preemptively guard against any threats. Jun Jincheng concurred.
Yun Tingbai, harboring doubts,
voiced an alternative viewpoint. If my sister's prediction proves incorrect and grandfather deploys troops to disrupt the outing, he may incur the emperor's wrath. After some contemplation, he added, moreover, should grandfather arrive, the 9th prince would surely not be foolish enough to act in the presence of the Pei family army, thereby canceling his plans to eliminate the crown prince.
Yun Tianxing chuckled lightly at least.
In that case, let us position grandfather further away, using smoke as a signal. Should assassins indeed appear, we can summon him for assistance. Madame Pei nodded in agreement with his proposal. Tomorrow, take Lily with you. The outing is an affair for the youth. It is not convenient for your father and me to attend. Have the 3rd brother accompany you to ensure Lily's safety. Madame Pei believed that if any danger arose, no one would be better at foreseeing it than their little sister.
Understood, Yun Tianxing and Yun Tingbai replied,
though they wished to spare Jun Lily from danger. However, the outing concerned the crown prince's life. Moreover, with the 3rd brother accompanying them, their chances of success would be greater. Upon learning that she too was to be part of the outing, Jun Lily felt as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. All right. So, I am to accompany 3rd brother as well? She lamented. It appears this outing will cost half the family their lives.
Yun Lily remarked,
reflecting on the 8 members of their family and how a mere hiking festival could claim the lives of 4 siblings. At dawn, the 4 set out. In the carriage, Jun Jing'an provided his 2 elder brothers with concealed daggers for their protection, given that Jun Jingbai lacked martial prowess and Jun Jincheng could not easily reveal his abilities. The location of the outing was in the same mountainous region where Jun Jincheng had taken Jun Lily to witness the rime last time. A breathtaking forest resembling a floral paradise, with the peach blossom grove being the most enchanting of all. Every year, in early March, when the peach blossoms bloomed, the young people of the city would form teams to revel in the beauty, drink, and compose poetry. Over time, it became widely known throughout the city. Gradually, some saw a business opportunity, leasing the area, renovating it, and hosting a hiking festival every spring, inviting the youth to participate. Entry tickets were free, but food and drink cost several times more than in town. The influx of visitors was unimaginable, including members of the royal family and nobility, with the young masters and ladies being quite affluent. Naturally, many commoners aimed to seize the opportunity to mingle with the children of the powerful. Coincidentally, as the spring examination approached, the most talented scholars from across the nation converged in Longqing, making the hiking festival even more crowded. The carriage clattered along. Jun Lily was well acquainted with this mountain path. As they neared the vicinity where Lord Deng Xiaoqing and his daughter had encountered danger, she found herself unable to continue. All around her were throngs of people and carriages from various households. In stark contrast to the desolate winter day, when they came to admire the rime, Jun Lily could not help but sigh. How the world has changed, and how everything has come to rest. Hearing this, Jun Jinbai lamented the eloquence of his younger sister. Nevertheless, with the weather being splendid, the 3 brothers of the Jun family decided to abandon their carriage and proceed on foot with Jun Lily. Jun Lily felt a tinge of regret that, in such a lively gathering, her cousins could not join them. Deng Qing was still in mourning, making it inappropriate for him to partake in such a festive occasion. Therefore, Pei Ting naturally accompanied him in honoring the period of filial piety. Pei Yi had little interest in the flowers and the outing. He preferred indulging in floral wines, and thus would not attend. As for Pei Ying from the 2nd uncle's family, his mother was overly concerned that she might be lured away by some impoverished youth, forbidding her from participating in any activities, which was indeed quite pitiful. Chapter 68. The scholar from a farming family, Yu Tingsong. The 4 of them followed the main group onward. The individuals beside them were clad in coarse cloth and hemp garments, resembling impoverished scholars on their way to the capital for examinations. You do not jostle with those young masters. Regardless of when they enter, the flowers will remain the same. A man in rough cloth called out to another wearing a light gray robe. June Lily suddenly realized that the young masters obstructing their path referred to her elder brother's wheelchair. June Jincheng still occupied the chair. And in such a narrow and crowded place, it indeed took up the space of two individuals. My apologies. We seem to be in your way. June Jinbai promptly instructed June Jinan to slightly adjust the wheelchair backward. Observing that the siblings were not as arrogant as other young masters, the attitude of the scholars in coarse clothing softened a bit. Thank you, young master. Forgive my intrusion, but this outing is quite crowded. You must be cautious with the child and the patient, the youth addressed as you by his companions said with a bow. Thank you for your concern, June Jinbai replied, nodding in appreciation. The young man was of modest height and appeared quite youthful, requiring June Jinbai to lower his head to meet his gaze. However, in that fleeting moment of eye contact, June Jinbai felt a jolt. The youth bore a striking resemblance to his maid, Ting He. Save for a few basic masculine features, he could almost be her twin. Although June Jinbai had pleaded with June Jincheng not to replace Ting He, she had left her position at the Wang residence due to family circumstances. It had been 3 or 4 months since he last saw her. As the second young master, who was uninvolved in household affairs, he did not know her home address, let alone her true name. Despite his longing, he dared not inquire from his elder brother or mother. June Jinbai looked at the youth named you with confusion. Noticing the expression in June Jinbai's eyes, the young man curiously asked, Might I inquire what you were looking at? Is there something on my face? Ting He? June Jinbai could not help but utter her name. Ting He, who was of similar age to him, was not a slave purchased by the Wang family, but rather a temporary worker. She had come to the Wang residence when June Jinbai was around 10 years old, likely because the old steward found her age suitable to care for him. She was unremarkable, except among the many maids. She was the only one who did not treat him as a fool. June Jinbai recalled how she would treat him as a playmate, as a friend, and they would play together. Because of this, she often faced reprimands from the head maid. Although he had been an intellectually challenged child at the time, he had repeatedly defended Ting He, even pushing the head maid away to protect her from punishment. The June family, not understanding the situation, assumed he was merely a fool causing trouble and thus confined him to his courtyard by Luoga. During that time, Ting He became his sole source of light. She informed him of everything happening in the outside world, accompanied him, cared for him, and walked with him for 5 years. Unfortunately, shortly after he regained his normalcy, she resigned. Upon hearing her name, both the youth named Yu and June Jincheng were momentarily taken aback. How do you know my sister? The young man inquired. June Jinbai chuckled softly, realizing that he was her brother. No wonder they bore such a resemblance. However, he had never heard her mention having a brother she once worked at. June Jinbai began to explain Ting He's employment at the Wang residence, but was interrupted by June Jincheng. They were once friends. I was unaware she had such a friend. Yu Tingsong replied skeptically. Before June Jinbai could respond, he continued, I come from a humble background. My sister worked in the Jingwang residence from the age of 10 to support my education, returning home only at the end of last year. May I ask when you became acquainted with her? June Jinbai was overjoyed. Their experiences aligned perfectly. He had been overly cautious, initially hesitant to believe it. June Jinbai was about to reveal his true identity when June Jincheng kicked him.
Oh.
Merely by chance, June Jinbai quickly amended, fearful that Yu Tingsong might probe further. He deftly shifted the topic. I wonder how she is doing now. Is she well? She is well. Thank you for your concern, Yu Tingsong replied with a polite bow. June Jinbai nodded in relief upon hearing this. June Lily straightened up in June Jincheng's arms, stretching her neck to peer over. Is this person named Yu? Possibly the newly crowned scholar, Yu Tingsong? Oh dear. What a pitiful child, June Lily remarked. The 3 June brothers perked up, for when their sister expressed such sentiments, it typically foretold of misfortune. Yu Tingsong is a rare scholar from a farming background. 10 years of hard study is indeed commendable. What a pity, what a pity. His hard-earned title of scholar is easily usurped by another. Moreover, he was beaten by the one who replaced him, though he was fortunate to be saved at the brink of death by the seemingly virtuous male lead. Yet, therein lies the tragedy. He remains oblivious that the very person he wishes to repay is the architect of his misfortunes. The June brothers were taken aback. June Jinbai shivered at the thought. Ting He's brother was indeed unfortunate. Now that he knew the truth, he felt compelled to assist him. June Jinan mused that it appeared to be yet another case of examination fraud, a scandal involving false scholars. June Jincheng narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. The 9th prince was truly ambitious. In this outing, he aimed to undermine the crown prince, while in the examinations, he sought to place his own candidates as scholars. Most terrifying was his cunning ability to achieve both ends. Since your sister is a friend of my younger brother, we are now friends as well, Jun Jincheng said as he maneuvered his wheelchair to position himself opposite Yu Tingsong. It is an honor, Yu Tingsong replied with a subtle smile. He had a fondness for children, and upon seeing Jun Lily in Jun Jincheng's arms, his heart softened. Only at the end of last year had he recently married, and they had yet to have children of their own. Jun Jinbai was somewhat mesmerized. Ting He and Yu Tingsong were truly cast from the same mold. Please allow me to cover all expenses for today's outing for all you talented scholars, Jun Jincheng declared with the air of a domineering CEO. Upon hearing this, even Jun Lily's eyes widened in astonishment. That is too generous. How could we allow you to bear such expenses? Yu Tingsong was not one to take advantage of others, thus naturally declined. A man beside him whispered, "Look at the attire of those 4 siblings. This is fabric from Yuxiafang, priceless and rare. Those lacking status cannot even purchase it no matter how wealthy they are. It's a bargain and you don't seize the opportunity? Don't be foolish." Unable to endure any longer, Yu Tingsong shoved the man aside. With such thoughts, I truly wonder how you managed to become a scholar? Did your education simply go to waste? Hey, what do you mean by that? The man who was pushed by him was not pleased. After staggering a few steps to regain his balance, he turned to confront Yu Tingsong. However, with a mere glance from Jun Jinbai, the man immediately submitted, offering a forced smile. "Do as you wish. Regardless, I can endure not eating or drinking during this outing." Yu Tingsong, thoroughly incensed by their antics, bid farewell to the Jun brothers with a courteous gesture and strode away alone. The group of young men in simple garb hastened to pursue him. Quite the spirited one, Jun Jinan couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 69. The little darling is a heartthrob. Families like theirs, from humble backgrounds, typically possess little wealth, and supporting even one child's education is an extravagant burden, resulting in their perpetual poverty. Yet, despite such destitution, to retain such pride truly marks him as a rare talent. With an elder brother of such stature, surely the younger sister cannot be lacking. Jun Jincheng cast a sidelong glance at Jun Jinbai and jested. No wonder the second young master of the Wang family pines for him. After saying so, he gestured to Jun Jinan, indicating that they need not concern themselves with a second brother, allowing them to depart on their own.
Yun Lily,
intrigued by her elder brother's gossip, couldn't contain her curiosity.
What?
Second brother, that old relic, has developed a romantic interest? Wow, how impressive that second sister-in-law could move him. Truly remarkable. Upon hearing his little sister's remarks, Jun Jinbai felt his cheeks flush, as if he were burning with fever. After the new year, he had turned 15, and it was indeed time to discuss marriage, yet his elder brother Jun Jincheng remained unmarried. Furthermore, he himself was uncertain whether his feelings for Tingyi were of a romantic nature. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Jun Jinbai ambled leisurely behind Jun Jincheng's wheelchair. The 3 in front, aware of his demeanor, exchanged knowing glances. Jun Lily couldn't help but wear a knowing smile, since elder brother and sister Tand did not succeed. We must ensure second brother finds a match this time. Jun Jinan, that is precisely my intention. Just as Jun Jinan was chuckling to himself, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. In that instant, as if a switch had been flipped, the crown prince caught wind of Jun Lily's heartfelt thoughts. Little Bias found someone special? Upon turning to face the source of the voice, Jun Jinan recognized the crown prince and was about to bow respectfully. No need for such formalities, Shaoan. Although the 3 Jun brothers refrained from bowing, they all greeted in unison. 4th cousin. The crown prince was not alone. Beside him stood a woman who, though not visibly pregnant, was cradling her belly as if eager to announce her condition to the world. The crown prince's skills are remarkable. He hit the mark on the first try. Jun Lily marveled at the sight. Less than a month since the Lantern Festival, and already another child. The group, hearing Jun Lily's candid thoughts, made several blush. This little sprite, though small, was wise beyond her years. Fortunately, the crown prince at that moment did not hear her words, nor did he approach Jun Jinan. And who might this be?
Yun Tincheng inquired, feigning ignorance.
This is a newly welcomed concubine of mine, the crown prince boasted. Soon, I shall be a father again. The 4 Jun siblings, congratulations, cousin. Even if Jun Jinbai was at a loss for words, he still maintained his composure. Throughout this exchange, the crown prince's gaze lingered on Jun Lily, and eventually, he could no longer restrain himself. Shaochen, Lily has been raised splendidly by the Wang family. She is so plump and fair. He could not help but reach out.
Jun Jincheng,
Jun Jincheng, displeased, swatted his hand away. Seeing the crown prince's eagerness to hold the child, he implored Xiaochen. Just let me hold her for a moment. The esteemed crown prince, in pursuit of his desire for children, was willing to set aside his dignity. June Lily found his desperation somewhat pitiful. Very well, in light of your 2 lost children, this lucky charm shall make a sacrifice and allow you to hold me. Understanding his little sister's intent, Jun Jincheng did not further object and handed her over to the crown prince. The latter cherished the little rice dumpling, and even his accompanying concubine noticed his affection, quickly suggesting, if your highness likes daughters, I shall. No need, just spare me a son. The crown prince hastily interjected before the concubine could finish. A daughter is fine to admire from afar, but he must have a son to secure his claim to the throne. The crown prince gazed at June Lily, shaking his head repeatedly. Should he ascend to the throne? He vowed to have a daughter as delightful as her to dote upon. As they continued, more people gathered. The crown prince, engrossed in his admiration, showed no intention of returning June Lily to Jun Jincheng, cradling her as he walked away. Jun Jincheng. Ah, indeed, he has come to snatch the child. He no longer required Jun Jinan's assistance with the wheelchair, maneuvering it himself to reclaim his sister. It was not uncommon for an emperor or prince unable to sire children to adopt from the royal family, and Jun Jincheng feared that in an instant, his sister could become the crown prince's sister. Jun Jinbai chuckled and shook his head, pondering who could resist adoring their precious darling. The peach blossom grove was breathtaking, stretching for nearly 10 miles both within and beyond. Strolling through it felt like stepping into a celestial realm. The gentle spring breeze caressed the air, causing petals to cascade like a floral rain, creating an exquisite spectacle. Wow, I wish I could fly,
Jun Lily exclaimed,
unable to resist reaching out her tiny hands to catch the drifting petals. However, her small stature made it difficult to reach, especially as she was nestled in Jun Jincheng's embrace. Sensing her desire, he extended his hand, catching a falling petal. With his slender fingers, he delicately offered the petal to the little one before her eyes. Thank you, elder brother. June Lily was satisfied, bringing the petal to her mouth. Wait, this cannot be eaten. Jun Jincheng rushed to pry the petal from her grasp. Why not? Peach blossoms can be used for tea, and the petals can be made into jelly. There are many ways to enjoy them. Alas, I am too small. Otherwise, I would surely make some for everyone to taste. The group erupted into laughter. Even the crown prince, still mourning his lost children, managed to break into a rare smile. Their gathering soon attracted the attention of many onlookers. Yu Tingsong gleaned from the surrounding conversations that the 3 young gentlemen from earlier were indeed the sons of the Jing Wang mansion. No wonder they claimed to be friends of Tingyi. Though it was merely an outing, where gender, status, and kinship were disregarded, groups of friends wandered together to appreciate the blossoms and enjoy the spring. Yet even in such a setting, people instinctively cleared a path for the crown prince and those from the Jing Wang mansion. In contrast, Yu Tingsong and the commoners found themselves squeezed into a corner. The crown prince, accustomed to these annual events, understood the etiquette and did not disappoint those who had graciously cleared a prime viewing spot for him. On the narrow path, he walked in the central position of prominence. The 3 June brothers, attending for the first time, were nonetheless justified in standing alongside the crown prince given their status. The crown prince deliberately positioned Jun Jinan close to him. Although Jun Jinan was reluctant to associate with this eccentric, he felt compelled to comply when the crown prince spoke. As they prepared to admire a century-old peach tree, the 9th prince arrived as well. After exchanging greetings, he positioned himself beside the crown prince's concubine, perhaps to avoid any suspicion by maintaining a respectful distance. Along the way, they admired the scenery and exchanged playful banter. Their striking appearances naturally drew the attention of many young women who paused to admire them. For these young ladies, the brothers were even more captivating than the flowers themselves. Especially the 3 sons of the Jing Wang mansion, Jun Jincheng, Jun Jinbai, and Jun Jinan, who rarely made public appearances, successfully captured the majority of attention. That handsome young man beside the crown prince is the newly acknowledged 3rd son of the Jing Wang mansion? How striking! I used to think the 9th prince was the most handsome in Longcheng, but having seen these 3 today, I feel like I've missed out.
Oh, dear.
Who do you think is the most handsome among the 3 brothers? Each possesses their own unique charm, however. Had the esteemed young master not suffered an injury to his leg, he would undoubtedly be the object of desire for every noblewoman in the city, a veritable prince charming in their dreams. Listening to the discussions around her, Jun Li could hardly contain her delight. Fortunately, they are not women, otherwise the threshold of the Jing Wangfu would have been trampled upon in their eagerness for a marriage proposal. The Jun family brothers. The crown prince, closely leaning against Jun Jin and S arm, burst into laughter. Unable to restrain himself, the crown prince transitioned from a quiet chuckle to a full-blown laugh. The sudden outburst left the onlookers bewildered. What could possibly be so amusing? Upon regaining his composure, the crown prince realized that a row of eyes were fixed upon him. Chapter 70. Forcing the issue. Jun Jin Chun composes a poem. The crowd murmured, "The crown prince truly has a peculiar disposition. What could possibly bring him such joy?" Even the ninth prince deemed the crown prince somewhat eccentric. "Oh, nothing of consequence, merely some trivial thoughts." The crown prince hastily covered up. "Tisk, tsk. Do all those with the surname Jun possess a history of mental instability? Our family certainly has its share of eccentricities every few days." Jun Lili couldn't help but exclaim. The crown prince and the Jun brothers all yearned to retort, "Listening to your inner thoughts, who could possibly remain sane?" Unbeknownst to Jun Lili, their minds were elsewhere, as she suddenly recalled the protagonist, He Jin Ro. Having failed to approach the ninth prince during the Lantern Festival, she would undoubtedly not let this opportunity at the hiking event slip by. Indeed, with careful searching, Jun Lili spotted He Jin Ro lingering at the edge of the gathering. Though her appearance was unremarkable, being merely the daughter of a third-rank official, few took notice of her. She trailed silently behind the crown prince's entourage, unable to push her way to the front, exuding an air of loneliness and solitude. At that moment, her gaze was fixed upon the back of the ninth prince's head, her eyes betraying an uncontainable admiration, as if she were gazing at a celestial being. Seeing this, Jun Lili shook her head in disbelief. One must question the protagonist's discernment. While the ninth prince is indeed handsome, he pales in comparison to my elder brother. Aside from his princely title, what qualities could he possibly possess that rival my brother? Isn't the protagonist merely enamored with his royal status, yearning to become a queen beneath him? As this thought crossed her mind, Jun Lili felt a wave of disdain for He Jin Ro. Perhaps within the confines of the narrative, her affections for the male lead, Jun Yu, were not genuine. Rather, she was simply a woman who prioritized her ambitions over true emotion. Truly, a heroine who values gain over sentiment. Equally infatuated with the ninth prince was Cui Ya, the venomous antagonist who had gifted Jun Lili a jade pendant at her full moon banquet.
Presently, Cui Ya appeared resplendent,
her attire and demeanor exuding the poise of a highborn lady, far surpassing the protagonist, He Jin Ro, by countless degrees. Observing her, Jun Lili found herself wishing that Cui Ya would not develop an infatuation for the ninth prince. Such a refined lady deserved better than a hypocrite cloaked in false virtue. Cui Ya noticed Jun Lili's gaze and greeted her with a bright smile. "Miss Yun, how delightful to see you again." Frankly speaking, she found Jun Lili's awareness of social nuances rather charming. Even now, recalling the events of the full moon banquet, she considered Jun Lili to be quite intriguing. As she spoke, the Jun brothers and the crown prince turned to acknowledge her. "I have the honor of meeting your highness, the crown prince, and your highness, the ninth prince."
Cui Ya executed a graceful curtsy.
"Miss Cui, please join us." The crown prince warmly invited. Cui Ya immediately spotted the vacant space between the ninth prince and the crown prince's concubine.
Ah,
this must be the crown prince's new favorite. Quite an exquisite beauty, indeed. With that, she casually linked arms with the crown prince's concubine. In that instant, the ninth prince's glowering gaze was sharp and vivid. Yet it was merely fleeting. He suppressed his ire, knowing he had set a trap for them. Today, he would send them all to the underworld. "Royal brother, I have brought some fine wine from Nanjing. How about a drinking session with you and little Chun?" The ninth prince enthusiastically proposed. "Excellent. I shall prepare some snacks to accompany the wine." The crown prince was suddenly quite animated. "I am honored. Having yet to taste the exquisite wine from Nanjing, today I shall rely on my cousin's generosity."
Yun Tin Xian bowed politely.
The ninth prince chuckled inwardly. "Once this jug of wine is finished, I'll send you all to hell. On the road to the underworld, at least you brothers will have each other for company." He Jin Ro, witnessing Cui seated beside the ninth prince, was instantly fraught with anxiety, wringing her hands. How detestable, that annoying woman. Being the daughter of a duke's family, what kind of men has she not encountered? Why must she cling to her ninth prince? At the previous banquet, she had exerted considerable effort to escape this woman's grasp, and now she found herself face to face with her once more. Today, she must make her presence known before the ninth prince. He Jin Ro kept a watchful eye on the ninth prince and Cui Ya, just as Jun Li remained vigilant of He Jin Ro. Once, twice, thrice, they had successfully thwarted encounters between the male and female leads,
They could not afford to fail this time.
As the group approached the peach grove, June Lili found herself entranced by the breathtaking floral scenery. The air filled with fragrance and romance permeating the atmosphere. She glanced back, noticing an increasing number of people gathering behind her. Even many commoners being swept into the flower thicket. Fortunately, the Yu family had arrived early and were currently following the crown prince's procession. In this enchanting moment, I feel compelled to compose a poem. The crown prince suddenly halted, addressing the crowd. Instantly, his admirers chimed in. It is indeed a privilege to hear the crown prince recite poetry today. The crown prince began, peonies, peonies and peach blossom rain, beauty and flowers. Beauty in the maiden. With that, he bent down to pluck a flower from the ground and presented it to his concubine. The June siblings. June Lili. Oh my, what unexpected dog food. What a splendid poem indeed. A certain young lord, ever eager to curry favor with the crown prince, quickly applauded. Others, not wishing to undermine the crown prince's dignity, could only echo his sentiments. At that moment, the ninth prince interjected. We often speak of these flowers and plants. It grows tiresome. Perhaps we should deviate from tradition and discuss the repeated incursions of the West Camp into our eastern territories. Allowing those young lords and ladies to speak of flowers and grass is one thing, but discussing matters of war?
Not only them,
but even the crown prince and the ninth prince themselves were hardly versed in such topics. All gazes fell upon Jun Jinchen, the only present youth who had commanded troops against the West Camp. Jun Jinchen sighed. The ninth prince's intentions were clear. He sought to humiliate him. Did he presume that as a mere warrior, he was incapable of composing poetry? The eldest son of the Jing Wangfu, renowned as the god of war of the East, commanding troops at such a young age. Why not allow our esteemed eldest son to lead us in verse today? The ninth prince smirked, directing a mocking invitation at Jun Jinchen. Indeed, let little Chun go first. The crown prince, puzzled but compliant, echoed the sentiment. The ninth prince provided Jun Jinchen with paper and brush, seemingly eager to mock his calligraphy. Feeling as if he were being coerced into a corner, Jun Jinchen realized he must compose a poem, otherwise he would be subjected to ridicule from the entire assembly. Surely, my brother does not lack the ability to compose poetry entirely? If only I could recite a poem about the bees' war. Wouldn't he think I could do it? She was so anxious that she yearned to assist Jun Jinchen in crafting a poem. Just moments before, unwilling to compose poetry, Jun Jinchen found himself resolute. With so many believing he could not write, he had to showcase his talent. To avoid disrupting Jun Jinchen's creative process, Jun Jin and led Jun Lili away. Taking the pen and paper from the ninth prince, Jun Jinchen tossed the parchment into the air and elegantly inscribed a few lines upon it. As the ink dried, the poem was complete. He deftly extended his hand to catch the paper. Jun Lili, cradled in the embrace of Jun Jinan, could not discern the content clearly. But she noted that her elder brother's handwriting was far more elegant and vigorous than that of her second brother. What a splendid poem. Indeed, a remarkable piece, exclaimed a young gentleman accompanying their entourage upon receiving the poem, astonished to discover that the eldest son was not only a master of martial arts, but also an exceptional poet. Another young lady began to shower him with compliments. Chapter 71. A shared glance revealed the crown prince truly has issues. They refrained from reading the poem aloud in front of the crowd. Instead, it was passed around for those interested to peruse at their leisure. Thus, Jun Lili remained oblivious to the contents written by Jun Jincheng. However, through the envious and disdainful gaze of the ninth prince, she surmised that her brother must have penned something extraordinary. My elder brother is simply the best, a true polymath.
Jun Lili fervently praised Jun Jincheng.
Although our eastern extremity is prosperous and robust, we must not overlook the ever-watchful Westlake Kingdom. As Jun Jincheng delivered these impassioned words, his gaze scrutinized the ninth prince. As a royal, how can one neglect the welfare of the people and the state, preoccupied only with harming one's own kin? It is utterly infuriating. Upon hearing Jun Jincheng's declaration, the assembly fell into immediate silence, reflecting on their own actions while harboring discontent toward his remarks in such a setting. Chueya was the first to shatter the stillness. What you say, young Master Jun, is profoundly insightful. We are grateful for your wisdom. With her lead, the others followed suit, bowing in respect and uttering phrases like we are enlightened. Even Jun Lili was suddenly reminded of an article from the 21st century, yearning to quote it. When the youth aspire, so does the nation. When the youth are strong, so is the nation. When the youth surpass the 3 kingdoms of the southwest, so does the nation. When the youth excel on the continent of the 4 symbols, so does the nation excel. Oh, How magnificent are the rivers and mountains of our eastern extremity. The three June brothers and the crown prince were taken aback by June Lily's lofty aspirations at such a tender age. The crown prince lamented, wishing June Lily were his own child. Had she been his biological offspring, he would ensure that she inherited the throne upon his passing. Yet, he felt relieved that June Lily was merely a girl. Otherwise, the talent emanating from the Jing prince's residence might threaten to alter the line of succession. However, he soon reconsidered, pondering that since they all belonged to the June lineage, it mattered little who ascended the throne. Observing the swift changes in the crown prince's expression, the crowd speculated about his health. "Your Highness, are you unwell today?" inquired the ninth prince with concern. The crown prince's cheek twitched. He could endure a little longer. How could he explain his condition to everyone? June Lily thought. A shared glance reveals the crown prince is indeed unwell. "Help. I suffer from a phobia of large objects. I fear great fools. Your Highness, retreat, retreat, retreat." The crowd reacted with astonishment. The fervor for poetry continued unabated. Upon hearing Yu Tingsong's poem, the June brothers were struck with admiration, convinced that with such talent, he would surely rank among the top 3 in this year's imperial examination. However, their apprehension regarding June Lily's previous remarks about the authenticity of the top candidates only grew stronger. "Fourth cousin, how are preparations for this year's palace examination coming along?" June Jincheng suddenly inquired, leaving the crown prince bewildered. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, the examination questions have been released. I heard that Xiao Bai participated in the provincial exam. Has he now regretted it and wishes to take the palace exam instead?" the crown prince asked, intrigued. Otherwise, June Jincheng would not have broached the subject. Upon hearing this, June Jincheng Bai contemplated. If he too entered the palace exam and maintained a close association with Yu Tingsong, would the ninth prince and his associates refrain from sabotaging him due to his status? Even if his presence offered little benefit, he could still keep an eye on those with ulterior motives. "Indeed, fourth cousin, I have changed my mind. I wish to participate directly in the palace exam." Ultimately, June Jincheng Bai exercised his privilege as a member of the royal family. "Very well, I shall speak on your behalf tomorrow. It is but a simple matter." The crown prince readily acquiesced, as this task required little effort, and even June Jincheng Bai could handle it himself. "Thank you, older cousin." June Jincheng Bai replied with a bow. June Jincheng lowered his voice to ensure only their group could hear. "I have heard that during the spring examination, there may be those with ulterior motives colluding with the examiners." He trailed off, deliberately leaving the statement unfinished. "Are you implying there is cheating involved?" The crown prince's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The imperial examinations have historically been crucial for selecting talent, and many have resorted to underhanded tactics. Wealthy merchants or government officials whose children lack scholarly aptitude often choose to bribe examiners to secure success, while the examiners themselves may line their pockets or forge connections with higher-ranking officials or affluent merchants. Before June Jincheng could respond, the crown prince was interrupted by the melodious voice of a young girl in his mind. "It is not merely favoritism or cheating. It is akin to switching identities and impersonating others. I recall the uproar surrounding the matter of false top candidates. The genuine top candidate was nearly killed, and the mastermind behind it was the crown prince failed to catch the subsequent details as he was whisked away by others, causing the hand that had been resting on June Jinan's arm to loosen. However, the three June brothers heard every word clearly. The mastermind behind it all was indeed the Chui Guogong's residence. No, Chui must not perish, nor can the Chui Guogong's residence face calamity. I remember that in the end, Chui married the crown prince as his secondary consort, and in the story's conclusion, she became the empress. Clearly, her child is not the ninth prince's, but rather the crown prince's." The three June brothers exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes collectively darting towards Chueya, who was currently flirting with the ninth prince. "Sister, are you truly certain she would willingly marry the crown prince?" With the palace examination imminent, it seemed the ninth prince and Chui Guogong had already plotted together, and warning Chui Guogong now might be too late. June Jincheng shared a knowing look with his two younger brothers. He intended to wait until the matter was exposed before confronting Chui Guogong, urging him to shift the blame entirely onto the ninth prince and clear their own names, while they would ensure Chui Guogong's protection. By the time the crown prince returned, June Lily had remained silent, focusing intently on He Jinra's every move. Although he longed to inquire about what June Lily had said thereafter, he found himself at a loss for words. Remembering June Jincheng's earlier comments regarding the palace examination's potential malfeasance, he proactively stated, "I shall seek an audience with my father tonight, requesting permission to personally supervise the examination." The crown prince shared his plan, hoping for the possibility of rectification. Indeed. Older cousin, you embody righteousness. Jun Jincheng complimented him accordingly. However, should such incidents occur, they would inevitably require the assistance of their 3 younger cousins and uncle. The crown prince preemptively warned Jun Jincheng and the others, emphasizing that the Jing prince's residence must intervene should the need arise. Rest assured, the imperial examinations serve to select talents for our eastern extremity. The Jing prince's residence will not allow any disgraceful acts to transpire here. Jun Jincheng's proclamation resonated with the gravity befitting one destined for the throne. Although the Jing prince had yet to designate an heir, the second and third branches would undoubtedly remain unconnected to the title. If grandfather permits father to become the heir, then my eldest brother is surely destined to inherit the throne. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother will certainly not contend with the eldest. However, considering the temperament of my elder brother, I truly fear he may reject the position of the Prince of Jing. For the role of the king is not one to be taken lightly. Historically, emperors have harbored great apprehension towards their princes. It is no simple feat to secure a throne under the watchful eye of the sovereign in Longqing. Chapter 72. Mango Rice Wine. Upon hearing these words,
Yun Tianbai and Yun Tianan exchanged fortuitous glances at Yun Tianxing, instinctively retracting their necks.
it was as if they silently conveyed that such a perilous existence, where one's head could be at stake, should be left to their elder brother. They had no desire to stake a claim.
Yun Tianxing remarked,
Let us wait until father firmly secures the title of heir apparent. There is no rush. After all, their fourth uncle had yet to return, and who could say what kind of tumult he would stir upon his arrival? June Lily set aside her concerns regarding the imperial examination for the time being. As a mere infant, worrying herself hoarse would yield no benefit. The pressing matter was to devise a means to prevent the female lead from overshadowing the male lead. As June Lily pondered deeply, Jun Jincheng was quickly surveying the surroundings. Cousin, you mentioned bringing the exquisite wine from Nanxin today. As noon approaches, might we be fortunate enough to sample it?
Yun Tianxing inquired, seeking conversation.
Little Chun, you seem rather impatient, teased the ninth prince. Upon hearing this, the crown prince immediately instructed his attendants to prepare a sumptuous feast. The ninth prince also summoned his servants to bring forth the wine. My younger brother is indeed eager. He has never tasted it and is longing for a sip, Jun Jincheng declared, having completely cast aside decorum since his injury. Might cousin allow me to see the wine first? Even a whiff would suffice to satisfy my cravings. Jun Jinbai and Jun Jinan knew that their elder brother was not one for indulgence in wine, and thus felt it was somewhat burdensome to request this of him. Little Chun is truly like he was in his youth, always eager to be the first to try anything new, the ninth prince remarked. A hint of reproach in his tone, yet it was indeed true. Before his injury, Jun Jincheng had a penchant for being first in all endeavors, while the ninth prince, for the sake of his princely dignity, would never openly compete with him. Of course, he knew he could not outshine him. I wonder if cousin might acquiesce?
Yun Tianxing pressed fuller.
Little Jiao, as the elder brother, you should yield to little Chin, the crown prince interjected, attempting to mediate. This statement seemed to strike a nerve with the ninth prince. Throughout their lives, he had suffered greatly due to this very sentiment. Moreover, Jun Jincheng was superior in every aspect, rendering the notion of yielding nonsensical. To be overshadowed by the grandson of a prince while maintaining a facade of indifference was a heavy burden for a royal. A year prior, he had pushed Jun Jincheng off a cliff, spurred by jealousy after losing to him during the autumn hunt. Envy can distort one's countenance. Furthermore, the ninth prince was not inherently benevolent. Very well, if little Chen wishes to sample it early, as an elder brother, I cannot refuse, the ninth prince said, straightening his attire and rising. Your Highness, I have never encountered the wine from Nanxin. I wish to accompany you. Chui was never far from the ninth prince. Do as you wish, he replied, devoid of any particular inflection or expression. Jun Jincheng smirked and beckoned Jun Jinan to assist him with his wheelchair. The two brothers followed closely behind the ninth prince and Chueya as they departed. Elder brother, you are truly remarkable. At that moment, June Lily realized that her elder brother's commotion had indeed caused the ninth prince to leave the gathering. With the ninth prince absent, it was impossible for He Jinru to approach and flirt with him. Before departing, June Lily deliberately cast a glance at He Jinru. Alas, her white gauze dress was rather lovely. After witnessing the ninth prince and Jun Jincheng's departure, He Jinru's composure shattered entirely. Just the previous Lantern Festival, she had been about to engage in a poetic exchange when a group of assassins stormed in. Now, during this outing, She hadn't even managed to contrive an encounter with the ninth prince before he fortuitously exited. Jinra thought, is the heavens conspiring against me? Others possess golden fingers upon crossing over, while I am bereft of any extraordinary abilities and yet suffer such misfortune. I am truly at my wit's end. Exiting the Peach Blossom Grove, they encountered an open-air tavern with tea stalls, tables, and stools for those attending the hiking event to take a respite. After all, traversing the entire forest was quite taxing. June Lily was now anxious, having drawn away the ninth prince. What would happen in a while? Before she could dwell on it further, the group arrived at an outdoor pavilion enclosed by a fence. Here, an assortment of floral delicacies and snacks had been prepared, with servants continuously bringing forth food, likely prearranged by the crown prince earlier. The wine barrels of the ninth prince rested quietly nearby. Is this the fine wine from Anshin? Jun Jincheng feigned an expression of sudden realization. Indeed, little Chin, would you care to try it early? The ninth prince, having made his statement, signaled for a servant to bring forth the long-handled ladle for dispensing the wine. As the barrel was opened, a rich aroma wafted through the air, mingled with the scent of fruit, a flavor unfamiliar to Jun Jincheng and the others. This scent is mango. How delightful. I too wish to drink such a rare mango rice wine. June Lily exclaimed, salivating with desire. The June brothers were perplexed. What is a mango? This rice wine is brewed from the anbuluo fruit, known for its refreshing taste and health benefits, the ninth prince explained. Anbuluo fruit? So this is what mango is called during this period.
June Lily mused, feeling somewhat ignorant.
As they conversed, the crown prince arrived with his concubine and Jun Jinbai. Ah, indeed, it is fine wine. I could smell the rich aroma of anbuluo fruit from afar. The crown prince complimented. Why has fourth cousin also come?
Yun Tianxing inquired eagerly.
Well, it is nearly time for lunch, Xiao Bai, and I decided to come find you. The crown prince replied, strolling into the pavilion where a table laden with dishes was already set. Shall we eat lunch now, as everyone must be hungry? No one objected to this suggestion. The ninth prince also thought it wise to let them eat. Once they were full, he would see them off in the afternoon. The group settled down. The ninth prince generously poured wine for everyone. Jun Jincheng noted the wine's rich and mellow aroma but refrained from drinking excessively. Who knew what intentions the ninth prince harbored? Jun Jinbai declined the wine, citing his need to study for the evening's examination. Jun Jinan, the most astute, pretended to drink while discreetly pouring out the wine. Those attending the outing were also partaking in meals, resting, or engaging in various forms of entertainment like throwing pots or flying kites. The students from humble backgrounds, such as Yu Tingsong, could only gather together to eat the steamed buns and pancakes they had brought from home. Witnessing this scene from the pavilion, Jun Jinbai found it hard to swallow his meal at a table overflowing with delicacies. He wondered if Tingyi was adequately fed and warmly clothed at home. Sensing his brother's troubled thoughts, Jun Jincheng quietly slipped him a 10-tael silver ingot. Go, he said nonchalantly. Elder brother. Jun Jinbai felt a rush of mixed emotions. Deeply grateful. The crown prince looked on in confusion. What is Xiao Bai up to? He asked, going to the restroom. Jun Jincheng replied curtly. The crown prince had meddled too much. Chapter 73. Is he so eager to send us to the Yellow Springs? After Jun Jinbai left the table, he sought out a servant to whom he entrusted the silver ingot, instructing him to arrange some food for Yu Tingsong and the others. When the servant approached with food and wine, Yu Tingsong was puzzled, wondering how their meager means could afford such lavish fare. Excuse me, did you bring this to the wrong table? He hurriedly attempted to clarify their lack of funds. Ah, gentlemen, you are fortunate. A benefactor has already settled the bill. As the young attendant concluded his remarks, he cast a sidelong glance at the Jian brothers and the two princes indulging within the pavilion. Yu Tingsong instantly grasped the implication, and those surrounding him soon experienced a moment of epiphany. Brother Yu, you are indeed fortunate. Should you establish a connection with the royal household, you will be considered a member of the imperial family henceforth. With your talents, perhaps in a few days you might even attain the position of a top scholar or second place in the palace examination, leading to your complete ascendance. They continued to cheer. Indeed, perhaps you could even catch the eye of a princess from the royal residence. However, one among them cautioned, but you may not be aware, there are no eligible young ladies of marriageable age in the Jingwangfu. What is there to worry about? Brother Yu has a twin sister, does he not? While there may be no ladies in the royal house, there are certainly many unmarried men, they jested. Yu Tingsong, uninterested in their banter, merely nibbled on a few morsels before retreating to a secluded spot to read. After the banquet, both the ninth prince and the crown prince had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, yet no harm had befallen them. prompting the giant brothers to realize they had been overly cautious earlier. He Jinjiao searched high and low before finally locating the ninth prince, who was partaking in a meal. Yet, given her status, she could only stand by silently observing. Chueya caught sight of a distant figure clad in white, exuding an air of arrogance and proprietorship, which made her direct her gaze toward He Jinjiao. In a deliberate act of provocation, she even offered the ninth prince a dish, igniting He Jinjiao's ire. Witnessing the ninth prince consume the food, He Jinjiao felt utterly disheartened. Faced with such a formidable rival, and with fate seemingly offering no reprieve, how could she endure? Her frustration boiled over, leading her to mutter curses under her breath. As she continued to scold her adversary internally, she inadvertently voiced her thoughts aloud. The sharp-eared June Lily, upon recognizing the voice of the female protagonist, immediately turned to look. Jun Jincheng and the others followed suit. He Jinjiao, realizing their scrutiny, hastily shut her mouth. What manner of young woman is this, so utterly uncouth? The ninth prince expressed his disdain. Who else could it be but that Miss He from the He family, who leapt into the river for my sake last year? The mere mention of He Jinjiao filled the crown prince with revulsion, as it unwittingly reminded him of the incident involving the crown princess and He Yuan.
Ha!
The ninth prince chuckled lightly. This girl is indeed a spirited one. It takes considerable resolve to leap into a river for the crown prince. You all continue to enjoy your meal. I shall handle this matter, he added. Chueya was notorious for her temper, and it was inconceivable that she would refrain from seeking retribution after being insulted. With a mere glance from Chueya, a handful of noble ladies advanced menacingly, surrounding He Jinjiao until she was driven out of view of June Lily and the others. Alone and vulnerable, He Jinjiao appeared much like a lone innocent flower being bullied by a band of ruffians. Meanwhile, after the feast, the ninth prince proposed a stroll up the mountain to aid digestion before finding a suitable spot to rest. No one objected. The giant brothers and June Lily awaited the ninth prince's next move with keen anticipation. The Pei family's troops had long been lurking in the vicinity, ready to spring their trap as soon as the ninth prince made his move. This mountainous terrain was familiar to June Lily and Jun Jincheng. It was here that they had rescued the white tiger during winter. Typically, wild beasts inhabited the deeper parts of the forest, rarely venturing to the outskirts. The encounter with the white tiger had been a consequence of its prolonged hunger, prompting it to emerge in search of food. Thus, under ordinary circumstances, the mountains were deemed quite safe. As they ventured deeper, they found themselves increasingly isolated. The crown prince, inherently timid and apprehensive, naturally hesitated to proceed further. Shall we not return to find a place to rest?
He suggested.
No hurry. I recall there is a remarkable flower ahead, one that blooms without leaves, and has leaves without blossoms, the ninth prince indicated, suggesting an excursion to admire the blossoms. Oh no, is he referring to the Manjasaka, also known as the Higanbana? What could this imply? Is he so eager to escort us to the netherworld? June Lily felt as though she might scream in her mind. With no other recourse, she raised her voice in a wail. The usually quiet and composed June Lily suddenly burst into tears, leaving everyone momentarily flustered. It seems Lily truly dislikes this place. We should return swiftly. The crown prince seized the opportunity to propose. The ninth prince chuckled softly, saying nothing, and walked ahead to pluck a Manjasaka flower. At that very moment, the hidden assassins received their signal and swiftly emerged. To ensure complete success, he had brought a substantial number of men. This was merely the first wave of their attack. A beautiful smile graced his lips as he feigned terror, attempting to blend in and escape. How could so many assassins appear so suddenly? The crown prince questioned, bewildered. Naturally, Jun Jincheng and the others could not disclose that these were the ninth prince's men. Even if the crown prince believed them, they lacked evidence to prove it. They were given no time to respond. Countless assassins clad in dark garbs swiftly surrounded them. The ninth prince is far too impatient. To strike at noon is rather premature.
Jun Lily remained securely shielded by Jun Jincheng.
Even though she was aware that her grandfather was lying in ambush not far off, the presence of so many well-trained, skilled assassins filled her with trepidation. The crown prince's guards formed a protective circle around him and Jun Jincheng. Yet these guards were no match for the professional assassins. Your Highness, flee. The captain of the guards urged, simultaneously fending off attackers. Your Highness, we must go. His concubine pulled at the crown prince, urging him to retreat. This concubine was merely an ordinary dancer and had never encountered such chaos. She was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly. And managing to run was quite an accomplishment.
Jun Jincheng pushed Jun Jinchengs wheelchair to follow suit.
No, we cannot return to the Peach Blossom Grove. The ninth prince interjected. eager for them to meet their demise. Consider this. If we return, we will lead these assassins back with us, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Though he harbored ill intentions, wishing for them not to seek rescue, there was a measure of truth in his words. The majority of those in the Peach Blossom Grove were scholars and young gentlemen, with few possessing real martial skills, and many were delicate women. Should these assassins follow them back, it would surely result in innocent casualties. What then? Shall we merely await our deaths here? The Crown Prince demanded in anger. Jun Jincheng exchanged glances with Jun Jingan, who promptly released a signal flare. The onlookers were left astonished. For contingencies, we had the foresight to have my grandfather, General Pei, bring troops to guard the perimeter. Should danger arise, the smoke signal will be our call for help, Jun Jincheng elucidated. The Crown Prince was perplexed, while the 9th Prince seethed with anger. One was plagued by a headache, while the other was left with a gnashing of teeth. However, the dire situation at hand left no room for their confusion. Chapter 74. It seems the Crown Prince is destined for darkness in the future. The Crown Prince's guards quickly fell, and with no other choice, he picked up a fallen dagger and joined the fray, though their martial skills were modest. Each possessed some degree of self-defense capability. Observing this, the 9th Prince followed suit, as did Jun Jingan. The Pei forces were en route to their location, but it would take at least a quarter of an hour, a distance not far, yet that quarter hour felt excruciatingly long. Suddenly, an assassin's blade was aimed at the Crown Prince's concubine. She screamed, frozen in terror. The Crown Prince attempted to rush to her aid, but was obstructed by several dark-clad figures, unable to break free in the moment. As the assassin's blade neared the concubine, Jun Jincheng could not remain idle. With a swift motion of his wide sleeve, he unleashed a hidden dart, knocking the assassin's blade away. The Crown Prince and the 9th Prince were both taken aback. Despite being confined to a wheelchair, he still possessed such formidable prowess. "My elder brother is truly exceptional," exclaimed Jun Lily in admiration. She had not witnessed her brother's previous exploits when he and her cousin rescued the father and daughter of Deng Xiaoqing. So witnessing her brother in action this time was indeed a feast for the eyes. Although the assassin had been disarmed by Jun Jincheng, his murderous intent towards the Crown Prince's concubine remained unyielding. Jun Jincheng showed no mercy and launched another hidden dart, striking the assassin's heart and ending his life with a single blow. Observing this, the remaining assassins seemed to recognize that Jun Jincheng was their greatest obstacle and summoned more than half of their numbers to attack him. "Be careful, Xiaocheng," the Crown Prince urgently warned. Both he and Jun Jingan wished to assist, but were continually hindered by the overwhelming number of assailants. Without neutralizing them, they could not advance. Jun Jincheng remained composed in the face of danger. With a swift motion of his wide sleeves, countless hidden darts flew forth, each hitting its mark with precision. Jun Lily widened her eyes and counted. Jun Jincheng had dispatched at least 7 or 8 foes in this strike. Noticing this, the 9th Prince narrowed his eyes and let out a loud shout, feigning defeat at the hands of the black-clad men. Upon hearing his signal, another 30 or 40 emerged from the forest. The Crown Prince exclaimed in disbelief, "Can they summon more reinforcements? Strange, it has been over 10 minutes. Why haven't grandfather and the others arrived?" Jun Lily began to feel anxious. Could it be they encountered other troubles? Her worry deepened. Responding to her unspoken concern, Jun Jincheng furrowed his brow. Before he could react, a surge of black-clad assailants charged toward them. The Crown Prince and Jun Jingan fought valiantly to resist. The 9th Prince continued to feign injury, even going so far as to enact a ploy of self-sacrifice, allowing himself to be wounded. The Crown Prince's concubine darted left and right to evade the attacks, but being with child, she struggled to keep up with the intense physical demands of the situation. Although Jun Jinbai lacked martial prowess, he was no weak scholar. He picked up a knife from the ground and wielded it against any foe that approached. Jun Jincheng felt compelled to act. If he did not intervene soon, it seemed certain that they would all meet their demise. As he pondered his next move, he saw the body of an assassin that Jun Jinbai had slain, and the assassin's blade rolled to Jun Jincheng's feet. Gazing at the glinting knife under the sun, a fierce intensity ignited in his eyes, his gaze sharp and focused like an eagle's. With a decisive stomp, the knife flew into the air. He grasped the hilt with one hand while cradling Jun Lily with the other, executing a swift motion that unleashed a powerful gust of wind from the blade, knocking down a line of assailants. "Elder brother?" Jun Jinbai realized Jun Jincheng had finally joined the fray, astonished that he had shed his facade of disability. The others, witnessing this, exchanged bewildered glances. The Crown Prince exclaimed in shock, "This level of astonishment is unprecedented." The 9th Prince remarked, "Jun Jincheng, I underestimated you. Xiaoqing your legs? The Crown Prince's expression was one of utter confusion. Survival was their paramount concern. Jun Jincheng cautioned everyone to remain vigilant against the surrounding assassins and not to lose focus. With the need to hold Jun Lily, he could only fight with one hand, yet still, none could breach his defenses.
Wow.
Is this truly the Eastern Extremity's foremost war god? Elder brother's skills are astonishing. Even Guojing and Yangguo would surely feel inferior. Jun Lily was thoroughly awed. Throughout the battle, Jun Jincheng remained entirely focused, unaffected by Jun Lily's thoughts, as he needed to be acutely aware of all incoming threats to ensure the safety of the child in his arms. The Crown Prince's martial abilities were limited, and he was a prime target for the assassins. Soon, he found himself encircled. Multiple blades were pressed against his neck, and while they did not kill him immediately, they exchanged knowing glances with the Ninth Prince. Brother! The Ninth Prince cried out in terror. The assassins played along, throwing a knife in the direction of the Ninth Prince. To the untrained eye, it appeared random, but Jun Jincheng and Jun Lily recognized the deliberate miss. Your Highness, Wowo. The Crown Prince's concubine was reduced to tears. The assassins were resolute in their intent to kill. If the Crown Prince fell into their hands, his death was inevitable. Jun Jincheng swiftly launched a few hidden darts toward them. Speed, after all, was the essence of martial prowess. He was racing against the speed of the assassin's blades. Fortunately, he emerged victorious in this gamble. However, one dart was deflected by an assassin's blade and failed to hit its target. With the Crown Prince unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Ninth Prince, seeing this, called forth another wave of assailants. How can there still be so many? My goodness. The Ninth Prince must have embezzled funds to train these assassins. This one do. We have no idea how grandfather is faring. Jun Lily was at her wit's end. Suddenly, she recalled how the White Tiger had timely arrived to assist during the rescue of Deng Xiaoqing. She wondered if she could summon it again. With that thought, she began to wail loudly. Her cries echoed throughout the forest, amplified by her magical abilities, making them particularly resonant. While she cried, the others continued to fight. Soon, a series of howls emanated from the depths of the forest, responding to Jun Lily's sobs, as if two beings were engaged in a dialogue, one asking, the other answering. Jun Jincheng realized that his little sister was summoning help, and his previously tense demeanor relaxed somewhat. Yet, in that moment of ease, an assassin's dart was suddenly loosed toward the Crown Prince. The concubine, unable to warn him in time, had no choice but to push the Crown Prince down. Taking the dart herself, Jun Jincheng noticed the Ninth Prince glaring at the concubine with palpable anger. Upon being seen by Jun Jincheng, the Ninth Prince's expression shifted dramatically. As if performing a rapid transformation, the concubine fell to the ground, and the Crown Prince hurried to assist her, but it was too late. Your Highness. She could only utter before her breath left her body.
Ah.
The Crown Prince's composure shattered completely. This concubine had just become pregnant and now lay dead.
Did he not deserve a child?
If I survive today, I shall undoubtedly uncover the masterminds behind this, and they shall suffer a fate worse than death. The Crown Prince declared vehemently, each word dripping with rage and despair. In that moment, all his anger, fear, resentment, and hatred reached a boiling point. Previously an unremarkable martial artist, he now wielded a knife with the ferocity of a cornered beast, unafraid of anything. Seeing the Crown Prince's transformation, the four siblings of the Jun family felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Alas, the poor Crown Prince, having lost yet another child, he may very well descend into darkness.
Jun Lily lamented.
Though she felt some pity, there was no remedy. Everyone must grow. And it was time for the Crown Prince to shoulder some responsibilities. Chapter 75, A War-Torn Beauty. Jun Jingan removed his concealed arrow and handed it to the Crown Prince. Take this. It may save your life in a critical moment. The Crown Prince was deeply moved. He realized that Jun Jingan's martial skills were also modest. Yet he still offered this to him. What could he do? In his former self, he would have refused outright. But now, having just lost his third child, he accepted it without hesitation. The three brothers of the Jun family fought valiantly against the foes. The Ninth Prince put on a vigorous performance, and no one paid any attention to the Crown Prince. Soon, the knife in the Crown Prince's hand was knocked away. And just as he was about to be struck by the assassin's blade, he activated the concealed arrow's mechanism. A small feathered arrow shot forth, and despite its size, it held tremendous power, piercing through the assassin's skull. In astonishment, the Crown Prince quickly retrieved the knife and continued to fight. A piercing whistle echoed, and Jun Lily seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. There, the The white tiger, accompanied by its pride, charged forth. Both the ninth prince and the crown prince stood momentarily frozen in shock. "Fear not, your highness. These magnificent beasts are Lily's friends, here to assist."
Yun Tianxing hastily clarified.
The ninth prince gasped, recalling that the last assailant sent to assassinate Deng Xiaoqing had returned in terror, claiming they were thwarted by a tiger pack. And now, another pack of tigers? What do you mean, Lily's friends? He pondered. Could it be that these tigers were summoned by the mere infant, June Lily? The ninth prince's mind raced with disbelief. Indeed, the tigers posed no threat to them, targeting only the cloaked assailants. However, they could not afford to be complacent. They too joined the fray against the attackers. "My lords, young Chun." The voice of General Pei resonated from the mountainside.
Yun Lilius hat solt. Gunfuller.
"You've finally arrived. Had you been any slower, we might have met Yama." Shortly thereafter, General Pei arrived with a meager contingent of merely 10 men. "Is this truly all the Pei army has?" Jun Jincheng questioned in astonishment. Thankfully, he had not relied solely on his grandfather, having summoned the tigers in advance. "Why are these beasts here?" Grandfather was evidently startled by the sight of the tigers. "Do not fear. These are Lily's allies come to aid us," Jun Jincheng reassured him. General Pei immediately shielded the crown prince and the ninth prince, bowing respectfully. "I apologize for my tardiness in coming to your aid, your highnesses. No need for such formalities. General, we can discuss matters further when we descend the mountain," Jun Jincheng replied, sensing the situation had calmed somewhat. Suddenly, with a thud, he knelt on the ground, propped up by his sword. The onlookers rushed to his side. "Young Chun, what ails you?" General Pei inquired anxiously. "My leg. I can feel nothing," Jun Jincheng replied, half kneeling, one hand clutching his sword, the other cradling the infant. His disheveled hair and blood-stained cheeks painted a picture of a battle-worn beauty. What a strikingly delicate appearance, reminiscent of the frail, lovesick protagonists in novels. June Lily mused, enchanted by the scene. If she were reading a book, she would find such a tragic hero irresistible. "Please, sister, grant me some dignity,"
Yun Tianxing implored.
"We must play our parts," Jun Jinyan and Jun Jinhua chimed in. Their expressions relaxed now that they understood their elder brother was merely feigning. Just as Jun Jincheng's leg had recently healed, he now risked re-injuring himself through exertion. Jun Jinyan fabricated a story without hesitation, while Jun Jinhua, though silent, covertly assisted by bringing a wheelchair for Jun Jincheng. They settled him into the chair, the three brothers remaining close to care for him and the injured ninth prince, while General Pei and the crown prince returned to the battlefield. "Leave no survivors," General Pei commanded. Hearing this, the remaining assassins, believing escape was futile, resorted to self-poisoning. Their lethal toxins were concealed within their molars, easily activated by a firm bite, leading to death within moments. General Pei glanced helplessly at the crown prince. There was nothing more he could do. "Take the bodies back," the crown prince instructed, his voice low. "Inform the emperor and the 3 departments. We must uncover the truth, even if we have to turn Dragon City upside down," he ordered. "Yes, your highness." "Your command is acknowledged," General Pei replied, bowing deeply. Jun Jincheng, feigning weakness, spoke in a wavering voice, "Cousin cough, grandfather." Hearing his call, both the crown prince and General Pei turned. "Ninth cousin is wounded, and my leg cannot bear any longer. Perhaps we should return now?"
Yun Lily final concern.
Hoping to avoid revealing too much. "What you say is wise. We should return," the ninth prince urged, eager to clear his name. The crown prince sighed, carrying the lifeless body of his concubine as he departed. Jun Jincheng bid farewell to the white tiger alongside Jun Lily. After descending the mountain, news of the assassination attempt spread like wildfire. The delay in General Pei's arrival was due to the chaos below in Taoyuan. He had instructed his 2 uncles to safeguard the others. Fortunately, there were few casualties, but the planned outing was now in jeopardy. Upon learning of the ninth prince's injury, Chueya rushed to tend to him, insisting on accompanying him back to the estate. They said their farewells to the crown prince and Jun Jincheng before departing. Jun Jinhua happened upon Yu Tingsong, who inquired with urgency, "Gentlemen, I heard you encountered danger on the mountain. Were you harmed?" "We are well, no serious injuries," Jun Jinhua assured him. "What of the situation here?" he asked with concern, having heard reports of innocents wounded by Jun Yu's men. "Everything is fine here. The injured have been taken back to the city for treatment," Yu Tingsong reported succinctly. Hearing this, Jun Jinhua and Jun Lily felt a wave of relief wash over them. Jun Yu truly stops at nothing to achieve his aims, even endangering innocent lives. It's madness.
Yun Lily Hans.
Your Highness, please rally and take decisive action. After this incident, June Lily was resolute in her conviction that June you must not ascend to the throne. Otherwise, the entire Eastern Extreme Kingdom would plunge into irretrievable despair. She realized that stopping the male lead from claiming the throne was also for the greater good of the Eastern Extreme. Although they had successfully protected the Crown Prince, the fate of his concubine and her unborn child remained grim. Gazing skyward while cradled in June Jinhua's arms, June Lily sensed that the heavens above the Eastern Extreme would never be the same again. The Crown Prince, having lost numerous children and been continually schemed against by Junyu, was likely to succumb to darkness. Chapter 76. The Grudge of a Slain Child. Unforgivable in life or death. The assassination attempt during the outing caused a stir throughout the city within a day. The emperor's wrath surged once more, resulting in a delay of the spring imperial examination. Grieving deeply, the Crown Prince personally commenced an investigation into the assassination. Yet, after 2 days, there was no progress. Suddenly, he recalled the June brothers. If June Lily could foresee the rigging of the spring examination, she likely had foreknowledge of the assassins at the outing, prompting her to have General Pei prepare in advance. If that were the case, the siblings must know who the true culprits were. With this thought, the Crown Prince's steps led him to the Jingwangfu. Upon recognizing the Crown Prince's arrival, the gatekeeper wasted no time in ushering him inside. The Crown Prince disregarded formalities, bypassing any pleasantries with Wang Jing and the side consort, heading straight to Jun Jincheng's Chenxi Pavilion. Young Chun, regarding the assassination attempt during our outing, I hope you can share what you know with me, the Crown Prince stated forthrightly. Given the urgency, he omitted any niceties and got straight to the point. Jun Jincheng chuckled softly, sensing that he needed to gauge the Crown Prince's intentions. In this world, distinguishing friend from foe was perilous. Cousin, you jest. Had I known of the assassin's presence, I would never have gone, he deceitfully replied. Even now, you cannot speak the truth to me? The Crown Prince pressed, a hint of urgency in his voice. He dipped his finger into the tea and wrote the word mind-reading on the table. Sotzelt, Yun Tianxing's Henshamplu. Spilling tea that scalded him slightly. Although he had long been aware of the Crown Prince's ability, hearing it acknowledged directly ignited a sense of crisis within him. What is your intention, Your Highness? Jun Jincheng sensed an impending threat. Was he contemplating spreading rumors that Lily was a monster, intending to bind her and burn her at the stake? The devotion of this protective brother was undeniable. The Crown Prince had yet to take any action. Yet Jincheng was already succumbing to unwarranted fears. Lil Chen, what are you talking about? The Crown Prince countered, Lily is also my sister. As her cousin, how could I harbor any intentions to harm her? Handing a meticulously prepared cup of tea to the Crown Prince, Jun Jincheng lifted his gaze to meet his. Might I inquire if this matter can remain confidential? His words were not a plea for collaboration but rather a veiled threat. Even the once naive Crown Prince had learned to exercise caution after enduring numerous tribulations. The prowess Jun Jincheng displayed during their outing, coupled with his mysteriously healed leg, suggested he possessed countless ways to meet his end quietly and without notice. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince shook his head. Little Chun, you are truly overwrought. I have already stated that Lily is my sister. If you doubt my sincerity, I can swear an oath. With that, he raised 3 fingers in a solemn gesture. Before he could utter the content of his oath, Jun Jincheng chuckled lightly. I do not doubt you. It is simply that we are currently at a disadvantage. Though he had devised plans to ally with the Crown Prince against the 9th Prince, he often pondered whether to seek a more formidable ally, given the Crown Prince's apparent frailty. However, during their recent interactions, Jun Jincheng had discerned that despite his weakness, the Crown Prince possessed a semblance of wisdom. Regardless of how strong the adversary may be, should they undertake actions detrimental to the Eastern Extreme, I shall not hesitate to act, even at the cost of my own life. At that moment, Jun Heng's demeanor and tone exuded a hint of regal authority. Jun Jincheng raised an eyebrow and smiled. During our confrontation with them, I noticed the tattoos on their wrists bore the mark of the star and moon, reminiscent of the moon worship sect associated with Nanjing. This may be a lead worth pursuing. As he spoke, he dipped his finger into the tea and inscribed the character 9 on the table. The Crown Prince understood the implication immediately. This was a conclusion he had reached himself. The previous year, the incident involving poison chicken at the Duke's residence had also been orchestrated by the 9th Prince, leading to the demise of his second son. A vendetta against the slayer of his child was a debt that could not be ignored. Sooner or later, he would settle the score with the 9th Prince for both new and old grievances. Moreover, I wonder if you have noticed, dear cousin, that those assassins all bore a distinct scent of ink, Jun Jincheng continued. It is the fragrant sandalwood ink from the Ink Origin Pavilion. The ninth prince. The fury in the crown prince's eyes was palpable. Having received the answer, he promptly departed the royal residence and, as fate would have it, encountered the Pei matriarch. "Your Highness," she greeted with a respectful bow. "Aunt," the crown prince responded politely. "Are you here regarding the assassination attempt during the outing?" Pei inquired curiously.
Aunt.
"Your wisdom is unmatched. Nothing escapes your notice," he replied casually, urgency lacing his words. Our escape that day was entirely due to Lily calling upon the giant insects for assistance. The Empress wishes to meet her upon learning of her remarkable abilities. "If you have time, do take her to visit the Empress." "Certainly," Pei agreed, and with that, the Crown Prince hurried away. He dispatched a significant force to encircle the Ink Origin Pavilion, only to be informed that the ninth prince had transferred ownership to another proprietor just days after their outing. This individual, also from Nanshin, raised considerable suspicion. The Crown Prince was convinced this person was an accomplice of the ninth prince, especially due to the injury on his wrist. A patch of skin had been excised, precisely where the moon worship sect's emblem would be tattooed, indicating a direct connection to the sect. The size of the excised skin corresponded perfectly with the emblem, suggesting that the individual had endured the pain of self-mutilation to dissociate himself from the sect. Yet, despite this revelation, they found no evidence linking the moon worship sect to the ninth prince. The new owner of the Ink Origin Pavilion maintained a resolutely tight-lipped stance, asserting that the assassination attempt was solely orchestrated by the sect under the orders of the Nanshin royal family, without mentioning the ninth prince at all. What puzzled everyone was why the remnants of the moon worship sect would so ardently assist the ninth prince, merely due to the close relationship between the Nanshin saintess and the sect leader. Their bond appeared extraordinarily intimate. The imperial examinations could not be postponed any longer. The emperor resolved to move on from this matter and await new leads in the future. The Nanshin saintess, utilizing some unknown skill, had managed to retain the affection of the Eastern Extreme Emperor for over 20 years. 2 decades prior, the Eastern Extreme Emperor had waged war against Nanshin to win her favor, and now, to protect their child, the ninth prince, the emperor would resort to any means necessary. The ninth prince's strategy of sacrificing lesser pieces to protect the king was indeed masterful. After all, as the male lead of the narrative, had he not possessed such acumen, he would have perished countless times already. In her past life, June Lily had been utterly enchanted by the intelligence of the male protagonist while reading novels, reflecting on it now. It was she who had racked her brain over such matters. Chapter 77. She contemplated prying the gems from the palace walls. The family of the Jingwang Manor sat together, reminiscing. "Regardless of the outcome, we have finally overcome the ordeal of the Peach Blossom outing," June Jingyan remarked, considering the event to have been fraught with peril, yet ultimately benign. "Tomorrow, the Empress has summoned me to bring Lily into the palace. Third brother, you shall accompany mother." Since June Jinchuan's return, Pei had consistently brought him to various banquets and gatherings. It was not that Pei overly indulged him, there simply were no other options. The eldest brother would not attend, the second was engrossed in studies, the fourth was in poor health, and the fifth had grown exceedingly rotund.
Well,
"I have never been to the palace. It will be an opportunity to broaden my horizons," Jun Jinchuan readily agreed. In recent days, Jun Jincheng had been frequently absent, and Jun Jinchuan was similarly preoccupied, leaving Jun Lily to speculate that Jun Jinchuan was seeking Yu Tingsong, while she remained oblivious to Jun Jincheng's whereabouts. The shifting tides of the Eastern Extreme bore little relevance to her youthful innocence. On the day of their palace visit, she was adorned exquisitely, radiating charm.
Yun Tianquan, Su,
Was attired in the finest ceremonial robes. The three of them took to the carriage. Compared to Jun Jinchuan's nervousness, Jun Lily was brimming with excitement. What is the palace like? Is it as depicted in dramas? Are there intricate carvings and hundreds of rooms? Who would have thought that my little Lucky Charm would one day set foot in a real palace? If it is resplendent, I wonder if I could pry a gem from the walls and grind it into gold dust?
Yun Lily mused incessantly,
Her chatter filling the ears of Pei and Jun Jinchuan, who, despite finding her incessant prattle somewhat noisy, felt a profound sense of peace. Had they not anticipated the need to summon General Pei's troops early on, who could say what horrors might have unfolded during the recent assassination attempt? The skills of the remnants of the moon worship sect were indeed formidable. Even Deng Xiaoqing had fallen victim to them last year. Henceforth, everyone would have to remain vigilant. Amidst their concerns, upon hearing Jun Lily's intent to pry gems from the palace walls, Pei was left both amused and exasperated. Her daughter's ambitions were nothing short of astonishing. Upon arriving at the palace gates, Jun Lily felt a wave of disappointment. The eastern extreme palace was rather unremarkable, lacking the golden splendor she had envisioned. There were no gems embedded in the walls. Humph, how impoverished,
she scoffed.
Pei and Jun Jinchuan exchanged bewildered glances. Madam Jun, please follow me.
Soon,
a matron several years senior to Pei led them into the palace, arriving at the Empress's Phoenix throne hall. Before they could enter, they overheard a chorus of complaints emanating from within. What manner of nobility are these? Each one is either unattractive or utterly inept. None can hold a candle to the ninth prince. Do not even mention your beloved ninth prince. Even the younger cousins from the Jingwang manor pale in comparison. The three of them, mother and sons, wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. Although they were unaware of the identity of the speaking lady, her discerning eye was indeed commendable. Madame June has arrived, the matron called out loudly towards the inner chamber. The ladies' chatter abruptly ceased as they were ushered inside by the matron and palace maids. Upon entering, their eyes fell upon a woman clad in a resplendent yellow palace gown seated regally at the head of a table. To her left sat Chueya and a lady adorned in even more extravagant attire than Chueya. Just as Pei Shi was about to pay her respects, she was gently lifted by the Empress. Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formalities, the Empress said warmly. Jun Lili looked up, noting that the Empress bore a striking resemblance to Pei Shi, which explained why the dog emperor had chosen her. Although slightly older than Pei Shi, she too was well preserved. However, the burdens of motherhood and the responsibilities of managing the court had left a hint of weariness upon her visage. To her surprise, Princess Chaoyang and Miss Cui were also present. Pei Shi cast a glance at the two ladies beside her, who promptly stepped forward to pay their respects. Princess Chaoyang? I believe she is currently in the process of selecting a husband, yet her high standards leave her unimpressed by the local dandy suitors. After much deliberation, she has set her sights on the newly crowned scholar of the new year, only to discover he is a mere pretender. What a wild goose chase for a false candidate. Ah! The thought made Jun Lili chuckle mischievously. If others were to learn that the prince was a fake scholar, Princess Chaoyang's reputation would undoubtedly suffer as a result. So this must be the newly reclaimed third brother and the newly born sixth sister? The Empress quickly noticed Jun Jin and Jun Lili nestled in Pei Shi's arms. Princess, look. That is the new third young master of the Jingwang manor. Am I not correct? Chueya hurriedly introduced Jun Jin and to Princess Chaoyang. Jun Jinan, already a strikingly handsome lad, appeared even more alluring in his deep green robe, which added a touch of maturity to his charm. Although Princess Chaoyang was 20 years old, 6 or 7 years Jun Jin and senior, she could not help but blush upon gazing at his handsome face, feeling bashful like a young maiden in her first bloom. The Empress caught sight of her daughter's bashful demeanor and deliberately cleared her throat as a reminder. I heard that during a recent outing, it was Lili who summoned the great beast to rescue the crown prince and his companions. This matter had already spread throughout Longqing. To protect her child. Pei Shi fibbed. It was merely a coincidence. If Lili truly possessed such abilities, would she not be akin to a deity? The Empress said nothing, merely smiling. She too found it hard to believe that an infant could command beasts. It was said that the northern Xian kingdom indeed possessed the art of beast mastery. Yet the clans proficient in this craft had perished centuries ago. Come, let this Empress hold you. The Empress's gaze softened as she smiled at Jun Lili. Pei Shi dared not refuse the Empress, and thus handed her daughter over. What a delightful little sister, exclaimed Princess Chaoyang, her joy palpable upon seeing Jun Lili. I told you, there are no ugly ones in the Jingwang manor. Chueya chimed in, emphasizing the main branch. I too wish to bear a daughter as lovely as this when I wed the ninth prince. While saying this, Chueya playfully teased Jun Lili. Being close friends with Princess Chaoyang, she had naturally shared the events of Jun Lili's full moon celebration with her. This little girl, so clever even at just 1 month old, would surely not remain an ordinary person in the future. Jun Lili smiled back at them. The Empress, the Princess, and Chueya all possessed remarkable beauty, adorned with gold accessories that sparkled brilliantly. Jun Lili had an affinity for both stunning individuals and glimmering treasures. Today, Princess Chaoyang wore a golden hairpin with flowing tassels, which danced gracefully with her movements, captivating Jun Lili's attention. Unable to resist, she reached out with her tiny hands to grasp the tassels. Princess Chaoyang, being quite perceptive, quickly understood that Jun Lili was enamored with the tassels atop her head and removed the hairpin to entertain the child. Chapter 78. Pei Shi's Emotional Workshop. Observing the child's delight, Princess Chaoyang placed her golden hairpin atop Jun Lili's little head. Your Highness, Li Li is still too young for this. Pei Shi attempted to decline. Gifts received must eventually be returned, the Empress advised, producing a box of jewelry that had been prepared for Jun Li Li and presenting it to Pei Shi. A visit to the palace had yielded such bountiful rewards. She seemed less a guest of the Empress and more an eager merchant. With joy, she extended her tiny hands in a gesture of gratitude, eliciting laughter from both the Empress and the princess. Such a small child already knows how to pay respects. The Empress exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I have found myself in a pirated novel. The book portrayed the Empress as a vicious and miserly woman, nearly causing the demise of the protagonists. To be presented with golden bangles upon our first meeting, how delightful. I could use more of such evil women. So kind-hearted, benevolent, and generous an evil woman. Please come and torment me. Pei Shi and Junjin exchanged incredulous glances. Li Li truly has an affinity for wealth. Sister-in-law, once Li Li matures, you must seek a suitable match for her early on. Do not let her end up like Princess Chaoyang, who remains unmarried and is nearing the age of an old maid. The Empress, after saying this, cast a helpless glare at Princess Chaoyang. Pei Shi could only sigh in agreement. Being 20 and unmarried was indeed rather late. I think my cousin, the princess, is quite admirable. She has her own opinions and thoughts. Who says a woman must marry and depend on a man for her entire life? What we desire, we can strive for ourselves. Women are not inferior to men. Jun Li Li proclaimed passionately in her heart, and Pei Shi felt a surge of blood rush to her head in agreement. Understanding her daughter's assertion regarding the princess's suitor being a false scholar, Pei Shi wished to assist her. If only to repay the kindness of the golden hairpin she had just gifted to Jun Li Li, sister-in-law, I have some suggestions in mind. Would you be interested to hear them? Oh? Do you perhaps have a suitable suitor in mind? The Empress inquired eagerly. Pei Shi shook her head, and the Empress's disappointment was palpable. While I do not possess any worthy candidates, I do wish to offer the Empress some advice. I believe the suitor should be someone the princess genuinely likes, preferably someone familiar who has grown up alongside her. Before the Empress could respond, Princess Chaoyang interjected. But I have long grown weary of those individuals. Your Highness, choosing a husband is one of the most significant decisions of your life. You may select a commoner or even a criminal, but above all, you must never choose someone who does not love you. Pei Shi's emotional workshop had commenced. Junjin and Shuiya silently took notes. Princess Chaoyang's expression was one of shock, clearly absorbing Pei Shi's words. Oh, dear. You are worthy of the ancestral temple. Mother speaks wisely. Mother is absolutely correct. Mother is simply brilliant. Pei Shi's words resonated deeply with Jun Li Li. Wait a moment. Could it be that my mother also traversed through time? How could her thoughts be so progressive? Jun Li Li's eyes widened as she scrutinized her mother. Pei Shi, it is not that my thoughts are progressive but rather yours. Listening to your heart's desires daily, how could I not be influenced? Even the Empress, upon hearing this, felt a profound connection. Indeed, Princess Chaoyang and Shuiya still had the opportunity to choose, but what chance remained for her, nearing 50? Love had long since turned into a mere dream for her. Ever since the birth mother of the 9th prince, the Saintess Nen Xian, entered the palace. The affection between her and the emperor had steadily waned, now reduced to mere pretense. A love that cannot be felt is in essence non-existent. Yet, the emperor remained steadfastly devoted, loving only Nen Xian for a full 18 years, orbiting around her and elevating her son, the 9th prince, to celestial heights. One wonders what kind of sorcery Nen Xian employed to achieve such influence. At present, she had no inclination to vie for unnecessary favor. All she desired was to strive for the well-being of her children. The crown prince had faced multiple assassination attempts, resulting in the destruction of his family, and she had contemplated the possibility of the 9th prince being behind it all. However, without concrete evidence to confront him directly, she refrained from severing ties openly. Nonetheless, this did not imply that she would remain passive. The lives of her grandchildren demanded retribution from the 9th prince. Thank you, Auntie. I have learned much. Princess Chaoyang said after reflecting on the words of Madame Pei, bowing respectfully. The trio of Madame Pei and her sons lingered until the afternoon, even joining the Empress for lunch. Junjin finally savored the large pork knuckle he had longed for. Among the dishes was a delightful delicacy known as Chiyu roasted pork knuckle, which made Jun Lily's mouth water, though she could only inhale its fragrance. Observing her predicament, Madame Pei tenderly dipped her chopsticks into the sauce to alleviate her longing. Maintaining her decorum, Junjin ate with great propriety, which only elicited expressions of disdain from Princess Chaoyang and Shuiya.
Yun Lily exclaimed.
If you witnessed third brother gnawing on a pork knuckle with that youthful and charming visage, I guarantee you would not wish to see him for at least a month. As the trio departed the palace, they encountered the young lord of the genuine Marquise, who was carrying a large bag of local delicacies for Princess Chaoyang. Noticing his infatuated demeanor, June Lily surmised that it was a case of unrequited love. June Lily had begun to sprout her first baby teeth. Madame Gong had crafted a delightful treat for her, reminiscent of the biscuit sticks of the 21st century, designed specifically for teething. To everyone's surprise, Pei Ting had also registered for this year's imperial examination. In the evening, within the main courtyard of the Jingwang Manor, dinner was prepared as Madame Pei awaited the return of her husband and sons. Mother, neither elder brother nor second brother will dine at home tonight, Jun Jinan announced as he entered. Little Chun may be forgiven, but why has Little Bai become so unreliable? Madame Pei's immediate reaction was to suspect her sons of indulging in mischief. No, elder brother is with the crown prince, and second brother is studying with Yu Xiong and their cousin for tomorrow's examination, Jun Jinan clarified. Only then did Madame Pei feel reassured. Time seemed to pass too swiftly. The first day of the palace examination was upon them. What of Yu Tingsong's situation? For days, June Lily had been preoccupied with thoughts of Yu Tingsong, and Madame Pei intentionally prompted Jun Jinan to disclose some details in front of her to ease her worries. Rest assured, second brother has been nearly inseparable from him recently. Their bond surpasses even that of us blood relatives, Jun Jinan replied lightly. Upon hearing this, June Lily sighed in relief. Wonderful. This is truly a blessing for our Wang Manor. Even if Yu Tingsong aligns with the 9th prince in the future, he is sure to remember the bond formed during this time and will not cause us trouble. If second brother could assist Yu Tingsong during the palace examination, ensuring his success and making him an ally for us, that would be even better. Seeing the joy radiating from June Lily, Madame Pei smiled inwardly.
Yun Tinan,
Upon hearing her words, also smiled with satisfaction, acknowledging that their sister shared the same thoughts and strategies as they did. The palace examination was far less convoluted than the provincial examination, concluding in just one day. This year, the Crown Prince personally oversaw the examination, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. Even the grading was conducted under his direct supervision. Chapter 79. After the examination, a change in spirit. From the examination to the announcement of results, everything unfolded under the watchful eye of the Crown Prince, who confidently assured that no errors would occur. Indeed, the outcome aligned with his expectations. Yu Tingsong secured the title of the top scholar, while Jun Jinbai obtained the position of the third-place scholar. After all, he had been dazed for 10 years, only resuming his studies last autumn. No matter how intelligent he was, he could not compete with those who had diligently studied for a decade. The second-place scholar was a stranger to all, and Jun Jinbai did not make an effort to form a close acquaintance. As for Pei Ting, he barely passed the imperial examination. However, as long as one achieved the status of Jinshi, they were eligible for an official position. Pei Ting participated in the examination primarily to prove himself in front of Deng Qing. Through connections with the general's manor, he secured a nominal position as a low-ranking official, overseeing military supplies for his family's troops, with no obligation to attend work regularly. The top 3 scholars were distinctly different from the ordinary Jinshi. In the days following the announcement, the top 3 scholars awaited the emperor's summons for an audience and the personal bestowal of their official titles. Thus, during this period, Jun Jinbai had not seen Yu Tingsong. For some reason, perhaps it was his own delusion, he felt that Yu Tingsong had changed markedly since the day after the results were announced when they dined together. His demeanor had become peculiar, as if his entire personality had shifted. Jun Jinbai and Pei Ting speculated that perhaps Yu Tingsong had become overly proud after achieving top marks. Yet, Jun Jinbai sensed that Yu Tingsong was not the type to become arrogant. On that day, the emperor finally summoned the top 3 scholars for an audience. After the bestowal of titles, Jun Jinbai approached Yu Tingsong and said, "Congratulations, brother Yu. We shall serve in the same court from now on. Let us support one another." Yu Tingsong initially intended to disregard him, but with so many onlookers, he obliged. "As you say, I shall rely on you in the future." While his words were devoid of fault, they struck Jun Jinbai as particularly distant and perfunctory, leaving him feeling as if he were pressing his warm cheek against Yu Tingsong's cold shoulder. How could it be that just days prior they had shared laughter and camaraderie, only for Yu Tingsong to suddenly transform into a stranger after the examination? In a few days, we shall each take up our respective positions. How about we celebrate tonight with a drink, marking the beginning of our promising futures?
Yun Tianbai enthusiastically proposed.
However, Yu Tingsong declined, saying, "I would rather join young Master Pei for a drink. I am of lowly rank and do not dare to associate with the Jing Wang manner. Jun Jinbai frowned in confusion. Soon, he seemed to grasp something, pursuing Yu Tingsong. Tell me honestly, has someone said something to you these days? Yu Tingsong yanked his wrist away from Jun Jinbai's grasp, glaring fiercely at him. The familiar face suddenly felt so foreign to Jun Jinbai. Brother Yu, regardless of what others say, I, Jun Jinbai, have always considered you a friend. You are my only friend. He continued, and then there's Tingyi. You promised me that after our palace examination, you would bring Tingyi to see me. Hearing these words from Jun Jinbai seemed to ignite Yu Tingsong's anger. He repeated his name silently, clenching his fist tightly. Despite nothing being amiss, the way he resented his own name felt deeply peculiar. Brother Yu, what's the matter? Jun Jinbai was utterly bewildered, perceiving the person before him as both Yu Tingsong and yet not Yu Tingsong. He even harbored doubts, wondering if this Yu Tingsong had recently suffered some kind of distress, leading to a deterioration of his mental faculties.
Yu Tingsong belul, Yun Shao.
Kindly maintain your distance from me in the future. There exists no relationship between us. Should we grow closer, others may accuse me of colluding with this newly crowned scholar. His words dripped with cold indifference, devoid of any emotion, as if he truly regarded Jun Jinbai as a mere stranger. After delivering his remarks, he did not spare Jun Jinbai a glance and departed with resolute strides. Jun Jinbai stood frozen in place, gazing at his retreating figure. He acknowledged that his initial intentions in befriending Yu Tingsong were indeed self-serving, yet whether it was inquiring about Tingyi's circumstances or seeking to prevent any academic misconduct, it stemmed from a place of genuine concern and a desire to assist the siblings. Perhaps he had been naive for a decade, lacking a proper understanding of social intricacies. He simply could not fathom why his heartfelt sincerity was met with Yu Tingsong's suspicion that the Jing Wangfu aimed to recruit him, the newly minted scholar. Jun Jinbai found himself both exasperated and amused by the absurdity of the situation. Yu Tingsong had merely been granted a relatively minor fifth-rank official title. If the Jing Wangfu truly sought to form alliances, they would hardly take an interest in him. Before he could dwell further on his melancholy, he heard the call of his elder brother.
Xiao Bai.
Just emerging from the Eastern Palace, Jun Jincheng spotted his younger brother at the palace gates. Jun Jinbai turned to see his elder brother maneuvering his wheelchair towards him. He hurried over to assist Jun Jincheng. Elder brother, what brings you to the palace? He inquired with curiosity. I am here to see the crown prince, Jun Jincheng replied candidly. Jun Jinbai nodded in understanding. He should have anticipated that. The Jing Wangfu had, after all, covertly allied with the Eastern Palace. Observing his younger brother's despondent demeanor, Jun Jincheng offered, this evening, my cousin has invited me for a drink. Why not join us? Jun Jinbai smiled, grateful for his brother's understanding, as it was the perfect opportunity to drown his sorrows in spirits. As night fell, the sky was adorned with countless stars, and the streets near the palace were illuminated more brightly than during the day. Inside the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, after several rounds of wine, Jun Jinbai found himself somewhat intoxicated and recounted the peculiar behavior of Yu Tingsong and the abrupt severance of their friendship to his two brothers. Both Jun Jincheng and Pei Ting expressed their confusion. Having interacted with Yu Tingsong to varying degrees, they knew him to be a person of integrity. And this sudden shift in demeanor was indeed anomalous. In my view, this fellow has become arrogant after achieving the title of scholar, Pei Ting commented. Perhaps his previously humble demeanor was merely a facade to deceive us.
Yun Tianbai echoed Pei Ting's sentence.
However, Jun Jincheng held a different perspective. Second brother, during your recent encounters with him, did you notice any physical changes in him along with his altered personality? Jun Jincheng pondered, suspecting that their protective measures had failed, and that Yu Tingsong might have been replaced by an impersonator, possibly utilizing a human mask to mimic his likeness. As these thoughts were voiced, Pei Ting shivered, and Jun Jinbai's inebriation dissipated significantly. Yet, he quickly countered, elder brother, I understand your concern, but such a scenario is utterly implausible. A human mask can only alter appearance. It cannot replicate certain physical traits or voice. To achieve such a transformation would require long-lost skills of disguise. Both Yu Tingsong and his sister Tingyi possessed a distinctive feature. Their ears were pointed like those of fairies. The Dongji people naturally did not exhibit such characteristics. Only the long-extinct Beixian tribe from centuries past bore such traits. As they continued their analysis, a head suddenly poked through the window of the private room.
Oh.
You are all here? A voice, strikingly similar to Pei Ting's, echoed in their ears. The three turned to see Pei Yi, flamboyantly adorned, grinning at them. Pei Yi entered the room, took a seat, and began to grab slices of beef from the table with his bare hands. I am famished. Finally managed to please that minister's daughter, he exclaimed. The three shot him disdainful glances. Have you been chasing after flowers again? Use chopsticks. Despite their disdain, Pei Ting could not resist handing him a pair of chopsticks. Using your hands is unsanitary. Thank you, brother. Pei Yi gratefully accepted them, feeling a bit choked. He snatched Pei Ting's wine cup and drank it in one go. Pei Ting shook his head helplessly. Xiao Chun, Xiao Bai, you two should eat as well. Pei Yi cheerfully invited them. Jun Jincheng nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. If not for the fact that this individual was his cousin, he might have overturned the table. Jun Jinbai, however, remained unfazed. Upon Pei Yi's arrival, he had been pondering a pressing question. Pei Yi and Pei Ting were identical twins, while Yu Tingsong and Tingyi bore a striking resemblance as well, being a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. Could it be that they had another brother, one who was Yu Tingsong's twin? With this thought, Jun Jinbai slammed his palm on the table, startling Pei Yi, causing the peanuts he held to scatter. Xiao Bai, are you drunk? Pei Yi asked irritably. Don't waste food, he muttered, picking up the scattered peanuts. Elder brother, cousin, do you think it's possible that Yu Tingsong's family consists of triplets and they have another brother? Jun Jinbai shared his speculation with Jun Jincheng and Pei Ting. Upon hearing this, Jun Jincheng and Pei Ting exchanged glances. Had their precautions failed, allowing the ninth prince and his associates to succeed? Xiao Bai, don't rush. Jun Jincheng studied his younger brother's emotions before adding, I will return home and check the personnel records for Tingyi's address. With that, he straightened his clothes, preparing to leave. Elder brother, I will accompany you, Jun Jinbai insisted, following closely. I will go to my father to summon a few shadow guards. Regardless of whether it is a case of twins or disguise, if he has indeed been replaced, the real Yu Tingsong is certainly in danger. Although Jun Jincheng possessed considerable martial prowess, Pei Ting felt it prudent to be well prepared. Jun Jinbai nodded vigorously, expressing gratitude to his elder cousin. Indeed, we must act swiftly. Let us meet at the western city gate at the hour of high. The three exchanged knowing glances and rose to depart. Meanwhile, Pei Yi, still enjoying his meal, exclaimed, What activity do you all have planned? What can I do to help? You can settle the bill for this meal. Jun Jincheng replied as he left.
Just think Pei Yi a meaningful glance.
Pei Yi responded with a bewildered expression. The Tingyi family resided in a small village on the western outskirts, fortunately not too far from the city. As they raced to their destination, they arrived before the hour of high. Though visiting someone's home at such a late hour was rather impolite, concerns for Yu Tingsong's safety overshadowed their etiquette. Yet, upon reaching the Yu residence, they found it eerily deserted. Where could they have gone at this hour?
Pei Ting muttered.
Jun Jincheng struck a match to illuminate the surroundings. There were clear signs of a struggle, with fresh bloodstains on the ground. Observing meticulously, Jun Jincheng suspected that Yu Tingsong and his family had fallen victim to foul play. Elder brother, the bloodstains lead to the backyard, Jun Jinbai called out as he rushed from the rear.
Let us investigate, Yun Tianxing update.
Beckoning Pei Ting to follow him as they made their way to the backyard. The Yu family was typical of rural folk, with both front and backyards converted into vegetable patches. At this season, the land had recently been sown, with some vegetables already sprouting. The trio, armed with their matches, advanced forward until they found the bloodstains leading to a wood pile by the wall, where they abruptly ceased. Exchanging glances, they called out, Yu Xiong, are you in there? It is I, Jun Jinbai. However, there was no response from within. The three individuals moved aside the haystack, revealing a hole beneath, reminiscent of a vegetable cellar. I shall descend to investigate, Pei Ting declared, leaping down without hesitation. Eldest brother, your legs should not be exposed. I will join my cousin, Jun Jinbai stated. Following Pei Ting into the depths, Jun Jinshin realized he ought not to reveal the truth of his leg's recovery any further, especially after his previous intervention during the perilous outing in the peach orchard, which may have aroused the ninth prince's suspicions. He tossed down his sword to Jun Jinbai and remained above with Pei Ting's shadowy guards to keep watch. The cellar was modest in size, its end visible at a glance. Upon their descent, Jun Jinbai and Pei Ting were immediately assailed by a pungent scent of blood. The darkness enveloped them, with no moonlight or oil lamps penetrating the gloom, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Yet, Pei Ting, possessing a modicum of martial prowess, discerned faint, labored breaths emanating from within, suggesting someone was gravely injured.
Is anyone there?
Brother Yu, it is Xiao Bai, Jun Jinbai called out, his voice echoing in the shadows. As if responding to Jun Jinbai's identification, the labored breathing intensified. Second young master? A woman's voice emerged, tinged with joy and excitement. Jun Jinbai and Pei Ting hastily ignited a fire starter, revealing a dim scene of two women and a man, presumably the siblings and the new bride of Yu Ting Song. Ting-hee? Jun Jinbai finally laid eyes on the longed-for-Yu Ting-hee. This marked their first reunion since their parting the previous year. Second young master, Ting-hee exclaimed, her delight palpable, nearly spilling over. Pei Ting shot a disapproving glance at Jun Jinbai, who was preoccupied with the sight of the young woman, and promptly approached Yu Ting Song. The latter was grievously wounded, with a deep gash across his chest, blood staining his garments. Pei Ting noted the young woman beside him bore bruises on her arms and wrists, likely the result of a beating. Brother Yu, what transpired? How have you sustained such severe injuries? Pei Ting inquired with concern, as Jun Jinbai and Ting-hee joined him. It was evident that Ting-hee bore similar bruises as the young woman, though not as severely injured as Yu Ting Song. Upon seeing Pei Ting and Jun Jinbai, Yu Ting Song's expression shifted to one of relief before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Husband. Ding Shi shook him gently. Sister-in-law Yu. Ting-hee, brother Yu is gravely injured. It would be best if you accompanied us back to the Wang residence. There is no safety for you here, nor do you have another refuge, Jun Jinbai proposed. Ting-hee glanced at Ding Shi, awaiting her assent, which she granted with a nod. We appreciate your assistance, second young master, Ding Shi said, bowing respectfully. Jun Jinshen and the others assisted them one by one to ascend. As they departed in their carriage, Jun Jinshen caught a glimpse of a royal carriage entering the village, undoubtedly the 9th prince arriving for a chance encounter to offer aid. After a night fraught with turmoil, their return to the Wang residence occurred at the 4th watch of the night. Yu Ting Song's injuries were dire. The Taoist priest remarked that whether he survived hinged upon whether he awoke that night. The Pei family diligently applied medicinal salves to both Ding Shi and Yu Ting-hee. Jun Li, having slumbered soundly until midnight, was roused by their commotion. Upon hearing of Yu Ting Song's grave condition, her spirits lifted instantly. Guarding against both left and right, the matter of the genuine and false top scholar has indeed unfolded. Her brows, still unformed, knitted tightly as her eyes darted with anxiety. Chapter 81. The True Secret of the Yu Family. Ding Shi and Yu Ting-hee ceased their reticence, divulging the entirety of the Yu family's plight to the Jun family. They were a humble, honest farming family, yet Yu Ting Song had always exhibited extraordinary intelligence. The Yu family, aspiring to emulate many impoverished households, devoted all their resources to cultivate a scholar. This ambition was wholeheartedly endorsed by the young Ting-hee, who willingly labored at the Jingwang residence to fund her brother's education. However, their younger brother, Yu Ting Feng, grew increasingly resentful over the lack of immediate returns on their sacrifices. Why must Yu Ting Song escape manual labor? Why is it that he does nothing while the family venerates him? As a son of the Yu family, he could not fathom the disparate treatment. Gradually, his envy toward Yu Ting Song transformed into a burgeoning hatred, though he had not fully succumbed to animosity yet. The true catalyst for discord arose in late autumn of the previous year during the period when Yu Ting-hee had departed from the Wang residence. A group of seemingly affluent individuals approached the Yu family, claiming descent from the Bei Xian Yu Zhao clan and asserting themselves as the lineage's leaders. The siblings discovered corroborating evidence among their parents' relics. These individuals urged them to accompany them back to Bei Xian, promising to raise an army against the current monarch to restore the Yu Zhao clan's prominence in Bei Xian. Yu Ting Song, discerning their ulterior motives, sensed their intentions were anything but benevolent. He suspected they sought to instigate a coup, inciting chaos within Bei Xian, yet lacking a suitable pretext or a figurehead. They journeyed across vast distances to seek out the Yu family. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yu Ting Song promptly refused their overtures. However, Yu Ting Feng was captivated by the notion of returning with them, envisioning himself as a tribal leader, free from hardship and reveling in luxury. Such aspirations, however unrealistic, were firmly rooted in his mind. Despite Yu Ting Song and Ting-hee's entreaties to dissuade him, emphasizing the impossibility of such fortune, their words fell upon deaf ears. During that period, the Bei Xian individuals consistently subsidized the Yu family's living expenses, facilitating their relocation to a grand residence in the city and bestowing upon them generous sums of money, even escorting Yu Ting Feng to indulge in the extravagant lifestyle of a debauched youth. Over time, even Ting-hee found it challenging to maintain her resolve. Yet, Yu Ting Song remained steadfast, until one fateful night, under the influence of alcohol, he found himself entangled with the village chief's daughter, resulting in an unanticipated union. Lacking the means to marry Ding Shi, he reluctantly accepted aid from the Bei Xian individuals, taking their money. Nevertheless, Yu Ting Song was determined to repay this debt, never intending to accept it as a gift. Upon hearing Ting He and Ding Shi's revelations, the Jun family fell silent. It was the Bei Xian individuals who were the true architects of their plight. Only yesterday did I learn that it was you Ting Feng who drugged us, coercing my husband into soliciting funds from the Bei Xian individuals for our marriage. Ding Shi lamented, her hand pressed against her chest, tears flowing freely. Sister-in-law. Ting He consoled her, patting her back with an air of regret. Our Yu family has wronged you. Those Bei Xian individuals and Yu Ting Feng believed they could manipulate Yu Ting Song, yet little did they anticipate that shortly after his marriage to Ding Shi, he would repay every last coin received from them. Jun Lili analyzed. But how does all of this intertwine with the ninth prince and the imperial examinations? This aspect remained a mystery to Jun Lili. Upon hearing her unvoiced query, Jun Jinbai interjected. Are you aware that Yu Ting Feng is currently impersonating Brother Yu as the top scholar? Ding Shi and Ting He nodded in acknowledgement. The Bei Xian individuals sought to incite turmoil within Bei Xian, yet their strength alone was insufficient. Knowing that Yu Ting Song was slated to participate in the palace examination with a high likelihood of success, they commenced their schemes. Yu Ting, he continued. The Bei Xian individuals had somehow forged a connection with the ninth prince, seeking to collaborate with him. They, along with the newly minted top scholar, would assist the ninth prince in seizing the throne in Dongji, while the ninth prince pledged that should he ascend, he would mobilize forces northward. If Dongji were to engage Bei Xian militarily, they would then orchestrate internal strife, providing the Yu Zhao clan with the opportune moment to seize power. However, these Yu Zhao individuals understood that Yu Ting Song would never acquiesce to their plans. Thus, they devised a scheme to switch identities, allowing Yu Ting Song to participate in the examination normally, while the genuine Yu Ting Song would be imprisoned, with his twin brother Yu Ting Feng taking his place. They were indistinguishable in appearance and voice, making it nearly impossible for those unfamiliar with them to tell them apart. This is precisely why none of Yu Ting Feng's friends, regardless of their status or rank, dare to associate with Yu Ting Song any longer. So that's how it is. Finally grasping the cause and effect, Jun Lili let out a long sigh of relief. This time, we truly saved the top scholar, while the male protagonist has been left empty-handed. He must be seething with rage now. Hee. Jun Lili couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, at the ninth prince's residence, weren't they said to be gravely injured? Where could they have gone? Upon returning without finding Yu Ting Song, Jun Yu erupted in fury. Your Highness, we have dispatched people throughout the entire village, conducting a thorough search. Even the cellars have not been overlooked, yet still no one is found, reported the cloaked figure. Then why are you back? Go continue searching for this prince. Jun Yu, furious, hurled a seal at him. The cloaked figure, unable to evade, was struck, causing blood to flow from his head. Your Highness, we suspect that someone may have rescued the Yu family in advance, the cloaked figure mustered the courage to suggest. Upon hearing this, Jun Yu suddenly calmed down. They had seen a carriage leaving the village just as they entered, at such a late hour. What business would a carriage have in this remote area? Moreover, the carriage was adorned with golden and silver embroidery, which was only used by officials ranked from 1st to 3rd grade, as well as by nobles. This realization expanded the search radius significantly. A flicker of coldness flashed in Jun Yu's eyes as he murmured, who possesses such extraordinary capabilities? And who, ultimately, is opposing me? The laughter of children drowned out the sighs of adults. Hearing the children's laughter, Ding Shi couldn't help but touch her belly and cast a glance at the unconscious Yu Ting Song. She hoped her child would not be born without a father. You two poor girls can rest assured and stay in the palace, Pei Shi comforted, grasping the hands of Ding Shi and Ting He. Thank you, madam. The two were about to rise to pay their respects when Pei Shi declined them. It's getting late. We'll stay here to guard Yu Xiong. Second brother. Hurry and prepare rooms for the two young ladies to rest.
Yun Tianxing intentionally left this task for Yun Tianbai,
hoping he could seize the opportunity to converse with Yu Tingdi. I was so preoccupied with my thoughts earlier that I didn't take a good look at my second sister-in-law. Hey, Yu Tingdi is not bad looking at all. This old fossil, my second brother, like a sealed jar, I wonder if he can win over his second sister-in-law's heart. Jun Lili, a small child, was already fretting over the family. Everyone else concurred. Without her, this family would have long since fallen apart. Sister Yu, Ting He, come with me. Jun Jinbai took the initiative to lead the two out. He arranged a modest guest room for Ding Shi, but brought Ting He back to his own courtyard, letting her stay in the room she had occupied when she worked in the residence. At that time, Jun Jinbai was still a helpless fool, and Yu Tingdi had lived next to his room to take care of him. Chapter 82. In the end, it must be this Koi who takes action. Pushing the door open again, everything remained as it was, even some belongings she hadn't taken with her. all preserved impeccably by Jun Jinbai. I have someone clean this room regularly, he murmured. Second young master, I am merely one of the many maidservants in the residence. You truly need not be so kind to me. Yu Tingyi was deeply moved by Jun Jinbai's kindness. But whether in the past or present, I have never regarded you as a maidservant. Just as you have never treated me like a fool. You said we are friends. As he finished, Jun Jinbai's lips curled into a gentle smile, his deep brown eyes brimming with captivating charm. Born with an elegant demeanor, his warm smile added a touch of softness. And his pure yet yearning gaze completely captivated Yu Tingyi, as if she were enveloped in a warm spring. I have missed you so much these past 6 months,
Yun Tianbai confessed earnestly.
Yet, to Yu Tingyi's ears, those words were undeniably a bold declaration of affection. Second young master. All I wish for now is to wait for my brother to awaken and seek justice for him. Yu Tingyi appeared delicate, yet her spirit was remarkably resilient. Yu Tingsong had suffered great injustices, and even if he himself felt indifferent, Yu Tingyi was determined to seek recompense from Yu Tingfeng on his behalf. Observing the anger and determination in the girl's eyes, Jun Jinbai felt his heart stir once more. A woman who could capture the attention of the second young master of the Jingwang manor was surely extraordinary. Rest assured about your elder brother's matters. Leave them to us. My father, elder brother, and cousin are already devising plans, Jun Jinbai patiently reassured her. However, before Yu Tingyi could finish her sentence, Jun Jinbai interjected, your brother is the only friend I have had thus far. He understood well that Yu Tingyi disliked burdening others. Yet the matter concerning Yu Tingsong was exceedingly complicated. She was merely a powerless girl, incapable of effecting any change. Second young master. Yu Tingyi hesitated, her cheeks gradually flushing. Seeing her this way, Jun Jinbai also felt a warmth spread through him. Rest well, I will go check on your elder brother. Jun Jinbai hurriedly left the room, and as he stepped outside, the gentle spring breeze of early April invigorated him. In the quiet courtyard of the night, his heart raced incessantly, as if a fawn were startled within. He quickly composed himself, and just as he exited his Bailuo pavilion, he encountered Jun Jinan approaching. Oh dear, it's not hot today. Has someone caught a fever? Jun Jinan teased his younger brother deliberately. Jun Jinbai shot him a glare. Not in the mood for banter. Second brother, that Tingyi girl is to be my future sister-in-law, isn't she? Jun Jinan continued to provoke him.
Yun Tianbai.
Unwilling to respond, pressed forward. Little sister's heart's desire is known to you. Mother specifically sent me to ask if you need assistance in proposing. Suddenly, Jun Jinan became serious.
Yun Tianbai.
Being the subject of family gossip was truly exhausting. He suddenly empathized with his older brother and Princess Morong from a few days prior. This is what mother asked. She said you are already 16 this year, and it's time to consider marriage. Jun Jinan followed closely, chattering incessantly. Jun Jinbai could no longer contain himself, exhaling deeply. Elder brother has not yet wed. How can I be the first? But elder brother has the princess as his wife. Besides, mother only mentioned arranging a betrothal for you. She did not say you must marry immediately. Why are you so anxious, second brother?
Yun Tinan chuckled.
Hearing this,
Yun Tianbai's face darkened.
returning to the room where Yu Tingsong lay, Pei Shi and Jun Jingyan had already retired to rest, leaving Jun Jincheng, Jun Jinling, and Pei Ting to guard Yu Tingsong. By the time of the Mao hour, the few of them were feeling drowsy. Yu Tingsong showed no signs of awakening. Sitting by the bedside, Jun Jinbai noticed he had developed a high fever. Why is he so hot? Jun Jinbai placed his hand on Yu Tingsong's forehead, worry etched on his face. Upon hearing his words, the other brothers hurried over. Jun Jinling quickly felt Yu Tingsong's forehead. Quick, bring a basin of cool water. He instructed a nearby maid. Yu Tingsong's complexion was pale, devoid of color, his body gradually becoming stiff and cold. Although Jun Jinling's medical skills were limited, he could discern that Yu Tingsong was nearing death. He checked Yu Tingsong's pulse. The heartbeat was almost non-existent. I must find my master. Jun Jinling left those words behind and dashed out to seek Wang Daoling. Wang Daoling was roused, and Pei Shi and Jun Jingyan also donned their robes to come over. Alas, it seems this is his fate. Wang Daoling sighed. This man cannot be saved. Daoist, please think of another way, Jun Jinbai implored. Indeed, if he dies, would that not fulfill the designs of the ninth prince and that false top scholar? Jun Jingyan conveyed the severity of the situation to Wang Daoling. The latter sighed repeatedly. The humble monk indeed finds himself at a loss. However, I may seek counsel from Miss Jun. He must refrain from interfering in mortal affairs, yet the little koi can. And with her current magical prowess, it should not be beyond her capabilities to restore Yu Tingsong to life. The assembly immediately grasped Daoist Wang's intention and swiftly brought the slumbering June Lily over. The infant, bleary-eyed, struggled to open her eyes against the harsh light flooding the room, evoking a deep sense of sympathy among the onlookers. Yet, in their quest to save a life, they had no choice but to call upon June Lily for assistance. They briefly recounted Yu Tingsong's condition to her. June Lily sighed. Alas, it seems it falls upon this koi to take action. You must not perish. You are my sister-in-law's brother, and by extension, you are also like a brother to my little koi. My magic can only be employed once a month, and fortunately, the examination has been postponed. Otherwise, last month when you were so grievously injured, I would truly have been unable to help you.
June Lily murmured to herself.
Having said this, she was placed beside Yu Tingsong by Madame Pei. The crowd beheld a flash of colorful light, and gradually, Yu Tingsong's pallor improved, his body temperature and heartbeat returning to normal. Madame Pei took June Lily back into her arms. Daoist Wang checked Yu Tingsong's pulse and subtly nodded to the crowd, indicating that he was out of danger. June Lily's magic was indeed formidable. Now, the man had awakened. Elder brother Yu, you are awake.
June Tianbai hastily approached,
offering the freshly brewed medicine prepared by the maid for Yu Tingsong to drink. To facilitate his drinking, he carefully propped him up. Hee, I am truly remarkable. Just like that, he is well.
June Lily boasted.
Yu Tingsong was perplexed. Where did this young girl's voice come from? There are no young girls in this room. Thank goodness elder brother Yu is all right. Otherwise, how heartbroken my sister-in-law would be without her brother. Yu Tingsong was bewildered. Sister-in-law. Why does this girl refer to her as my sister Tinge? Could it be? Contemplating this, Yu Tingsong turned his gaze toward June Lily. That one look exchanged with the infant was wondrous. How could such a small child speak? Moreover, he had distinctly heard a young girl's voice, while the others appeared oblivious to it. Could it be that he had survived this calamity and gained a new extraordinary ability to hear June Lily's innermost thoughts? Once you have regained your strength, you must go to the palace and confront the emperor with the truth, June Jinbai advised as he withdrew his support from Yu Tingsong. In Yu Tingsong's mind, June Lily's voice abruptly ceased. He felt lost. Why could he no longer hear it? Was he simply fatigued, experiencing auditory hallucinations? Chapter 83. The Plan to Petition the Emperor. After finishing his medicinal soup, Yu Tingsong quietly leaned against the bedside. Elder brother Yu, your matters have been relayed to us by my sister-in-law and Tinge. June Jinbai understood his reluctance to discuss these matters, yet they needed resolution. Yu Tingsong had initially thought his younger brother Yu Tingsong was merely jealous of his academic achievements, unaware that such profound hatred could drive him to attempt to take his life. June Ershao, I cannot fathom why your brothers share such a close bond. Observing the camaraderie among the June brothers only served to deepen Yu Tingsong's dismay regarding his own relationship with Yu Tingsong. Ah, human greed knows no bounds. All of this stems from a single word, greed. June Lily lamented. She spoke truthfully. Yu Tingsong was inherently greedy and indolent, and the issue did not lie with Yu Tingsong himself. His self-reproach was futile. Your brother only sees you enjoying the comforts of study, free from the toil of labor in the fields. He does not understand that you have sacrificed countless nights transcribing texts to provide for your family, dedicating 10 arduous years to the pursuit of scholarly success.
June Tianbai defended Yu Tingsong.
Elder brother Yu, you need not acknowledge such a brother any longer. Even June Jinan could no longer tolerate it. Indeed, child, there is no need to grieve for such a person. None of this is your fault, Madame Pei added in consolation. Yu Tingsong raised his head to behold the room full of people, feeling profoundly touched. They had taken in his entire family, especially Miss June, who had even saved his life. With this thought, he struggled to rise and knelt by the bed. Brother Yu, what do you mean by this? Madame Pei inquired anxiously. Master Pei, Lord June, Lady June, esteemed young gentlemen, please allow Yu Tingsong to bow before you. With that, Yu Tingsong sincerely performed a deep bow. Quickly rise. There is no need for such formalities. June Jingyan hurried to assist him. You are their friend, and your sister is connected to the second son. From now on, we are family. Good lad, there is no need for such courtesy. Madame Pei truly pitied his plight. The pain of betrayal and harm from one's own brother is indeed a bitter experience. Were it not for her precious Lily, she too could have found herself in the position of being betrayed and harmed by the very sister she held dear. Yu Tingsong exhaled a sigh of relief. And at that moment, a long-lost smile finally graced his face. Wonderful. Now Yu Tingsong is aligned with our family. But how can we ensure that Yu Tingsong proves himself to be the genuine Yu Tingsong? June Lily's eyes sparkled as she observed the atmosphere in the room, deeply moved. Having heard her thoughts, June Jinshin cut to the chase and inquired, regarding this matter of the false scholar, how do you intend to resolve it? Upon hearing this, Yu Tingsong's brow, which had just unfurled, furrowed once more. His career and the personal grievances with Yu Tingsong seemed trivial. Yet the pernicious presence of the ninth prince and the court's malignant factions could not be allowed to persist. If he could eliminate such individuals, even if it meant putting his own life on the line, he would do so willingly. Furthermore, the predatory ambitions of the Beixianyu clan, supporting the ninth prince's ascension and inciting conflict between Dongji and Beixian, would result in the deaths of countless innocent citizens. His survival was owed to the King Jing's residence and the general's manor, and he must assist them in removing the ninth prince and those from Beixian. Noticing Yu Tingsong deep in thought and silent, Jun Jingyan added, "Tomorrow marks the scholar parade. If you have a way to prove your identity as Yu Tingsong, we could spare ourselves much trouble." Before Yu Tingsong could respond, Ding and Yu Tingsong entered the room. "We can all testify." They spoke in unison. Jun Jingyan shook his head. That would not suffice, as the testimonies of friends and family would not hold weight in court. Another examination. Yu Tingsong's sister suddenly proposed. "We could have Brother Yu retake the examination to clear his name. We have witnessed his years of diligent study. Regardless of how challenging the questions, he possesses the ability to respond." Hearing his sister's words, Yu Tingsong experienced a moment of enlightenment. "Indeed, I can take the exam again." Jun Jingyan nodded in appreciation. "Excellent. Truly, you are the future pillar of Dongji." Meanwhile, Madame Pei glanced at Yu Tingsong's sister, who had suggested this course of action. This pair of siblings was remarkable, each more intelligent than the other. Such a girl would be a fitting match for her second son. "One more thing," Jun Jinshin cautioned. "Whether it be us or the crown prince, we cannot bring him directly into the palace. If he wishes to meet the emperor, he must rely on his own merit." This was indeed a conundrum. The matter of vindication could only be resolved by Yu Tingsong himself, as no other factions could intervene. Otherwise, the suspicious emperor would certainly become wary. What my brother says is entirely correct. The suspicious emperor must not be allowed to target our family. The crown prince cannot involve himself in this matter either. Otherwise, it may be misconstrued as him deliberately targeting the ninth prince, and given the crown prince's precarious position, he cannot afford to place himself in the line of fire. The assembly nodded in agreement. Though June Lily's words may sound somewhat selfish, it is indeed unreasonable for them to sacrifice the Jingwang Manor, the General's mansion, and the Eastern Palace for the sake of a single Yu Tingsong. Everyone has already assisted me greatly. The remaining matters, I shall handle myself. Yu Tingsong also expressed his stance. "But you are merely a commoner. How could you possibly meet the emperor?" Ding understood her husband's reluctance to burden others, yet their desire to see the emperor was akin to climbing to the heavens. Soon, everyone unanimously thought of a solution: to file a petition. "A petition?" June Lily exclaimed, her legs trembling at the very thought. "I just saved his life. And now you want to file a petition? Do you not realize the perilous path that lies ahead? With his current condition, rolling on nails would likely cost him his life, and he still wishes to lodge a complaint. Should we seek the underworld's Zhong Kuei to file a complaint?" The Jun family concluded that preserving life was paramount. This approach was futile. Jun Jinbai could not bear to watch Tinge's brother march to his doom. Anyone who files a petition must first endure severe torture, whether it be 30 strikes with a heavy board, rolling on nails, or other forms of punishment. Such tortures could easily claim half a life for an ordinary person, let alone for you, who is already gravely injured.
Jun Lily wurde her til lykkeligt.
Her magical energy had been entirely expended, and it would take until next month for her to recover, meaning she could not rescue Yu Tingsong a second time. Elder brother is correct, and I suspect the ninth prince is also scouring the city for Yu Tingsong. If the ninth prince merely nudges the executioner, it would be all too easy for you to perish during the punishment. These thoughts resonated deeply with the Jun family. Moreover, after enduring punishment, should one survive, they would immediately need to meet the emperor. One must question how they could engage the ninth prince and his faction while hanging by a thread. Jun Jincheng struck the nail on the head. The room fell into a heavy silence, and the tension was palpable as everyone pondered their next move. Suddenly, Yu Tingliai's voice shattered the stillness. Everyone turned to her, eager to hear what she had to say. "Elder brother Yu, I and Yu Tingsong, we are triplets. Although I am a woman, I bear a striking resemblance to both of you." Yu Tinglai approached Yu Tingsong, smiling. "Tinglai, what do you mean by that?" Yu Tingsong felt an ominous premonition. Yu Tinglai simply smiled faintly, not answering his question, and continued, "Since Tingsong can masquerade as you to take the top scholar's place, I can also impersonate you to file the petition. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was indeed a clever strategy. Yu Tinglei added nonchalantly, when I file the petition, I will be the one to endure the punishment. Meeting the emperor will still require you to do so. Everyone gasped in astonishment. There's someone willingly seeking punishment. Yu Tinglei's proposal caused even Ding to perceive it as folly. We are discussing serious matters. You should return and rest. Stop this nonsense. Yu Tingsong was exasperated, wishing to send Yu Tinglei away. Second sister-in-law is truly a woman of valor. If second sister-in-law were to endure the torture, there might be a slim chance of survival, but if Yu Tingsong were to face it, he would truly not return. Junlili felt this was indeed the best course of action. I'm not jesting, big brother. If we do not employ this method, do we have any other alternatives? Yu Tinglei reasoned with the group. You are gravely injured and cannot withstand such tortures, but I am unharmed. Perhaps I might survive. Yu Tingsong, without a moment as thought, rejected the idea again. As they spoke, the sky outside gradually brightened. Your sister-in-law has been pregnant for 2 months. Do you wish for her child to be born fatherless? Yu Tinglei pointed at Ding's belly. You will make a wonderful aunt. Please take care of them both for me. Yu Tingsong remained obstinate. The Jun family looked on anxiously. Yu Tinglei sighed and said, Big brother, you have always had grand ambitions. Your life holds more value than mine. Moreover, only you can bring Yu Tingsong to justice. Besides, there remains a chance of survival after the punishment. Does there not? With the gentlest and most heartfelt tone, she spoke words that tugged at the heartstrings. Her persuasion ultimately swayed Yu Tingsong. Currently, having Yu Tinglei impersonate Yu Tingsong to face the punishment, followed by the real Yu Tingsong meeting the emperor to face the scrutiny of the court, indeed appeared to be the safest method. Very well. It seems we have no other choice.
Yun Tingyuan suggested.
Tomorrow, during the top scholar parade, the emperor and several princes will be watching from the palace. Tinglei, you shall intercept the emperor's carriage and file the petition. Understood. Yu Tinglei nodded. If all goes as planned, the execution should be handled by our Ministry of Justice. I shall make arrangements shortly. Jun Jingyan thought to himself that as a deputy minister of justice, he could ensure that his subordinates would be lenient with the punishment. Thank you, Lord Jun. Yu Tinglei bowed in gratitude. Yu Tingsong remained silent, standing quietly in place. Jun Jinbai could not help but call out to her. Tinglei, hearing her name, Yu Tinglei turned to face Jun Jinbai, offering him a sweet smile. Second young master, I know what you wish to say, but my mind is made up, and I will not waver. Their 10 years of companionship had forged an unspoken bond between them, with merely a glance or a gesture. They could understand each other's thoughts. But if anything were to happen to Yu Jinbai in a moment of panic, openly expressed his concern for Yu Tinglei in front of everyone. Second young master, I am eternally grateful for your kindness. Should any misfortune arise after tomorrow's punishment, I shall repay your kindness in my next life. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters in the gentle morning light. You know I do not require any repayment. Jun Jinbai felt a bitterness in his throat. For reasons unknown, the mere thought of Yu Tinglei dying caused a sharp pain in his heart, as if something vital were being wrenched from his being. Had they only just met, and now they were to part from this world? TSK. The second brother and sister-in-law truly make a pair of star-crossed lovers, as if caught in a tragic romance. Second sister-in-law has been toiling in the field since childhood. She is not frail, and these punishments are hardly fatal. Jun Lily spoke as though she had everything under control. The others exchanged glances, uncertain. Upon hearing this, Jun Jinbai felt as though he had found a talisman for survival. As long as it was assured by Jun Lily, there would be no mistakes. Tinglei, should you return safely, please promise me one thing.
Pei said.
Lady, you have shown us kindness. Whatever you ask, I shall do my utmost to fulfill. Yu Tinglei replied without hesitation. Promise to remain in the Wangfu and become the second young mistress. Pei seized the opportunity to jest, also attempting to glean Yu Tinglei's sentiments. Sure enough, before she could finish her sentence, Yu Tinglei's face flushed crimson, and Jun Jinbai mirrored her embarrassment, both appearing as red as cooked shrimp. Mother, how could you bring this up at such a time? Jun Jinbai stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. I merely wished to lighten the atmosphere.
Pei teased.
The sun continued to rise. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, streaming into the eastern window, casting dappled light that fell upon everyone like mysterious symbols. Jun Jingyan needed to attend the morning court. As he departed, the others also began to leave, each attending to their own matters. The day passed swiftly, seemingly filled with little to accomplish, and soon it was evening. After dinner, Jun Jinshun called Jun Jinbai aside and presented him with a piece of soft armor. Please give this to Miss Yu, Jun Jincheng stated expressionlessly. Yet, it was this seemingly simple utterance that moved Jun Jinbai profoundly. Thank you, elder brother. This soft armor is far from ordinary. When worn beneath clothing, it can mitigate a portion of harm. After receiving the armor, Jun Jinbai hastily sought out Yu Tingyi. That night, they conversed extensively, reminiscing about the past decade and the events of the past 6 months apart. By the way, what my mother said this morning was merely to lighten the mood. Please don't take it to heart, Jun Jinbai expressed, torn between wanting Yu Tingyi to dismiss the words while simultaneously wishing for her to take them seriously. Second young master. Our statuses are worlds apart. We are, after all, mismatched. I understand the implication of the lady's words. Yu Tingyi's countenance visibly fell. Jun Jinbai offered a bittersweet smile. She does not comprehend. Brother Yu has already achieved the top scholar title. If all goes well tomorrow, you will be the sister of the top scholar. And the disparity between our families will be negligible. Jun Jinbai countered, having previously wrestled with his feelings for Yu Tingyi. It was only today, when she proposed to plead on behalf of her brother, risking punishment, that he realized the potential of losing her forever, finally grasping the essence of that profound sorrow. It was a heartache that words could scarcely encapsulate, a grief that felt like a severing of one's very soul. Even after a decade of foolishness, he recognized that his feelings transcended mere friendship. We have spent 10 years together. Do you still not understand? Jun Jinbai continued, unfazed by Yu Tingyi's expression. Turning her face away, she hastily wiped her tears. Second young master. The stars are particularly beautiful tonight, she said, feigning composure as she lifted her gaze to the heavens. In their youth, confined to their small courtyard, the two had cherished lying by the window to gaze at the stars. Upon hearing her words, Jun Jinbai also looked up. It was a rare night devoid of clouds. The sky was clear and exquisite. Tingyi, he began, but was interrupted by Yu Tingyi. If I return safely tomorrow, I promise to accompany you in stargazing for a lifetime. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, and her lashes, dampened by sorrow, fluttered gently, exuding an extraordinary tenderness. Is it a promise? Jun Jinbai inquired, extending his pinky to seal their vow. It is a promise. Yu Tingyi linked her pinky with his, a smile gracing her lips. Her enchanting smile radiated a refreshing comfort akin to a gentle breeze, evoking a sensation of being enveloped in the warmth of springtime, as if illuminated by the moonlight.